Qin Feng, the opponent, is the young master of the Jiang family, one of the three prominent families of Jiang City. You cannot afford to provoke him. What? You have annihilated the head of the Jiang family. Mr. Qin, that is a sorceress from another realm, cunning and treacherous. You must exercise caution. What? You have subdued this sorceress. Lord Qin, this supreme realm has even claimed the lives of 8th-tier martial emperors. You must be vigilant. You have already breached it. Elder Qin, you are the foremost individual of Blue Star. When will you take us to explore the cosmos? You claim you have become the Lord of the Galaxy? Qin Feng transmigrated into a high martial world, awakening the Chaos Tower, where challenges yield a plethora of rewards. Vitality, mental fortitude, martial physique, innate talents, divine artifacts, and supernatural abilities. Cleared the 1st level, reward. Dan Immortal Body. Cleared the 13th level, reward. 7th tier, exquisite martial skill. Demon Annihilation, 9 slashes. First kill of a 9th tier fierce beast, reward. 10,000 vitality points. Cleared the 39th level, reward. Celestial artifact. Demon Slaying, Celestial Blade. The system indicated that breaching the 31st level would elevate one to the 9th tier martial god. Qin Feng silently observed. How could the Chaos Tower possess 60 or 70 levels? Thus, he transformed into a diligent tower climber. Blue Star Prodigy. Compared to Qin Feng, I am but a mediocre talent. Otherworldly creature. Please do not approach me. Otherworldly evil god. Hey, Brother Feng. Do you believe I came to Blue Star for a vacation? While his classmates had just begun their sophomore year, Qin Feng had already traversed numerous realms, slaying countless ferocious beasts, earning the title of the mightiest martial god. Chapter 1. Qin Feng. Chaos Tower. Year 3024 of the New Era. Summer Kingdom, Jiang Province, Jiang City. 3rd High School, Athletic Field. The weather in March is pleasantly moderate. Qin Feng is running laps around the athletic field. Not bad, not bad. Keep it up. Congratulations. You have run 49.7 kilometers. Only 300 meters remain to complete the 50-kilometer challenge. Keep pushing. The sound of the running app is heard from his phone. Qin Feng appears oblivious, continuing to run. Within his field of vision exists a translucent screen radiating a faint blue light, visible only to him. System activation in progress. Activation progress. Total distance run. 29,995 kilometers / 30,000 kilometers. Only 5 kilometers remaining. Today, I must activate it. Qin Feng's breathing is steady. Having run 49 kilometers, he feels merely a twinge of fatigue, yet he has not reached his limit. He has been transmigrated to this high martial world named Blue Star for 18 years. Initially, he believed he had merely switched worlds, destined to remain an ordinary individual devoid of merit beyond his good looks. However, unexpectedly, approximately 2.5 years ago, the system suddenly descended. Yet, this system requires certain conditions to be unlocked. The requirements are simple yet demanding. No equipment, no external assistance, relying solely on physical strength to run. Completing 30,000 kilometers would activate it. Thus, over the past 2.5 years, Qin Feng has persisted in his daily running routine, undeterred by wind or rain. From struggling to run 3 kilometers to now being able to run 50 kilometers each session. Without mentioning anything else, his physical condition has vastly improved. His vitality stands at 57.1 points, ranking 422nd among 3,000 senior martial students in the school. The last 5 kilometers. Let me see what kind of system I possess. I hope it lives up to the effort and sweat of the past 2.5 years. Not far away, in the spectator stands of the athletic field, several young men and women sit watching. How many kilometers has that big fool Qin Feng run today? It seems he has completed about 125 laps. 1 lap is 400 meters. Oh my, does that mean that big fool has run nearly 50 kilometers? I must admit, although his vitality talent is average, he possesses considerable talent for running. Talent? What does that have to do with talent? If you could persist like him, running daily for 2.5 years, you could likely achieve the same. What a pity. He lacks aptitude for martial arts. Otherwise, with his dedication, he might at least brush against the threshold of the 5th-tier martial king. The students express their admiration and sympathy. Most of them have transitioned from mocking Qin Feng's dedication to respectful acknowledgement, with a prevailing sense of pity. In this world, martial prowess and innate talent are paramount. Outside the athletic field, several female students pass by and notice the familiar figure that seems to have never ceased running. They pause. Qing Ning, look, Qin Feng is running again. I must say, he truly possesses perseverance. What a pity his martial arts talent is rather mediocre, and his vitality remains at only 57 points despite running daily. If I had half of his effort, I would have already entered the gifted class. A chubby girl with a mole on her lip sighs. Another girl praises, he may only have 57 vitality, but being able to persistently run 50 kilometers daily is quite impressive. Beside them stands a stunning woman clad in a white martial arts uniform, her high ponytail swaying as she quietly gazes at Qin Feng. After observing for about a minute, Qing Ning calmly states, "Let us depart." Behind them, several boys are focused on her. Young Master Jiang by School Beauty has watched that big fool for 66 seconds again. I can't shake the feeling that by School Beauty has taken an interest in this big fool. A younger companion murmurs. Jiang Lan's expression darkens as he gazes at the figure on the athletic field, sneering. Interested in him? What nonsense. What does that big fool know beyond running? Could Qing Ning actually fancy him? That would be madness. Another companion immediately flatters. Indeed, Miss Bai is not only as beautiful as a celestial being, but she is also the top martial student at our third high school, already possessing 93 vitality with 3 months until the college entrance examination. Congratulations, host, on accumulating a total of 30,000 kilometers of running. The Immortal Ascension system is currently being activated. 12, 33, 77. Activation of the Immortal Ascension system successful. Qin Feng inquired, perplexed. What is the purpose of the Immortal Ascension system? Venture into the Chaos Tower, obtain the supreme reward, and become an unparalleled immortal. An announcement echoed in Qin Feng's mind, followed swiftly by a resounding hum. Suddenly, the world around him shifted dramatically. The previously clear sky became obscured as a vast expanse of dark clouds rolled in, stretching for thousands of miles, seemingly enveloping the entire realm of Xia. The dark clouds surged violently, casting the entire space into a shadowy gloom, illuminated only by sporadic flashes of lightning that erupted from within. Qin Feng furrowed his brows and lifted his gaze. Within the swirling clouds, it appeared that a colossal entity was about to emerge. A thunderous roar resonated, crack. The sky shattered like glass. A monumental bronze artifact gradually revealed itself. Its size remained indeterminate, but Qin Feng felt as though the entirety of the heavens was obscured by this magnificent bronze structure. The bronze artifact began to diminish in size. It was only then that Qin Feng discerned that this object was, in fact, a tower. For reasons unknown, upon gazing at this tower, a name suddenly flashed in his mind. Chaos Tower. With a whoosh, the Chaos Tower shrank to an inconceivably small size and soared toward Qin Feng, merging into his forehead. At that moment, the disturbances in the world ceased, the dark clouds retreated, and the sky returned to its former clarity. It was as if nothing had transpired. Congratulations, host! The Chaos Tower has successfully awakened, and the master recognition ceremony has been completed. The system's prompt echoed once more in his mind. Qin Feng had no time to ponder. He immediately surveyed his surroundings. He was astonished that the activation of the system had caused such a commotion. If others were to discover that the mysterious Chaos Tower had flown into his body amidst the dark clouds, chaos would likely ensue throughout the realm of Xia. He was acutely aware of the proverb that states, "A common man is guilty of possessing a precious treasure." As a mere non-martial artist with a vitality of 57, how could he possibly safeguard such a treasure? Fortunately, he noticed that the students on the athletic field seemed entirely oblivious to the spectacle that had just unfolded. Everything remained as it was. They continued with their activities as usual. Could it be that only I witnessed that scene? That was a relief. Qin Feng exhaled deeply. I must return home. I need to examine what this Chaos Tower truly is. Without further ado, he made his way home. Hey, look, Qin Feng is leaving. Indeed, why is he departing so early today? At home, Qin Feng closed his eyes. He could distinctly see a Chaos Tower, though its size had been reduced to an indeterminate scale, standing resolutely within his mind. In the darkness, the Chaos Tower emanated an ancient aura, as if it had existed since time immemorial. Following the system's instructions, Qin Feng focused his thoughts. In the next moment, his figure appeared inside the Chaos Tower. He surveyed his surroundings, finding himself in a grand and antiquated hall. Welcome to the Chaos Tower. The host can traverse its depths to obtain various rewards. Theoretically, upon conquering the 31st level, the host will possess combat prowess comparable to a 9th-tier martial deity of the Blue Star world. Current location, first level of the Chaos Tower. There are 2 challenges on this level. Shall we commence the challenge? Rewards for overcoming challenges? To attain strength rivaling that of 9th-tier martial deity by surpassing 31 levels? If I conquer them all, what heights might I achieve? Qin Feng was astonished. He had glimpsed that the Chaos Tower boasted 73 levels. He had suspected that the tower was extraordinary, but he had not anticipated it to be this extraordinary. Very well, let us begin the challenge. A slight smile graced Qin Feng's lips as he proclaimed resolutely. Chapter 2. The first level, first challenge. The challenge begins. As Qin Feng's low voice resonated, the environment of the grand hall underwent a dramatic transformation. morphing into the semblance of a valley. First level, first challenge of the Chaos Tower. Challenge commences. Challenge objective, slay 10 ferocious beasts. Qin Feng raised his gaze. And indeed, at the valley's bottom, 10 beasts of various shapes and forms emerged. At that moment, he realized that the challenges within the Chaos Tower were far from simple. Each of the beasts before him possessed vitality surpassing his own. The weakest among them, a wolf-like creature, had a vitality of 61 points, categorizing it as a second-tier beast. A human must attain 100 vitality to transcend into a true martial artist. Similarly, beasts require 100 vitality to ascend. Non-tier beasts are classified into 15 segments based on their vitality. Segment 1, 50 to 59 vitality. Segment 2, 60 to 69. Segment 3, 70 to 79. Segment 4, 80 to 89. Segment 5, 90 to 99. Currently, Qin Feng was still a non-martial artist of the first segment, while the weakest of the beasts was already a second-tier creature. The strongest among them, a tiger-like beast, had already ascended. Was the challenge on this first level truly so formidable? Qin Feng felt a twinge of surprise. However, he was not daunted. Having traversed this high martial world for 18 years, he was well aware that in this realm, martial prowess reigns supreme, and strength is revered. As long as he could enhance his capabilities, such trivial obstacles were of little concern. Moreover, within the Chaos Tower, death was not final. It merely signified failure in the challenge. Recollecting his thoughts, Qin Feng began to concentrate on the task at hand. The disparity in strength was too great. Facing all 10 beasts simultaneously would likely result in his demise without a chance to retaliate. It would be prudent to confront them one by one. Beginning with the wolf beast. The 10 beasts were still at a distance, presenting an opportunity for manipulation. Qin Feng circled around, approaching the wolf beast, and hurled a stone at it. Bang! A howl erupted. Struck on the head, the wolf beast let out a cry and charged towards Qin Feng's direction. The other beasts merely glanced over before returning to their rest, losing interest. Fortunately, the other beasts did not pursue. This strategy seemed effective. Qin Feng lured the wolf beast away for over 100 meters before turning around, excitement alight on his face as he regarded the beast. Although his vitality stood at 57, compared to the wolf beast's 61, Qin Feng felt no fear. Non-tier beasts possessed limited intelligence, and over the years, he had not neglected his martial arts practical classes. He was confident he had an 80 chance of victory against the wolf beast. The wolf beast, devoid of such contemplations, charged directly at Qin Feng, intent on delivering a fatal bite to its assailant. Though this was his first encounter with a ferocious beast, Qin Feng forcefully quelled his inner fears, striving to maintain his composure. In the instant the wolf beast lunged, he sidestepped, and with a sudden burst of strength, thrust a sturdy branch he had picked up. The broken branch pierced the wolf beast's left eye with a sickening squelch, spraying blood. The wolf beast howled in agony. With a single strike, Qin Feng had rendered one of its eyes useless. The remainder of the encounter unfolded with relative ease. In 3 minutes, Qin Feng successfully defeated the wolf beast, gasping for breath as he adjusted his breathing. Slaying ferocious beasts was indeed a laborious endeavor. Those few minutes felt more exhausting than running 20 kilometers. Congratulations to the host for the first slaying of a second-tier beast, the gray wolf. Reward, 3 vitality points. The lifeless body of the gray wolf suddenly became ethereal, transforming into a multitude of red star-like points that coalesced into a radiant stream, merging into Qin Feng's body. He felt a surge of pure vitality energy coursing through him, radiating warmth. He examined the attribute panel provided by the system. Realm, second-tier non-martial artist. Vitality value, 6012. Mental power, 601. Martial arts proficiency, fist techniques minor completion, 55. Sword techniques minor completion, 22. Gun techniques minor completion, 25. Martial arts talent, none. Martial arts physique, none. Chaos Tower progress, first level, first challenge. His vitality value had indeed increased. Qin Feng was overwhelmed with joy. The third high school boasted 10,000 martial science students, with approximately 3,000 in the senior year. The average vitality value among senior martial science students was 49 points. Attaining 60 points would place one in the top 300 of the grade, marking the threshold for admission to a prestigious martial arts university. A score of 70 would secure a position in the top 50. 80 would place one in the top 10. Having slain merely one second-tier gray wolf, he had directly earned 3 vitality points. If he were to defeat all 10 ferocious beasts, wouldn't he gain 30 vitality points, reaching a total of 87? Qin Feng's mind was awash with astonishment. He even sensed that the increase would exceed 30 points upon slaying all 10 beasts. Notably, the prompt indicated it was the first kill of a second-tier beast, suggesting that rewards for defeating stronger beasts would likely be even greater. He recalled the tier-ascended tiger-like beast he had seen earlier. How many vitality points would he earn for slaying it? Qin Feng's anticipation soared. He sat down to meditate for 10 minutes, then returned to the valley to confront the second beast, a horned bull with 65 vitality. 7 to 8 minutes later, He successfully dispatched the Horned Bull. Congratulations to the host for the first slaying of a second-tier beast, the Horned Bull. Reward, 3 vitality points. After slaying 2 beasts and facing off against them for the first time, Qin Feng felt his vitality and energy deplete significantly, leaving him somewhat fatigued. He settled on the ground, initiating the degrade breathing technique taught at his school to slowly restore his energy. Approximately half an hour later, Qin Feng's energy was nearly replenished. He then lured out the third beast, a black-backed pig with 69 vitality, and killed it, once again earning 3 vitality points. Thus, time passed quietly for over 2 hours. It was now past 9 p.m. Although Qin Feng felt physically drained, his spirit was remarkably invigorated. In these 3 hours, he had slain 3 second-tier beasts, garnering 9 points from the first kill rewards. His vitality value had successfully risen to 6615. Once he had fully restored his energy through meditation and returned to the valley where the remaining beasts congregated, he discovered a predicament. There were still 7 beasts remaining, 3 with over 70 vitality, 2 exceeding 80, 1 with 90, and another that had ascended. Among them, the 3 beasts with 70 vitality were now clustered together. Isolating one from the group seemed nearly impossible. The remaining 4 were too powerful. Facing them would likely yield no chance of victory. Frustrated, Qin Feng opted to wait. After an hour of anticipation, the trio of Tier 3 beasts showed no signs of separation. It appeared they had formed a tight-knit group. He decided to attempt luring the lone Tier 4 blood horse. Qin Feng skillfully coaxed the 83 vitality blood horse from the other side. However, as it charged at high speed, he was caught off guard and was sent flying several meters, his ribs shattered. Damn, that hurt. Was this the speed of a Tier 4 beast? Exceedingly swift. In the next instant, the scene shifted, and Qin Feng's figure was once again transported back to the grand hall of the first layer of the Chaos Tower. He ran his hands over his entire body, and everything felt as it should. Remarkably, there wasn't a single mark of injury to be found. Incredible, isn't it? A notification chimed. Regrettably, this challenge has ended in failure. Qin Feng, his expression calm, smiled and declared, I wish to challenge once more. The reason for his words was to test whether the trials of the Chaos Tower would reset each time, akin to a game. If so, wouldn't it be possible to exploit a glitch and repeatedly vanquish those 3 formidable beasts from the previous stage? Gentle reminder, due to the host's recent challenge failure, a cooldown period is now in effect. Cooldown duration, 10 minutes. A cooldown? 10 minutes. Acceptable, I can wait. Thus, Qin Feng sat cross-legged in the grand hall, recuperating his physical state. 10 minutes later, Chaos Tower, I wish to challenge level 1, stage 1 again. No sooner had the words left his lips than the grand hall transformed once more. The familiar valley appeared before him, along with the 10 ferocious beasts he recognized. Chaos Tower, Level 1, Stage 1, Challenge initiated. Challenge objective, eliminate 10 ferocious beasts. It really has reset. Qin Feng rejoiced. He skillfully drew out the first ferocious beast, the Grey Wolf. This time, he dispatched it in merely 1 minute. System, grant me substantial points. Chapter 3, Spirit of the Artifact, Tai Yuan. Disable its leg. Come on, system, bestow upon me abundant points. Qin Feng urged internally. The prompt sounded as expected. Congratulations, host, for slaying the 2-stage ferocious beast, Grey Wolf. Reward, 0.3 vitality points. Mid-laughter, Qin Feng's mirth abruptly halted. 0.3? Isn't that merely 3 points? Qin Feng scrutinized the notification. I see. He understood. This time, the notification indicated it was no longer a first kill. The initial kill granted 3 points, but subsequent kills only yielded 0.3, or would it gradually decrease? Qin Feng stroked his chin contemplatively. Regardless, 0.3 is still 0.3. Even a mosquito is meat. Combined, that amounts to 0.9. Reflecting on his past month of arduous training, where he had only managed to increase his vitality by a single point, what more could he desire? Moreover, as long as he could improve, he would eventually slay those 7 beasts, earn all the first kill rewards, and advance to the next stage. Qin Feng had not forgotten that the system also mentioned additional rewards for clearing each level, with the experience of his first encounter and boosted vitality enhancing his strength. This time, Qin Feng successfully eliminated the 3 2-stage ferocious beasts in approximately 1 hour. Vitality increased by 0.9. This time, he chose not to provoke the 4-stage blood horse, opting instead for the trio of 3-stage beasts huddled together. The outcome was similarly dismal. Once again, the challenge ended in failure, and Qin Feng was transported back to the Grand Hall. Challenge entering cooldown duration, 20 minutes. The cooldown period had lengthened. Qin Feng understood this and settled into meditation. Within the confines of the Chaos Tower, a consciousness was gradually awakening as Qin Feng continued to challenge and slay the beasts. It was a small girl resembling an ethereal sprite. She emanated an aura identical to that of the Chaos Tower itself. Tai Yuan, the spirit of the Chaos Tower. I can't believe I have slumbered for tens of thousands of epochs. During my slumber, the Chaos Tower chose such a youth? Tai Yuan directed her gaze to a certain spot, as if penetrating layers of concealment, and beheld Qin Feng preparing in the grand hall of the Chaos Tower. This human child is rather feeble, she thought, slightly astonished, yet she dismissed it. Since the Chaos Tower had chosen Qin Feng as its master, until his demise, he would be regarded as the master of the Chaos Tower. During this time, she could not harm him by any means. However, in Tai Yuan's eyes, Qin Feng appeared rather unremarkable. She doubted he would last long. She began to understand the current world. Blue Star, a world of martial prowess? What is this? After observing for several minutes, Tai Yuan realized that this place was not the ancient era and realm she once inhabited. It was a new world of different time and space. Quite backward, she concluded. As the moon set and the sun rose, dawn arrived. Qin Feng made his way to school. Oh, the sun has risen in the west. Today, Qin Feng did not run to school. He actually took a taxi. I suspected he had given up. Yesterday afternoon, he had ceased running before 6 o'clock and left school. Qin Feng paid no heed to his classmates' astonishment, walking into the school with an unfazed demeanor. Throughout the night, for over 10 hours, he had been engaged in battle within the first level of the Chaos Tower. And although his vitality was continuously rising, the exhaustion in both body and spirit was also accumulating. In simple terms, Qin Feng was on the verge of collapse. Thus, he opted not to run today, but to take a taxi. Of course, the rewards from last night were substantial. He had challenged the Chaos Tower 5 times. Aside from the first attempt, which netted him 9 vitality points, the subsequent 4 attempts yielded 0.9 points each before he failed. The rewards did not diminish. Each subsequent beast slain granted only a tenth of the first kill's reward. Thanks to this, Qin Feng's vitality had now reached 6,975. Enough to place him among the top 60 in his grade. Yesterday he ranked 422. Today, he could break into the top 60. Surely the school would award him the best progress prize? Qin Feng mused humorously. If it weren't for the need to attend school for cultural knowledge, he would have preferred not to come today. Fortunately, he could catch up on sleep during class. Entering the classroom of grade 3-7, he seated himself at the back by the window, a place reminiscent of a king's homeland. The teacher had yet to arrive, and Qin Feng had already laid his head down on the desk, slipping into a sleep reminiscent of an infant's. Youth is a blessing. He could fall asleep at the drop of a hat. Nearby, his classmates began to tease, wondering what had happened to Qin Feng these past few days. He had given up running, taken a taxi to school, and during class, rather than diligently taking notes, he simply dozed off. How strange. Is this the Qin Feng I know? Little do they realize, Qin Feng had come to a realization. Given his lack of talent, hard work was futile. He might as well relax and enjoy life. Wasn't that delightful? Time passed swiftly, and 2 classes concluded. Although the teacher had noticed Qin Feng sleeping, no further comment was made. For 2.5 years, Qin Feng had maintained his running regimen, and his self-discipline had become the talk of the entire 3rd middle school. In the eyes of his teachers, he was synonymous with diligence. He had been cited multiple times as an example to educate other lazy students. Simultaneously, these teachers felt both sympathy and regret for a student who, despite lacking aptitude, exerted such effort. During the recess, the hallway became lively. The class flower of the genius class, the school beauty of 3rd middle school, the top martial arts student, Bai Qingning, passed by the door of class 7, instantly attracting the attention of countless onlookers. The boy's expressions were complex: admiration, adoration, obsession, yearning. The girls couldn't help but glance over, a few snorting disdainfully. A significant portion of the onlookers displayed expressions of admiration and infatuation. Bai Qingning cast a fleeting glance into the classroom of class 7. Her demeanor unperturbed, and without pausing, she departed. 10 minutes later, a young girl with double ponytails and a slightly round face rushed to the entrance of class 7, shouting, "Qin Feng, where are you? Come out." Awakened by the commotion, Qin Feng rubbed his eyes and looked up. Han Xiaoya? Before he could react, a boy with a buzz cut beside him promptly pulled Qin Feng to his feet and shoved him towards the door. "Fengzi, you rascal." Han Xiaoya from class 2, ranked 7th in the year for vitality, an 84 vitality genius lowly, is looking for you? Seize this opportunity, Fengzi. Su Tsung chuckled softly, a knowing expression gracing his face. Qin Feng felt somewhat bewildered. What was going on? He had never interacted with Han Xiaoya at all. Following her out of the teaching building, they arrived at a secluded flower bed. There, Han Xiaoya, with her pert little backside raised, leaned over, rummaging through the flower bed for something. Qin Feng cast a casual glance and felt a surge of warmth. Ah, spring had arrived. The flowers in the flower bed were in full bloom. The peonies were exceptionally white and round. Found it! Han Xiaoya exclaimed excitedly, holding out a white medicine bottle to Qin Feng. Here, Qin Feng. Someone asked me to give this to you. She scrutinized him from head to toe, noting his vitality at 57 points, and remarked, "Aside from your handsome looks and slightly better academic performance, you don't seem particularly remarkable. I really don't understand." Han Xiaoya paused, her eyes betraying a hint of confusion, and continued, "I truly don't know why someone would be foolish enough to want to help you. I hope you won't disappoint her." Qin Feng, not feeling the slightest bit offended, recognized that Han Xiaoya meant no harm. She was merely too innocent and spoke only the truth. He accepted the white bottle and glanced inside. It contained 10 vitality pills, each valued at 5,000 yuan, which, when consumed in conjunction with training, could slightly enhance one's vitality. The increase would be minimal. Consuming all 10 and practicing diligently for a month would likely yield just a 2-point improvement. Someone entrusted this to me. Who wishes to assist me? Qin Feng pondered. Such generosity was not characteristic of an ordinary person. After half a minute of contemplation, he still couldn't deduce who might be aiding him. He directly inquired of Han Xiaoya. Who is it? The identity is not important. The medicine has been delivered, and I must take my leave. With that, Han Xiaoya turned and dashed away, leaving only the sight of her gently swaying pale pink ponytails in her wake. Qin Feng regarded the medicine bottle, scratching his head in confusion. Is there a mandatory acceptance of gifts? Han Xiaoya returned to the teaching building, weaving through the corridor where the genius classes of 1, 2, and 3 were located. She approached Bai Qingming and whispered in her ear, Sister Qingming, I have delivered the medicine bottle to him. He asked who sent it, but I didn't disclose it. With the task accomplished, she extended her hand expectantly. Bai Qingming handed her a notebook. Han Xiaoya perused it briefly, her face lighting up with joy. With this cultivation guide, I'm confident I can elevate my sword technique to mastery in a month. By the way, Sister Qingming, why do you go to such lengths for someone of his mediocre talent? There are so many gifted boys in school, yet you've never paid them any mind. Han Xiaoya asked curiously. Bai Qingming replied softly, he has helped me. Qin Feng assisted Bai Qingming. Han Xiaoya was taken aback. One was an ordinary individual of average talent, while the other was a stunning and gifted heiress. It seemed utterly implausible. Han Xiaoya's curiosity ignited. Regrettably, Bai Qingming was unwilling to elaborate further, leaving Han Xiaoya itching for more details. Young Master Jiang, important news. A subordinate approached Jiang Lan, whispering urgently. Is this true? Jiang Lan's expression turned to one of astonishment. Bai Qingming actually entrusted Han Xiaoya to deliver pills to Qin Feng? Could it be that she truly harbored feelings for him? Damn it. I have pursued her for so long, yet she has ignored me. Little did I know she was associating with that worthless Qin Feng behind my back. Maintaining a facade of superiority in public while being promiscuous in private, is it? Jiang Lan seethed with rage. However, Bai Qingming's background made him cautious, forcing him to channel all his fury toward Qin Feng. You lot, after school this afternoon, block both school gates and bring that Qin Feng to the alley. He fancies running, doesn't he? Let's see how he runs after we cripple one of his legs. Jiang Lan stated coldly. Understood, young Master Jiang. Chapter 4, A Frenzied Surge. Teaching Qin Feng a lesson? After acquiring the pills, Qin Feng returned to class and attended the last cultural lesson. The afternoon typically consisted of martial arts theory and practical training, but he decided to take a leave of absence. Departing from school, he returned home for a much-needed nap. By the time school ended, Jiang Lan, resembling a desperate suitor, clung to Bai Qingming, inviting her to dinner. Bai Qingming, disinterested, flatly refused. Yet, Jiang Lan was relentless, persistently pursuing her, as if determined to keep her occupied. At the south and north entrances of the third middle school, Jiang Lan's subordinates squatted nearby, meticulously scanning each departing student. However, over an hour passed, and nearly all the students had left without a sight of Qin Feng. In the alley, Jiang Lan and his lackeys huddled together once more. What is going on? Where is he? Jiang Lan demanded. A subordinate timidly responded, I don't know, young Master Jiang. I didn't dare blink. I watched for a full hour and didn't see that guy? An hour without blinking? Are you a damn goldfish or something? Jiang Lan retorted, exasperated. Another subordinate glanced at his phone, then exclaimed in bewilderment, Young Master Jiang, I heard Qin Feng took a leave of absence. He left school at noon. Jiang Lan was dumbfounded. Did this mean their efforts had been in vain? Count him lucky. Let us come back tomorrow to confront him. Upon returning home, Qin Feng awoke feeling invigorated. In the first level of the Chaos Tower, within the Grand Hall, he declared, Today, I shall advance further. With confidence, he aimed to secure his first kill reward. As he faced repeated challenges, the cooldown period continued to extend. The first failure resulted in a 10-minute cooldown, the second in 20 minutes, and the third in 40 minutes. After 5 failures, another misstep would likely lead to a 320-minute cooldown. The system indicated that this cooldown was meant to ensure proper rest. Although death within the Chaos Tower was not permanent, the experience was undeniably real. The pain of severe injury and death was palpable. Frequent encounters with death exerted significant pressure on Qin Feng's mind and body, hence the necessity for cooldown periods. Commence the challenge. Qin Feng called out, and the scene shifted instantaneously. This time, he refrained from hastily attacking the ferocious beasts and instead began searching within the valley. Soon, a weapon materialized in his hands, a crude stone axe fashioned from a wooden stick, vines, and stones. To hone one's craft, one must first sharpen their tools. The youth, albeit possessing limited strength, exhibits a commendable spirit. Over the past few days, every time Qin Feng undertakes a challenge in the Chaos Tower, the spirit of the artifact, Tai Yuan, observes him. For her, it is a respite from the tedium of her existence. As an incomplete spirit, her capabilities are rather restricted. Whether it is to regain her full form or to obtain a physical body to traverse the real world, she can solely rely on Qin Feng for the time being. Of course, this is contingent upon Qin Feng's strength. Otherwise, he would be unable to reach her level. Presently, the spirit of Tai Yuan fervently hopes that Qin Feng can swiftly conquer the 7th level of the Chaos Tower, as this would allow her to truly claim him as her master and finally appear before him, providing companionship after eons of slumber and solitude. Having lain dormant for tens of thousands of epochs, spanning billions of years, Tai Yuan is exceedingly weary of monotony. Yet, she estimates that for Qin Feng to surmount the 7th level, it will likely take him over a year. The challenges posed by the Chaos Tower are far from simple. However, a year is but a fleeting moment in her extensive lifespan. With a stone axe in hand, Qin Feng ventures into the lair of ferocious beasts at the valley's base. This time, he does not first engage the weakest gray wolf but instead fixates on a 3-segment beast, the 72 health point Great Rooster. This is a novel strategy that Qin Feng has devised today. He has discerned that after slaying 3 2-segment beasts, the 3 3-segment beasts tend to group together. Thus, today he resolves to confront the 3-segment beasts directly. Indeed, he successfully lures the Great Rooster away. With his 69 health points, adept maneuvers, and the assistance of his stone axe, he quickly dispatches the Great Rooster. Congratulations, host, for your first kill of the 3-segment beast Great Rooster, earning you 4 health points. Success. 4 health points, haha. With the stone axe's aid, Qin Feng's consumption of health and energy is minimal, and after a brief meditation of 10 minutes, he restores his vitality. He swiftly returns to eliminate the 2nd and 3rd beasts. An hour and a half later, all 3 3-segment beasts lie slain at his feet. The first kill reward grants him an additional 12 health points. His health has reached an extraordinary level. Health points, 8,176. This is on par with the top 10 students of the 3rd year. Qin Feng, elated, wipes the sweat from his brow and returns to the valley floor. As he anticipated, the remaining 3 2-segment beasts have formed a group. It seems that once 3 beasts are defeated, the weakest 3 will band together. Nevertheless, times have changed. A subtle smile graces Qin Feng's lips. Ignoring the 3 2-segment beasts, he sets his gaze upon a solitary 4-segment beast, the 83 health point Blood Horse. This is his chance for revenge against the creature that previously bested him. With renewed confidence from his health boost, he skillfully lures the Blood Horse away. With his health significantly enhanced, his speed surges. Previously slower than the Blood Horse, he now deftly evades its charges. After a fierce battle lasting about 15 minutes, the Blood Horse, bloodied and battered, collapses, convulses briefly, and lies still. Congratulations, host, for your first kill of the 4-segment beast Blood Horse, earning you 5 health points. Haha, exhilarating. The health rewards invigorate Qin Feng, who was initially a bit fatigued. After half an hour of resting to fully restore his energy, he rises. Brimming with combat fervor, bring it on. 15 minutes later, another 4-segment beast with 86 health points falls to his might. Another 5 health points are gained. Qin Feng's health points surged to 9,176. It is said that the top student of the 3rd year, Bai Qingning, possesses merely 93 points. I am only 124 health points shy of her, and I am merely 824 health points away from becoming a martial artist. Upon returning to the lair of ferocious beasts, Qin Feng discovers that of the remaining 5 beasts, aside from one evolved tiger-type beast, the other 4 have grouped together. One is a 94 health point golden-backed mantis, accompanied by 3 2-segment beasts with around 60 health points each. Qin Feng feels no trepidation. This encounter is already a tremendous gain. Even if he fails, he can accept the outcome with equanimity. After all, time is abundant. If one attempt fails, there will be 3. If 3 fail, there will be 10. Qin Feng successfully lures all 4 beasts out. He dodges the assaults of the 5-segment golden-backed mantis while first dealing with the 3 2-segment beasts. Just as he triumphantly slays the final 2-segment beast, the mantis's blade grazes his back. Leaving the Chaos Tower, Qin Feng consumes a health recovery pill and practices the degrade body refinement technique taught at school. After 320 minutes, at 11 p.m., his figure reappears on the first level of the Chaos Tower, ready for battle. This time, he first slays the 5-segment golden-backed mantis, earning 6 health points as a first kill reward. He then takes down the 4-segment Blood Horse and the 4-segment Wind Wolf, only to be ultimately overwhelmed by a first-tier 2-segment Blood-Eyed Tiger. He must wait 640 minutes, or over 10 hours, for his cooldown to expire, until he can re-enter tomorrow at noon. After Qin Feng departs, the spirit Tai Yuan retracts her gaze. This boy's resolve to grow stronger is indeed commendable. To aspire to greatness, such determination is indispensable. The following day, Qin Feng dutifully attends school for his cultural classes. Last night, he took advantage of the cooldown period to rest well. Thus, today he resumes his routine of running to school, training while acclimating to his newly enhanced health. Now, with his health increased from 57 to 98 points, his running speed has significantly improved. I could probably effortlessly run 80 kilometers in one go now. At the school gate, a male student makes a phone call. Jiang Xiao, I've spotted Qin Feng. He has come to school today? Throughout the morning, Qin Feng attentively listens in class, which serves as a different form of relaxation. Beside him, Sutsung cannot help but praise. This guy Qin Feng, after a day of slacking, is back to his top student mode. At noon, as classes conclude, Zhang drags by Qingming as usual, instructing his lackeys to guard the two main entrances. Today, they are determined to teach Qin Feng a lesson. At the school gate, a boy clad in leather and adorned with ear studs shouts, "Qin Feng, stop!" Several boys quickly encircle Qin Feng, whispering a few words. Qin Feng follows them away from the school entrance to a nearby alley with few passersby. 7 or 8 boys encircle him. "You have the audacity to come here instead of running away." The ear-studded boy grins slyly, speaking leisurely, as if Qin Feng is now easily manageable. "To be honest, we bear no grudge against you. However, you shouldn't provoke the illustrious by the Chihuahua. She is not someone of your ordinary stature who can approach. Today, we are ordered to cripple one of your legs as a lesson. If you cooperate, you will suffer less pain. With today's medical standards, a month in the hospital will have you back on your feet. I hope you make the wise choice." Chapter 5. Don't come any closer. The reason Qin Feng chose to follow them was due to concern about attracting undue attention at the school gate. He recognizes these individuals. They are lackeys of Zhang, the young master of the Zhang family, and their health points hover around 60. The most formidable among them, the one with the earring, possessed merely 67 points of vitality. In contrast, Zhang appeared to be one of the top 10 prodigies in their grade. Beyond that, Qin Feng knew little else. Previously, he had devoted himself entirely to running and theoretical studies, showing little interest in such matters. Upon hearing the words of the earring-clad youth, Qin Feng's expression turned somewhat frigid. To think that because he had provoked the illustrious by school beauty, they sought to cripple him? Such a heavy-handed response. While it may seem trivial, hospitalization for a month could remedy the situation. The financial burden of medical expenses was no small matter. Moreover, with only 3 months remaining until the college entrance examination, a month of hospitalization would have dire consequences. What left Qin Feng utterly speechless was that he had not provoked the by school beauty at all. It was simply absurd. Having previously possessed an average talent, he had focused solely on running to activate his system, leaving him with no inclination to pursue romantic entanglements. He had heard of Bai Qingning, a celestial beauty with unparalleled martial arts talent and a formidable family background. As an ordinary individual, Qin Feng would not be foolish enough to play the role of a sycophant. Since they intended to cripple him, they must have been prepared for the consequences. He murmured softly. The earring-clad youth, unable to hear clearly, waved his hand dismissively. "Go." The remaining 6 rushed forward, intending to subdue Qin Feng. With a smile on his face, the earring-clad youth envisioned the reward he would soon claim from Zhang, feeling quite pleased with himself. However, as he became lost in reverie, the scene before him shattered his calm. His pupils dilated in disbelief, and his mouth fell agape. Contrary to his expectations, Qin Feng had not been subdued. Instead, all 6 of his companions lay sprawled on the ground, clutching their legs and howling in pain. Meanwhile, the instigator, Qin Feng, stood there with an expression of indifference, as if nothing had transpired. How could this be possible? 6 elites with 60 points of vitality, ranked among the top 300, were simultaneously bested by a student with only 57 points? Moreover, even the earring-clad youth himself had barely perceived Qin Feng's movements. In a matter of mere seconds, his companions had been incapacitated. He was, after all, a genius with 67 vitality points and ranked 91st in his grade. As he watched Qin Feng approach him with a smile, the earring-clad youth swallowed hard and instinctively retreated. "Don't come any closer." The cries of anguish reverberated through the narrow alley. "You sought to cripple me. Now I have done the same to you." "Fair is fair," Qin Feng declared, clapping his hands and departing leisurely. His gaze sharpened as he thought, "Zhang, is it? It seems I must learn more about this Zhang family." On her way home, Han Xiaoya scrolled through the school forum and discovered that Qin Feng had been taken away. She immediately called Bai Qingning. As soon as the call connected, she spoke with urgency. "Qingning, something terrible has happened. I just heard that 7 or 8 people have taken Qin Feng. They seem to be associated with Zhang. They might be planning something against him." Beep, beep, beep. Han Xiaoya glanced at her phone. The call had been disconnected. At the school gate, Bai Qingning had just prepared to get into her car when she received Han Xiaoya's call. Within 3 seconds, her expression shifted dramatically. Hanging up, she raced toward the nearby alley. "Hey, miss, where are you going?" The driver of the Bai family, bewildered, quickly parked and followed her closely. Bai Qingning sprinted forth, her eyes filled with concern. She hoped to arrive in time. Although she harbored feelings for Qin Feng, she understood that her status meant every action and word would draw the attention of the entire school. Thus, she had always maintained a distance from him in public, never revealing her affection. She was acutely aware that should she express her feelings for him, a series of troubles would inevitably ensue. Moreover, for an ordinary individual like him with only 57 points of vitality, the troubles would be considerable. Had she inadvertently exposed her feelings? Was it because of the medicine she delivered yesterday? Had someone been watching? A wave of self-reproach washed over Bai Qingning. The day before, She had passed by Class 7 and noticed Qin Feng sleeping. She had heard others mention that he was taking a taxi to school instead of running, leading her to believe he had given up and was wallowing in despair. Thus, with the intention of encouragement, she had asked Han Xiaoya to deliver a pill to Qin Feng, hoping he would persevere and raise his vitality above 60 points within 3 months to successfully gain admission to the martial arts university, ensuring he would not abandon the path of martial arts. Little did she know that this act would lead to misfortune for him. Jiang Lan. Bai Qingning bit her lip in frustration. No wonder he had been so persistent with me earlier. It was all part of a scheme against Qin Feng. She dashed toward the alley, fully intent on making Jiang Lan pay a price if anything happened to Qin Feng. She was well aware of Qin Feng's abilities. While 57 points of vitality was not particularly weak, it was merely average. The lackeys under Jiang Lan, however, boasted vitality around 60 points. The extent of Qin Feng's injuries would largely depend on Jiang Lan's orders. With a heart full of trepidation, Bai Qingning burst into the alley. Yet, the sight that greeted her left her utterly dumbfounded. There was no grievously injured Qin Feng, only 7 unfortunate souls leaning on each other for support. Bai Qingning furrowed her brow. She recognized these individuals as Jiang Lan's men. Where was Qin Feng? Had someone rescued him? Coldly, Bai Qingning inquired, "Where is Qin Feng?" Now that the situation was exposed, there was no need to maintain distance any longer. The earring-clad youth, lowering his head, hesitated. "Not speaking? Then you can forget about that remaining leg." Bai Qingning's voice was as frigid as ice. The earring-clad youth was taken aback. He had never seen Bai Qingning display such an expression. She had always been composed and unflappable. Yet today, she had rushed over for Qin Feng and even appeared furious. It seemed there was indeed something between them. In a meek tone, the earring-clad youth said, I'll tell you, please don't be angry. Miss Bai?" He recounted the events in detail. As Bai Qingning listened, her expression shifted once more. "You mean to say that Qin Feng single-handedly defeated all 7 of you?" "Yes." The earring-clad youth reluctantly nodded, though visibly displeased. Bai Qingning's gaze sharpened, her demeanor returning to its usual tranquility, yet the astonishment within her eyes was unmistakable. Upon confirming that Qin Feng was unharmed, Bai Qingning did not linger. She turned to leave, warning, "Do not let me hear that you trouble Qin Feng again, or else." "Oh, right, you can't defeat him, so it's no longer an issue." Her chilling words pierced the hearts of the earring-clad youth and his companions like a dagger. Chapter 6, Breakthrough. He must be hiding his true strength. "Miss, are you all right?" The pursuing driver inquired with concern. He had never seen his young mistress so flustered and anxious. The driver glanced into the alley, observing several young men in a pitiful state, each having suffered a leg injury, leaving him perplexed. "I'm fine. Let us go, Uncle Li," Bai Qingning replied, gliding away without a desire to elaborate. On the other side, Qin Feng had returned home. The cooldown had finally ended. Upon hearing the notification sound, Qin Feng's consciousness immediately entered the Chaos Tower. At present, aside from the first-tier, second-level blood-eyed tiger, he had secured the first kill of all other ferocious beasts. Once he could eliminate this blood-eyed tiger, he would clear the first level. Today, Qin Feng had just discovered the reward for clearing the first level, a divine ability known as Veil of Heaven and Sun. This ability could conceal all forms of detection and unveil the true strength of any creature. It was indeed a remarkable asset. He was acutely aware that as he continued to reveal his burgeoning power to the public, it would undoubtedly attract significant attention. This divine ability would help to mitigate a great deal of trouble. It was something he could do without, yet could not afford to be without. Additionally, this ability would allow him to perceive the strength of others, enabling him to determine whom he could defeat and whom he should avoid. Quite advantageous, indeed. He began his challenge. The scene shifted, and Qin Feng found himself once again in the first level, the Valley of Ferocious Beasts. Since the remaining ferocious beasts would gradually band together upon the death of their comrades, it was most prudent to prioritize the blood-eyed tiger. However, should he fail, this venture would be in vain, necessitating a lengthy cooldown period. The next cooldown would likely stretch over 21 hours. Qin Feng gazed at the blood-eyed tiger, then at his own status panel, noting that his vitality had reached 9805. It was apparent that with his current strength, relying solely on this rudimentary stone axe would likely render him no match for the blood-eyed tiger. He resolved to first eliminate the 5-tier, 4-tier, and 3-tier ferocious beasts. At the very least, this would yield 2 or 3 points of vitality, allowing him to reach a total of 100 vitality and meet the criteria for breaking through as a martial artist. After achieving the breakthrough, he would then attempt to confront the blood-eyed tiger. Having formulated a strategy, Qin Feng set his plan into motion. This was already his 8th challenge, and he was quite adept at it. In less than 2 hours, Qin Feng had systematically slain the 5-tier golden-backed mantis, 4-tier blood horse, 4-tier wind wolf, and 3-tier ferocious beasts, accumulating a total of 28 vitality points. At last, his vitality had reached the full 100 points. He was ready to break through. However, he entered the Chaos Tower in a manner akin to the separation of his primordial spirit, rather than with his physical body, which remained seated in his room. To achieve a breakthrough, He must return to reality. Nevertheless, Qin Feng did not waste any opportunity. Each one was invaluable. He charged towards the remaining ferocious beasts with determination. His objective was clear. First, to eliminate the 3 two-tiered lesser ferocious beasts, and then to focus entirely on the blood-eyed tiger. With 100 vitality, his physical strength had significantly increased. In just one encounter, he dispatched the gray wolf with a single axe strike. 2 more strikes took down the remaining 2 ferocious beasts. Now, only the blood-eyed tiger remained. First tier, second level. With a vitality of 140 points, it was a formidable adversary. Qin Feng steeled his focus. Alas, the disparity in strength was vast, compounded by the absence of a suitable weapon. After 2 minutes of struggle, leaving 2 wounds on the blood-eyed tiger, Qin Feng was ultimately defeated and sent away. Upon returning to the main hall, he checked the cooldown time, 1,280 minutes, or 21 hours and 20 minutes. He would have to return tomorrow. Qin Feng remained undeterred. He understood well that once he broke through as a martial artist and further enhanced his physique, he could eventually vanquish the blood-eyed tiger. With a mental shift, the Qin Feng in reality slowly opened his eyes. He commenced his breakthrough. The crux of breaking through to become a martial artist lay in opening the meridians within his body using genuine energy. An ordinary person possesses only 27 meridians, while a martial artist has as many as 108. The 81 additional meridians within an ordinary person are usually coiled and blocked. To become a martial artist, one must continually develop these meridians. The greater the number of meridians opened, the faster the flow of genuine energy, and the more convenient it becomes for absorption, recovery, storage, and explosive release. He needed to open just 3 meridians to break through to the first-tier martial artist level. He decided to target 3 relatively simple meridians that were only lightly blocked. Qin Feng consumed a blood energy pill and sat cross-legged. He focused his mind and began to draw the genuine energy into the blocked, coiled, and unused meridians within his body. After several minutes, the first meridian was successfully opened. Once dry and parched, the meridian became full and plump after absorbing Qin Feng's genuine energy. Half an hour later, the second meridian was opened. Qin Feng consumed another blood energy pill and continued his efforts. An hour later, the third meridian was successfully opened. With 3 meridians opened, Qin Feng felt his genuine energy surging within him, and his physical strength had increased by approximately 20%. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he glanced at his status panel. Realm, first tier, first level, meridian opening period. Vitality, 10,112. Mental power, 6,005. Martial arts skills, minor accomplishment in fist technique, 56. Minor accomplishment in blade technique, 24. Minor accomplishment in spear technique, 26. Martial talent, none. Martial physique, none. Chaos Tower progress, first level, first stage. The martial arts realms of Blue Star are classified from 1 to 9. The first tier martial artist realm, second tier martial master realm, and third tier martial general realm. Followed by martial strategist, martial king, martial sovereign, martial emperor, martial deity. Concurrently, each tier is referred to based on its primary cultivation focus, known as the first tier meridian opening period, second tier bone quenching period, and third tier blood refining period. Presently, Qin Feng was a first tier martial artist in the meridian opening period. Looking at the panel, he felt a surge of joy and profound emotion. Just 2 days prior, he had merely been an ordinary person with 57 vitality, struggling to reach even 60. Yet now, in the span of a mere 2 days, he had transformed into a genuine martial artist. Such speed, if recounted, would be hard for many to believe, wouldn't it? Am I not now the top martial science student at 3rd Middle School? Tomorrow morning marks the selection test for the Jiang Province Genius Training Camp. It would surely bring a delightful surprise to 3rd Middle School. At Jiangxing People's Hospital, after listening to his subordinate's report, Jiang Lan wore an expression of disbelief. You mean to say that Qin Feng, that big fool, managed to beat all 7 of you like this? Indeed, young Master Jiang. The earring-clad Lu Chong lowered his head, speaking weakly. That guy must be hiding his strength. I suspect he has at least 70 vitality. Jiang Lan's face turned cold. 70 vitality. That's the level of the top 50 in the grade. Humph. This big fool, Qin Feng, has indeed concealed himself quite deeply. After hiding for so long, is he akin to a turtle? Though it was difficult to accept, Jiang Lan chose to believe his subordinates. Whether it was true or not would become apparent in tomorrow's test. He speculated that Qin Feng had concealed his strength for so long in order to astonish everyone during the test, relishing in their astonishment and flattery. How laughable. What good is 70 vitality? There are only 9 slots for the special training camp at 3rd Middle School. To gain entry, a minimum of 82 vitality is required. Jiang Lan scoffed internally. His own vitality was 83, placing him 8th in 3rd Middle School, fully qualifying him for the Jiang Province Genius Training Camp. Jiang Lan was brimming with anticipation, eager to witness the moment when Qin Feng would finally unveil the hidden vitality he had concealed for so long during tomorrow's test, leading to his inevitable exclusion from the elite training camp and a disheartening collapse of his resolve. The following day, The gymnasium of Third High School was a veritable sea of humanity, filled with the entire cohort of senior martial arts students, all eagerly awaiting the day's assessments, which would determine the coveted spots in Jiang Province's Genius Training Camp. Even first and second year students flocked to the event, drawn by the allure of excitement. Principal Zhang Songlin was present, accompanied by all the teachers of the senior year, and an official from the city's education department had also been dispatched to oversee the proceedings. The supervisor, an old acquaintance of Principal Zhang, engaged in casual conversation before the tests commenced. "Oldly, I didn't expect to see you here as the supervisor," Zhang Principal remarked with a chuckle. "Haha. I was equally pleased upon reviewing the allocation plan," Li Yongkong responded, jovially. "Old Zhang, it's been ages since we had a proper drink together. Let us indulge in a couple of glasses after the tests, shall we?" He leaned closer to Zhang Songlin and whispered, "I've heard that this year's Genius Training Camp boasts exceptional quality. A commander from the Jiang Province Demon Suppression Army is serving as an instructor, and the rewards have significantly increased. Securing a place in the camp before the college entrance examination would undoubtedly enhance one's prospects greatly." Zhang Songlin's eyes sparkled with interest. Each year, provinces host genius training camps to gather the finest talents, fostering an environment of competition and improvement, ultimately elevating the overall performance in the college entrance examination. The underlying motive is the fierce competition for resources. Without them, one can hardly advance in the martial arts realm. The same holds true for schools. If students achieve remarkable results in the training camp and the entrance examination, the entire institution stands to benefit. Li Yongkong continued, "Thus, the competition for this year's training camp is particularly intense. Upon my arrival, it was stated that our school has only 8 spots this year." Principal Zhang's brow furrowed in frustration. "In previous years, we had 9. Why has that number decreased? With a total of 122 martial arts students in the senior year, competing for a mere 8 spots seemed excessively harsh." Li Yongkong shrugged helplessly. "I'm not sure either." Zhang Songlin let out a soft grunt. He understood that this was beyond Li Yongkong's control. Today, that girl from the Bai family would also be participating in the test. Once she entered the training camp, she would surely demonstrate to those old-timers just how formidable the talents from Third High School truly are. Li Yongkong smiled knowingly, aware that Bai Qingning, the daughter of the Bai family, was indeed a senior at Third High School this year, and she possessed remarkable abilities. She would likely rank among the top 20 in the training camp. After a brief exchange, Principal Zhang signaled for the test to commence. The gymnasium was divided into 30 zones, each equipped with a vitality and combat power testing device. One by one, the senior students took their turns under the guidance of the staff. In Class 6, Li He recorded a vitality score of 555 and a combat power of 490. In Class 9, Zhang Ming achieved a vitality of 498 and combat power of 440. As anticipated, most students from Third High School senior cohort had vitality scores ranging from 455 to 555. Any score exceeding 600 prompted murmurs of excitement among the crowd. Yet even a vitality score of 600 was insufficient to meet the threshold for the Genius Training Camp. When it was Class 3's turn, Qi Ming scored an impressive vitality of 697 and combat power of 666. A ripple of astonishment swept through the audience. "It's a talent from the top class. Qi Ming has grown even stronger. Just a few points shy of 700 vitality. He is among the top 50, the students lamented, realizing that even such a score would grant him admission to the training camp. An hour and a half later, it was time for Class 1's Jiang Lan to take the stage. The staff announced Jiang Lan, the young master of the Jiang family. His appearance signaled the arrival of a top 10 talent in the grade. With Jiang's vitality, success was all but guaranteed. Jiang Lan nonchalantly brushed his bangs aside and sauntered onto the stage, placing his hand on the vitality testing device, which whirred to life. After approximately 20 seconds, a number appeared on the screen, vitality value, 837. He then approached the combat power tester and delivered a powerful punch. Bang! Combat power value, 810. Wow, 837 vitality. 810 combat power. Is this even human? No wonder he is from one of the 3 prominent families. He is astonishingly strong. This vitality surely secures him a spot in the Genius Training Camp. The crowd turned their gazes toward the electronic screen displaying. First place, Jiang Lan, vitality 837. Combat power 810. He was the first student to surpass 800 vitality, thus temporarily claiming the top position. Among the spectators, Qin Feng glanced at the screen, fully aware of the implications. On the podium, Li Yongkong nodded appreciatively. Jiang Lan, the young master of the Jiang family, with 837 vitality, is quite commendable. Zhang Songlin smirked. In our school, he would only rank 8th at best. Oh, are there so many promising talents this year? Li Yongkong expressed mild surprise. With 3 months remaining until the college entrance examination, a vitality score of 837 was already impressive. Just wait and see, Zhang Songlin replied, brimming with pride. A short while later, it was Bai Qingning from Class 1's turn to test. As the staff called her name, the crowd erupted in uproar. Goddess. The goddess is here. Qingning, we can't do without you. Show us your unparalleled prowess. Amidst the cheers, Bai Qingning, clad in a blue and white martial arts uniform, gracefully stepped onto the stage. She placed her hand on the vitality testing device, which whirred to life. Vitality value, 958. Wow, 958. In just half a month. The goddess has increased her vitality by 2 points. Incredible. The audience erupted into another round of applause. She then delivered a punch to the combat power tester, registering a staggering combat power of 1435. Truly my goddess. Her combat power is nearly 15 times her vitality. How powerful. Is this the caliber of the top martial arts student at our school? On the podium, the supervisor Li Yongkong's eyes widened in astonishment. This girl is exceptional. She's not even in the training camp yet, and she's almost at 100 vitality. Old Zhang, where does she rank in your school? Zhang Songlin shot him a bemused glance. Rank? Are you suggesting that being a genius is as common as catching fish? This girl is our school's top martial arts student. Li Yongkong nodded in agreement, but felt a twinge of regret. It's a pity that both Hailong City and Qin Feng City have reported the emergence of martial artist students. Being a resident of Jiang City, I naturally hope our hometown shines bright. However, he understood that non-martial artists face challenges during their foundational training. As one approached 100 vitality, progress became increasingly arduous. Zhang Songlin added, moreover, this girl from the Bai family has awakened an S-rank innate talent. Li Yongkong's eyes lit up. An innate talent? An S-rank one? Good heavens. The probability of awakening an innate talent is roughly 1 in 10,000. And an S-rank is even rarer, perhaps only 1 in 10 million. No wonder this girl possesses a combat prowess 15 times that of ordinary individuals. It turns out she has awakened her innate talent. As time passed, most students completed their assessments. Zhang Lan gazed at the electronic screen, exhaling a sigh of relief. He was currently ranked 8th. All the prodigies from the genius class had finished their tests, and the remaining students had completed about 80% of theirs. There should be 9 spots available in Class 3, and with my 8th place ranking, it's secure. His younger brothers were well aware of this and promptly congratulated him in advance. Zhang Lan felt elated. By the way, has that foolish Qin Feng taken his test yet? Zhang Lan inquired. Not yet. His companions shook their heads. Speak of the devil. In Class 7, Qin Feng, it's your turn to test. Jiang Xiao. They called for Qin Feng. One of the younger ones exclaimed. Zhang Lan shot him a glance. I am not deaf. He turned his gaze to the figure below, a cold smirk forming within him. Come on, after hiding for so long, let me see what you're really made of. When Qin Feng was called, a brief silence enveloped the scene. Li Yongkong, curious, asked, what is the matter with this youth? Zhang Songlin sighed, speaking in a low voice. This child is undeniably hardworking. Unfortunately, his martial arts aptitude is somewhat lacking. Judging by the reactions of both teachers and students, Li Yongkong grasped the extent of Qin Feng's efforts. At the very least, he should rank among the top few in the school. What a pity. The martial path is merciless. Mere hard work is far from sufficient. Some individuals are destined to become 7th-tier martial emperors. Others, no matter how hard they strive, may never touch the threshold of a 5th-tier martial king. Sister Qingning. That guy Qin Feng is about to take his test. Han Xiaya whispered. She had heard Bai Qingning recount yesterday's events and was quite curious about Qin Feng's concealed strength. Bai Qingning, seated in the audience, closed her eyes to meditate and cultivate her mental techniques. Upon hearing that Qin Feng was to be tested, she slowly opened her eyes and lifted her head. Chapter 8. This is the true genius. As Qin Feng stepped into the arena to commence his assessment, he extended his right hand to touch the crystalline orb atop the vitality testing device. Immediately, the device radiated a dazzling red light. An immense surge of vitality and true energy, as robust as a rushing river, continuously poured into the testing apparatus. Come on. Let me witness the fruits of my labor and sweat. Qin Feng smiled. Observing such a spectacle, the students were left astonished. That red light is quite blinding. It appears even more exaggerated than when the goddess underwent her test. What is going on? Bai Qingning, too, was taken aback, her eyes fixated on Qin Feng. The intensity of the red light emitted by the testing device is indicative of the volume of vitality and true energy. Qin Feng's radiance is rather formidable. Could it be that he surpasses me? No way. Principal Zhang also rose from his seat, a frown etched upon his face. Zizz. Drip. The vitality gauge on Qin Feng's side began to emit sparks, and the built-in alarm sounded. Qin Feng was momentarily bewildered. What is happening? Has my effort moved the vitality gauge? Is it cheering for me? A staff member hurried over. Student, please pause. This vitality gauge has malfunctioned. You need to switch to the one over there for a retest. Just then, the gauge displayed a number, 666. The device is faulty, student. Do not concern yourself with this score. Relax and proceed to the side for another attempt. The staff member hurriedly reassured him, fearing that Qin Feng might be disheartened by the result, affecting his subsequent tests. However, the vitality gauge was directly connected to the electronic screen, automatically uploading and announcing the results. Qin Feng, vitality 666. The announcement left the entire audience in a state of bewilderment. 666? After such a grand display, it culminated in a mere 666? How ironic. But wait, no matter how lacking in aptitude Qin Feng may be, it's implausible for him to possess only 666 vitality. 5666 would be more fitting. The staff member quickly reported the situation to the podium, and Zhang Songlin personally spoke to clarify the vitality gauge used by Qin Feng. Number 4 encountered a minor malfunction, and the previous score is void. We now asked Qin Feng to retest using the number 3 gauge. Only then did the crowd begin to comprehend the situation. So, it was a malfunctioning device. No wonder there was such a commotion. It felt as though a martial artist was testing. After a moment of chaos, the crowd once again turned their attention to the center. Jiang Lan also breathed a sigh of relief. That really startled me. Upon seeing that red light, I thought Qin Feng's vitality was truly impressive. Even beyond what I had imagined. Who would have thought it was merely a faulty gauge? What a false alarm. Is this Qin Feng cursed, causing the device to malfunction during his test? Perhaps we should skip him altogether. After all, he is unlikely to enter the special training camp, saving ourselves from further embarrassment. In the arena, Qin Feng was at a loss. The testing device had broken down? What kind of shoddy product did the school purchase? Did the funds get embezzled? After collecting his thoughts, he approached the number 3 testing device for a retest. Under the scrutiny of countless eyes, Qin Feng reached out to touch the crystalline orb once more. Just as before, the orb emitted a brilliant red light, dazzling and resplendent. Oh my, could it be? Is Qin Feng truly formidable? This red light seems beyond what a non-martial artist should possess. Could it be possible that this vitality gauge is also faulty? The crowd buzzed with speculation. The vitality gauge then displayed the testing result. Vitality 1011. A nearby staff member was stunned, rushing over to check the gauge. Vitality 1667. No issue here. Qin Feng indeed possesses 101 vitality. Goodness, we have a martial artist among our students at Class 3? The staff member was dumbfounded, then erupted with joy. Simultaneously, the electronic screen automatically announced the results. Class 7, Qin Feng, vitality 1011. Instantly, the entire venue fell silent. 2 seconds later, a chorus of exclamations of disbelief erupted throughout the arena. The venue erupted into chaos. Everyone rose to their feet, gazing at the handsome youth in the center. 101 vitality. Has Qin Feng become a martial artist? My heavens, am I dreaming? Qin Feng has become a martial artist? What do you mean by that? How could my brother Feng not become a martial artist? Isn't it because he has always been portrayed as diligent but lacking in aptitude? Suddenly becoming a martial artist is a bit hard for me to accept. Ha ha, I said it. Qin Feng is destined for greatness. This brother runs dozens of kilometers daily. Regardless of the harshest weather, his perseverance is simply inhuman. Brothers, does this mean Qin Feng has surpassed the school beauty to become the top martial artist in Class 3? No, no, no. The goddess's combat power is as high as 1415. Qin Feng may only have the highest vitality, but his combat prowess surely cannot match that of the goddess. Still, that is quite impressive. He hasn't even entered the special training camp yet, and has already become a martial artist. His talent is not inferior to the goddess. Is that really the crux of the matter? The key point is that Qin Feng became a martial artist simply by running. Brothers, that is the essence. Is there a possibility that running aids in increasing vitality? Qin Feng's astonishing vitality left all present in awe. Even Principal Zhang could not restrain himself from pounding the table and rising to his feet, exclaiming thrice, "Excellent." It has been many years since our esteemed third high school has witnessed the emergence of such a prodigious student on the eve of the college entrance examinations, a genius martial artist. It must be at least 2 or 3 decades since such an occurrence. Zhang Songlin stroked his beard, smiling with satisfaction. Old Zhang, he said, didn't you just declare that the Bai girl was the top student, and that Qin Feng was diligent yet lacked talent? What is happening here? The invigilator, Li Yongkong, expressed his astonishment. To break through to become a martial artist at this time, the prospects are boundless. Zhang Songlin chuckled as he elucidated. This is the legacy of our third high school. Even students like Qin Feng, who may appear to lack aptitude, can blossom into talent with our faculty's guidance, provided they are willing to put in the effort. Ahem, just half a month ago, his test score was merely 57 vitality, and I never anticipated he would bring me such a tremendous surprise today. Li Yongkong nodded thoughtfully. So, in just half a month, he has surged from 57 to 101. Does this imply he was concealing his true capabilities? Or perhaps he has awakened some latent martial talent? The two exchanged knowing smiles, as it was only with the awakening of martial talent that such a remarkable improvement could be achieved in such a short span. Li Yongkong turned to Zhang Songlin. Old Zhang, congratulations. This child's martial talent is likely no less than S-grade. Your third high school is poised to make quite a splash this time. Just then, a thunderous bang echoed throughout the arena as Qin Feng completed the combat power test. Combat power, 1302. 13 times his vitality, the highest score aside from Bai Qingning. Wonderful. Zhang Songlin laughed heartily. Heh, old Li, with such strength and potential, Do you think Qin Feng could break into the top 10 at the training camp? Li Yongkong remained pensive for a few seconds. It's hard to say. Just in our Jiang city, there are 300,000 martial science students. And across Jiang province's 10 cities, this year there are 3,500,000 martial science students. Selecting 1,000 geniuses from such a vast pool to form this training camp is no small feat. Who knows if a few prodigies will emerge? Zhang Songlin stroked his beard, snorting dismissively. I believe Qin Feng is that prodigy. Just wait. I have faith that he will shine brightly at the training camp and elevate the reputation of Jiang City's third high school. It is worth noting that once one breaks through to become a martial artist, the cultivation of vitality progresses significantly faster than during the non-martial phase. Qin Feng, being so diligent and now having awakened his martial talent, once he enters the training camp with ample martial resources, he will surely soar to great heights. In the audience, Han Xiaoya was beside herself with excitement, tugging at Bai Qingning's arm. Oh my goodness! How did Qin Feng achieve 101 vitality? Did you see that, Qingning? He is not the talentless fool we thought. Your judgment is truly exceptional. Wait, Qingning, did you already know he was hiding his strength? No wonder you were secretly keeping an eye on him and even gifted him pills. It all makes sense now. Han Xiaoya's expression was one of sudden realization, as if she had unraveled a great mystery. Bai Qingning smiled and shook her head, too weary to explain. She simply gazed at the most radiant figure in the arena. Her emotions complex, joy, shock, tenderness, and blessings intertwined. Meanwhile, Zhang Lan stared at the electronic screen in disbelief, unable to comprehend the situation. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That big fool. How could he possibly have 101 vitality? Stronger than me, even surpassing Bai Qingning. Overwhelmed, Zhang Lan felt his head spin and collapsed to the ground. Young Master Jiang. What happened to you? Quickly, call for medical assistance. His companions, pale and flustered, scrambled in disarray. Soon, all tests concluded, and Principal Zhang Songlin, beaming, announced the final results. First place, Qin Feng, Vitality 1011, Combat Power 1302. Second place, Bai Qingning, Vitality 958, Combat Power 1435. Third place, Wan Lei. Fourth place, He Qian. Sixth place, Han Xiaoya. 859, Combat Power 845. Ninth place, Jiang Lan. 837, Combat Power 810. Having received medical attention, Jiang Lan regained consciousness and sat in the audience, staring at the name displayed at the top of the electronic screen, still in disbelief. The person who was once mocked for merely running has now transformed into the top martial science student of third high school. He has become a true martial artist faster than all those geniuses. The shock of this revelation was almost too much for him to bear. Fortunately, he ranked 9th, just enough to qualify for the genius training camp. Despite being stunned by Qin Feng's true capabilities, Zhang Lan remained confident that he would surpass Qin Feng in the future. After all, in the pursuit of martial arts, without resources, one cannot progress. Even if Qin Feng has temporarily surged ahead due to his newfound martial talent, this lead is but fleeting. The journey is long, and every step forward requires substantial martial resources to support it. Qin Feng is merely an ordinary individual. Without the assistance of others, he may struggle to afford even one vitality pill a month. Meanwhile, he, Jiang Lan, is the young master of the Jiang family, one of the 3 great families of Jiang City, with access to limitless martial resources. This was Jiang Lan's confidence. It was mere luck that allowed him to walk alongside Qin Feng for a time. Once they entered the genius training camp, he would show Qin Feng what it truly means to have one's fate predetermined. Zhang Lan regained his former confidence and pride. At the podium, Principal Zhang continued, Today, it brings me great joy to see a martial artist emerge from our third high school. However, I must also share some unfortunate news. This year, our third high school has lost 1 quota for the genius training camp, leaving us with only 8 slots. Zhang Songlin's tone grew somber as he elaborated. This means that 1 less talented student from our third high school will be able to represent our 10,085 martial science students at the provincial genius training camp. Now, I ask everyone present to give a round of applause for these top 8 students, and also for yourselves, as you are all remarkable. The audience erupted into thunderous applause, with many moved to tears. Just wait. I, Wang Teng, will surely surpass all of you one day. I, Zhang San, will also make my name known throughout the entire Summer Kingdom. The young men shouted, their aspirations resonating through the air, fortifying their resolve. Yet in the audience, one individual's spirit lay shattered. Zhang Lan's face turned pale as he sat frozen in his seat. Young Master Jiang, there's 1 less slot this year. Only the top 8 will qualify, one of his companions timidly remarked. Zhang Lan could no longer maintain his composure and completely broke down. Tears streamed from his eyes. Han Xiaoya, witnessing this scene, chuckled, Look, Qingning, Zhang Lan is shedding little pearls. How satisfying it is. Haha. Just thinking about that guy's arrogant demeanor at school every day is truly irksome. But now, with him off to the training camp, I won't have to see him again. Truly, I owe it to Qin Feng, who knew I would witness Jiang Lan shedding tears. Haha, even Bai Qingning, usually so aloof, feels a refreshing sense of clarity at this moment, as if her martial arts cultivation has advanced a notch. In the principal's office, the top 8 students gather for a meeting. Zhang Songlin gazes at them with satisfaction, nodding frequently. His smile shines even brighter upon seeing Qin Feng, radiating joy akin to that of a father at his son's wedding. He even patted Qin Feng on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Good, you look quite robust." 3 days later, on March 6th at 9 a.m., they are to assemble at the school gate, where someone will escort them to the genius training camp. The camp will last for 70 days, and they are encouraged to spend these 3 days preparing at home, without the need to return to school. Additionally, the school has prepared a small token of appreciation to aid in their martial arts journey. As he speaks, the secretary hands each student a box in succession. First grade, Qi blood pills. 3 of them, exclaims Han Xiaoya, clearly impressed. Zhang Songlin does not admonish her rudeness, responding with a smile. Wow, Sister Qingming has 6? What about you, Qin Feng? Let me see. Han Xiaoya eagerly leans in. Opening his box, Qin Feng discovers 10 neatly arranged first-grade Qi blood pills, along with an additional first-grade pulse protection pill. The total value amounts to approximately 1.3 million, more than double that of Bai Qingming's. Wow, such abundance. Zhang, you're showing favoritism towards Qin Feng. Han Xiaoya exclaims loudly. Enough. Zhang Songlin gently pulls Han Xiaoya aside, whispering, consider Qin Feng's family background. You all come from different circumstances. The path of martial arts is not an easy one for him. Han Xiaoya falls silent. The other students, unlike her, are acutely aware of this reality. Qin Feng gazes at the pills in his box, a warmth blooming within him. He deems it unnecessary to engage in further pleasantries and simply nods at Zhang Songlin, saying, "Thank you, Principal Zhang." Han Xiaoya timidly approaches Qin Feng, pouting slightly, and begrudgingly admits, I underestimated you that day." Observing her bashful demeanor, Qin Feng chuckles softly. "No worries. I didn't take your words to heart." Qin Feng, who are you calling a little girl? How dare you? I'm not little at all. Sister Qingming, he's bullying me. The principal's office resonates with the sound of a small tiger's roar. Chapter 10. Master, we have a situation. The first obstacle has been cleared. In the Bai residence, within a traditional courtyard, the driver responsible for escorting Bai Qingming bursts in, flustered. In the inner chamber, a middle-aged man clad in a white robe awakens from meditation. Li He, you're in your 40s. Why are you still so reckless? Bai Qing Feng remarks with a smile. Master, it seems the young lady has developed an interest in a young boy. The driver, Li He, finally articulates, realizing why Bai Qingming had been so anxious that day after school. Upon discovering her distress was due to a boy's safety, Li He sensed a grave situation unfolding and hurried to report to the head of the Bai family. He not only drives but also monitors Bai Qingming's daily life and emotional shifts, reporting every detail to his master. What? Is this true? Bai Qing Feng immediately sets down his teacup, frowning. Master, here's what happened. Li He recounts everything he witnessed and learned. I believe the young lady is quite taken with this Qin Feng. I have observed him. He is a diligent boy. For over 2.5 years in high school, he has run 3 to 4 dozen kilometers every day, rain or shine. In terms of diligence and character, he is commendable. However, his family background is exceedingly ordinary. The young lady likely feels some affection for him because of this. Bai Qing Feng scoffs, is that so? What good is hard work alone? Li He, at your age, you've witnessed countless hardworking youths, and how many have truly succeeded? They all fade into obscurity. This insolent boy dares to pursue my precious daughter? Li He tentatively adds, Master, today, the 3rd middle school organized a selection test for the genius training camp. This Qin Feng scored 101 in Qi blood and a combat power of 1302, securing the top spot overall. And so what? Bai Qing Feng snorts coldly. He is merely a fledgling martial artist, naive enough to think he can win over Qingming? Previously, an old man from the Feng family brought his 20-year-old third-tier genius grandson to propose marriage, and I didn't even entertain the notion. The only one worthy of marrying Qingming must be a prodigy who becomes a 5th-tier martial king before turning 20. Li He stands in stunned silence. What? A 20-year-old 5th-tier martial king? In the 3,000 years of martial arts history in Blue Star, has such a genius ever been born? Li He understands now. The master has no intention of marrying off his daughter. Yet, it is unfortunate that he does not comprehend the thoughts of young women. Young men marry and young women wed. Li He recalls vividly Bai Qingming's anxious expression a couple of days ago. She may indeed be smitten. At home, after cooling down, Qin Feng re-enters the Chaos Tower. This time, he must clear the challenge. As the scenery shifts, Qin Feng finds himself once again at the first level of the Chaos Tower at the Beast Valley. He skillfully crafts a weapon, a crude stone axe. The challenge in the Chaos Tower does not provide weapons, which is quite disheartening. An hour later, armed with the crude stone axe, he reaches the valley's bottom. This time, he decides to take down the blood-eyed tiger first. Now, as a 1st-tier martial artist, the 2nd-tier blood-eyed tiger is no longer an insurmountable foe in his eyes. Furthermore, after several days of battling fierce beasts, he has amassed considerable experience. Compared to his initial clumsiness, he is now much more adept. able to utilize the terrain to his advantage and more easily dispatch the beasts. Smack! A fist-sized stone strikes the blood-eyed tiger's head. The creature immediately rises, its blood-red eyes fixated on Qin Feng. Unfazed, Qin Feng turns and flees. Roar! The blood-eyed tiger bellows in rage and pursues him. After running about 200 meters, Qin Feng crouches low and leaps, soaring several meters ahead. He turns and hurls another stone at the tiger's forehead before continuing his flight. The blood-eyed tiger roars again, its voice echoing through the valley. A faint crimson aura emanates from its body, increasing its speed by about 30% as it accelerates in pursuit. Thud! The massive form of the blood-eyed tiger pounds the ground with each stride. Bang! As it stepped upon a patch of fallen leaves, the leaves cascaded down, revealing a vast pit. The blood-eyed tiger plummeted into the abyss, its body pierced by numerous sharpened stone columns at the bottom, resulting in several bloody wounds. It howled in agony. Despicable humans! How dare you set a trap here? Hee hee, my trap was not excavated in vain. It took me a good half-hour to prepare this for you. So how do you like it? Above the pit, Qin Feng wore a smile, exuding an innocent demeanor. He did not squander precious time. Instead, he produced a stone spear from seemingly nowhere and thrust it down with force. The spear impaled the blood-eyed tiger's rotund belly, creating a gash of about 30 centimeters. Blood spilled forth, saturating the entirety of the pit. The blood-eyed tiger roared in fury, its body enveloped in a crimson haze. As if invoking some hidden ability, the blood ceased to flow from its wound, and it leapt out of the pit. After locking eyes with Qin Feng for a few moments, it swiftly turned and fled. Wait, trying to escape? Did you seek my permission? Qin Feng immediately pursued. The blood-eyed tiger, already grievously wounded, could not be allowed to return to the mountains. This was a golden opportunity. With a full-speed surge, his velocity slightly outpaced that of the injured beast. With a stone spear in his left hand and a stone axe in his right, he unleashed a flurry of strikes. Every now and then, he would jab or swing an axe, relentlessly pursuing the blood-eyed tiger until it succumbed to its injuries, its body a tapestry of wounds. Goodness! Is this the vitality of a Tier 1 ferocious beast? It's quite tenacious. Thankfully, I was well prepared. Congratulations to the host for slaying the Tier 1. Second level blood-eyed tiger for the first time, earning 12 points of vitality. 12 points of vitality. What a delight. The blood essence surged into Qin Feng's body. Warm and comforting. With abundant energy, he did not pause. Instead, he pressed on, returning to the valley to commence further slaughter. Congratulations to the host for slaying a 5-tier ferocious beast, the golden-backed mantis, earning 6 points of vitality. Congratulations to the host for slaying a 4-tier ferocious beast, the blood horse, earning 5 points of vitality. After approximately 30 to 40 minutes, 10 ferocious beasts within the valley had all been exterminated by Qin Feng. This venture yielded a staggering total of 157 vitality points. He had successfully cleared the level. Congratulations to the host for successfully passing the first stage of the first level challenge. Reward for clearing the challenge: Divine Ability, Veil of Heaven and Sun. From this moment forth, the first level of the first stage, the Valley of Ferocious Beasts, can be challenged at any time. A successful attempt incurs a fixed cooldown of 21 hours and 20 minutes. Failure doubles the cooldown time. The second stage of the first level of the Chaos Tower has been successfully unlocked. Chapter 11, Divine Ability, Veil of Heaven and Sun. The notification chimes echoed continuously. Qin Feng's form reappeared in the Grand Hall of the Chaos Tower's preparation area. After clearing 11 levels, the challenge of the Valley of Ferocious Beasts remained available. Success would result in a fixed cooldown of 21 hours and 20 minutes, allowing roughly one challenge per day. In the event of failure, the cooldown would continue to double. Though he did not achieve a first kill, he could still garner 49 vitality points. Earning 49 vitality points daily was an absolute delight. Even Qin Feng felt a surge of excitement at this moment. Other Tier 1. First-level martial artists might take half a month to cultivate to 49 vitality points, while his non-martial artist classmates would require 2 to 3 months at the very least. Yet, Qin Feng could simply defeat minor beasts daily to obtain such rewards. And this was merely the first stage. There were still many more to come. If this continued, could he not accumulate dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of vitality points daily? Was this the essence of the Chaos Tower? No wonder it was said that clearing 31 levels would grant powers comparable to a 9th-tier martial god. Remarkable. Qin Feng's understanding of the Chaos Tower deepened significantly. By the way, why was the fixed cooldown for the Valley of Ferocious Beasts set at 21 hours and 20 minutes? Qin Feng squinted thoughtfully. Could it be related to the time it took him to clear this level? He had attempted it a full 9 times before achieving success. And the recent cooldown time was precisely 21 hours and 20 minutes. If he had succeeded earlier, would the fixed cooldown time have been shorter? If he had cleared it once sooner, the cooldown would have only been 10 hours and 40 minutes, allowing him to challenge it twice a day. That would amount to 98 vitality points daily. This detail was crucial. Such a question could only be answered upon his next successful clearance. Shaking his head, he turned his attention to the jade slip that had appeared out of thin air. Was this the divine ability, Veil of Heaven and Sun? As he gazed at the jade slip, it emitted a faint glow, and incomprehensible characters surged forth, embedding themselves in his mind. Approximately 30 seconds later, the jade slip shattered, transforming into a flurry of starlight. Qin Feng sensed an influx of knowledge within his mind, encompassing the introduction and usage of the Veil of Heaven and Sunday. In essence, this ability had 3 key uses. The first use allowed him to mask his true cultivation aura. Qin Feng could freely manipulate his own aura to align with a specific realm, either higher or lower. For instance, with his current vitality at 11,693 as a Tier 1 first-level martial artist, he could simulate the aura of a non-martial artist with just 60 vitality or that of a second-tier, bone-tempering martial artist. There were no restrictions when simulating downwards. However, when simulating upwards, he could only currently mimic the aura of a second-tier, first-level martial artist. Furthermore, this simulated aura was flawless. Not even a powerful being like a 9th-tier martial god could see through it. This alone was already remarkably impressive. The second use granted Qin Feng the ability to discern the true strength of any living being. Even if a 9th-tier martial god concealed their power and pretended to be a 3rd-tier martial general, Qin Feng could still see through the deception. Utterly formidable. The third use enabled Qin Feng to merge his aura with the surrounding natural laws, effectively concealing his presence. Techniques such as mental scanning would be unable to detect him. However, there was one drawback. He could still be seen with the naked eye. At times, this ability proved exceptionally useful. As high-tier martial artists typically employed mental scanning to sense their surroundings, few would rely solely on sight. Having comprehended the Veil of Heaven and Sun, Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. He no longer needed to worry about hastily advancing his realm and attracting unwanted attention or calamity. In this world of high martial arts, enemies were not limited to ferocious beasts and otherworldly creatures. Danger lurked within humanity as well. However, in Qin Feng's view, the most effective infiltration method was to eliminate all foes. As long as his strength was sufficient, even if someone targeted him, he had no cause for concern. Instead, he could be grateful, for there would always be more adversaries arriving to deliver their challenges. Unbeknownst to Qin Feng, at the moment he successfully cleared the level. The spirit of the artifact, Tai Yuan, was also momentarily astonished. Over these past few days, through her understanding of Blue Star, she had gleaned insights into Qin Feng from various perspectives. She functioned like a super-intelligent computer, absorbing all knowledge and information about Blue Star. It could be said that Tai Yuan now possessed a deeper understanding of Blue Star and Qin Feng's 18 years of experiences than anyone else. In her eyes, Qin Feng appeared exceedingly feeble, so frail that a mere gust of wind from the past could have reduced him to dust. Yet, this seemingly insignificant human possessed an indomitable will. Regardless of the circumstances, Qin Feng's swift passage through the first trial was precisely what Tai Yuan yearned to witness. She wished fervently that he could advance through the 7th layer in the blink of an eye, allowing them to reunite. Once again, Qin Feng dedicated an hour and a half to traversing the 11th level, effortlessly dispatching the reset blood-eyed tiger, which fell into his trap once more. Meeting its demise at his hands, he reaped an additional 49 vitality points, bringing his total to 12,183. He was now a mere 817 vitality points away from ascending to the 2nd tier. With this increase, he felt no apprehension regarding his vitality. He needed to devise a means to acquire a channeling technique that would expedite the opening of his meridians. Qin Feng pondered deeply. As a 1st-tier martial artist, every increment of 30 vitality points would elevate his realm by 1 stage. Before he could ascend to the 2nd-tier martial master, his progression would not be hampered by the number of meridians. However, to break into the 2nd-tier bone refinement stage and become a martial master, he must open at least 48 meridians within his body. Otherwise, the transition to the 2nd tier would be nearly impossible. His vitality cultivation would also be adversely affected. Though Qin Feng had only just entered the 1st tier, he understood that his vitality would increase quite rapidly. He needed to plan ahead. Presently, he had opened 30 meridians, requiring an additional 18. Some meridians were in favorable condition and could be opened with relative ease, while others were more complex. If he could obtain a channeling technique, it would simplify the process. Meridians were fundamental components. Mishandling them could inflict severe damage on the body. However, once he arrived at the training camp, he was certain there would be channeling techniques available. With that thought, Qin Feng dismissed his worries and turned his attention to the 2nd challenge of the 1st layer of the Chaos Tower. Finally, he was poised to confront the 2nd trial. He wondered what it entailed. Having just tasted victory, Qin Feng's fighting spirit surged as he initiated the challenge. The scenery shifted, revealing an arena of roughly 100 meters in diameter, constructed of azure stone. A golden, eggshell-like translucent shield enveloped him. Chaos Tower, 1st layer, 2nd challenge, commencement. Challenge objective, defeat the Shadow Guard. Completion reward, SSS level channeling technique, special physique pill, immortal body. Please select a weapon. Chapter 12, Shadow Guard. It seemed rather straightforward. Qin Feng opted for a blade. 3. The countdown began. He gazed ahead, approximately 30 meters away, where a shadow composed entirely of black mist materialized, wielding a pitch-black longsword. This was the Shadow Guard. 2. Was the objective merely to vanquish it? 1. Only one foe to contend with this time. It appeared rather simple. Before Qin Feng could contemplate further, the golden shield dissipated. A dark figure surged toward him in an instant, rapidly expanding in his field of vision. He instinctively attempted to evade, but there was no time. With a swift motion, a streak of black light sliced across his neck. The scene transformed, and Qin Feng found himself back in the preparation hall. This was. Qin Feng awkwardly scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Seeing Qin Feng's demeanor, the spirit Qi Yuan couldn't help but chuckle like a little girl. Simple? The Shadow Guard had been meticulously crafted by the Chaos Tower after scanning the entirety of Blue Star, based on a comprehensive assessment of all first-tier, third-stage martial artists. It represented the pinnacle of first-tier, third-stage combat prowess. Its power level was roughly equivalent to that of the strongest among 10,000 martial artists. To overcome it, one must possess top-tier comprehensive combat capabilities of the same level. Unbeknownst to Qin Feng, upon the disappearance of the shield, he noticed that the Shadow Guard was indeed at the first-tier, third stage, though its realm was not particularly high. The instantaneous speed it exhibited was far beyond what an ordinary first-tier, third-stage martial artist could achieve. Qin Feng glanced at the cooldown timer. A mere 5 minutes? Was it shorter than before? Was it due to my enhanced strength, or had I simply grown accustomed to enduring the pain and pressure of frequent deaths? Or perhaps, the difficulty of this challenge warranted a shorter cooldown, as the system anticipated my repeated failures? Regardless, a reduced cooldown was undoubtedly a positive development. As the 5 minutes swiftly elapsed, Qin Feng reinitiated the challenge. Its speed was formidable. He must evade the first strike. He thought resolutely. The countdown concluded. The Shadow Guard charged forward with uncanny swiftness. Yet, Qin Feng was prepared. As the shield vanished, he deftly sidestepped to the right. However, the Shadow Guard immediately altered its trajectory, striking out with its blade. Having barely evaded the first strike, Qin Feng caught sight of the second attack. He had no choice but to roll toward the right front, narrowly avoiding the assault. Yet, before he could regain his footing, a third strike was upon him. Qin Feng's figure returned to the preparation hall. Cooldown, 75 minutes. He had lost all interest in monitoring the cooldown duration. After 2 attempts, it became evident to Qin Feng that this Shadow Guard was astonishingly powerful. He had encountered first-tier, third-stage martial artists before. He often watched videos of students from martial universities sparring online. Not to mention first-tier, fifth-stage martial artists. None had ever exuded half the pressure that this Shadow Guard did. No wonder the objective of this trial was singular. That Shadow Guard likely epitomized the apex of first-tier, third-stage martial artists. Its speed, weapon proficiency, and combat techniques were all of the highest caliber. This was indeed a daunting challenge. Qin Feng furrowed his brow. However, the rewards for this challenge were remarkably bountiful. An SSS-level channeling technique, and a special martial physique known as the Immortal body. Each of these items was something countless martial artists would covet, clamoring to obtain. Channeling techniques were scarce, integral to the cultivation process from the 1st to the 6th tier. Even an A-level technique was a rarity, accessible only to a select few in Jiang City, such as the 3 prominent families. As for the Immortal body, it was even more extraordinary. Among martial artists, aside from those with exceptional innate talents, there existed an even smaller fraction capable of awakening special martial physiques. Qin Feng had only heard of the Pill King body, Pill Emperor body, Wine King body, Wine Emperor body, and Mentalist, but he had never encountered the Immortal body. If memory served correctly, those possessing the Pill King body could utilize pills more frequently to aid their cultivation. They absorbed the effects of pills at double the speed, enhanced their effects by 30, and were entirely immune to any toxicity present in the pills. In totality, Pill King body martial artists could cultivate at least twice as fast as their peers. A coveted physique for countless martial artists. Qin Feng gazed at the reward preview. His Immortal body would enhance his absorption of pills at a staggering 10-fold. The efficacy of the pills would increase by 200. He would be completely immune to any negative effects from any pills. If those with the Pill King body experienced a 26-fold increase in pill-related cultivation speed, then the Immortal body would yield a terrifying 33-fold increase. Moreover, every time one consumes any elixir, it results in a permanent enhancement of one's constitution, rendering oneself more formidable and better suited for cultivation. Gulp. After perusing the introduction, Qin Feng felt a lump in his throat. This Dan Immortal physique, could it be a tad too extraordinary? If he were to acquire this Dan Immortal body, Qin Feng felt that even without the Chaos Tower, he could effortlessly ascend to the rank of a 9th-rank martial deity. However, contemplating those who are born with innate talents and unique physiques, coupled with their immense backgrounds and limitless resources as VIP players, he pondered. Am I not being a tad presumptuous with my mediocre qualifications? After spending 2 or 3 minutes to steady himself, Qin Feng began to contemplate how to navigate through this challenge. There were 2 methods. The first was to transform himself into a Shadow Guardian, attaining near perfection in combat ability. techniques, and agility, thus granting him a chance to contend with it. However, this seemed rather unrealistic. Qin Feng was merely a senior in high school, with scant real combat experience and virtually no encounters in life-or-death battles. Most of his practical experience had been honed in the perilous Beast Valley of the first challenge. To elevate himself to the level of a Shadow Guardian in such a short span was nearly impossible. The second method was to crush the challenge with realm superiority. If he could not defeat it at the first rank, first layer, then he would ascend to the first rank, fifth layer. If that still proved insufficient, he would strive for the first rank, eighth layer. Of course, both methods could be pursued simultaneously, enhancing his vitality while improving his combat prowess. 3 days swiftly passed. At the entrance of the third high school, Qin Feng arrived punctually, accompanied by 7 classmates and a supervising teacher. Escorted by the Jiangxing Martial Arts Division to the high-speed train station, they boarded one of the 3 ultra-speed trains of Jiangxing. Upon boarding, the guide announced, "Welcome, esteemed prodigies. Aboard our ultra-speed train CS002. This train comprises 10 carriages, and you are welcome to explore all 510 sections. Kindly adhere to the etiquette guidelines provided at each seat. Should you need assistance, feel free to summon us at any time." Wishing everyone a pleasant journey, Qin Feng and his classmates located their seats. "Wow, is this the ultra-speed train? This is my first time riding one," exclaimed a buzz-cut youth in excitement, touching and examining everything around him. The other classmates merely smiled, showing no disdain for his enthusiasm. Nearly half of those present had never ridden one before. Why are we only permitted to explore the 510th carriage? What lies in the front 4 carriages? Surely, they are indeed transporting some formidable beast or secret weapon. The buzz-cut youth mused mysteriously. Chapter 13. The Dual Cultivation Sacred Body? An impressive opponent. A female voice interjected. "Luo Taiju, can you refrain from being so overly dramatic? You're truly embarrassing our third high school." This low-tier ultra-speed train was 10 times faster than a regular high-speed train, nearing the speed of sound at 1,000 km/h. Consequently, its construction cost was exorbitant. Moreover, due to its incredible velocity, ordinary individuals with vitality below 80 could not endure the ride. It was specifically designed for martial artists. I suspect that in the front carriages, there are likely some societal martial artists aboard. Didn't you notice when we boarded? The supervising teacher from third high school nodded. Xiaoyan is correct. Furthermore, the protective formations vary between carriages. With your current strength, venturing into the front carriages would be detrimental to your health. The buzz-cut youth, Luo Taiju, suddenly enlightened, chuckled, glancing at the girl across from him. "Xiaoyan, you're quite clever." Han Xiaoyao whispered. "I didn't expect him to be Luo Taiju. Don't be fooled by his silly appearance. I've heard he is the top student of third high school, breaking through to become a martial artist on the night of his test, just like Qin Feng." A blonde-haired student, Wan Lei, corrected her. "Not quite. Brother Feng broke through before the test. Our brother Feng is even stronger." Han Xiaoyao rolled her eyes. "Oh yes. What I meant was to remind you all to take note of this person. Don't be deceived by his looks, or you might end up getting beaten up in the training camp." Qin Feng wholeheartedly agreed. As he searched for a seat earlier, he had discreetly assessed the true capabilities of everyone in the carriage. That seemingly silly buzz-cut youth, Luo Taiju, had a vitality of 1034 and had awakened a unique martial arts physique known as the Angry Eyes Diamond, with a combat power of 1,350 points, making him one of the strongest students in this carriage, second only to Bai Qingning. As for Bai Qingning, although her vitality was not high at 967, her combat prowess had always been impressive, exceeding 1,400 points during the recent test. Qin Feng had been somewhat astonished at the time. Now, with the ability to conceal the heavens and cover the sun, he finally understood. It turned out that Bai Qingning was the epitome of a prodigious talent. Not only did she possess an S-rank innate talent as a gourmet, but she also had a special martial arts physique, the pure Yin sacred body. One of this physique's abilities allowed Bai Qingning's attacks to inflict additional damage and effects imbued with pure Yin energy, making her assaults significantly more potent. While this ability was noteworthy, the physique's other capability was even more intriguing. It could absorb and refine the Yin-cold energy from the heavens and earth, greatly accelerating her cultivation speed. However, excessive absorption of Yin-cold energy could lead to adverse effects on her body. The remedy was simple, supplementing with Yang-imbued energy. This not only mitigated the weakness, but also harmonized the two energies into a balanced state, further facilitating her cultivation. Qin Feng's expression grew somewhat complex. This cool and composed Bai Qingning was, in fact, a dual cultivation sacred body. Fate certainly had a sense of humor. Nevertheless, that very contrast seemed to heighten the thrill of it all. Bai Qingning noticed the fervent gaze of Qin Feng, and, upon locking eyes with him, quickly averted her gaze. "He is staring at me. What could he possibly be looking at?" The usually unflappable Bai Qingning felt a peculiar sensation stir within her at Qin Feng's penetrating gaze. Meanwhile, the supervising teacher from third high school observed Qin Feng for a moment before quietly asking, "Qin Feng, have you reached the first rank, second layer?" Qin Feng nodded. He had not concealed his realm aura with the ability to conceal the heavens and cover the sun, making it reasonable for the teacher to discern his level. During the past 3 days of respite, he had been diligently honing his skills in the perilous Beast Valley, supplemented by the vitality elixirs bestowed by the principal, allowing for normal cultivation. Qin Feng's vitality had successfully risen to 132 points, officially stepping into the first rank, second layer. Moreover, he had also opened up 2 additional meridians. Everything was progressing rather smoothly. In addition, over the past 3 days, he had repeatedly challenged the Shadow Guardian. Although he had yet to pass, the duration for which he could endure had gradually increased. His combat ability had also seen some improvement. The sharp aura emanating from him was easily discernible to the teacher. At this moment, upon hearing Qin Feng's affirmation, the other prodigies from 3rd high school all turned to look at him, their expressions filled with astonishment. Han Xiaoya was particularly excited. You're already at the first rank, second layer? Seriously, brother, you find cultivating your vitality this effortless? Her voice was somewhat loud, attracting the attention of prodigies from other schools nearby. First rank, second layer? No way. Is this for real? There's such a powerhouse in 3rd high school. That's insane. In our school, none of us have officially embarked on the path of a warrior. They have all reached the 1st and 2nd ranks. Indeed, there exists a disparity among geniuses. I must exert myself diligently to ensure they do not surpass me by too great a margin, for it would be arduous to catch up later. Hey, wake up. What are you daydreaming about in broad daylight? Han Xiaoya, realizing her own lapse, offered a wry smile before softly inquiring, Qin Feng, have you awakened some innate talent or martial physique? Your progress is astonishingly rapid. Just 3 days prior, you completed the assessment with a vitality of 101, and now it exceeds 130? This is simply abnormal. No, it is extraordinary. A look of shock and admiration filled Han Xiaoya's face as she gazed intently at Qin Feng. Her words resonated with the others. Indeed, such a rate of advancement is unparalleled. Even Bai Qingning cannot hold a candle to this speed. Bai Qingning herself felt a considerable jolt of surprise. Endowed with both innate talent and martial physique, she too received some benefit in her training, and yet her vitality barely reached 967. Qin Feng had already surpassed 130. Noticing the attention directed towards him, Qin Feng smiled and said, yes, I have awakened a special martial physique. He thought it better to preempt their incessant inquiries in the future, which would be quite bothersome. Besides, he was not entirely untruthful. In a few days, after overcoming the second challenge, he would indeed acquire the Dancian physique, which could also be considered an awakening of a special nature. Ah, how envious. A martial physique. Even rarer than martial talent. Han Xiaoya puffed her cheeks, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Throughout her 3 years of high school, she had imagined countless times awakening a martial physique herself. Alas, 3 years were nearly over, and she had yet to experience such a miracle. In the same carriage, the seemingly simple-minded rural youth, Luo Taizhu, was peeling lychee for a girl named Xiaoyan sitting across from him. A hint of determination flickered in his eyes. Martial physique? First rank. Second level? Qin Feng should prove to be a formidable opponent indeed. Chapter 14, The Camp Challenge. The high-speed train hurtled forward, shielded by protective arrays, leaving the passengers relatively unperturbed. In the blink of an eye, approximately 2 hours had elapsed. The train traversed several cities in Jiang province, gathering the talented individuals destined for the camp and bringing them to their destination, the depths of the Xinglua mountain range. Emerging from a specially designed elevator, they found themselves enveloped in a forest-like expanse, far removed from urban civilization. This wilderness had been untouched for over 3 millennia, ever since the first interdimensional rift had appeared, causing the surface of Blue Star to expand continuously. Now, the surface area of the entire Blue Star is likely hundreds of times that of 3,000 years ago. The land inhabited by humans, encompassing all cities and villages, constitutes merely 1/5 of the total area. The remaining 80% has become a desolate wilderness. Although humans have managed to guard against the interdimensional rifts that periodically appear, some peculiar beings from other realms inevitably infiltrate Blue Star, retreating into the depths of various wild regions. As time progressed, the native ferocious beasts of Blue Star and these otherworldly creatures began to interbreed, resulting in the emergence of increasingly unfamiliar life forms. Consequently, human settlements became more concentrated. Currently, the territory of the Xia nation is divided into 9 provinces and over 100 cities. Besides these, only a sparse scattering of villages remains in various locales. At this moment, Qin Feng and his companions arrived at a certain location within the wilderness surrounding the Xinglua mountain range, where a plethora of unranked, first, and second-level ferocious beasts roamed, an ideal training ground for newcomers. As they followed the guides to this area, they encountered a vast clearing teeming with young men and women. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement, starkly contrasting the remoteness of their surroundings. People from Jiang City, Lufting City, and Luoxiao City have arrived. Finally, I thought I would wither away waiting. There was no choice. They were the farthest from this location, naturally taking longer to arrive. Finally, we can enter the camp. I'm eager to see what this genius training camp is really like. With the arrival of Qin Feng and the others, the initiation ceremony was about to commence. A man clad in a violet uniform stepped forward, clearing his throat to project his voice across the vicinity. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qin Feng from the Jiang Province Martial Arts Department. I trust some of you have heard of me. You are all the 1001 prodigies selected from over 3 million martial arts students across the 10 cities of Jiang Province, and now you are all present. Let us commence the formal entry into the camp. Qin Feng gestured towards the thousands of specially designed bags laid out in front of them. Each of you will take a bag containing a map. Your task is to traverse this immense forest and arrive at the training camp entrance. Additionally, you must bring back the right ear of 10 unranked ferocious beasts or 4 first-ranked beasts within your bag. Anyone who fails to arrive by midnight tonight or does not meet the required number of beast ears will be sent back from whence they came. Of course, if everyone excels and completes the task, the first 600 individuals will remain. The rest will be eliminated. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in uproar. Out of the 1001 talented students present, only 600 would be permitted to stay. Moreover, if those 600 could not complete the camp challenge, even fewer would remain. The elimination rate exceeded 40. It was worth noting that they had already distinguished themselves from a sea of contenders in their schools. Now, they faced the prospect of being culled by nearly half. Was this truly a genius training camp? In a mere minute, the previously relaxed demeanor of the 1,000 students vanished, replaced by seriousness. Among them, a plump youth adorned in opulent attire shouted, "I have never heard of such an entry challenge." Was it not the case that those selected could directly enter the camp in the past? This is unjust. Qin Feng turned to him, a faint smile gracing his lips. You may return home. As he spoke, 2 soldiers clad in demon-suppressing military uniforms swiftly approached to escort the plump youth away from the scene. The young man panicked and shouted, "On what grounds?" One soldier hoisted him up, while he continued to protest. "How dare you? My father is," before he could finish. The soldier delivered a swift blow, rendering him unconscious. The crowd swallowed hard, silenced by the incident. Qin Feng, maintaining a kind demeanor, inquired, "Does anyone else have questions?" "No, sir," a young man replied with a calm smile. "I find this regulation quite reasonable. Rather than allocating resources to those who merely whine and complain, it is far better to reserve them for nurturing true prodigies." His words were brash and provoked discontent among the majority present. Upon noticing the 2 grand characters Hailong emblazoned on his attire, the crowd fell silent. "Third place from our school," Wan Lei remarked with a frown. "That guy is so arrogant." Han Xiaoya rolled her eyes. "Second place from Hailong City's Qi High School. How could he not be arrogant?" Qin Feng also glanced over. The opponent's power information materialized on a transparent display. Realm, first rank, first level, meridian opening phase. Vitality, 1153. Mental strength, 665. Combat power, 915. Innate talent, none. Martial body, king of food. The vitality is quite high, yet the combat power barely reaches 9-fold. For a first-tier martial artist, a combat power of 11-fold vitality is deemed acceptable. This youth appears rather lacking. Qin Feng did not dwell on it. This individual likely could not even defeat Bai Qingning. He was hardly worth his concern. Just then, Qin Feng spotted a familiar figure. Zhonglan. What brings him here? Zhonglan also noticed Qin Feng and met his gaze, revealing the same proud and superior smile as always. That flaunting expression seemed to communicate, "Did you expect this? I have arrived too." Qin Feng quickly deduced the situation. In his past life, such unfair undercurrents were commonplace. No matter the world, such occurrences would never be eradicated. No wonder this genius training camp comprises 1001 individuals. It appears that one has taken the back door. Nonetheless, his presence is welcome. Qin Feng smiled. He still had a score to settle with the person who had previously sent someone to intercept him. "Qin Feng, I can only escort you thus far. From here on, you must rely on yourselves." The supervising teacher could only wait here, anticipating the conclusion of the camp's challenges to escort the eliminated students back. The entrance challenge is no simple feat. This forest is home to numerous first-tier ferocious beasts, and even some in the late first tier. If you 8 can unite and cooperate, even if you encounter a late first-tier beast, you should be able to escape. Qin Feng, Bai Qingning, you too are the strongest. I hope you can guide the others. Qin Feng nodded. I will do my utmost, but my priority is to secure my own entry into the camp. After all, the principal is a decent fellow, having generously sponsored him with over 1 million in medicinal pills. If time permits, assisting other students to improve the overall performance of the 3rd middle school would undoubtedly benefit both the school and the principal. Gratitude and vengeance are Qin Feng's 2 guiding principles. Bai Qingning nodded in agreement. I feel the same. The other students expressed no dissatisfaction upon hearing this. Achieving this much is already quite commendable. Thank you. They acknowledged Qin Feng and Bai Qingning with nods of gratitude. The supervising teacher, Wu Chang, offered a reassuring nod, patting several shoulders. Go now. Safety comes first. If you cannot succeed, returning is no disgrace. You are still young, and the road ahead is long. Chapter 15. Chief Instructor. Captain Qin Feng. Deep within the forest, a towering mountain nearly 1,000 meters high houses the genius training camp's base. A woman in a demon suppression army uniform, approximately 1.7 meters tall and seemingly in her 30s with short hair, strode into the base surrounded by several individuals. Captain D, you have arrived. Wang Tianhao, the base's head, greeted her with a smile. The short-haired woman, named Di Wolin, is one of the 4 commanders of the Jiang Province's Demon Suppression Army. Despite being a woman, the Thorn Legion she commands has slain as many ferocious beasts as any other legion. Di Wolin is also regarded as a candidate for the next vice commander of the Jiang Province's Demon Suppression Army. It is truly an honor to have you and your personal guards here as the instructor team for this training camp. In recent years, Jiang Province's martial arts candidates have performed quite poorly in the college entrance examinations. The results from each province dictate the allocation of martial arts resources nationwide, thus impacting millions of martial arts students within a province. Especially for children from ordinary backgrounds like Qin Feng, the school's martial arts resources hold significant importance. Therefore, this year, Jiang Province invited Di Wolin and her guards to serve as the instructor team, hoping to provide a substantial boost to the 1,001 geniuses from various middle schools in Jiang Province before the college entrance exams. Di Wolin is known for her disciplined command, with strict military conduct being a hallmark of the Thorn Legion. The ability to gain a reputation comparable to other legions despite being predominantly female speaks volumes. Di Wolin nodded coolly. Let us dispense with pleasantries. Are there any promising candidates this year? Before arriving, she and her Thorn Legion had been stationed at an interdimensional rift. She had no desire to serve as an instructor for a genius training camp. In her view, guarding the rift and slaying ferocious beasts and interdimensional creatures was her true mission. This training camp lasts 70 days. In that time, she could potentially lead her legion to conquer 2 cities within the rift and slay millions of interdimensional creatures. Moreover, it seemed a waste of her talents as a 6th-tier martial sovereign to teach these children, who were not even martial artists and may never have encountered a ferocious beast. Why not simply pull a few 3rd-tier generals or 4th-tier martial lords from the Demon Suppression Army? However, out of a sense of obligation, Di Wolin eventually agreed to serve as an instructor. Yet, should any issues arise at the rift she guards, she would leave immediately to provide support. Wang Tianhao smiled awkwardly. Not taking offense, he understood Di Wolin's temperament. He promptly produced a small booklet and handed it to Di Wolin. There are a total of 1,001 participants. Among them, 37 have reached the martial artist level in the school tests conducted 3 days ago. Wait, why 1,001? I heard it was supposed to be 1,000. Before Wang Tianhao could begin his introduction, Di Wolin interrupted with a frown. Here's the thing, Captain D. Originally, the plan was for 1,000 participants, but a minor change occurred. The Baiwa sect in Hailong City requested an additional spot at the last minute. I heard that the Baiwa sect has produced a moon-cold saintess with exceptionally high martial arts talent, just a month shy of her 18th birthday. She has already reached the 2nd-tier martial artist level. Wang Tianhao explained with a smile. She should be the strongest among us in this training camp. Among the remaining participants, there are indeed some promising candidates. 37 have reached the martial artist level, 301 have awakened martial talents, and 21 possess special physiques. Of course, these figures are confirmed, and there may be others whose statuses have not been updated in time. As they conversed, they arrived at the base's monitoring room. Captain D, the students have begun their entrance challenges. Shall we observe the monitors while I introduce each of them? Very well. The monitoring room's array activated, emitting a humming sound. Soft light cascaded from the ceiling, revealing over a dozen 3D holographic projections within the room, all crystal clear. These projections depicted individuals deemed particularly noteworthy by the training camp. While watching the monitors, Di Wolin remarked indifferently, the girl from the Baiwa sect you mentioned seems quite impressive. Not yet 18 and already at the 2nd tier. She is indeed a rare talent. However, aside from her, the others currently appear rather average. Among the over 3 million martial arts students in Jiang Province, the strongest among this 1,000, aside from the moon-cold saintess, only reaches the 5th level of the 1st tier. Even those who have stepped into martial arts number a mere 37. Di Wolin's tone carried a hint of disappointment. Wang Tianhao felt a flicker of joy at her praise for the Baiwa sect's saintess Ji Weiwei, but his smile quickly faltered upon hearing the subsequent remarks. Captain D's expectations seem rather high, indeed. In the realm of 1st-tier martial artists, there exists a significant number of those at the 1st tier's 2nd and 3rd stages, along with a multitude who have awakened unique martial physiques. Yet, it is astonishing that they are deemed inconsequential. However, considering that Di Wolin was born and raised in the Magic City, and has ascended to the rank of a 6th-tier martial master before reaching the age of 30, it seems only natural for her to possess lofty standards. Wang Tianhao offered an awkward smile, stating, compared to the Magic City, the Imperial Capital, and the Martial God City, Jiang Province might lag slightly behind. Nonetheless, there are still numerous children here with considerable potential. Many have just awakened their physiques and talents, yet have yet to unleash their full potential. Furthermore, it is quite possible that several children have concealed their unique physiques and talents, failing to report them. This is precisely why we require a genius like you, Commander D, to come and assist in their training. I have heard that many young girls here hold you and the Thorn Legion in high regard. If you could take notice of a few and mentor them, it would be most beneficial. Upon hearing these words, Di Wolin's expression softened somewhat. She set aside the booklet in her hand and raised her gaze towards the electronic screen. In the forest, the majority of the examinees opted to head straight towards the location of the special training base on the map. This led to approximately 70% of the students clustering together in a horde. The larger the group, the safer they felt. However, their decision to band together caused the fierce beasts to flee prematurely. Completing the camp challenge and collecting beast ears became nearly impossible. In this challenge, gathering beast ears was far more critical than merely reaching the base. Many astute individuals recognized this and promptly broke away from the main group, forming smaller teams to hunt solitary beasts. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. Haha, we seem to be making excellent progress. Everyone is nearing their goals. Right? Chuckled the slightly plump Wan Lei. Beside him, He Qian, a girl who placed fourth in their school's tests, her round face framed by large glasses, expressed her excitement. This is all thanks to Qin Feng. If he hadn't determined the direction from the outset, we might still be scrambling for beasts with the larger group. Han Xiaoya furrowed her brow as she glanced at her phone. I heard that over there, they started fighting over the beast ears. Instead of being killed by the beasts, they ended up injuring each other. Qin Feng was not particularly surprised. One should never test human nature. After the supervisor explained the rules, he had anticipated such developments. Therefore, he promptly led a few classmates away from the main group to hunt the beasts. Are we all rested? Let's continue. Once we collect the beast ears, we can head straight to the base, Qin Feng stated calmly. Yes, sir. We shall follow Captain Qin's lead. Charge. With Qin Feng at the forefront. The first-tier early stage, 13th rank, beasts posed little threat. He took the lead as the main force while the others provided auxiliary support. Even first-tier mid-stage beasts could be handled with ease. Chapter 16, The Saintus, a gathering of geniuses. Before the gates of the training base, several prodigies had already arrived within the span of 2 hours. The one who arrived the fastest was a girl with flowing silver hair, adorned in a shimmering silver gown. She seemed to emanate a faint starlight, ethereal and enchanting. She was none other than the moonlit saintess of the Baiwa sect, Ji Weiwei. With her second-tier martial artist prowess, she reached the base in record time. As for the beast ears she was required to collect, she effortlessly dispatched a few beasts along the way. In just 40 minutes, she completed the camp challenge, far ahead of the others. The second to arrive was a youth at the 5th rank of the first tier, taking 59 minutes. One by one, the distinctions among the prodigies began to surface. Under the watchful eyes of the surrounding geniuses, Ji Weiwei, resembling a celestial being, approached the staff with a hint of confidence and pride. May I enter the camp first? The staff member responded with a smile. Of course. Please hand over the required beast ears for inspection. Someone will escort you to the dormitory for rest. And you can gather at the main gate at midnight for the camp initiation ceremony. Ji Weiwei nodded, submitted her pouch, and followed the staff member. The remaining prodigies exchanged glances. She has finally gone. I can't believe how much pressure I felt while she was here. That girl must be at least an 8th or 9th rank. Haha, she is the moonlit saintess cultivated by the Baiwa sect. I heard she is already a 2nd tier. Is that for real? 18 and at the 2nd tier? How do those words even go together? That's simply outrageous. No wonder she could enter the camp directly. There was no one in this special training camp worthy of her attention or caution. The group was utterly astonished, and they too wished to enter the camp for rest. However, they were also keen to observe the situation further and familiarize themselves with more powerful individuals, as knowing oneself and one's adversaries is the key to victory in 100 battles. Another hour and a half passed, and the training base welcomed an unusual influx of individuals. So this is the special training base? We finally made it. I thought I was going to die of exhaustion. The base is situated atop a mountain 1,000 meters high, Han Xiaoyao exclaimed, utterly fatigued, as she plopped down on a nearby stone platform. Qin Feng remained composed, surveying the other gathered prodigies. 13 in total. He was somewhat taken aback by the number of arrivals. This genius training camp truly harbored hidden talents. Upon employing his Veil of Shadows ability, he discerned that every individual present was, without exception, a first-tier martial artist. Incredible. Aside from him, there were no martial artists from his school. Here, he saw a total of 13. Among them was a 5th-rank first-tier individual and 2 at the 3rd rank. How formidable. Moreover, each of them possessed either a special physique or an innate talent. For instance, the red-haired youth had awakened the fire manipulator martial physique, with an innate talent of soul summoning. Then there was the youth clad in white armor, radiating sharpness, who boasted a supreme bone physique. And in the corner stood another who seemed ordinary, yet possessed the ancient martial physique. Indeed, as the number of participants increased, so too did the emergence of prodigies. Yet, he remained unfazed. This was merely a minor camp challenge and did not represent the entirety of their capabilities. After all, the purpose of attending this training camp was to grow stronger, was it not? Without rivals, how dull life would be. However, what Qin Feng was unaware of was that none among the 13 prodigies felt any less astonished than he did. They scrutinized Qin Feng and his companions, exchanging glances. Goodness. Which school are they from? Have they all arrived together? Someone murmured in surprise. Each of the 13 was the top student from their respective schools. They had chosen to act independently, hunting beasts and arriving at the base solo, which accounted for their significantly shorter travel times. In contrast, Qin Feng and his group had all 8 members present, including several who were merely dead weight with 80 health points. Their difficulty was evident. If Qin Feng had chosen to act alone, he would not have lagged behind them. A youth, casually pinching a pill between his fingers, stepped forward, looking at Qin Feng with a smile and saying, "Your strength is quite commendable. I am Wang Shi from the Wang family of Hailong City. Allow me to offer you a friendly reminder. This training camp has never endorsed teamwork. It is solely a celebration of individualism. If you persist in caring for your classmates and reveling in the adulation of these weaker individuals, it will inevitably lead to your downfall." Wang Shi, Dan Emperor Body. Vitality 133, 32 meridians opened, first tier, second level. Before Qin Feng, even his undergarments were laid bare. The Dan Emperor Body, which is slightly more formidable than the Dan King Body, certainly explains his arrogance. Yet, that is where it ends. Qin Feng gazed at him, offering a faint smile. "Thank you for the reminder. However, if one is sufficiently strong, is there really a need to fear being dragged down? If you currently possess the strength of a third-tier martial general, would you still worry about being a burden? Furthermore, you claim that the special training camp lacks teamwork. Yet you have come here to kindly warn me. What is your true intention?" Qin Feng's response clearly exceeded Wang Shi's expectations. Wang Shi furrowed his brow, scoffed, and shook his head, losing interest in the conversation. In his view, Qin Feng was nothing more than an arrogant fool, unworthy of further acquaintance. In truth, his earlier warning was not born out of goodwill, but rather a disdain for the harmonious camaraderie displayed by Qin Feng's small group. He found their happiness to be disingenuous and sought to sow discord among them. If only Qin Feng hesitated for a moment, their friendship would show signs of fracture. Bai Qingning's melodious and chilling voice rang out. "This person seeks to incite discord within our team of 8. That scoundrel is so disgusting. No wonder I found him so irksome." Han Xiaoyao exclaimed, her teeth clenched like a frenzied kitten. Qin Feng chuckled. "No need to concern ourselves with him. Let us rest for now." The entrance was remarkably tranquil. The earlier exchange between Wang Shi and Qin Feng had captured the attention of all the talented individuals present. Qin Feng's audacious remarks further intrigued many. One by one, they scrutinized him. Qin Feng, unfazed, leaned against a nearby tree and closed his eyes to recuperate. Minutes later, Luo Taizhu and Xiao Yan, whom Qin Feng had encountered on the high-speed train, arrived. After some inquiries, Qin Feng discovered that there was no need to wait at the entrance. They could enter the camp early. This revelation left him somewhat speechless. Upon arriving and seeing so many people gathered at the gate, he had instinctively assumed they were waiting until midnight. It turned out they were merely gathering intelligence. Qin Feng also heard that a girl had entered the camp about an hour after the challenge began. This girl appeared to be a second-tier martial artist, which astonished Qin Feng. At 18, being a second-tier martial artist was a true testament to her genius. Consequently, Qin Feng decided to enter the camp as well, seeking rest and training in his dormitory. He regarded his only adversary as himself and the challenges posed by the Chaos Tower. Moreover, with his ability, Veil of Heaven and Sun, he could uncover any opponent's secrets when the time came. There was no need to stand idly at the entrance like Wang Shi and others, attempting to glean information. What could they possibly discern? Qin Feng's decision to enter the camp directly left Wang Shi and his companions momentarily stunned. The moon-cold saintess, with her overwhelming strength, had no rivals and entered the camp without hesitation. Yet, here was Qin Feng, a mere first-tier second-level individual, brimming with confidence and not bothering to stay behind to assess the strength of his formidable opponents. Truly, he was audaciously self-assured. The remaining talented individuals felt uneasy. In comparison to Qin Feng, their own lack of confidence became starkly apparent. Chapter 17, Daring Maneuvers. Profiting handsomely. In the base's monitoring room, Wang Tianhao furrowed his brow in astonishment. 8 individuals have arrived simultaneously. This is Qin Feng and the 8 from Jiangxing Third High School. I did not expect them to band together to enter the camp so swiftly. Wang Tianhao glanced at his watch. Merely 3 hours and 35 minutes had elapsed. Considering the speed of an 80 vitality non-martial artist, it would take at least 2 hours to reach the entrance of the special training camp. Adding to that the fact that 8 individuals had to hunt numerous ferocious beasts, this time frame was rather impressive. Even Di Wolin, who had been relatively quiet, spoke up, retrieve the footage of their team, and play it back at high speed. Understood. Soon, a 3D holographic projection appeared before them, playing at 10 times the normal speed. During combat, the speed was reduced to 3 times for a closer examination. Both Di Wolin and Wang Tianhao were high-tier martial artists, and even at 3 times the speed, they could discern every detail clearly. Wang Tianhao exclaimed in admiration. Their coordination is remarkable, especially Qin Feng, calm and decisive, possessing a wealth of combat skills against ferocious beasts. His performance surpasses many martial arts students I have encountered. Not only is he a newcomer who has just stepped into the martial realm, But he also led 7 non-martial artists to effortlessly and swiftly slay so many initial stage ferocious beasts without a scratch. He is a promising candidate. Commander D. What do you think? D. Roland pondered. He is competent. His overall strength could rank within the top 10 of the special training camp. As for his combat abilities, he might even place in the top 3 among his peers. However, why is his information so sparse? And why such a significant discrepancy? D. Roland was perplexed. The dossier in her hand merely stated, Qin Feng, a senior martial arts student from Jiangqing 3rd High School, 18 years and 1 month old. Talent selection camp test vitality 101, combat power 1302. His innate talent and martial physique were all unknown. Wang Tianhao felt somewhat awkward. He had also looked into Qin Feng's basic information yesterday. This student was indeed peculiar. Initially, he seemed unremarkable, lacking martial talent, and a month ago, his vitality was barely above 50. Who would have thought that during the selection test, he would shine as the sole martial artist from Jiangqing 3rd High School? Moreover, based on what I learned, he had never encountered ferocious beasts nor had any practical combat experience. D. Roland became intrigued. Just 3 days after the selection test, he had already reached the first tier 2nd level with vitality exceeding 130 points. Could it be that he had been concealing his strength? Or perhaps he suddenly awakened some powerful physique or talent, resulting in a rapid surge in growth. No practical experience? It seems this young man harbors many secrets. Seeing D. Roland's astonishment regarding Qin Feng, Wang Tianhao felt a sense of joy. Now they realized, our Jiang province also has its geniuses. The moon hung high in the sky. Time quietly approached midnight. Qin Feng and Bai Qingming, along with others, arrived at the base entrance. Wow. I've finally gathered enough beast ears. I can enter the camp now. How many people have entered? Is the count up to 600? Damn it. I encountered a first-tier 7th level triangular mad rhinoceros and almost met my end. Thankfully, I ran fast, but alas, my brother, he died before I could save him. It's tragic. For the vast majority of students, slaying ferocious beasts was no simple feat, let alone in this perilous forest. I'm still short 2 beast ears to enter. Is there anyone with extras? Please lend me 2. I am 2. I only need 1. Does anyone have extra? I'll pay 80,000 summer dollars for 1. The entrance to the base had turned into a veritable marketplace. Unfortunately, those possessing the capability hastily rushed to enter the training camp, while those lacking strength were preoccupied with their own concerns. This is a specialized training camp, not a wilderness hunting group. Slaying ferocious beasts yields no tangible rewards, as one cannot transport them away for profit. Moreover, there are no dedicated chefs for preparing beast meat, and the majority of these creatures have been tainted by otherworldly entities. Without proper processing, no one dares to consume the flesh of these beasts. Thus, the incentive to engage in such perilous hunts is virtually non-existent. Consequently, a throng of individuals gathered at the entrance, all in need of beast ears to complete their entry challenges. The sellers were nearly absent. At that moment, Qin Feng produced a blood-stained cloth bag, casting it to the ground with a resounding thud. He then erected a flag fashioned from a bamboo pole and tattered cloth nearby, before taking a seat on a stone stool. Ahem. Beast ears for sale. Unranked ferocious beast right ears at 60,000 each. Ranked ones at 150,000 each. Limited quantities available. First come, first served. Those without funds may exchange for martial resources of equivalent value. His powerful aura amplified his words, ensuring all present could hear him clearly. Where can I buy them? I want to purchase 2. In an instant, the entrance buzzed with excitement. Those lacking beast ears were akin to moths drawn to a flame, brimming with anticipation. Form a line, one at a time. No queue, no transaction. Qin Feng admonished with a frown. As soon as he spoke, the talented students obediently formed a long line, reminiscent of well-trained ducklings. A smile finally graced Qin Feng's face as he began the transactions. Mobile transfers were accepted, as were exchanges involving elixirs, spiritual plants, liquors, or teas. Having entered the camp early, completed his daily training regimen, and allowed the chaos towers cool down to elapse, he took the opportunity to descend the mountain and hunt numerous ferocious beasts. He had anticipated this scene, knowing that some would fail to meet their hunting objectives and require beast ears. This was a chance to earn a little profit, even if it did not yield wealth. It served to hone his practical combat skills. Qin Feng's actions were nothing short of astounding. As midnight approached, the 400 to 500 talented individuals at the entrance watched him sell beast ears, their emotions a complex tapestry. Is this even permissible? Selling beast ears in the midst of provincial prodigies? It feels like a marketplace. Is this guy a genius or a fool? He seems to be raking it in. In the public eye, trading beast ears did not appear to breach any regulations. Staff members were already on the phone, reporting to superiors, and it seemed his dream of wealth was on the verge of shattering. However, to their surprise, after the call, the staff took no action, as if they had not witnessed the spectacle. Qin Feng, who had been observing quietly, sighed in relief and continued his jovial transactions. This leniency from the training camp astonished the gathered prodigies. Who would have thought the camp would condone such antics? Many talented individuals sighed in envy. realizing that a single early-stage ferocious beast could fetch 150,000, enough to exchange for a first-grade vitality elixir. If I had thought of this, I could have easily earned a fortune. Damn, I'm so envious. He must have at least 40 beast ears. Couldn't he that net him 2 to 3 million? Within the crowd, a red-haired youth remarked with a gentle smile, "You've overlooked a crucial point. With so many beast ears, it implies this fellow single-handedly defeated all those ferocious beasts. Indeed, his strength at the second level is impressive." The crowd turned their gazes towards the speaker, recognizing him as Xiao Yan from the Xiao family of Wutan City. Upon hearing his analysis, many nodded in agreement. Fighting ferocious beasts is incredibly exhausting. A genius like us would struggle against 4 or 5 at our level, let alone 10. The individual they had dubbed the Greedy Spirit had managed to single-handedly slay over 40 beasts, truly remarkable. As a result, the majority of those present etched Qin Feng's face into their memories, viewing him as a formidable presence to be avoided. Initially, students from the 3rd middle school felt a tinge of embarrassment witnessing Qin Feng's ear trade, but after Xiao Yan's remarks, the tide shifted, and he became an object of both admiration and cautious respect. They chuckled. Han Xiaya pouted. How could he not invite me to partake in such fortune? Eating alone is so selfish. Bai Qingming smirked. If I had invited you, would you even have come? You'd be snoring like a pig the moment you returned to the dorm. Han Xiaya blushed. Oh, come on, Qingming. There are so many people here. Have some consideration for my dignity. After their playful banter, Han Xiaya glanced towards Qin Feng. That guy is making a killing. We must ensure he treats us to a feast after graduation from the training camp. The slightly plump Wan Lei stated simply, today, we were able to breeze through the entry challenge thanks to Brother Feng and Bai Jia. If anyone is treating, it should be me first. He Qian, wearing large-framed glasses and a round face, nodded. And I too. Qin Feng gave me 2 beast ears. Within the base, upon receiving reports from his subordinates, Wang Tianhao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He could not have anticipated that Qin Feng would resort to such tactics. How utterly humiliating. Even if the boy is greedy, there's no need to flaunt it so publicly. What will Commander D think of this? D. Roland, however, displayed little emotion and remained silent. Let us go, Director Wang. It's time. Oh right. Wang Tianhao led D. Roland to the entrance of the base. The talented individuals present noticed their arrival and fell silent. Qin Feng had completed all transactions and was now placing his spoils into the cloth bag, cradling it close. This endeavor had proven incredibly lucrative. The total value of the resources acquired, summer essence, elixirs, spiritual plants, wines, and teas, amounted to approximately 3 million. As Qin Feng reveled in his bounty, on the other side, following staff calculations and reports, Wang Tianhao began his address. By the stroke of midnight, 489 students successfully completed the assessment. The remaining 512 have all been eliminated. Some are already on their way back by high-speed train, while others will forever remain in the Starfall Mountains. Wang Tianhao's voice rose. The path of martial arts is fraught with risks, a reality you must have considered when choosing this journey. First and foremost, congratulations on passing through layers of selection and testing to successfully enter the 133rd session of Jiang Province's Genius Training Camp. As he spoke, he smiled and applauded. The staff joined in, and the students were moved, applauding for themselves. I am Wang Tianhao, the head of the training camp. This esteemed individual before you is your chief instructor, the commander of the Thorn Legion of the Demon Suppression Army from Jiang Province, Commander D. Roland. The crowd couldn't help but turn their gazes towards her striking and upright figure, exuding an aura of formidable presence that instilled fear. Time waits for no one. We shall discuss the particulars tomorrow. Now, the staff will escort you to your accommodations, so rest well. We shall convene at the training ground at 7 a.m. sharp. Those who arrive late will be dismissed without hesitation. Is that understood? Understood. The youthful boys and girls, brimming with vigor, chorused in unison. This training camp is exceedingly rigorous. They threaten to cast us out at the slightest infraction, one slightly chubby lad muttered. However, those who endure will undoubtedly experience significant growth. Becoming a martial artist is certainly within our reach. To think that Commander D. Roland of the Thorn Legion is our chief instructor, this could spell trouble. Why do you say that? Pray, elaborate. I perceive that the chief instructor retains her charm. She appears rather youthful. The one with the curly hair resembling a llama chuckled. Heh, you might want to keep that opinion to yourself. If she hears it, you may not see the light of day tomorrow. You see, Commander D. Roland is a prodigy, hailing from the distinguished D family of Magic City. She gained admission to the prestigious Magic City Martial University and, by the age of 20, had already attained the rank of 3rd Order Martial General. Upon graduating at 22, she had reached the 4th Order and immediately joined the Demon Suppression Army. At 25, she achieved 5th Order, and now at 29, she stands at 6th Order. The Thorn Legion, as you may know, is one of the 4 major legions of Jiang Province, and it boasts a remarkable composition of nearly 90 female warriors. Under D. Roland's command, it is in no way inferior to the other 3 legions, which speaks volumes about her strictness and excellence. Ah, my friend, if you are genuinely interested in Commander D, there may still be hope. I've heard she remains unmarried. Commander D is fervently devoted to slaying fierce beasts. The number of beasts that have perished at her hands is surely in the millions. The crowd listened intently, captivated by the tales of her prowess. A 29-year-old 6th Order martial sovereign. Such an individual can only be revered from afar, never to be trifled with. The one who had earlier remarked on her youthful charm now wore a face of terror, frantically exclaiming, "I was merely jesting, my friends, please do not spread that around. I am Hao Nongxin from the Hao family. I shall treat everyone to a massage for relaxation after we leave." This elicited hearty laughter from the group. A gathering of youths in the communal bathhouse engaged in boastful banter, reveling in their camaraderie. Qin Feng quietly showered, listening to their chatter, lost in thought. At 20, a 3rd Order Martial General. I wonder, what heights will I reach in 2 years? The next morning, at the training camp's dining hall. "Brother Feng, over here." Wan Lei stood up, waving cheerfully. Qin Feng collected his breakfast and strolled over. Brother Feng, Brother Feng." Along the way, many greeted him. Thanks to his venture selling beast ears the previous night, over 20 new students had joined the training camp. Though they had paid for their spots, many felt a sense of gratitude towards Qin Feng. Sitting beside Wan Lei, he noticed that all the students from their school were present, except for Bai Qingning. Several classmates were devouring beast meat and sipping on specially concocted beverages. "Brother Feng, hurry and eat. This beast meat is exquisite." Chapter 19. The Wealthy Young Lady. Her words are so sharp. This drink is delightful too. The chefs at this training camp are phenomenal. They make my home meals seem unworthy of comparison. Not only was it delicious, but I feel incredibly warm, as if my vitality is surging. Most importantly, it's a buffet. Take as much as you want. Han Xiaoyao exclaimed, her cheeks puffed with excitement as she chewed on the meat. Qin Feng had long heard that beast meat was immensely beneficial for cultivating vitality. However, it required skilled chefs to eliminate harmful substances and fully unlock its nutritional value. Beast meat chefs are as esteemed as alchemists, brewers, and cultivators. Qin Feng also began to indulge heartily. Indeed, with each bite of beast meat followed by a sip of the special drink, warmth flooded through him. It was truly miraculous. After a while, Qin Feng curiously inquired, "Where's Bai Qingning? Why isn't she here to enjoy such a feast?" Han Xiaoya continued munching, remaining silent. Wan Lei pointed in a direction, and Qin Feng followed his gaze. In a corner of the dining hall sat Bai Qingning, clad in a white martial arts uniform, elegantly consuming her beast meat. Many students around her cast strange glances in her direction. This was a case of severe incongruity between her attire, appearance, and behavior. Qin Feng smiled, well aware that Bai Qingning possessed the innate talent of a gourmet, similar to the Food King physique, but even more impressive. She could enhance herself by sampling various delicacies, colloquially referred to as the foodie talent. Now, confronted with this delectable buffet of beast meat, she must be relishing every bite. The higher her vitality, the greater her appetite. There were steamed, fried, and roasted dishes, each more delectable than the last. Qin Feng devoured 12 pounds of beast meat before finally pausing. He glanced around, casually observing the other prodigies. He spotted Luo Taizhu eagerly tearing into various beast meats. And the Food King from Hailong City. He also noticed the Dan Emperor physique, Wang Shi. They barely registered in his mind. What truly caught Qin Feng's attention were 4 individuals. A silver-haired girl in a shimmering gown, a red-haired youth with fiery eyes, a boy clad in silver armor, seemingly possessing a golden spine, and an apparently ordinary boy awakened with an ancient martial body. These 4 were likely the strongest participants in this training camp. It seemed she was the first to enter yesterday, a 2nd Order martial artist. Qin Feng fixated on the silver-haired girl. She wore a silver bracelet that shimmered, summoning portions of beast meat to her table. The meat appeared imbued with a chilling, ethereal energy, akin to the essence of moonlight. Goodness! Did she bring her own meals to this gathering? The dining hall's buffet clearly does not meet her standards. She must be a wealthy young lady. Qin Feng chuckled wryly. Burp. Han Xiaoya let out a satisfied burp, contentedly patting her belly, beaming with joy. What bliss! Consuming 53 pounds of premium beast meat for breakfast would cost thousands outside. Indeed. Indeed. If every meal is of such caliber, we stand to gain significantly. He Qian nodded in agreement. Simply by eating like this and practicing a little, I could surely advance in this training camp. Bai Qingning elegantly wiped her mouth with a napkin, standing aside in silence. Her demeanor was serene and graceful, a stark contrast to her earlier meat-devouring self. Qin Feng smiled. Have you considered where all this beast meat comes from? Wan Lei's eyes widened in realization. Brother Feng, are you suggesting this is all from the beasts we slayed during yesterday's challenge? Qin Feng nodded. Now, tell me, do you think we VE gained or lost? Han Xiaoya was bewildered. Well, it appears we VE lost significantly. We 8 have just consumed 100 pounds of beast meat. Yet the number of beasts we defeated yesterday must have been around 50, right? That equates to the potential preparation of over 1,000 pounds of nutritious beast meat. He Qian reminded. Do not forget, Qin Feng has single-handedly slain over 40 beasts. Instantly, Han Xiaoya felt a profound ache in her heart. Rounded up, it felt as if she had lost nearly 100 million. The endearing visage of that little financial slave drew hearty laughter from the crowd. In the martial arts arena, 489 students stood in 5 neatly arranged formations. "Attention," commanded a soldier from the Demon Suppression Army, and the students promptly straightened up, their once defiant demeanor now replaced with obedient compliance. D. Wolin, accompanied by 5 equally spirited female warriors, approached with a stern expression, ready to deliver her address. "You are the chosen geniuses selected from over 3 million martial arts students in Jiang Province. Frankly, I am quite disappointed. The affairs concerning the dimensional rifts are exceedingly demanding. Had it not been for a personal favor owed to old Xiao, I would not squander my time on you." Many students began to frown. An initial assessment had eliminated nearly half of them. Those of you who remain should not bask in premature pride. You are all acutely aware of how many among you acquired beast ears through trade from others. We are all aware of it. Thus, if we calculate, perhaps those who pass the entry challenge solely based on their own strength might need to be counted at half. Naturally, do not let this inflate your egos. This merely indicates that you are now marginally closer to the students of key institutions in Magic City, Imperial Capital, and Martial God City, as well as the esteemed progeny of well-established sections. Do you dare to fantasize that merely awakening a talent or physical constitution places you on the same starting line as them? For most of you, it appears that your future contributions will likely amount to little more than becoming fodder for ferocious beasts, nurturing even more formidable creatures that in turn will fortify human warriors. Upon hearing this, nearly all the students furrowed their brows tightly, their chests heaving as if a torrent of anger was about to erupt. In the audience, Wang Tianhao wore a bitter smile. "Commander D, your words are rather scathing. Yet, there is truth in what you say. The true prodigies of the Imperial Capital and Martial God City possess not only exceptional innate talent, but also the robust heritage of their families, far beyond what students from smaller cities can compare." Wang Tianhao understood that Commander D aimed to instill a sense of urgency in the students, to ignite their fighting spirit, and prevent complacency upon entering the special training camp. Now, let us commence with the introduction of the special training camp curriculum. Each day, you will be required to slay a beast whose vitality is no less than your own. Daily training in the gravity chamber, practicing agility in the simulated combat arena, and engaging in beast confrontation drills, each lasting no less than 1 hour. The remaining time is yours to utilize as you see fit. Those who fail to complete their tasks for 5 consecutive days will be eliminated. Additionally, there will be periodic assessments, including evaluations in the gravity chamber, agility room, and simulated beast combat, with rankings and benefits determined by your performance. Beasts slain may be stored in spatial rings, and the base will assist with cooking at no charge. Those who rank in the bottom 20 for 2 consecutive assessments will be eliminated. A grand competition will occur every 3 weeks, with rewards for the top 10 and elimination for the bottom 20. After the introduction, the majority of students wore troubled expressions. Chapter 20, Gravity Chamber Training. Han Xiaya lamented. "Commander D is indeed quite strict. Surely, I cannot be denied a graduation certificate." A few classmates from Jiang City No. 3 began to grumble together. Qin Feng, however, felt little concern. In his perspective, elimination was not an option. Obtaining the special training camp certificate would be effortless. He Qian suddenly spoke up. "I believe the chief instructor is not wrong. Those without talent, rather than foolishly rushing toward the dimensional rift and losing their lives, would be better off relinquishing their aspirations and preserving their resources for those with true potential." She then turned her gaze towards Qin Feng. The crowd fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Qin Feng smiled and remarked, "But who can clearly define talent? History is replete with late-blooming champions. Moreover, if no one ventures into the dimensional rift to battle the creatures from other realms, who will safeguard Xia country and protect Blue Star? Of course, I do not advocate for senseless self-sacrifice. Life is in one's own hands. The path one chooses is theirs to decide, as long as you are resolute. Even a first-tier warrior on the battlefield can be a valiant defender of the nation and a martyr for the people." Qin Feng's sudden seriousness astonished everyone. They fell into contemplation, mulling over his words. Han Xiaya stared at him for 2 seconds. Coupled with Qin Feng's tall and handsome appearance, she found herself, for the first time, thinking him quite charming and captivating. Her cheeks flushed as she averted her gaze and said, "Who would have thought you could be so earnest at times?" Bai Qingning silently observed Qin Feng, her outward calm belied by the emotional depth in her expressive eyes. Nearby, some students who had heard Qin Feng's words were equally stirred. The handsome young man was right. If no one ventured into the dimensional rift, who would confront the otherworldly beasts and protect our country and people? I am well aware that while I am gifted, I am still at the bottom here. Nevertheless, I shall pursue the martial path, just as my father did, to guard the dimensional rift. And I, with my 7-foot frame, have pledged my service to my country. Either I shall bear glory upon my shoulders, or be wrapped in the crimson flag in death." The assembly was composed of 18-year-old youths, their emotions shifting rapidly. After years of education, each of them was a patriotic young individual. Qin Feng's words ignited their fervor like a spark, spreading like wildfire. In an instant, the uncertainty, confusion, hesitation, and fear disappeared from their eyes. Their resolve solidified, and some even felt their vitality surge, directly breaking through to become warriors. Wang Tianhao and Di Wolin's 5 personal guards nodded in approval at this scene. This fellow never fails to surprise me. Wang Tianhao began to take notice of Qin Feng. Di Wolin, accompanied by her 5 personal guards, would serve as the next 5 instructors. She herself would only occasionally lecture or provide guidance to a select few talents. Once the formation was realigned, the 5 instructors commenced teaching the A-grade body refinement techniques and breathing methods used within the demon suppression army. These were significantly more potent than the D-grade techniques taught in schools. Completing a set required approximately 40 minutes. As the students practiced, the beast meat consumed earlier began to take effect. Their bodies warmed up and perspiration began to bead. This is incredible. Just from one set. I feel my vitality has increased by nearly 1 point, exclaimed one student. Indeed, this is far superior to the results of my usual day of training. After completing the body refinement techniques, the 5 instructors led the group to the center of the base's gravity chamber. There were 30 gravity rooms, perfectly calibrated to a gravitational force of 130 times the norm. This was ample support for the daily training of warriors, martial masters, and generals. In the gravity chamber, training resembles weighted exercises, allowing for a profound and comprehensive conditioning of the entire body. This rigorous practice fortifies the muscles, tendons, and bones alike. A mere 30 minutes spent in a properly calibrated gravity chamber can equate to 2 or 3 hours of conventional training. Such conditions are a luxury few possess. Even within the confines of the 3rd high school, only a gravity chamber with 14 times the normal gravity is available, and it is shared among numerous students. 5 female instructors, each poised and dignified, stood amidst the crowd, elucidating the essential points regarding the use of the gravity chamber. They emphasized the necessity of a gradual approach when selecting the gravity level, cautioning against an immediate choice of higher intensities to avoid severe internal injuries. The gravity chamber is intended as an aid for cultivation, not a means for competition. They were acutely aware that the attendees were all prodigies from Jiang province, each brimming with youthful exuberance at the tender age of 17 or 18. Hence, they offered a particular reminder before granting everyone the freedom to choose. The internal space of the gravity chamber was substantial, approximately 530 square feet, accommodating multiple users simultaneously. Of the nearly 500 individuals present, more than 80% possessed energy levels between 80 and 97. They congregated in front of the entrance to the 24-fold gravity chamber, engaged in hushed discussions. The remaining elite few continued to advance forward. Han Xiaoya stood at the entrance of the 4-fold gravity chamber, observing Qin Feng, Bai Qingning, Wan Lei, and He Qian as they stepped inside, her youthful face radiating determination. I must strive harder. Qin Feng has already attained the 2nd level of the 1st stage, and Qingning is on the verge of a breakthrough. They are growing increasingly distant from me. Wan Lei and He Qian, both hovering around 90 energy levels, opted for the 5-fold gravity chamber, while Bai Qingning paused at the 7-fold chamber's entrance. Qin Feng softly encouraged her, waving his hand as he turned away to proceed. Bai Qingning did not enter the 7-fold gravity chamber immediately. Instead, she lingered at the threshold, gazing at Qin Feng's retreating figure. Many students observed this poignant scene, their hearts stirred with tumultuous emotions. Bai Qingning's ethereal beauty could effortlessly captivate any young man's heart. The realization that such a celestial being had already pledged her affections to another was a source of both admiration and envy among the onlookers. However, thoughts of the young man she gazed upon alleviated their sentiments. Qin Feng's audacious feat of slaying over 50 ferocious beasts alone had already spread like wildfire throughout the training camp. As Qin Feng passed the 8-fold and 9-fold gravity chambers, the number of individuals around him dwindled. Wang Shi, at the 2nd level of the 1st stage, paused before the 9-fold gravity chamber, while the fire elemental controller, a red-haired youth with a 3rd level of the 1st stage, entered the 12-fold gravity chamber. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Feng followed suit. Just before entering, he caught sight of the ancient martial body and supreme bone body holders halting before the entrance to the 14-fold gravity chamber. The two exchanged glances and subsequently stepped inside. The identity of the mysterious silver-haired woman remained unknown to him. As Qin Feng stepped into the gravity chamber, he was immediately met with an overwhelming force that bent him slightly at the waist, as if an invisible mountain bore down upon him. He activated his energy, feeling the internal flow of true energy surge within him, gradually alleviating the immense pressure. Remarkable. You possess quite the prowess. In the gravity chamber, a vast empty room housed a weapon rack on one side. The red-haired youth occupied the center, practicing a set of physical cultivation techniques while casting a grin in Qin Feng's direction. I initially thought you'd be flattened by the gravity upon entering. To my surprise, you merely bent at the waist and adapted so swiftly. Qin Feng responded with a subtle smile. You are not so bad yourself, managing to practice your techniques with such ease. The red-haired youth approached and extended his right hand. Greetings, I am Xiao Yin from Wudan City. Hello, I am Qin Feng from the 3rd High School in Jiang City. Chapter 21. Is this fellow made of iron? The two shook hands, sharing a smile before returning to their respective training. The room was spacious, accommodating only the two of them, thus feeling far from cramped. Brother Qin, if I am not mistaken, you should only be at the second level of the first stage, correct? Xiaoyan inquired with curiosity. Indeed, Qin Feng nodded. To think a second-level first-stage cultivator can adapt to this 12-fold gravity chamber. When I was at that stage, I could only manage the 10-fold gravity chamber with similar ease. You are impressive, Brother Qin. Qin Feng smiled, a country bumpkin, perhaps a bit tougher. He realized why Wang Shi, also at the second level of the first stage, had chosen the 9-fold gravity chamber. It dawned on him that the time he spent honing his skills in the chaotic tower and confronting death repeatedly had bestowed upon him a more resilient will and capacity for endurance. In the monitoring room, Di Wolin and Wang Tianhao observed the situation within the gravity chamber. The gravity chamber largely reflected a student's overall physical condition. To endure higher multiples of gravity indicated superior bodily strength. The power, speed, and resilience against impacts would inherently be greater. Pull up the monitoring footage of that boy selling beast ears from last night, Di Wolin remarked. Wang Tianhao promptly complied. To think he is in the same gravity chamber as Xiaoyan? Xiaoyan is at the third level of the first stage, and not just any ordinary third-level cultivator. Initially taken aback by seeing the red-haired youth beside Qin Feng, Wang Tianhao quickly checked the gravity chamber's designation. 12. That is indeed 12-fold gravity. A typical first-level third-stage cultivator might not last 10 minutes in there. Di Wolin also noted this scene, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes before she regained her composure. Quite impressive. No wonder he was able to single-handedly slay so many ferocious beasts yesterday. As it stands, he can be considered among the elite of his peers, meeting the criteria for a B-level genius. At this, Wang Tianhao's expression brightened. A B-level genius is also referred to as a provincial genius, representing a comprehensive evaluation of aptitude, strength, and potential, ranking among the top 5 in the province. Historically, Jiang City could produce no more than 12 B-level geniuses in a decade. To think, even before the college entrance examinations, Qin Feng has already attained the status of a B-level genius. He is indeed a source of pride for Jiang City. What about Ji Weiwei, Shi Hao, and Yi Bufan? How did they fare? Di Wolin inquired. From the information gathered, these three are currently the strongest in the training camp, Wang Tianhao replied, displaying the monitoring projections of the trio. Shi Hao and Yi Bufan, both at the 4th level of the first stage, entered the 14-fold gravity chamber. As for the most formidable, Ji Weiwei, a second-level martial artist, astonishingly entered the 21-fold gravity chamber. Upon learning the results, Wang Tianhao was genuinely astonished. This year's training camp boasts strength far surpassing that of previous years. Di Wolin expressed her confusion. Wang Tianhao elaborated, Director Di, you may not agree, but this batch of students is indeed the strongest since the 133rd cohort from Jiang Province. The physical qualities of these 5 individuals far exceed what is typical for their ranks. In my understanding, a second-level first-stage cultivator should only manage 9-fold gravity at most, while the 4th level should max out at 12-fold, and a second-level first stage at 19-fold. Yet, these individuals have all endured even greater multiples, particularly Qin Feng, who surpasses the standard by the most considerable margin. Diren nodded rarely. It's acceptable. Among the 5 of them, all could be classified as B-level geniuses. Ji Weiwei, however, ought to meet the A-level genius standard. At the center of the gravity chamber, each individual's physique varied. Some possessed abundant vital energy, but were physically weak and frail. They could not withstand the gravity multiples commensurate with their levels, and even the duration they could endure was significantly shorter than that of others. Many students emerged drenched in sweat and sore all over after merely 3 minutes. Approximately 10 minutes later, nearly 60 to 70% of the students could no longer endure and hastily exited the gravity chamber. Some collapsed before even reaching the door, being supported out by their fellow classmates. The disparity was starkly evident. Damn, I could only last 7 minutes, and the daily requirement is 1 hour. That means I need to go back in at least 8 more times. 7 minutes is already impressive. I could barely manage 4. For the next round, I won't go to room 4. I'll switch to room 3 instead. Those who emerged from the gravity chamber rested and chatted in the preparation hall. The hall was adorned with several large electronic screens displaying the names of students currently training, along with live footage of the top 10 performers. First place, Ji Weiwei, 21 times gravity, sustained for 11 minutes and 20 seconds. Second place, Shi Hao, 14 times gravity, sustained for 11 minutes and 40 seconds. Third place, Yi Bufan, 14 times gravity, sustained for 11 minutes and 35 seconds. Fourth place, Qin Feng, 12 times gravity, sustained for 11 minutes and 30 seconds. Wow, Brother Feng actually made it to the 12 times gravity chamber? I heard he is merely at the first level, second stage, yet he can compete with Xiaoyan, who is at the first level, third stage. Truly, he is the man who single-handedly slayed dozens of ferocious beasts. Incredible. But what of it? Among the boys, Shi Hao and Yi Bufan remain the strongest. They can withstand 14 times gravity. The first place is actually that silver-haired woman. When will we men stand tall? About 15 minutes later, Wang Shi emerged, his expression grim as he glanced at the scores on the screen. He had heard several people compare him with Qin Feng. Both were at the first level, second stage, yet he had completely become a mere backdrop. Humph, I am the body of a Dan emperor. By the time I reach the second stage, Qin Feng will likely still be in the mid-first stage. Wang Shi scoffed, no longer interested in watching others' tests, and departed directly. As time passed, each person who exited would cast a glance at the leaderboard. Upon seeing Qin Feng's performance, they were astonished. According to their levels, Qin Feng should rank no higher than 12th or 13th in this training camp. Yet his score firmly placed him in 5th. 20 minutes had elapsed. Among the first group of students, only about 10 remained inside. The remaining 95 students could no longer endure and had come out to rest. In room 12, Qin Feng was nearly soaked through, his breath becoming increasingly labored. Each inhalation was notably coarse. Beside him, Xiao Yin was in a similar state, his clothes completely drenched, sweat dripping down incessantly. Brother Qin, I can't hold on any longer. I must step out. Xiao Yin felt an overwhelming soreness throughout his body. Before departing, he cast an admiring glance at Qin Feng, who was persevering despite being at a lower level. Qin Feng forced a difficult smile. All right, I'm close to my limit too. He then continued practicing the body refinement techniques taught by the demon suppression army. Another 10 minutes passed. Shi Hao and Yi Bufan also emerged, panting heavily, leaving only Ji Weiwei and Qin Feng. How is Qin Feng enduring for so long? It's been 30 minutes. I can't believe I've gone in 3 times. And Qin Feng is still going strong. Is he really that relentless? I must grit my teeth and hold on for an extra 30 seconds next time. In the hall, many students looked at the name on the screen, feeling inspired. Shi Hao and Yi Bufan, too, were slightly taken aback as they gazed at the screen. Qin Feng, a mere first-level, second-stage individual, could endure 30 minutes in the 12 times gravity chamber? Is he made of iron? Only those who have experienced the intense pressure of the gravity chamber can comprehend the discomfort it entails. Akin to an ordinary college student attempting to hold a horse stance for 3 minutes, only to realize they must endure for an additional 10 minutes. That sensation is excruciating. Chapter 22. Passing the first layer. Diren and Wang Tianhao were also observing. I just checked Qin Feng's background. It's rather unremarkable. The most commendable aspect is that he has consistently maintained long-distance running for 2.5 years. Could this be the secret to his endurance? Wang Tianhao stroked his chin, a look of confusion on his face. Long-distance running is merely a method for ordinary individuals to train their bodies. So why is Qin Feng so formidable? Perhaps I should let my son try running with a weighted vest? A hint of intrigue finally appeared on Diren's face. After spending 7 or 8 years in the demon suppression army, she valued those with perseverance who dared to continually challenge their limits. Qin Feng embodied such a person. At this moment, in her mind, Qin Feng's significance had already risen to just below Ji Weiwei. 31 minutes and 22 seconds was the duration for which Qin Feng ultimately persevered. His legs trembled violently as he laboriously walked to the entrance of the gravity chamber. As he stepped from the high-gravity environment of the chamber into the normal gravity zone at the door, the immense pressure dissipated in an instant. Qin Feng let out a contented hum. He was too exhausted to walk further and simply leaned against the wall, collapsing to the ground. However, while fatigue weighed heavily upon him, the gains were considerable. His vital energy had surged significantly in recent days, and it was inevitable that he would feel slightly unsteady. After yesterday's frenzied hunting of ferocious beasts and today's gravity chamber training, Qin Feng's vital energy had stabilized considerably, as if he had been at the first level. Second stage for months. Even his normally dormant mental energy had increased by 0.3. Time slipped away quietly. After resting, Qin Feng re-entered the 12 times gravity chamber, enduring for another half hour to complete his daily task. He then proceeded to the simulation room for agility practice and ferocious beast combat simulations. Each practice was of utmost importance. Over the past 3 to 4 days, Qin Feng had sparred with the Shadow Guard no less than 10 times. He discovered that the challenges posed by the Shadow Guard differed from those of the previous ferocious beasts. The cooldown periods increased substantially. The first time had a 5-minute cooldown, the second time 75 minutes, and the third time 112 minutes. By now, Qin Feng had accumulated a total of 15 challenges against the Shadow Guard. The duration he could withstand under the Shadow Guard's onslaught was steadily increasing, from initially being defeated in 1 strike to now lasting 3 minutes. Moreover, in the most recent attempt, Qin Feng nearly landed a blow on the Shadow Guard. Qin Feng was making rapid progress. He was confident that once he reached the first level, 4th stage, he would undoubtedly conquer the second phase of the first layer. Because of this, his agility training and ferocious beast combat practice yielded commendable results. In his initial attempts, Qin Feng ranked 5th in the gravity chamber, 9th in agility, and 3rd in ferocious beast combat. One cannot deny that this Jiang province training camp is teeming with hidden talents. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, 9 days had passed. Tomorrow marks the second genuine mini-test, which will determine the rewards and treatment for the upcoming period. During the initial 5 days of the novice phase, all students received an equal supply of beast meat, offered freely and in unlimited quantities, as long as they could consume it. Then, the first test arrived. Only the top 10 students would be granted unlimited access to premium beast meat supplements. Those ranking within the top 30 would receive a daily provision of 30 pounds, while the top 50 would receive 15 pounds. For those desiring more, they could hunt beasts themselves and bring the carcasses back, with the cafeteria assisting in the preparation. A first-tier, early-stage beast could yield approximately 25 pounds of premium beast meat when cooked, while a fifth-tier, unranked beast would exchange for 10 pounds. A first-tier, early-stage martial artist typically required 30 pounds of meat daily. It is undeniable that such intense training, combined with the instructor's teachings of A-grade body refinement techniques and breathing methods, along with the premium beast meat supplements, has led to remarkable progress for many students. At 3rd middle school, Bai Qingning, Wan Lei, He Qian, and Han Xiaoya have all successively advanced to become martial artists, leaving only 2 classmates still at the 9,395 health point stage. Naturally, the differential treatment in the training camp has ignited a competitive spirit among the students, each eager to achieve superior results in the upcoming test. As night fell, Qin Feng's consciousness once again entered the Chaos Tower. During this period, he had not allowed himself a moment of relaxation. Under the high-intensity training of the special training camp, along with the previous acquisition of 3 million resources, the health essence pills gifted by the principal, and the cafeteria's premium beast meat supplements, Qin Feng's vitality had seen considerable enhancement. Realm, 1st tier, 4th level, meridian opening phase. Health points, 19,012. Mental strength, 6,315. Martial arts skills, minor accomplishment in fist technique, 56. Minor accomplishment in blade technique, 55. Minor accomplishment in body technique, 33. Martial arts talent, none. Martial arts physique, none. Chaos Tower progress, level 1, stage 2. This was the 19th attempt. This time, I shall conquer it. With a flick of his mind, Qin Feng appeared atop the azure stone arena. Simultaneously, the weapon spirit, Tai Yuan, opened her eyes and chuckled. Ah, this foolish child has come to seek death once again. The 19th time, if I recall correctly. Nevertheless, his progress is quite rapid. Qin Feng, with a calm demeanor, gazed ahead at the familiar Shadow Guard. It must be said that this 1st tier, 3rd level Shadow Guard possessed formidable strength, capable of easily slaying a 1st tier, 6th level opponent in external combat. Throughout the 18 prior challenges, Qin Feng felt he was perpetually on the brink of victory, yet he had failed each time. However, his practical combat skills, blade techniques, and agility had all seen substantial improvement. Taking a few deep breaths to adjust his physical state, the duel commenced. The Shadow Guard surged forward with explosive speed, delivering a powerful slash. Qin Feng sidestepped effortlessly, evading the attack. As the Shadow Guard's blade missed, it launched another strike, relentless and powerful, akin to an unending river. Yet, Qin Feng, like a wraith, deftly dodged each strike with graceful movements. Seizing an opening, after evading the Shadow Guard's assault, Qin Feng struck upward with his blade. The blade glimmered as it arced half a circle before descending again. The Shadow Guard sustained a grievous injury. Splendid. Tai Yuan had transformed into the guise of a delicate fairy, flitting about the space surrounding Qin Feng and the Shadow Guard. It seemed as though they existed in different dimensions. Qin Feng could neither see her nor sense her presence, nor could she influence him. Could it be that this time he would succeed? Tai Yuan's eyes sparkled with hope. As she wished, after several rounds, the formidable, unassailable Shadow Guard was dissipated into black mist beneath Qin Feng's blade. Congratulations to the host for successfully passing the challenge of Level 1, Stage 2. Acquired completion reward, SSS Tier Meridian Opening Technique, Special Physique Pill, Immortal Body. The second layer of the Chaos Tower has been successfully unlocked. Qin Feng slowly sheathed his blade, his breathing remarkably steady. Although he felt a tinge of regret for not defeating the Shadow Guard at the same 1st tier, 3rd level realm, he quickly reconciled with it. After all, the Shadow Guard was a top-tier 1st tier, 3rd level entity. Had it been anyone else, even a 1st tier, 4th level individual might have faced a brutal defeat. Qin Feng's ability to defeat the Shadow Guard indicated his practical combat skills had reached a level where he could contend with opponents above his rank. The accomplishment he did not achieve this time would simply have to wait for the next opportunity. Before him, 2 completion rewards materialized. The first was an ancient tome of martial arts techniques, indeed the SSS Tier Meridian Opening Technique. Qin Feng reached out to touch it. The technique illuminated, pages flipping automatically, with characters soaring into his mind. Chapter 23, Immortal Body. Approximately 2 minutes later, Qin Feng acquired extensive knowledge regarding the opening, strengthening, and widening of meridians. It could be said that few individuals on Blue Star understood meridians better than he did. Remarkable. With this technique, I am likely to complete the opening of all 108 meridians. It is essential to note that while martial artists can open a maximum of 108 meridians, throughout Blue Star's 3,000-year history of martial arts, there have been very few who have succeeded in opening them all. If memory serves, only 11 individuals have been documented to have achieved this miraculous feat. Reflecting on this, Tai Yuan, resembling a ghost, nodded knowingly and remarked seriously, "Indeed. You shall be the next." Regrettably, Qin Feng was unable to hear or see her at present. They appeared to exist in different realms. However, this did not diminish Qin Feng's joy at the moment. With his understanding, he was acutely aware of the immense power of this SSS-tier meridian opening technique. Successfully opening all 108 meridians is an exceedingly arduous task for any martial artist. Merely achieving the opening of 103 meridians would signify excellence in this regard, sufficient to support a martial artist's ascension to a martial deity. Within the human body, many meridians are severely blocked and incredibly fragile. Any slight mishap during the opening process could inflict damage upon the meridians, potentially resulting in permanent harm. Repairing them is exceedingly difficult. This has led many martial artists to sustain damage to several, if not dozens, of meridians during their training, adversely affecting their future advancements. If more than 5 meridians are damaged, one would be forever barred from becoming a martial deity. Of course, aspiring to become a martial deity requires more than just meridians. Other factors hold significant importance as well. Yet, this illustrates just how vital meridians are to a martial artist. Now, with the possession of the SSS-tier meridian opening technique, Qin Feng felt no trepidation. The text contained an array of knowledge regarding meridians, precautions for opening them, daily nurturing practices, and methods for repairing meridian damage. Qin Feng then turned his attention to the other reward, the immortal body. The meridian opening technique seemed to be a reward for passing the second stage, while the immortal body appeared to be a cumulative reward for the layers cleared. Understood this way, the immortal body is indeed superior to the meridian opening technique. And indeed, it was so. Qin Feng touched the mini golden figure before him, etched with an unfamiliar character. The golden figure flew into his body. Instantly, Qin Feng felt an overwhelming warmth enveloping his entire being. A gentle energy coursed through him, as if every sinew and fiber of his body was undergoing a metamorphosis. Approximately 3 minutes later, the transformation was complete. Dancian body. The speed of pill absorption is enhanced by tenfold. The efficacy of pills is augmented by 200%. Completely immune to any negative effects from pills. Each consumption of pills enhances physical constitution. The enhancement is contingent upon the grade of the consumed pill. Astounding. Upon reviewing the description once more, Qin Feng could not help but marvel. The Danwang body merely amplifies speed by a factor of 1, while the efficacy is increased by 30. Wang Shi's Danwang body only raises speed by 2-fold and efficacy by 50. In comparison to his Dancian body, they appear utterly inferior. It seems that the disparities among special martial bodies are as substantial as those among innate talents. Qin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Ordinary first-tier 4th-level martial artists typically consume about 5 first-grade Qi blood pills each month, and through rigorous training, they might enhance their Qi blood by approximately 13 points monthly. However, with his Dancian body, Qin Feng could absorb 55 first-grade Qi blood pills each month. That translates to an enhancement of 445 points in Qi blood. This is nearly equivalent to a daily increase of 15 points, coupled with the 49 points gained every 21 hours from the first level of the Beast Valley. Qin Feng could now achieve nearly 20 points of enhancement in a single day. This is utterly extraordinary. In just 3 days, he could elevate his realm by 2 levels. Currently, there are no significant bottlenecks in either my meridians or Qi blood at the first tier. In other words, with just 10 days, I can break through to the second tier. Qin Feng was utterly astounded. He had merely passed through 2 challenges on the first level of the Chaos Tower. And yet the results were so extraordinary? What if he were to conquer several more levels? Unable to contain his excitement, Qin Feng glanced up at the towering Chaos Tower, which resembled a pillar of the heavens, feeling an immense sense of awe. Observing Qin Feng's expression, Tai Yuan was quite satisfied, lifting her chin with a hint of pride, her demeanor exuding confidence. Her expression seemed to convey, "Now you understand the might of my Chaos Tower, don't you? Young man, work hard. There are even greater treasures awaiting you." The Chaos Tower is the most ancient and powerful treasure. A Dancian body is exceedingly rare and formidable on the blue planet. However, within the vast universe of living beings, it does not rank among the absolute pinnacle. As long as Qin Feng continues to conquer the Chaos Tower, there are numerous bodies even more powerful than the Dancian body ahead. Yet, Qin Feng was unaware of this for the time being. He furrowed his brow. While the Dancian body is remarkable, a slight issue has arisen. The rapid consumption of pills is quite financially burdensome. Currently, Qin Feng possessed only 6 first-grade Qi blood pills, along with approximately 2.5 million in resources. To consume 55 first-grade Qi blood pills each month would require 550,000, not to mention the other expenses. As his realm rises, the grade of pills required will escalate, and the financial burden will grow exponentially. Truly, the martial path is a gold pit. Without funds, one can hardly progress. Nevertheless, Qin Feng did not feel overly anxious. Presently, he ranked 4th in the overall standings at the training camp, allowing him to receive 1 first-grade chi blood pill and a cup of spiritual wine every 5 days. That amounts to 5 pills a month. If he could secure second place, he would receive 2 pills every 5 days, and first place would grant him 3. Qin Feng also recalled the previous challenge upon entering the camp, where he made a considerable profit by selling beast ears. Although back then, everyone was essentially purchasing entry into the camp, selling the corpses of ferocious beasts still holds a market. The only difference is that the prices have dropped significantly. Recently, Qin Feng noticed that many individuals, due to their poor test scores, were unable to secure enough first-grade ferocious beast meat rations to eat. However, the corpses of ferocious beasts can be brought back to the cafeteria in exchange for cooked ferocious beast meat. Therein lies a market. It appears I must return to my old profession, slaying ferocious beasts, selling their corpses, and exchanging for pills. Starting tomorrow, I shall slay no fewer than 25 entry-level ferocious beasts each day. Bringing his thoughts back to the present, Qin Feng continued his challenge in the Chaos Tower. Uncertain of what the second level would entail, the scene shifted. He found himself within a colossal octagonal cage. Roaring ahead were 4 ferocious beasts, each exuding formidable auras and varying in form. Chaos Tower, second level, challenge commences. Challenge objective, slay 4 ferocious beasts. Please select your weapon. The challenge will officially commence in 10 seconds. 10-9. They are banded together to prevent me from defeating them one by one. Qin Feng chuckled lightly. Although this challenge consists of merely 4 ferocious beasts, the difficulty has escalated significantly compared to the previous Beast Valley. The 4 ferocious beasts before him range from the first tier 6th level to the first tier 9th level, one of each tier. Moreover, they were clustered together in this 100-meter wide octagonal cage. Qin Feng could not tackle them individually. He must confront all 4 simultaneously. Chapter 24, Yibu Fan. This person's talent is not inferior to either of ours. 3 minutes later, Qin Feng faced defeat. He glanced at the cooldown timer, 10 minutes. Then he looked at the completion reward, which was a second-tier rare-grade knife technique, wave-breaking 4 slashes. Martial techniques are categorized by strength and energy consumption, ranging from 1st to 9th tier. Each tier further divides into lower, middle, upper, and the exceedingly rare precious grade. Precious martial techniques are highly sought after. Mastering a precious martial technique bestows a significant advantage within the same tier. Although Qin Feng's heart burned with ambition, he opted to exit the Chaos Tower. There was no rush to challenge again. Drawing from his previous experience in the Beast Valley, he understood that a failed challenge would impact subsequent earnings due to the cooldown period. For this level, he decided to wait until he was more assured before attempting again. After all, his chi blood is currently rising rapidly. In just 10 days, it will suffice to break through to the second tier. By then, I can return to the challenge with a far greater chance of success. Tomorrow, there is a test, so Qin Feng returned to the training camp to rest well. The next morning, at 7 o'clock, everyone gathered at the center of the gravity room. Haha, dog, I've broken through to the martial artist level for 2 days now. Why haven't you? Don't bark. This is called a late bloomer. The training camp has only been open for 10 days, and before graduation, I'll definitely surpass you. How impressive. Care to test your skills today? Choose any method. The loser must provide the other with a corpse of a first-tier initial ferocious beast each day. What do you say? The instructors had yet to arrive, and the group chatted casually in small clusters. Qin Feng was also engaged in light conversation with Bai Qingming and others. They could no longer discern his realm, yet they paid it no mind. After all, Qin Feng was their classmate. The stronger he was, the better it would be for them. In just 10 days, Qin Feng had already become the cornerstone for these 8 individuals at 3rd middle school. The 5 instructors arrived, exchanged a few simple words, and commenced today's round of testing. The gravity room featured agility tests, simulating ferocious beast confrontations, divided into 3 types. Unlike Qin Feng's calm demeanor, most students appeared somewhat anxious. After toiling diligently for 5 arduous days, they all harbored hopes that their rankings would inch upward. This was the fruit of their labor. It also bore implications for the treatment they would receive in the subsequent 5 days. The supply of ferocious beast meat, the exchange rates, the duration of the cold spring baths, and the rewards and martial resources would all be influenced. The test commenced. Bai Qingming, on the brink of advancing to a martial artist, directly entered the 9-fold gravity chamber. Her innate talent was formidable, and after her breakthrough, her physique had further strengthened. A red-haired Xiao Yin jogged over, clapping Qin Feng on the shoulder with a grin. Brother Qin, I've already reached the 4th level of the first stage. Today, I plan to head to Chamber 14. Congratulations, Brother Xiao. Brother Qin, your cultivation seems increasingly inscrutable. Your progress rivals my own. Aside from during the tests, the electronic screens in the gravity center remained inactive, rendering statistics unnecessary. Furthermore, since both Qin Feng and Xiao Yin were engrossed in their training, they rarely crossed paths in the gravity chambers. Thus, Xiao Yin was unaware of Qin Feng's current status. As the two walked side by side to the entrance of Chamber 13, Xiao Yin continued onward. However, Qin Feng did not halt, piquing Xiao Yan's curiosity. It appears Brother Qin has also made significant progress. Shall we train together today? Xiao Yin assumed Qin Feng intended to enter chamber 14. Yet, Qin Feng's next words left him momentarily speechless. Brother Xiao, perhaps not today. I plan to push myself further back. Qin Feng smiled lightly and strode directly into chamber 15. A typical training ground for those at the 6th level of the first stage. Xiao Yin watched Qin Feng's figure vanish down the corridor, stunned for a few seconds before exclaiming, "Impressive." He then shook his head and entered chamber 14. Inside chamber 15, two individuals were already present, Shi Hao and Yi Bufan, the two most distinguished prodigies of the special training camp. Clearly, they were oblivious to the fact that someone else could enter this room. They turned to the entrance, bewildered. "Qin Feng, Brother Qin, have you entered the wrong place? This is chamber 15, Yi Bufan kindly reminded him. Yet, the next moment, they were taken aback. Upon entering the gravity zone, Qin Feng did not, as expected, succumb to the immense weight. His form merely hesitated for a moment, as if nothing had transpired. Brother Qin is remarkable. Yi Bufan squinted. Shi Hao also felt a wave of astonishment. Judging by this, Qin Feng's physical prowess now rivaled theirs. Of course, the ultimate test would be how long he could endure. Even if he could not last as long as they did, that would still be an impressive feat. 10 days prior, they had already been training under 14-fold gravity. Now, with their cultivation having reached the 5th level of the first stage, they were only in the 15-fold gravity chamber. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, who had been at the 2nd level of the first stage 10 days ago, was now able to contend in the same room as them. The terrifying speed of his advancement was truly astonishing. After exchanging a few casual remarks with the two, Qin Feng began his martial practice. Both were amiable, making them worth befriending. Qin Feng retrieved a first-grade blood essence pill, consumed it, and commenced the training regimen of the Demon Suppression Army. This was a set of martial arts that could nearly exercise 80% of the body's muscles. You have consumed a first-grade blood essence pill. Under the influence of the pill Immortal Body, all your martial physique effects have increased by 0.01. Your cultivation speed has globally increased by 0.05. The Ascension system chimed with notifications. This was the 4th effect of the pill Immortal Body. Consuming pills permanently enhances physical attributes. This includes 2 aspects, an increase in martial physique effects and an overall elevation in cultivation speed. This implies that if Qin Feng were to consume 10,000 first-grade blood essence pills, his pill Immortal Body's effects could double from their original state. It would enhance the absorption rate of the pills by 20 times and amplify the effects by 400. Concurrently, any method he employed for cultivation would see a 5-fold increase in speed. At present, this might seem somewhat trivial. However, Qin Feng was unfazed. He understood the profound strength of this ability. The modest enhancement from a first-grade blood essence pill paled in comparison to that of 8th or 9th-grade pills. It resembled the stacking damage and attributes seen in certain MOBA games. The later stages became increasingly formidable. At this moment, Shi Hao and Yi Bufan, whilst engaged in their training, could not help but divide their attention towards Qin Feng. Their curiosity piqued. They were eager to ascertain how long Qin Feng could endure and the extent of the gap that remained between them. Qin Feng diligently completed the first segment of the Demon Suppression Army's training regimen. After acclimating to the gravity, he exited the room. Shall I attempt the 16-fold gravity? Qin Feng pondered. He felt that if he remained in the 15-fold gravity chamber, he might endure for over an hour. However, it would be more effective to spend 40 minutes in the 16-fold gravity chamber, yielding similar training benefits. The time saved could be utilized to rest and prepare for afternoon agility training and evening combat against ferocious beasts. Nevertheless, his actions were misconstrued by Shi Hao and Yi Bufan, who assumed Qin Feng was unable to withstand the pressure and had withdrawn. As they observed Qin Feng exiting the chamber, both secretly exhaled in relief. Noticing each other's expressions, they exchanged an awkward yet understanding smile. It must be said, Brother Qin's strength is advancing remarkably, Yi Bufan remarked. I sense that within half a month, he will catch up to us. Shi Hao remained silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. Having such a competitor is splendid. I eagerly anticipate encountering him on the day of the grand competition. Moreover, the special training camp is not yet concluded. The outcome remains uncertain. Having been an invincible presence among his peers since childhood, Shi Hao possessed an unmatched confidence. It was precisely this self-assurance that propelled him forward relentlessly. Even when faced with the 2nd-level martial artist Ji Weiwei, he felt no trepidation, only a fervent battle spirit. Inspired by Shi Hao's enthusiasm, Yi Bufan felt his own blood surge, fully immersing himself in martial practice. Indeed, every individual here was a genius. Due to disparities in physique and talent, some advanced more rapidly while others lagged behind, which was entirely normal. Ultimately, it was the one who could laugh last that mattered most. Chapter 25, The Strongest Generation. On the other side, Qin Feng, having entered the 16-fold gravity chamber, continued his body training. He wondered how many times the gravity chamber Ji Weiwei was in at that moment. However, in 10 days, he would reach the 2nd stage. By then, he should be able to catch up to her progress, right? In the monitoring room, Wang Tianhao stared at the screen before him, unable to achieve tranquility. This young man Qin Feng had actually entered the 16-fold gravity chamber. This was a training multiplier typically reserved for those at the 7th level of the first stage. Wang Tianhao was astounded. Initially, he was shocked to see Qin Feng enter the 15-fold chamber, but now he had progressed to the 16th. Even Shi Hao and Yi Bufan, at the 5th level of the first stage, dared only to remain in the 15-fold gravity chamber. What realm was he at now? Di Wolin's eyes sparkled as she smiled and said, I just heard from the guards that he has already reached the 4th level of the first stage. The 4th level of the first stage. Wang Tianhao's heart skipped a beat. The selection competition for Qin Feng has merely commenced at the 1st level. And during the camp challenges, he was only at the 2nd layer of the 1st level. Yet, merely 10 days have passed. And you tell me he has reached the 4th layer of the 1st level? What kind of absurd cultivation speed is this? Has he awakened an S-grade developmental innate talent, coupled with the Dan Emperor physique, a type of martial arts body? That seems implausible. Wang Shi, too, possesses the Dan Emperor physique, yet he has only managed to advance by 1 layer in the past 10 days. In comparison to Qin Feng, he is utterly inconsequential. Perhaps Qin Feng has awakened a superior quality martial arts physique. Noticing the perplexed expression on Wang Tianhao's face, Di Wolin remarked, martial arts physiques do not conform to the same grading system as innate talents, which are categorized into 7 levels ranging from D to SSS. The effects and capabilities of martial arts physiques vary significantly and are thus more complex. Nevertheless, many individuals will inevitably draw comparisons and form their own judgments. However, when it comes to the same type of martial arts physique, comparisons become simpler. For instance, the Dan King physique is evidently weaker than the Dan Emperor physique. This leads many to speculate whether there are even stronger physiques beyond the Dan Emperor and Dan Emperor, such as the Dan God physique. At present, Di Wolin and Wang Tianhao suspect that Qin Feng might have awakened such a developmental martial arts physique, for example, the Dan God physique or the Wine God physique. Regardless of the circumstances, this is certainly a cause for celebration. Wang Tianhao erupted into laughter. Haha, this cohort is indeed the strongest. Perhaps Qin Feng has a chance to match Ji Weiwei before graduating from the special training camp? At that point, there would be 2 A-grade prodigies. They would be recognized as national-level geniuses. Their combined strength and potential would rank among the top 30 in the nation. Di Wolin replied calmly. It's likely that Qin Feng will certainly qualify as an A-grade genius. However, catching up to Ji Weiwei presents a considerable challenge. Qin Feng relies solely on his own abilities and the resources available in the special training camp, which pales in comparison to Ji Weiwei, a sacred maiden of her sect. Ji Weiwei consumes 2nd-grade beast meat daily and lacks for nothing in terms of elixirs and spiritual wines. If my predictions are accurate, by the end of the special training camp, Ji Weiwei should reach the 3rd or even 4th layer of the 2nd level. Gazing at the silver-haired beauty in the 22nd gravity chamber on the monitor, Di Wolin felt a twinge of envy. Ji Weiwei, in terms of both talent and resources, far surpasses her former self. Her future breakthrough to the 6th level will undoubtedly be swifter. She is truly a once-in-a-century genius. In the center of the gravity chamber. Not bad, I managed to last 38 minutes this time. Shi Hao and Yi Bufan exited the gravity chamber almost simultaneously. Before they even returned to the preparation hall, they were already engulfed in a cacophony of voices. Amidst the chatter, there were numerous mentions of Qin Feng, often accompanied by terms like Brother Feng. The two exchanged puzzled glances, quickly supporting each other as they made their way back to the hall. Upon glancing at the surveillance footage on the electronic screen, they were left dumbfounded. Qin Feng was in the 16th gravity chamber. They hastily checked the leaderboard. First place, Ji Weiwei, 22 times gravity, lasting 38 minutes and 20 seconds. Second place, Qin Feng, 16 times gravity, lasting 28 minutes and 1 second, in addition to 10 minutes and 11 seconds at 15 times gravity. Third place, Shi Hao. At that moment, Shi Hao and Yi Bufan understood. Qin Feng did not exit due to being unable to withstand the 15 times gravity. Rather, he clearly found it insufficiently challenging. He had moved on to the stronger 16th chamber. They stared at the electronic screen, unable to calm their astonishment. Despite being at a lower realm than them, he had outperformed them. The gravity chamber tests not only assess physical prowess, but also gauge an individual's endurance and tenacity. This indicates that Qin Feng's willpower surpasses theirs by a notch. Brother Qin truly lives up to his reputation, always surprising us. Yi Bufan chuckled, pondering how long he could sustain this. Ultimately, Qin Feng managed to endure for a full 40 minutes before finally exiting the chamber. In terms of both gravity multiplier and time, he had made significant progress since his last attempt. Meanwhile, Ji Weiwei had sustained herself under 22 times gravity for a full 56 minutes, undoubtedly securing first place. However, Ji Weiwei's prowess was a well-known fact, and everyone was accustomed to it. In stark contrast, Qin Feng's performance this time was even more astonishing. He had surged from 4th place to 2nd. In this camp filled with prodigies, he still managed to surpass his predecessors and forge ahead. During the afternoon agility test, Qin Feng achieved an impressive 6th place. Quite commendable. considering that some individuals possess martial arts physiques and innate talents that provide significant advantages in speed. As evening descended, the final segment of testing, the beast combat simulation, commenced. A multitude gathered in the center of the simulated combat chamber. Qin Feng strolled in alongside his classmates from the third school, engaging in animated conversation and laughter. The results from the morning's gravity chamber test had genuinely astonished Han Xiaoya and the others. Upon hearing that Qin Feng had already reached the fourth layer of the first level, their astonishment not only persisted but intensified. Han Xiaoya circled around Qin Feng 2 or 3 times, her eyes wide with curiosity, eager to discern how he cultivated and why his progress was so rapid. Even Bai Qingning, usually composed and serene, appeared perplexed and shocked. With her S-grade developmental innate talent, gourmet, and a pure sacred body that aids her cultivation, why had she not closed the gap with Qin Feng, but rather found it widening? As Qin Feng led his classmates into the center of the simulated combat chamber, everyone instinctively cleared a path. Many even smiled and greeted him warmly. Qin Feng, Brother Feng. Brother Feng single-handedly took down dozens of ferocious beasts on the first day. When it comes to dealing with these beasts, we must look to Brother Feng. I dare say Brother Feng will surely secure second place in this beast combat simulation test. I agree. After all, the first place will undoubtedly be claimed by the goddess Ji Weiwei. Sure Hao, Yi Bufan, and other prodigies nodded in acknowledgement towards Qin Feng. Soon, the beast combat simulation test commenced. The rules were simple. The simulated combat chamber could recreate any ferocious beast at any realm, and Qin Feng and his peers were tasked with continuously defeating these beasts. The test was divided into 2 phases. The first phase involved a wheel battle, starting with 4-tier beasts, where each beast of a certain realm would be challenged one-on-one. After defeating 3 beasts, they would advance to the next realm. The second phase involved group battles, first with 5 4-tier beasts, then 5 5-tier beasts, followed by 8 5-tier beasts, and concluding with 5 first-tier beasts. The difficulty would gradually increase. Chapter 26. The Art of Slaughter. The first phase of testing would exhaust their strength, followed by a recovery period before proceeding to the second phase. The scores would be combined for an overall assessment. In the special training camp, all participants were considered geniuses among their peers. Nearly 95% of the students could challenge ferocious beasts of the same realm. Half could take on beasts a level higher, and 10% could tackle beasts 2 levels higher. This correlates closely with their combat strength. For instance, Bai Qingning, possessing such formidable strength, could naturally slay beasts 2 or 3 levels above her. Sure Hao, Yi Bufan, and Xiao Yan were similar. However, while being able to defeat beasts of a higher level is one matter, the quantity they could slay is another. Engaging in combat with ferocious beasts is no trivial endeavor. Thus, the astonishing feat of Qin Feng single-handedly slaying numerous monsters during the initiation challenge reverberated throughout the entire training camp. It was indeed extraordinary. The simulated tests unfolded in succession. Xiao Yan, in the first round, consecutively dispatched 17 beasts. However, he faltered and succumbed to exhaustion when facing the third first-stage 4-fold beast. Yi Bufan executed a staggering 21 kills. Sure Hao followed suit with an impressive tally of 24. The remarkable achievements of these individuals left many trainees in awe. The relentless combat against such a multitude of beasts, without a moment's respite, was nothing short of astounding. Many began to believe that even Qin Feng might not surpass this threshold. It is worth noting that on the day of the initiation challenge, Qin Feng had managed to slay around 40 to 50 beasts, with ample opportunities to rest and recuperate. Now, however, he was compelled to exhaust a single reservoir of true energy to its limit. Only during the brief interludes between beast spawns, a mere 10 seconds, was he able to recover a modicum of true energy. This test encompassed numerous evaluative criteria: cultivation level, combat prowess, and the application and restoration of true energy. The might of Sure Hao was truly commendable, winning their admiration. Moreover, there were those who speculated that Qin Feng's earlier tally of 40 to 50 beasts was not solely his own doing, but rather a collective effort of the entire 8-member team from the third school. In summary, the confidence of some trainees who were certain of Qin Feng securing second place began to waver. At that moment, Ji Weiwei's test commenced. As the sole second-stage trainee, she had captured attention since her arrival at the camp. Ultimately, Ji Weiwei consistently reshaped the perceptions of her peers, achieving a remarkable 36 beast kills. It was only when confronted with a second-stage first-fold beast that she finally succumbed to exhaustion. Truly, she lived up to her title as a goddess. How astonishing to have slain so many beasts. This goddess had already mastered 3 martial techniques, each at the second level of proficiency, to the beasts before her. She was akin to a punching bag. The trainees were left in utter astonishment. Even several instructors expressed their satisfaction with her performance. Qin Feng observed Ji Weiwei's entire testing process and could not help but acknowledge her formidable offensive capabilities. Possessing multiple martial techniques, she effortlessly overwhelmed lower-tier and equal-tier beasts, unleashing a relentless barrage without encountering a single adversary. Nonetheless, Ji Weiwei harbored a significant flaw. her lack of prudence in conserving true energy. She neither could nor deemed it necessary to economize her true energy, opting instead for the most extravagant measures to eliminate beasts. It was akin to using a Barrett rifle to hunt rabbits. Qin Feng mused that had Ji Weiwei been more judicious with her true energy, she might have slain a few more beasts. In the monitoring room, Wang Tianhao regarded Ji Weiwei's performance with a nod of approval. However, Di Ruolin shook her head in disapproval. Puzzled, Wang Tianhao inquired, "Captain Di, what troubles you?" Di Ruolin replied coolly, "This girl is nothing short of a nouveau riche. With her power, she resorts to martial techniques to battle a first-stage 4-fold gray giant rat and a first-stage 5-fold 8-haired cockroach. Is that not a waste of true energy? This habit of hers could prove fatal in the event of being surrounded by beasts in an interdimensional rift or encountering more complex and troublesome situations. You know that in some interdimensional rifts, restoring true energy can be quite a challenge." In response, Wang Tianhao nodded in understanding. However, he could empathize with Ji Weiwei to some extent, considering the test circumstances. After all, which girl would not feel anxious upon seeing a massive rat or cockroach? Then came Qin Feng's turn to test. Wang Tianhao's eyes lit up. Under the gaze of the crowd, Qin Feng stepped into the simulated combat room. This chamber exuded a futuristic ambience, square and approximately 10 square meters in size. At its center stood a large, technologically advanced apparatus, reminiscent of a metallic sofa. Qin Feng seated himself on the device and donned a metallic helmet inscribed with peculiar runes. With a hum, the runes within the room illuminated, and the power of the formation surged forth. The scenery transformed, and Qin Feng felt as though he had stepped into the wilderness. Was this the holographic simulation? It bore some resemblance to the challenges within the Chaos Tower. However, upon closer inspection, he discerned that this simulation fell short of the latter. The details were strikingly unrealistic. During the Chaos Tower challenges, Qin Feng felt as if he had truly entered a unique world. In contrast, this simulation merely resembled a VR game. As his thoughts wandered, the beasts began to spawn. After a moment of distortion, a 4-segment blood horse appeared before him. Recognizing the figure, Qin Feng smiled. It was an old adversary. He issued a command to select a long knife and stood resolutely in place. In the blink of an eye, the blood horse charged forth, intent on trampling him. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng gripped the long knife horizontally. The blood horse, as if it were attempting to stage an accident, fortuitously collided with the blade. With a splatter, a massive gash appeared on the horse, blood spraying forth, and its entrails spilled onto the ground as it careened forward for a distance of 20 to 30 meters before collapsing. The entire process of Qin Feng dispatching the blood horse was as smooth as silk. Is this a trick? He thought. So effortless. That was a 4-segment blood horse. I would need at least a minute to slay it. Yet, Feng Ge did it in 3 seconds? But that was not the crux of the matter. The key point was that Feng Ge merely stood there, wielded his knife, and the blood horse effectively committed suicide. It was sheer elegance. One must understand that this blood horse is remarkably swift and can change direction while charging. It can only be said that Qin Feng had accurately calculated the trajectory of the horse's charge and exhibited remarkable reflexes to position the long knife at the perfect moment and place to cleverly slay the beast. This method of beast eradication is an art form. Amidst the slaughter, I witnessed the beauty of artistry. Outside the testing arena, the trainees observing Qin Feng's trial were profoundly shaken, in stark contrast to the vast majority of trainees who relied on brute force. Qin Feng's demonstration over those few seconds illuminated the essence of lethality achieved through efficiency. This was the pinnacle of hunting. None present were uninterested in learning from him. Yet the problem remained. It was fundamentally unattainable. One's own strength, combat experience, and understanding of the beasts were indispensable. In the following moments, one beast after another fell to Qin Feng's remarkably effortless technique. Witnessing Feng Ge slay beasts was truly a delight. Today, I have gained insight. It turns out that slaying beasts can be so effortlessly graceful. No wonder Feng Ge managed to slay 40 to 50 beasts in a single day. And some skeptics insisted it was not a solo endeavor. Now, let them open their eyes wide and observe. If one can effortlessly eliminate beasts like Feng Ge, what issue could there possibly be with slaying 40 to 50 in a single day? Qin Feng's performance in today's test further solidified his reputation. No trainee could possibly doubt his capabilities in slaying beasts thereafter. In Chapter 27, those two could easily rank among the top 10 in my Thorn Legion. Ever since Qin Feng acquired the SSS-level Meridian cultivation technique, he devoted every spare moment over the past 2 days to unlocking meridians, successfully opening 9 additional meridians. With the addition of the several meridians he had previously opened, Qin Feng has successfully unsealed a total of 44 meridians. Only 4 more remain to meet the requirement of 48 meridians needed to advance to the second-tier martial artist. Among the trainees at this special training camp, apart from Ji Weiwei, the other participants have opened fewer meridians than he has. The more meridians one possesses, the greater the capacity for storing and recovering true energy, significantly enhancing one's abilities. Coupled with his ample experience in slaying ferocious beasts and his adept utilization of the A-grade breathing technique from the demon suppression army, Qin Feng effortlessly dispatched over a dozen ferocious beasts. His internal true energy levels remained abundant. 20 minutes into the assessment, he had already slain 17 ferocious beasts, surpassing Xiaoyan. By the 27-minute mark, he had taken down 21 beasts, outpacing Yi Bufan. At 37 minutes, he struck down the 24th beast, placing him in second place. The observation area, after a brief moment of silence, erupted into wild cheers. Qin Feng, a first-tier 4th-level martial artist, had astonishingly slain 24 ferocious beasts, including several from the first-tier 6th level. Such prowess was truly awe-inspiring. Xiao Yan was utterly impressed, and both Yi Bufan and Sure Hao expressed their astonishment. Brother Qin, your practical combat abilities are truly admirable, Yi Bufan remarked with a smile. Sure Hao, clad in silver light armor, stood tall and stated, he is indeed formidable. My desire to engage him in battle has only intensified. Yi Bufan squinted slightly and remarked, I wonder how far he can go. I sense he still has at least 3 or 4/10 of his true energy remaining. The challenge continued. The 25th beast that appeared was a first-tier 7th-level golden blade mantis. Unlike ordinary mantises, this one stood on 2 legs. Its blade-like arms bent in front as if it were a boxer. Its form exuded a streamlined beauty of power and speed. For minutes later, Qin Feng slashed it down. His breaths began to grow heavier. After about 10 more minutes, he dispatched the remaining 2 first-tier 7th-level beasts. Qin Feng's breathing became increasingly labored, and he felt quite exhausted. By this point, he had been engaged in combat with the ferocious beasts for 1 hour. The 28th beast was a first-tier 8th-level serrated tiger. Qin Feng struggled for 8 to 9 minutes before finally slaying it. Ultimately, he reached a halt at the 30th beast. Although he was still a few beasts short of Ji Weiwei's 36, it was worth noting that Qin Feng was merely a first-tier 4th-level martial artist, while Ji Weiwei was a bona fide second-tier martial artist. Everyone present understood that although Qin Feng ranked second, his practical combat abilities against the ferocious beasts had unequivocally made him the true first in their hearts. Everyone firmly believed that with just a couple more levels of cultivation, he might very well surpass Ji Weiwei's achievements. As Qin Feng exited the simulated combat room, thunderous applause erupted. The trainees gazed at him with fervent respect and admiration. Xiao Yan, Yi Bufan, and Sure Hao all offered him friendly nods. Unfortunately, Ji Weiwei was absent. After each test, she would leave first, as if her world contained only herself, solitary and aloof. No one had ever seen her exchange even a single word with any other trainee. Some even speculated if she might be mute. In the monitoring room, Wang Tianhao's face still bore signs of astonishment. Now I understand why Commander D just shook his head at Ji Weiwei's test. The gap becomes glaringly apparent when compared to Qin Feng. Commander D, unusually, revealed a faint smile. Indeed, Qin Feng is quite impressive. If he possessed Ji Weiwei's bloodline cultivation realm, he would likely have slain over 40 beasts today. Conversely, if Ji Weiwei were to challenge in the first-tier 4th level, her final score might not surpass Sure Hao. Wang Tianhao nodded in agreement, fully endorsing her statement. Commander D continued, this special training camp has not been in vain. With a talent like Ji Weiwei's bloodline and a practical genius like Qin Feng, their potential would easily place them among the top 10, even in my Thorn Legion. Approximately 2 hours later, the second round of Ferocious Beast Group combat commenced. Unlike the previous one-on-one challenges, this test would present waves of varying quantities of small Ferocious Beast groups. The first wave alone consisted of 5 formidable 4th-tier beasts, sufficient to impede half of the trainees at the special training camp. Ji Weiwei arrived as scheduled, already aware of the earlier results from the first round. Upon entering the venue, she immediately cast her gaze toward Qin Feng, scrutinizing the handsome youth with a slight furrow of her brow for a full half-minute before reverting to her usual demeanor. In this second round of testing, Ji Weiwei seemed to exhibit a change. The frequency of her martial techniques had diminished. This brought smiles of satisfaction to Di Wolin and Wang Tianhao, who thought, it appears this girl is not as transcendently aloof as she seems. She must have heard about Qin Feng's performance and recognized the need to conserve her true energy. They were genuinely pleased, as this encapsulated the essence of the special training camp. Geniuses striving together, learning from one another, and advancing in tandem. Before long, the second round of tests against the ferocious beasts concluded. By this point, Qin Feng had achieved second place in the weight test, 6th in the agility test, and 2nd in the ferocious beast combat test. His overall ranking stood at 2nd. To others, this was already quite an impressive feat. Wang Tianhao felt a tinge of regret. If only the Thorn Legion warriors were not all female, he could have introduced Qin Feng into their ranks, allowing him to gain merit within the demon suppression army. As for Ji Weiwei, being the saintess of the moon worship sect, she naturally would not join the demon suppression army. Fortunately, he still had Sure Hao and Yi Bufan, which alleviated his disappointment. Perhaps he could seek out the leaders of other demon suppression army regiments in Jiang province for further discussions. For Qin Feng, however, none of this stirred his emotions. Having witnessed the might of the Chaos Tower, his ambitions far surpassed merely winning the special training camp. His perspective had elevated immensely. Ji Weiwei was indeed powerful, yet he believed that in less than half a month's time, he could overtake her. Possessing the Chaos Tower, he was destined to continually surpass these prodigies, walking alone toward the highest throne, the pinnacle of divinity. The next collective testing session was scheduled for the 20th day of the grand competition. Achieving second place in this round entitled Qin Feng to unlimited consumption of first-tier ferocious beast meat in the cafeteria each day. Additionally, upon the test's conclusion, he received 2 first-tier bloodline enhancement pills and 2 cups of first-tier spiritual wine, with the opportunity to claim more every 5 days. There were also various other privileges, such as unlimited access to cold spring baths to alleviate physical fatigue, with dedicated staff available to massage and relax his muscles. Daily training in body refinement techniques and combat against ferocious beasts imposed considerable strain on his body. Qin Feng typically dedicated 2 hours each day to the cold spring baths for relaxation, balancing work and rest. He embarked on a frenzied hunt for ferocious beasts, exchanging their corpses for medicinal pills. Upon successfully entering the camp, each participant was given a miniature spatial ring, which they had to return to the training camp before being eliminated or graduating. This miniature spatial ring had a capacity of 10 cubic meters, capable of holding up to 515 first-tier ferocious beast corpses at a time. Qin Feng, along with several classmates including Wan Lei, borrowed 3 rings. Consequently, he only needed to return to the training camp once or twice a day. The price for a low-tier fierce beast at the initial stage is 10,000. For a non-tier, stage 5 beast, it is 4,000. It must be said that these prices are quite reasonable. If this were in the city, the price for the fierce beast corpses would likely increase. However, at the training camp, far removed from urban life, Qin Feng, motivated by the need for elixirs, could hardly afford to be overly concerned. Instead of haggling, he preferred to slay more fierce beasts and hone his physical techniques. Chapter 28. Being noticed by Brother Wang is your fortune. One evening, as the sun set, the sky was ablaze with beautiful hues of crimson. Bloodied and weary, Qin Feng ascended the steps back to the training camp. Qin Feng, is that you? How was your haul today? Inquired a warrior guarding the camp with a smile. Not bad, Qin Feng replied with a grin. After he departed, the guard warriors began to converse among themselves, noting the risks of Qin Feng's daily solitary hunts for fierce beasts. Isn't it dangerous for him to hunt alone every day? I heard he does it to trade the corpses for elixirs. Isn't he the second best in the camp, receiving 2 first-grade blood elixirs every 5 days? At this stage, he can likely only absorb 1 every 5 days. Why take such risks for elixirs? Perhaps he is a Dan Emperor body, with a greater need for elixirs? They could not help but marvel at his audacity, as he hunted down 2 or 3 dozen initial stage fierce beasts daily. Opinions among the guards varied. Some admired his tenacity, while others expressed concern. Recently, Qin Feng had been slaying 2 to 3 dozen entry-level fierce beasts each day, not only honing his combat skills, but also earning nearly 300,000 in value. Though he accepted no cash, only transmuted into various elixirs. This strategy enabled him to sustain his Dan Immortal body's daily consumption of blood elixirs. His reputation began to spread, and he was dubbed Qin Madman by the student body. When Di Wulin and Wang Tianhao learned of this, they did not intervene. Rather, they were pleased to witness Qin Feng's growth. Moreover, the fierce beast corpses he sold allowed other students to enjoy the benefits of beast meat. On the flip side, the training camp also profited from the materials harvested from these beasts. The only dissent came from the camp's chefs, who found their workload increased. Nevertheless, they simply chuckled and exchanged a few remarks about Qin Feng without any real anger. It was their duty to nurture martial talents for the nation, and it was their deepest aspiration. Inspired by Qin Feng, many talented students also ceased their solitary training in the camp. They eagerly descended the mountain, willingly increasing their daily hunts. Notably, Shi Hao and his companions began to hunt at least 5 similarly ranked fierce beasts each day. The news of Qin Feng's extensive sales of fierce beasts in exchange for elixirs confirmed for Di Wulin and Wang Tianhao that he was indeed a Dan Emperor body or possessed a similarly exceptional physique regarding elixirs. On a particular day, as was customary, Qin Feng ventured into the Starfall Forest in search of suitable fierce beasts to slay. Suddenly, his combat wristband vibrated, signaling a message. Qin Feng, Han Xiaoya and I are cornered by Jiang Lan and his gang. We are by the Red Birch Woods. Upon glancing at the message, Qin Feng recognized it was from Han Xiaoya. The Red Birch Woods? Not far at all. He recalled that Han Xiaoya had once confided in him that the previous blood elixirs were sent by Bai Qingning. Although he had the Chaos Tower, those blood elixirs had indeed aided him to some extent. Furthermore, he had heard from classmates that on the day he was ambushed at the school gate by Jiang Lan's underlings, Bai Qingning had hurried into that alley. It was not difficult to deduce her intent was to rescue him. Thus, Qin Feng felt a tinge of gratitude towards Bai Qingning. Now that she and other classmates were in trouble, he could not simply stand by, especially against Jiang Lan. He had almost forgotten about this minor antagonist in his singular focus on martial arts. Since the opportunity had presented itself, it was only fitting to settle the previous grievances. Qin Feng immediately made his way towards the red birch woods. The starfall forest is vast. And approximately 5 kilometers from the training camp lies an area of mutated red birch woods. Especially at dusk, as the sun cast its golden rays, it was extraordinarily beautiful. At this moment, 2 groups of students, totaling around 10 individuals, had gathered there. Jiang Lan, donned in a green martial outfit, exuded an air of arrogance as he spoke. By Qingning, these 2 initial stage 4-tier black-spotted wolves were first spotted by my brothers. How dare you steal our prey? You're talking nonsense. We were battling the black-spotted wolves just now, and you weren't even nearby, Han Xiaoya retorted, her demeanor both graceful and assertive. They had worked hard to defeat the 2 black-spotted wolves, only to be confronted by Jiang Lan and his irritating associates, claiming the beasts as theirs. Han Xiaoya could hardly tolerate such insolence, her pink twin tails bouncing as she grew increasingly irate. Jiang Lan scoffed, a lewd glint in his eyes. Han Xiaoya, I'm quite eager to see if your tongue is as sharp as you claim. Bai Qingning stepped in front of Han Xiaoya protectively. Casting a cold gaze at Jiang Lan, He Qian whispered, Sister Qingning, it seems that Jiang Lan's companion is Wang Shi, the initial stage 4-tier Dan Emperor body. And that one, Su Meng, is initial stage 3-tier but possesses combat-oriented innate abilities, making his strength comparable to an initial stage 4-tier. Alongside the others, they are mostly initial stage 2 and 3-tier elites, ranking within the top 50 of the training camp. We stand no chance against them. Perhaps we should just concede the fierce beast corpses to them? He Qian, with her softer temperament, felt intimidated by the opposing group's formidable presence. Han Xiaoya murmured in frustration, Jiang Lan is the most despicable kind, having wormed his way into this training camp through underhanded means, bullying us because of his background as the young master of the Jiang family. Wan Lei sighed in resignation. Han Xiaoya, feeling a surge of anger, immediately messaged Qin Feng, hoping he would come to their aid. Yet, upon further reflection, she regretted sending the message. The small clique of 9 on the opposing side wielded considerable power within the training camp. Bai Qingning and her friends could only manage to confront 2 of them at most, while Qin Feng was a skilled combatant against fierce beasts. Taking on the remaining 7 elite students would prove exceedingly difficult. Moreover, considering Jiang Lan already harbored a grudge against Qin Feng, if he arrived, he would likely be subjected to their retaliation. Realizing this, Han Xiaoya hastily sent another message to Qin Feng. It's fine now. Jiang Lan has let us go. You need not come. This would hopefully deter Qin Feng from coming. Bai Qingning coldly declared, we will relinquish these 2 fierce beast corpses to you. We shall take our leave. With that, she intended to lead her companions away. However, the opposing group was unwilling to let them go. Wang Shi let out a cold laugh. Hold on. They are merely 2 black-spotted wolves. If the beauties desire them, they may take them without hesitation. Moreover, we can assist you in hunting a few more ferocious beasts. All that is required is for the 2 lovely ladies to accompany me for a scenic view. He was referring to Bai Qingning and Han Xiaoya. One, a cool and pure beauty. The other, a legally recognized little lowly. He completely disregarded He Qian, whose appearance was rather ordinary. Jiang Lan immediately introduced, surely you are aware of Wang Shi, the rare Dan Emperor physique and a prodigy of our special training camp. With Brother Wang's family background and his innate talent, his future accomplishments will undoubtedly surpass that of a 7th-tier martial emperor. To be favored by Brother Wang is indeed a blessing for both of you. Chapter 29. Aren't you a 1st-tier 4th level? As a fellow classmate, I must remind you not to be ungrateful, unaware of the fortune you possess. In Wang Shi's presence, Jiang Lan transformed into a sycophant, much like his previous underlings. In terms of family background, Wang Shi was hardly inferior to him, being a scion of a prominent family in Hailong City. His innate talent was even more formidable. Although he harbored interest in Han Xiaoya and Bai Qingning, he dared not utter a word in front of Wang Shi. His admission into the special training camp was indeed thanks to the Wang family, which had procured a spot in Hailong City's rankings, allowing Jiang Lan to take his place, thus counting him as one of Hailong City's own. Upon hearing Jiang Lan and Wang Shi's words, Han Xiaoya and the others were filled with fury. Wan Lei furrowed his brows and said, Jiang Lan, we are classmates after all. We do not want the corpses of the ferocious beasts. And we can even give you those in the spatial ring. Can you spare Bai Qingning and the others? Before he could finish, a shadow flashed by, and Wan Lei was sent flying by a stick, crashing into a birch tree 8 meters away, blood spewing from his mouth. It was Wang Shi who had struck, his face still adorned with a faint smile, as if nothing had occurred. Wan Lei, He Qian and Han Xiaoya rushed over to check on Wan Lei's condition. Administering a pill into his mouth, Han Xiaoya's eyes reddened, her tiger-like teeth bared, exuding the ferocity of a young beast. This is too much. Jiang Lan, this beast. Assisting the tyrants, he is utterly inhumane. To Wang Shi and his companions, her demeanor only added to her allure. If you wish to avoid seeing your classmates grievously injured, paralyzed, or even dead in this birch grove, it would be wise to cooperate, Wang Shi said with a smile. The special training camp forbids students from killing one another. Do you dare to kill us? Han Xiaoya glared in anger. Ha ha. Wang Shi grinned broadly, unabashed. Without evidence, who could possibly know it was us? Besides, with my abilities, resolving such trifles is a piece of cake. Capture those 2 women and bind the others. With a wave of his hand, 3 first-tier second-level students charged towards Bai Qingming and the others. Cooperate a little, and you will suffer less. They feared the possibility of resistance. Should the others truly fight back, they would inevitably sustain injuries. Just then, a figure approached swiftly, and the crowd turned to see only a fleeting shadow. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 students were sent flying, each collapsing to the ground, clutching their chests. Qin Feng, Bai Qingming, and the other's eyes brightened. She had considered seeking Qin Feng's assistance earlier, but like Han Xiaoya, worried about him being overwhelmed, she had dismissed the thought. To her surprise, he had indeed appeared. Han Xiaoya weakly said, I invited him to help. I told him not to come, but he still showed up. One of the boys from the 3rd middle school shouted. Qin Feng, Zhang Lan colluded with these beasts from Hailong City to steal our beast corpses and injured Wan Lei. They even attempted to insult Bai Qingming and Han Xiaoya. At these words, Qin Feng's eyes narrowed, and his expression darkened. As classmates, growing together in this special training camp, how can you be so filthy? These beasts are truly inhumane. He nodded at Bai Qingming and smiled at Han Xiaoya. You still claim everything is fine? Were you truly prepared to let these beasts defile you? Han Xiaoya shot him a glare. What are you joking about at a time like this? If it truly came to that, both Qingming and I would rather take our own lives. Observing their flirtatious banter, Zhang Lan seethed with rage. Qin Feng, how dare you come alone? I never imagined you would become so arrogant. Well, not breaking your legs that day was my oversight, allowing you to grow to this extent in the special training camp. Today, let me finish what I started back then. In his arrogant mindset, Zhang Lan viewed Qin Feng as nothing more than a first-tier 4th level, a poor wretch who had merely stumbled upon luck. However, he had awakened in B-grade innate talent, and his blood energy realm had broken through, making him a bona fide first-tier, 1st-level martial artist. Though he could not compare to the first-tier 2nd level Bai Qingming. The 8 individuals beside him were all prodigies from Hailong City, with 2 possessing first-tier 4th level strength, and 6 others at first-tier 2nd or 3rd levels. No matter how impressive Qin Feng was, he could not possibly contend with them. Unfortunately, none present could discern Qin Feng's current strength. He had already reached the first-tier 9th level. Achieving 2 levels in 3 days was no mere feat. Qin Feng cast a cold glance at Zhang Lan. What is there to fear when dealing with you trash? You are correct about one thing. Today's matters will be concluded. You sought to cripple a leg back then. Now I shall repay you fourfold. That is not too much to ask, is it? Qin Feng smiled proudly, completely disregarding them. Arrogant. Wang Shi could no longer tolerate it. He had long been displeased with Qin Feng. In recent days, more and more people compared him to Qin Feng, claiming that Qin Feng possessed a superior special physique for alchemy. This had simmered in Wang Shi's heart for some time. A mix of old and new grievances erupting at once. Altogether, incapacitate him. As Bai Qingming and Han Xiaoya stood up, intending to assist, Qin Feng lightly said, I alone am sufficient. Do not come over. Before he could finish, his figure had already vanished from the spot. So fast. Be careful. Han Xiaoya clenched her fists to her chest. She and Bai Qingming still bore a hint of concern. Qin Feng charged into the opposing crowd alone. His speed was astonishing, entirely unlike that of a first-tier 4th level martial artist. Bang, bang, bang. Han Xiaoya and the others could only watch as Hailong City's talented students were struck down, limbs severed and scattered across the ground, accompanied by cries of anguish. In the blink of an eye, all 9 from Hailong City lay sprawled on the ground, their faces etched with disbelief. Qin Feng had always possessed the ability to battle above his level, and now at the first-tier 9th level, defeating them was a mere trifle. Aren't you a first-tier 4th level? This cannot be the combat power of a first-tier 4th level. Have you broken through again? Wang Shi's eyes nearly bulged out. Who told you I was a first-tier 4th level? That was many days ago. Qin Feng paid him no mind. One at a time, he brandished a bloodied long knife, a smile gracing his lips as he approached Zhang Lan. All right, let us commence. Time to collect the debts. Amid Zhang Lan's terror-stricken gaze and desperate pleas for mercy, Qin Feng smiled and swung the blade. A smooth, mirror-like incision appeared on Zhang Lan's left leg, akin to that of a ham. Zhang Lan's eyes widened in agony, the pain threatening to shatter his resolve. No, no, please, I beg you, spare me. Chapter 30. At this juncture, there was no choice but to eliminate them all. Another strike severed his right leg. Zhang Lan trembled violently, engulfed in excruciating pain. Before committing evil, you should have anticipated this day, Qin Feng remarked softly, wielding the long knife with an emotionless demeanor, as if slicing through tofu. With another strike, he severed Zhang Lan's left arm, and with the final blow, his right arm. The debt was settled. Witnessing this, Han Xiaoya and Bai Qingming exhaled in relief. They genuinely feared that Qin Feng would act impulsively and kill Zhang Lan. As the special training camp strictly prohibited the killing of fellow students, any such act would lead to immediate expulsion. Though Zhang Lan was a wretched creature, their greater concern lay with Qin Feng's future. Yet, Qin Feng's next words sent their previously settled hearts spiraling back into trepidation. The past debts are settled. But what are the new grievances today? Qin Feng grinned, his voice barely above a whisper. In the academies of Hailong City, he resembled a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Jiang Lan trembled in terror, a pool of yellow liquid seeping from beneath him. Qin Feng, the special training camp forbids murder. Do you dare to kill me? You cannot. I am the scion of the Jiang family. If you dare to kill me, my father will annihilate your entire family. You must think this through. Jiang Lan cried out in horror. At present, he had only lost his limbs. If treated promptly, they could potentially be reattached, posing no significant issue. Even if that were not possible, upon returning home, his father could procure a spiritual remedy to aid in the regeneration of his severed limbs. As long as he could preserve his life, it was not a dire predicament. However, as the blade glimmered, Jiang Lan felt the world around him spin, and he lost consciousness. Dead. This fellow truly dared to kill. Nearby, Wang Shi lay on the ground, trembling in fear. Bai Qingming and Han Xiaoya were utterly bewildered. Qin Feng, has he truly killed? Han Xiaoya rushed over, exclaiming, "Fool! Didn't I tell you? The special training camp forbids murder. You will be expelled and held accountable." As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes. "It's all my fault for asking you to come. What are we to do now?" She resembled a frightened rabbit, her eyes wide with panic, hands trembling slightly. Qin Feng smiled, grasping Han Xiaoya's small hand and reassuring her with a gentle pat. "Do not worry. Worry? What is there to be calm about?" Han Xiaoya shot him a glare. Bai Qingming approached as well, stating, "What Xiaoya says is true. If this gets out, you will be in serious trouble. At this point, there is no choice but to eliminate them all," Qin Feng said with a smile. "I was just thinking the same. You understand me?" "Huh?" Han Xiaoya gasped, turning to look at the two, her mouth agape in disbelief. Two strange individuals. Qin Feng raised his knife, systematically dispatching the students of Hailong City one by one. Only Wang Shi remained. Either do nothing or go to extremes. Qin Feng was clear in his thoughts. Given Jiang Lan and Wang Shi's nature, if they were released today, it would only lead to an unending stream of troubles in the future. Although eliminating them would also bring subsequent issues, at least the immediate threat would be eradicated. What Qin Feng lacked was time. Grant him a little time, and even the Jiang family would be easily dealt with. Thus, there was no need for excessive deliberation. As for the special training camp, an 18-year-old genius who had ascended from the first tier to the second tier in merely 20 days would surely attract attention, wouldn't he? Moreover, if he employed the art of concealment, Qin Feng could now emulate the aura of a third-tier martial artist. An 18-year-old third-tier martial artist, such a prodigy would be considered top-tier even across the entirety of the Xia Kingdom. To take it a step further, Qin Feng had also mastered the SSS grade channeling technique. Such a pinnacle skill, if shared, would absolve him even if he had killed not just a few spoiled brats, but tenfold, 100-fold more. This is the world of Blue Star, where martial prowess reigns supreme. At this moment, Wang Shi had long lost the arrogance he once held, soaked in fear. Brother Feng, I was wrong. I truly was." He knelt on the ground, slapping his own face in desperation, the sound echoing. Yes, it was Jiang Lan. He paid me 5 million to deal with you and your companions. I never wanted this. Please spare me. I can compensate you. Rest assured. I will never speak of today's events. These individuals were all killed by the ferocious beast, the golden blade mantis. Yes, that's right. Brother Feng, I was wrong. Wang Shi's face was a stream of tears, snot cascading down, eliciting sympathy from Han Xiaoya. His previous arrogance was now replaced by utter humility. Qin Feng remarked coolly, "Oh? Is that so? Then it appears I have wronged you. Compensation, what can you offer us?" Wang Shi seemed to glimpse a ray of hope, his eyes darting rapidly. "Brother Feng, I have heard that you have been frequently descending the mountain to slay ferocious beasts for elixirs. You know, I am a body of the Pill Emperor, and I brought a considerable amount of elixirs with me before entering the special training camp. Today, I have offended you and your lady. I feel deeply remorseful. How about this? I am willing to offer 15 first-grade Qi blood pills and 3 first-grade meridian protection pills. These are all the elixirs I have left, contained within this spatial ring. Later, I will contact my family and have them urgently send over another batch of elixirs. Once received, I will present you with an equal quantity of elixirs. What do you think? 15 first-grade Qi blood pills and 3 meridian protection pills are worth 240,000. Moreover, there would be a follow-up offer of another 480,000. One must admit, this apology was quite sincere. However, Qin Feng's lips curled into a smirk. The blade in his hand flashed with a silvery gleam. Thud! Wang Shi's head rolled to the ground, his expression still bearing a sycophantic smile. Even in death, he could not fathom that Qin Feng would act. Qin Feng paid no mind, reaching for Wang Shi's spatial ring, subsequently collecting the rings of the other 8 individuals as well. Since the elixirs were within the spatial ring, there was no need to spare Wang Shi. As for his claim of delivering an additional 240,000 worth of elixirs, only a child of 8 would believe such nonsense. Indeed, upon opening Wang Shi's spatial ring, Qin Feng confirmed his suspicions. How could someone like Wang Shi be so honest? Inside the spatial ring, there were far more elixirs than he had just mentioned. There were a full 24 first-grade Qi blood pills, 6 meridian protection pills, and 3 first-grade spirit nourishing pills used for cultivating mental strength, along with some spiritual wine and tea. Additionally, the armor he wore and the long staff he wielded were all first-tier superior equipment. The mere value of his solitary spatial ring is approximately 8 million. The other 8 individuals, with the exception of Jiang Sanshao, possess only modest wealth. Ultimately, Qin Feng amassed resources valued at a staggering 18 million from these 9 spatial rings. This turn of events has yielded an exceptional windfall. Chapter 31. Han Xiaoya is flustered. After securing the resources within his own spatial ring, he buried the 9 rings beneath a colossal tree, marking the spot carefully. If this matter remains undisclosed, these spatial rings cannot be carried on his person to avoid detection. Should they already be or soon become exposed, these rings would likely have to be surrendered to the training camp. In any case, they cannot be retrieved at present. They shall remain here, with the hope of returning for them in the future. Although the spatial capacity of these 9 rings is limited, their worth is not to be underestimated at several tens of millions. Meanwhile, the onlooking classmates are momentarily stunned. Initially, they observed Qin Feng negotiating with Wang Shi, believing he would spare Wang Shi's life, especially given the Wang family of Hailong City holds a prominent position within the Jiang province. It seemed reasonable for Qin Feng to let Wang Shi go. However, to their astonishment, in the next instant, Qin Feng swiftly struck, ending Wang Shi's life. Bai Qingning, after a brief moment of shock, regained her composure. She deemed Qin Feng's actions justifiable. Such scum deserved death. Yet, should this incident come to light, Qin Feng would find himself in peril. Not only would the training camp expel him, but the martial arts department would also pursue legal action against him. Furthermore, the entire Wang family would likely exact their vengeance upon Qin Feng. She resolved to discuss the situation with her father, hoping he could devise a plan. In contrast, Han Xiaoya was in a state of heightened agitation. She rushed to Qin Feng's side, nearly in tears. You actually killed them all. The others were one thing. But with Wang Shi's death, the Wang family will undoubtedly retaliate. They will pressure the training camp and the martial arts department. You're heading straight for prison. Although these 2 were beasts, and I wished for their demise, there was no need for you to risk your own life. She lamented. This is all my fault for bringing you here. Now it's too late to say anything. Han Xiaoya, akin to an ant on a hot pan, was frantic. After a couple of seconds, she raised her delicate face to Qin Feng. Why don't you flee? Escape to the wilderness, to the rifts of the otherworld. Just run as far away as you can. With your talent, in a decade or so, you could become a 5th-rank martial king, or even a 6th-rank martial venerable. By then, the storm will have passed, and you can return as a formidable figure. This will all be manageable. Her words garnered the agreement of many classmates. Wan Lei, leaning against a tree and suppressing his injuries, nodded earnestly. Indeed, Brother Feng, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. As for the bodies, they would dispose of them shortly, feeding them to the numerous ferocious beasts roaming the mountains. Qin Feng had come to assist them, but now found himself embroiled in chaos because of them. The group felt a collective sense of guilt, spontaneously brainstorming ideas to help Qin Feng navigate this predicament. However, the strategies they proposed had already crossed Qin Feng's mind. It was not yet time to consider fleeing. That would be a last resort, a desperate measure to be taken only when all else failed, for it would severely hinder his growth. Presently, Qin Feng needed to rely on his Dancian physique to grow stronger, necessitating a significant amount of medicinal pills. If he truly fled to the wilderness or the rifts of the otherworld, he would lose all opportunities for advancement in alchemy. This was a scenario he wished to avoid. Furthermore, although he had taken the lives of those individuals, everyone present bore some responsibility. If Qin Feng were to escape, the remaining classmates would likely face trouble as well. Having considered these factors, Qin Feng smiled faintly. It's all right. It hasn't reached such a dire situation yet. Whether this will be exposed remains uncertain. Even if it does, there are alternative solutions. Trust me. Seeing him so composed, the other classmates felt it inappropriate to press further. Together, they disposed of Wang Shi's body and the others, offering them to the surrounding beasts. Once the matter was settled, they all returned to the training camp to tend to Wan Lei's injuries. They acted as if nothing had transpired, maintaining an air of normalcy. Qin Feng, however, opted to return to the training camp alone. Upon his arrival at the entrance, the personnel on duty greeted him as usual. Qin Feng, discreetly observing them, noted no abnormalities. It was confirmed, at least for now, there had been no exposure. Meanwhile, in the training camp office, Wang Tianhao's phone rang. He glanced at his device, his expression shifting to one of shock. Something had happened to Wang Shi. He quickly dialed Wang Shi's number, but there was no response. After attempting to contact several other students from Hailong City without success, it became evident that something significant had transpired. Understanding the gravity of the situation, he promptly made his way to Di Wulin's office. Inside the office, Di Wulin and her secretary were engrossed in conversation while observing the screen before them. Commander, the rewards for this year's college entrance examination seem exceedingly generous. They appear to be 50 more substantial than usual. The secretary, clad in the military green uniform of the Demon Suppression Army, expressed surprise. While the reasons remain unclear, this is certainly favorable, Commander. Look, the rewards for the National Training Camp S instructor team have also increased. If our students excel in the entrance exams, ranking among the top 10 nationally, the rewards could well elevate you to the late 6th rank. Should they break into the top 3, the resources might even suffice for you to ascend to the 7th rank. Faced with such substantial rewards, the Secretary's breath quickened with excitement. D. Wolin listened thoughtfully, acknowledging that this year's instructor team rewards were indeed more generous than in the past. Perhaps my visit this time will prove worthwhile, she mused. However, inducing students to rank among the top 10 nationally remains a formidable challenge. In the cities of Kyoto, Magic City, and Martial God City, an abundance of prodigious talents exists. Not to mention, other cities harbor offspring from martial emperor families, as well as the saintly sons and daughters from various sections. The competition is fierce. Even a talent like Ji Weiwei would struggle to secure a spot within the top 10 nationally. On one hand, the overall quality of students in Jiang Province ranks among the lower tiers nationwide. This is largely due to the emergence of the otherworld and the universal practice of martial arts. The entire Blue Star seems to have been infused with an element known as spiritual energy, which is intricate in composition. Qin Feng and his peers absorb this spiritual energy from the air to enhance their internal vitality. Jiang Province's overall spiritual energy concentration is positioned in the lower tiers nationally, resulting in a generally weak average cultivation level among its students. On the other hand, not everyone opts to participate in the training camp. Individuals like Ji Weiwei, who have been entrenched in their sects from a young age, merely nominally attend high school. They typically reside and cultivate within their sects, employing tutors for their education. Viewing school activities as a frivolous waste of time, their sects provide them with ample resources, and the spiritual energy and facilities for cultivation far surpass those offered by schools. Only with the alluring rewards of the college entrance examination will they take the time to participate. Thus, the participants in the special training camp cannot truly represent the pinnacle of the province's capabilities. D. Wolin let out a soft sigh, considering the strength of the Baiwa sect. Coupled with Ji Weiwei's qualifications, with some effort, there remains a glimmer of hope for her to break into the top 20 nationwide. Should she secure a position in the top 20, then Qin Feng, Shi Hao, Yi Bufan, and Xiao Yin could strive for the top 100, which would still yield considerable rewards. Chapter 32, The Revelation of Events. Although D. Wolin yearned for even greater rewards, aiming for the 7th tier, which would allow her to breach the interdimensional rift she guarded, she was acutely aware of the harsh reality. The special training camp had been underway for over 10 days, and she had discerned the skill levels of the participants. At present, only these 5 could be deemed B-grade geniuses. It was nearly impossible to rely on them to secure higher-tier instructor rewards. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed through the room. The visitor was none other than Wang Tianhao. Is something amiss? D. Wolin inquired, glancing up as Wang Tianhao hurriedly entered. There's been an incident. Wang Shi, Zhang Lan, and the other students from Hailong City cannot be reached. What? Were they annihilated by ferocious beasts? D. Wolin dismissed the notion lightly. The mortality rate in each session of the special training camp never fell below 20%. Student fatalities were a commonplace occurrence. No, Wang Tianhao replied sharply. Wang Shi sent me a message just before he died. He claimed that Qin Feng was killing people in the forest, single-handedly slaughtering everyone from Hailong City. Upon hearing this, D. Wolin's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. If they had indeed been exterminated by ferocious beasts, it would be one thing. However, the implication of infighting among the special training camp participants, resulting in murder, was of an entirely different nature. It had surely been emphasized on the very first day of the camp that students must not harm one another. How could Qin Feng so brazenly disregard camp regulations and the laws of Xia country? Commander D furrowed her brow, a flicker of anger crossing her face. Such an event would render her, as the chief instructor, and Wang Tianhao, as the responsible party, culpable. A student who would casually take the life of a classmate, regardless of their talent, was unacceptable. Nurturing such a person would only lead to disaster in the future when they ventured into the interdimensional rift. The resulting damage and influence would likely surpass that of the otherworldly creatures. What on earth happened? Why would Qin Feng resort to murder? I'm not certain. The situation must have been dire. The information in Wang Shi's message was limited and did not elaborate on the specifics. Wang Tianhao shook his head. Commander D remained silent for a few seconds before speaking. We must investigate thoroughly. To her, Qin Feng was a child from a humble background, endowed with talent and perseverance, a promising prospect. Moreover, her observations indicated that he treated his fellow students from the 3rd high school quite well. He was simply somewhat avaricious. Yet he earned his resources through diligent efforts in hunting ferocious beasts rather than using his formidable power to oppress or extort others. He did not strike her as someone prone to violence. In contrast, Wang Shi and Zhang Lan were known to be lackadaisical, brimming with talent, but failing to apply themselves. D. Wolin had already heard from her personal guards that these two were LPS, lecherous peeping students, often spying on their female classmates. They were troublemakers of the highest order. Send some individuals down the mountain to search for Wang Shi and the others, alive or dead. We must find them. As for Qin Feng, we need not concern ourselves with him for now. We shall make judgments once we have confirmed the evidence. I will contact Director Jiang from the Martial Arts Department and request that he dispatch an investigator to assist us in our inquiries. Understood, Wang Tianhao nodded. By the way, have you notified the Wang family yet? Di Ruolin questioned. Not yet. I came to you first to relay this situation, Wang Tianhao explained. What do you intend to do? Di Ruolin raised her eyes. Wang Tianhao hesitated for a moment before responding. We should investigate the situation before taking any further action. Though Wang Tianhao was associated with the Wang family of Hailong City, he was not a direct descendant. By relation, he was the cousin-in-law of Wang Shi's uncle. Coincidentally sharing the surname Wang, he belonged to a collateral branch. Now, with the direct bloodline of the Wang family, Wang Shi, who had awakened the Emperor Danbadi and was much favored, dead within the special training camp, it was likely that the Wang family would soon experience a significant upheaval. Surely, members of the Wang family would seek him out, a prospect that filled him with trepidation. Wang Tianhao held no particular fondness or emotional attachment to Wang Shi. He merely viewed the situation as a nuisance. From his understanding of Wang Shi, it was likely that this incident had been instigated by Wang Shi himself. He could only hope that Wang Shi was still alive. Otherwise, Qin Feng and his companions would likely suffer the consequences. And the Wang family would not let him off easily. With a shake of his head, he dismissed further thoughts. After bidding farewell to Di Ruolin, he set off to lead the investigation. Days later, it was nearly confirmed that Wang Shi, Jiang Lan, and 9 other students from Hailong City were all deceased. None of the routes out of the mountain range had shown any signs of them exiting, and the entire mountain had been scoured without finding any trace of them. They had located the spatial rings belonging to the 9, all buried beneath a giant tree in the mutated red birch forest. The reports from the searchers indicated that their life forces had ultimately ceased around the mutated red birch forest. After testing, it was confirmed that all 9 had indeed spilled a significant amount of blood there. It was likely they had been killed in that very spot. Wang Tianhao reported the findings with a sigh, knowing the most troublesome scenario had come to fruition. In the office, there were only 3 individuals, himself, Di Ruolin, and Jiang Feng, the head of the martial arts department, who also happened to be Wang Tianhao's superior. Given the gravity of the situation, it was inevitable that the martial arts department would need to intervene, especially considering the involvement of the Wang family's progeny, prompting Jiang Feng to come personally. Jiang Feng furrowed his brow and spoke gravely. Was the perpetrator Qin Feng? He alone could hardly contend with Wang Shi's team. Jiang Feng had also conducted some inquiries. At the time of his admission, Qin Feng had been at the first stage, first level. Yet, merely 10 days later, he had already progressed to the 4th level of the first stage. Moreover, he was said to be exceptionally diligent, with remarkable practical abilities. He was indeed a commendable talent. However, given Qin Feng's prowess, it would still be quite challenging for him to take on the elite 9-member team from Hailong City. He could at most contend with 3 or 4 of them simultaneously. The other students from Jiang City's 3rd high school were of mediocre strength and would not be able to provide much assistance even if present. Therefore, Jiang Feng concluded that this incident could not have been solely the work of Qin Feng and the 3rd high school students. There had to have been other elites involved at the time. Di Ruolin and Wang Tianhao exchanged knowing glances. Who could it be? I have heard that Xiaoyan has a good relationship with him. Could it be him? Yet, Wang Tianhao pondered. But Qin Feng typically hunts ferocious beasts alone, rarely accompanied by others. Jiang Feng chuckled lightly. Let us summon them and inquire. 10 minutes later, Qin Feng and the others were summoned one by one for questioning. An hour later, the questioning concluded. The students from the 3rd high school and Xiaoyan stood in a room, awaiting their fate. It's over, Han Xiaoya exclaimed, her face filled with anxiety. Even Director Jiang Feng has come. What about that day? Before she could finish, Bai Qingning beside her swiftly covered her mouth. Bai Qingning exchanged a subtle glance, and Han Xiaoya immediately understood. Meanwhile, Xiao Yin smiled faintly, observing the solemn expressions of the students from 3rd high school. Something must be amiss. He recalled the earlier inquiries and began to piece together the puzzle. It had been 2 or 3 days since he last saw Wang Shi and his companions. Could something have happened to them? Xiaoyan approached Qin Feng, the only one in 3rd high school who maintained a calm demeanor. Brother Qin, what exactly is going on? Qin Feng replied with a smile. It's nothing. But the small team led by Wang Shi from Hailong City has all perished. The special training camp suspects we are involved. Xiaoyan's pupils widened in shock. The 7 or 8 individuals led by Wang Shi were all elite trainees. They are all dead? Xiaoyan swallowed hard. But why should I be implicated? What does their demise have to do with me? Because you and I are rather close, Qin Feng chuckled lightly. No way. Is this some kind of joke? Do those in the special training camp lack common sense? The strength of Wang Shi and his crew is such that even if the 2 of us teamed up, we could not possibly defeat them, Xiaoyan retorted, somewhat exasperated. Chapter 33. What an unbelievable speed of cultivation. However, upon witnessing the somewhat peculiar expressions of the 3rd high school students and observing Qin Feng's calm and confident smile, an astonishing thought flickered through Xiaoyan's mind. Could it be that Brother Qin was indeed behind this? Has Brother Qin's cultivation level risen again? Even with the assistance of the students from 3rd high school. To eliminate Wang Shi and his group would likely require the prowess of no one besides Ji Weiwei from the entire special training camp. If it were truly Qin Feng who had done this, then his strength was indeed terrifying. In the office, Di Ruolin and her companions discussed the earlier questioning. These youngsters display remarkable loyalty, Jiang Feng remarked with a faint smile. During the questioning, after evidence was presented, the students from 3rd high school offered little in the way of defense, readily admitting their involvement in the deaths of Wang Shi and his associates. As for Qin Feng, he took full responsibility upon himself. Jiang Feng's eyes revealed a mixture of admiration and astonishment as he recalled the questioning process. Qin Feng, are you connected to the deaths of Wang Shi and his group? Jiang Feng inquired, while Di Ruolin and Wang Tianhao listened intently. Qin Feng, showing no desire to conceal the truth, recounted the events in detail. You mean to say you single-handedly defeated 9 opponents? Fearing their retaliation, you killed them all? Jiang Feng asked, his eyes wide with disbelief. Yes, Qin Feng replied, standing tall and nodding lightly. Those individuals were all elite trainees from the special training camp, with 5 or 6 possessing combat powers at the 1st level, 3rd and 4th ranks. How could you, at the 1st level, 4th rank, possibly defeat them? Di Ruolin interjected, voicing her doubts. Qin Feng, are you aware of the repercussions of killing within the special training camp? Moreover, you killed 9 people. Among them were members of the Wang family from Hailong City. This responsibility is something you cannot bear, nor can your friends and family. After listening to everyone's responses, Di Ruolin began to piece together a rough understanding of the situation. Based on Qin Feng's usual conduct, it was highly probable that he was indeed telling the truth. Out of her fondness for Qin Feng and her appreciation of his talents, Di Ruolin couldn't help but caution him. If you take responsibility for this, even if it's deemed self-defense or excessive defense, given the severity of the situation, you would likely face at least 10 years in prison. Furthermore, the Wang family will not let you off easily. This judgment could start at a sentence of 15 years. For an ordinary person like you, entering prison would be akin to a death sentence. Yet, Qin Feng remained unfazed, responding with a mild smile. Thank you for the reminder, Commander D. However, I, Qin Feng, am bold enough to take responsibility. It was indeed I who killed that group of scoundrels led by Wang Shi. As for how I managed to defeat them, that is simply a matter of my own strength. As he spoke, Qin Feng's aura suddenly surged forth. Boom. His true energy erupted fully. The intensity of his presence escalated dramatically. Di Ruolin, Jiang Feng, and Wang Tianhao abruptly raised their heads, their pupils dilating in astonishment. Is this the aura of a peak 1st level cultivator? Qin Feng, have you reached the 10th level of the 1st stage? Di Ruolin exclaimed in disbelief. Wang Tianhao was left astounded. You were only at the 2nd level of the 1st stage when you entered the camp, and in less than 20 days. You have already reached the peak of the 1st stage? My goodness, what kind of cultivation speed is this? What are your martial arts physique and innate abilities? Qin Feng did not intend to answer this question. His innate abilities and martial arts physique were personal secrets that did not need to be disclosed. At the peak of the 1st level, it was no wonder he could contend with Wang Shi and his group. Wang Tianhao finally comprehended the situation. Qin Feng had always excelled in practical combat, and now with a significant advantage in his cultivation level, dispatching Wang Shi and his companions would be exceedingly effortless. Jiang Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having such a prodigy emerge from Jiang province was indeed a fortuitous event. Unlike Ji Weiwei, who had been chosen as a saintess by the Baiwei sect early on, receiving substantial training and resources, Qin Feng was clearly just an ordinary child from a humble background. He had no lineage, no connections, and no resources. Yet despite this, he had managed to attain the peak of the 1st level at such a rapid pace. This was remarkably impressive. It unequivocally demonstrated the terrifying potential of Qin Feng's martial arts aptitude. Compared to Wang Shi of the Dan Emperor physique, he was nothing more than a commoner. Jiang Feng felt a surge of protectiveness for this talent. Qin Feng must not be imprisoned. Just as he was about to speak, Di Ruolin interjected first. Qin Feng, at the peak of the 1st level, you are indeed impressive. Now that the situation has been clarified, let us discuss how to proceed. According to the regulations of the special training camp, you will be eliminated for killing Wang Shi and the others. Di Ruolin observed Qin Feng's expression as she spoke, but he showed no signs of panic. She continued, furthermore, according to the laws of the Summer Kingdom, based on past cases, you are likely to be sentenced to 10 years in prison, and given the influence of the Wang family, you may not even serve the full 10 years. Di Ruolin spoke frankly, and Qin Feng understood the implications. However, you have another option, to atone for your sins. The pressure from the breaches to other realms is immense, and the state has introduced a new form of punishment, sending offenders to certain rifts. If you can slay a specified number of interdimensional creatures or make other substantial contributions within these rifts, you can earn merits to offset your sentence. For someone at your level of wrongdoing, achieving merits through the slaughter of interdimensional creatures is no simple task. Jiang Feng's eyes lit up at Di Ruolin's suggestion, clearly impressed. Though this method was not easy, what if Qin Feng could indeed create a miracle? Moreover, at the very least, he would still be alive, relatively free to live. If Qin Feng could truly utilize this second option to atone for his misdeeds, Jiang Province would gain another super prodigy. This would be a boon for Jiang Province. So, Qin Feng, how do you intend to choose? Di Ruolin asked earnestly, gazing at Qin Feng. With a faint smile, Qin Feng remarked, "Since Commander D has articulated the matter so clearly, I shall naturally opt for the second option. We have diligently honed our skills precisely to vanquish those otherworldly creatures. Have we not? If there exists such a method that can effortlessly resolve this issue, I am more than willing to embrace it. After all, I will inevitably venture into the otherworld sooner or later. Although perilous, the otherworld is replete with opportunities." Upon hearing his words, Jiang Feng applauded enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Well said. Such spirited resolve is truly emblematic of the youth of Jiang Province." Di Ruolin nodded in agreement, but added, "However, I must caution you that the criminals dispatched to the rifts of the otherworld are generally among the more dangerous and peculiar individuals. Surviving in such an environment is exceedingly challenging, let alone collaborating with the Legion to slay and fend off otherworldly beings. Furthermore, even if you evade punishment, the Wang family will not let the matter rest easily. Very well, you may return for now. I shall accurately report the situation to my superiors, striving to allow you to complete the special training camp before being sent to the rift of the otherworld." Qin Feng nodded earnestly towards Di Ruolin, saying, "I, Qin Feng, am grateful to Commander D, as well as to Director Jiang and Director Wang. It would be splendid to complete the special training camp prior to venturing into the otherworld. With approximately 50 days remaining, there is ample time for me to further develop my abilities. By the time I enter the otherworld, I will possess greater means of self-preservation." Chapter 34, Breaking Through to the Second Stage. After Qin Feng departed, Jiang Feng smiled and remarked, "Commander D has clearly taken a liking to talent. I extend my gratitude on behalf of myself." "Thank me?" Di Ruolin arched an eyebrow in perplexity. Jiang Feng explained with a grin, "I have often heard of your strict military discipline, yet today you have made the effort to compromise your reputation and principles for the sake of this young man. Qin Feng, he is indeed a prodigy of Jiang Province, and such a favor from you warrants my appreciation. With your intervention, Qin Feng can temporarily safeguard himself." Di Ruolin remained non-committal, her demeanor calm as she stated, "While I uphold military discipline, I also discern right from wrong. Clearly, Wang Shi and his associates were at fault. I can understand Qin Feng's position. For an ordinary youth lacking power and influence, continuous retreat and forbearance would only embolden the adversary, rendering future peace elusive. From a personal standpoint, I rather admire his decisive and bold character. Today merely addressed a small portion of his troubles. The larger challenges ahead will still depend on his own capabilities. The wrath of the Wang family in Hailong City is a formidable obstacle for Qin Feng to navigate, unless he can demonstrate even more remarkable talents to attract the backing of formidable warriors at the martial emperor and martial sovereign levels. Yet, how easy is that to achieve? Qin Feng relayed the situation to his fellow classmates at the third high school, assuring them not to worry. This matter had reached a temporary resolution, and the special training camp along with the martial arts department would not pursue their accountability. This revelation brought a collective sigh of relief. The pressure of the past few days had been overwhelming. However, upon learning of Qin Feng's own resolution, the group fell silent once more. Particularly, the twin-tailed little girl, Han Xiaoya, appeared distressed, nearly on the verge of tears. While Qin Feng would not be eliminated or imprisoned, the path of atonement would not be an easy one. Qin Feng bore the weight of all actions alone, stirring deep admiration among the students of the third high school. Bai Qingning silently resolved to double her efforts and, upon the conclusion of the special training camp, seek her father's assistance through secret methods to enhance her own strength. This way, when Qin Feng was dispatched to the rift of the otherworld, she could accompany him and offer her support. From her perspective, since this situation arose due to her and Han Xiaoya, how could she allow Qin Feng to confront these troubles alone? Meanwhile, Xiao Yin was utterly bewildered, grappling with the reality that it was indeed Qin Feng who had slain those 9 individuals. Qin Feng's strength is truly terrifying. It's simply unbelievable. On the 19th day of the camp, the night before the grand competition, Qin Feng found himself once again within the Chaos Tower, checking his status panel. Realm, second stage. First layer, bone refinement period. Vitality, 40, 111. Mental strength, 7, 0, 25. Meridians opened, 51. Martial arts skills, mastery of blade techniques, 1. Mastery of body techniques, 3. Martial arts talent, none. Martial arts physique, Dancian body. Divine ability, concealment of heaven and sun. Chaos Tower progress, second layer. After a period of rigorous training, supplemented by the consumption of ferocious beast meat, elixirs, and spiritual liquor, along with the resources obtained from the first level of the Chaos Tower every 21 hours. Qin Feng's vitality had surged dramatically, reaching an astonishing 401 points. His realm had successfully advanced to the second stage of the bone refinement period, officially making him a genuine martial master. Both his blade techniques and body techniques had seen considerable enhancement, achieving the 3rd level of mastery. During these days, he had restrained himself from challenging the 2nd level of the Chaos Tower, specifically the Fierce Beast's octagonal prison, in order to minimize the chances of failure and reduce cooldown times, thereby maximizing future gains. Throughout his time hunting in the wilderness, his combat abilities against ferocious beasts had grown increasingly formidable. At this moment, he was entirely confident in his ability to conquer this level. He glanced at the reward for clearing the level, the 2nd stage rare blade technique, breaking wave 4 slashes. His heart raced with excitement. Chaos Tower. I shall challenge the 2nd layer. Today, I will seize this breaking wave 4 slashes, ensuring my success in tomorrow's grand competition. Qin Feng recalled that during previous tests, Ji Weiwei had employed 3 martial techniques, 2 high-tier 1st stage techniques, and 1 mid-tier 2nd stage technique. Soon, I too shall possess martial techniques. With a thought, Qin Feng's figure materialized within the immense octagonal prison. He gazed at the 4 ferocious beasts huddled together ahead, a smile creeping onto his lips. How much vitality would he gain from completing the first kill of these 4 beasts? As the challenge commenced, wielding the standard long blade bestowed by the Chaos Tower, Qin Feng charged forward. The 4 ferocious beasts before him appeared to be a well-coordinated team. One, resembling a small mound, was a giant mammoth of the 1st stage, 7th layer, serving as the tank. Another was a 1st stage, 9th layer golden mantis, acting as the damage dealer. Next was a 1st stage, 6th layer toxic frog, providing ranged support and crowd control. And finally, a 1st stage, 8th layer pink octopus, capable of healing the other 3 beasts with its juice and emitting hallucinogenic fluid to ensnare weaker martial artists in temporary illusions. This configuration resembled a complete 4-member team: tank, healer, assassin, and mage. Such a formidable setup was significantly stronger than the ferocious beasts he had encountered during simulated battles in the special training camp. Even Ji Weiwei would find it challenging to contend with them. Yet for Qin Feng, there was no difficulty at all. Not only had he reached the 2nd stage, but even at the previous 1st stage, 10th layer, he would have managed to handle them. However, to ensure his success, he had deliberately postponed his challenge by an extra day. Qin Feng charged towards the ferocious beasts, his objective clear: to eliminate the toxic frog and pink octopus first. Corresponding to the mage and healer roles, they were the fragile components of the team. Once they were dealt with, the remaining beasts would be manageable. The ferocious beasts reacted swiftly, recognizing Qin Feng's advance and immediately responding. The giant mammoth barreled forward, positioning itself as a barrier against him. The venomous frog and the pink octopus swiftly resorted to ranged attacks, unleashing streams of venom and hallucinogenic liquid. 2 blobs of liquid, 1 green and 1 pink, soared toward Qin Feng. Unfazed, Qin Feng, having broken through to the 2nd tier and opened 51 meridians, felt an abundance of true energy surging within him, significantly enhancing his speed. In that moment, he resembled a butterfly, his tall and robust physique akin to a streamlined work of art, exuding both beauty and explosive power. With remarkable speed, Qin Feng darted through the gaps between the streams of liquid like the wind, his long blade aimed directly at the green venomous frog. The frog, no larger than an ordinary puppy, was evidently oblivious to Qin Feng's swiftness and reacted a fraction too late, unable to evade in time. It suffered a severe blow to its head, resulting in a significant chunk of flesh being cleaved away. It croaked in agony. In reality, the 1st tier, 9th level golden-bladed mantis reacted swiftly, immediately rushing toward the venomous frog. Yet, its speed fell short, failing to shield the frog from the lethal strike. It quickly attempted to counterattack, its forelimbs resembling sharp blades, slicing toward Qin Feng's back. However, Qin Feng had anticipated this maneuver. After landing his strike, he began to evade, retreating a safe distance unscathed. Simultaneously, the pink octopus unleashed a burst of bright green liquid, striking the wound of the venomous frog. The injury began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. The colossal mammoth also reacted, charging forward to shield the venomous frog. This was a formidable beast, exhibiting an intelligence akin to that of a human. The 4 beasts before him possessed an intellect comparable to that of a 13-year-old child, displaying clear roles and proficient cooperation. Engaging them felt akin to battling 4 skilled human martial artists. However, to them, Qin Feng was overwhelmingly powerful. Chapter 35, 2nd tier rare martial technique. Wave cutting 4 strikes. If an ordinary 1st tier 9th or 10th level martial artist were to confront them, it would be quite a daunting task. It was reminiscent of playing a game and tackling a dungeon. If one's gear and combat power barely met the requirements, any misstep could lead to failure. Yet, should one possess overwhelmingly superior gear, even with poor execution, success could still be achieved. Not to mention, Qin Feng not only boasted superior stats, but also executed flawless maneuvers with heightened combat awareness, making it a simple feat to deal with this team of beasts. Despite failing to slay the venomous frog with his first strike, Qin Feng remained composed, continuing to seek an opportunity. Approximately 3 minutes later, he successfully seized the moment and dispatched the venomous frog. Congratulations to the host for achieving their first kill of a 1st tier 6th level ferocious beast, the venomous frog. earning 20 points of vitality. 20 points. Qin Feng's Spirit Sword. To receive 20 points of vitality for the first kill of a ferocious beast was astonishing. Even in future raids, he could gain 2 points of vitality. How exhilarating. Seizing the momentum, Qin Feng swiftly dispatched the pink octopus, golden-bladed mantis, and colossal mammoth in succession. The entire process took roughly 10 minutes. Congratulations to the host for achieving their first kill of a first-tier 8th-level ferocious beast, the pink octopus, earning 8 points of mental power. Congratulations to the host for achieving their first kill of a first-tier 9th-level ferocious beast, the golden-bladed mantis, earning 26 points of vitality. Congratulations to the host for achieving their first kill of a first-tier 7th-level ferocious beast, the colossal mammoth, earning 22 points of vitality. Just 10 minutes ago, Qin Feng possessed only 401 points of vitality. Now, after 10 minutes, he had amassed 469 points. His vitality cultivation had successfully ascended to the second tier, second level. For first-tier martial artists, each level represented a difference of 30 vitality points. For second-tier martial masters, the difference was 60 vitality points. Furthermore, martial masters corresponded to the bone refinement stage. At this juncture, martial masters needed to enhance their vitality while simultaneously continuing to open meridians and commence the refinement of over 200 bones with their vitality. Consequently, the overall rate of enhancement would be significantly slower than during the martial artist phase. Ordinary geniuses might require 1 to 2 months to advance a single level. This was evident in Ji Weiwei, who had entered the second-tier first level some time before joining the training camp and had only recently stepped into the second-tier second level. In contrast, Qin Feng had barely broken through to the martial artist level before entering the camp and was now on par with her in terms of cultivation. While Ji Weiwei was not among the elite tier of geniuses nationwide, her progress underscored the astonishing rate at which Qin Feng had advanced. In just 20 days, he had transitioned from the first tier to the second tier, a speed unparalleled in history. Moreover, the most terrifying aspect was that his rate of advancement would only accelerate. By conquering the octagonal prison today, he would be able to obtain even more vitality from daily raids. Additionally, Qin Feng noted the previous notification. The pink octopus, upon being slain, did not yield vitality as a reward but instead granted mental power. Upon calculation, the first-tier 8th-level pink octopus should have rewarded 24 points of vitality for a first kill, but it ultimately translated to 8 points of mental power. This indicated that within the Chaos Tower, the reward ratio was 3 points of vitality equivalent to 1 point of mental power. As for why the pink octopus conferred mental power upon its defeat, Qin Feng could not ascertain at the moment due to the limited data available for analysis. In any case, this was indeed a fortuitous development. It is worth noting that achieving a certain threshold of mental power could awaken one to become a mentalist. Mentalists wield formidable abilities and are deemed invincible at the same level. They can manipulate objects from a distance using their robust mental power, even striking down foes from 1,000 miles away. Additionally, mental power can augment physical speed and agility, enhancing overall dexterity. The most alarming aspect is that mental power can also influence other martial artists, allowing for mental assaults that are deadly and insidious, challenging to defend against. Mentalists are a relatively rare breed within the martial arts domain, primarily utilized in combat, while also providing some assistance in cultivation. The conditions to awaken as a mentalist are stringent. Only 1 in a million or 10 million martial artists in Xia country can attain this status. However, Qin Feng, by clearing the second layer of the octagonal prison, could daily accumulate mental power. Though currently modest, with just 1 pink octopus providing 0.8 points per day, the presence of such rewards in this level suggested that future stages would likely offer similar opportunities. Gradually, these small gains would accumulate, eventually leading to the awakening of his mentalist potential. Qin Feng's mood lifted significantly. Congratulations to the host for successfully passing the second layer of challenges. Received clearing reward, second tier rare martial technique, wave cutting 4 strikes. The third layer of the Chaos Tower has been successfully unlocked. With the clearing reward in hand, Qin Feng's mind was flooded with an abundance of knowledge regarding this martial technique. Wave cutting 4 strikes, a second tier rare martial technique, capable of unleashing 4 successive bursts of powerful blade energy, consuming 50, 901, 302, 200 points of vitality and true energy, with an 80 enhancement in blade energy potency. Indeed, it is a remarkable second-tier exquisite martial skill. The 4 blades eruption requires a staggering consumption of 470 points of vitality. However, correspondingly, the power unleashed is exceedingly formidable. Typical second-tier martial skills, whether of inferior, medium, or superior quality, generally yield an eruption of at most 200 to 300 points of vitality, enhancing power by a maximum of 50. This equates to a total eruption power of around 4 to 500 vitality. Yet, this wave-cutting 4 strikes achieves a total eruption of 846 points. This underscores its terrifying potency. With this martial skill, Qin Feng can effortlessly slay late-stage second-tier ferocious beasts. However, there is a drawback. the vitality consumption is excessively high. Currently, Qin Feng possesses only 469 vitality. When executing the 4 strikes, he exhausts his vitality entirely. Generally, he can only unleash up to the first 3 strikes, reserving the final strike as a finishing move, a hidden card. Qin Feng gazed at the challenge screen of the Chaos Tower. In this layer, let me see how long the cooldown for a complete sweep is. Filled with anticipation, he looked at it. Chaos Tower, second layer, ferocious beast prison. The host can challenge at any time. Success incurs a fixed cooldown of 6 hours, minimum. Failure doubles the cooldown time. 6 hours? This was somewhat different from Qin Feng's expectations. It was not a mere 5 or 10 minutes of cooldown. It turns out that there is a minimum cooldown time. Nevertheless, it is still quite satisfactory. Qin Feng did not dwell on this. In this layer, 4 ferocious beasts provide 68 vitality and 8 mental power per sweep. 4 times a day yields a total of 272 vitality and 32 mental power. Coupled with the previous sweep in the ferocious beast valley, the enhancement from the Dancian body, and daily cultivation, Qin Feng can now acquire 47 vitality daily. Even though a second-tier martial artist requires 60 vitality for each level, Qin Feng can still advance 2 levels in 3 days. Of course, at this stage, he also needs to consume vitality to refine his entire skeleton. Thus, the actual improvement will be slightly slower. He can wait until he reaches the 10th level of the second tier to refine. There is no rush. Primarily, Qin Feng lacks a suitable bone refinement technique. Just like opening meridians, bone refinement also requires a technique. With the right technique, one can achieve results with half the effort and encounter fewer dangers. He should inquire with Captain D and her team. They should know how to obtain better bone refinement techniques. Chapter 36, the third layer, Endless Sand Sea. Let us sweep through it first. After the sweep, I'll assess the third layer. Qin Feng directly challenged the second layer once more, the octagonal prison. With his enhanced strength and the wave-cutting 4 strikes, this time it was like a hot knife through butter. There was no need to seek opportunities anymore. 1 strike after another, 3 strikes were delivered. The 4 ferocious beasts were immediately engulfed by the terrifying blade aura. It was effortless and delightful. The previous challenge took 10 minutes. This time, the battle concluded in 10 seconds. Such is the value of exquisite martial skills. Having martial skills is exhilarating. However, the consumption is alarmingly rapid. If only the recovery of true energy were quicker, he could employ the martial skills even more frequently. Qin Feng recalled earlier conversations with classmates. He had heard that high-tier martial artists use low-tier martial skills as if they were free, bombarding relentlessly. They transformed into human artillery, slaughtering interdimensional creatures amidst rifts. One must take life one step at a time. Qin Feng felt quite content. He turned his attention to the third layer to discover its content. With a mental shift, Qin Feng initiated the challenge for the third layer. Unbeknownst to him, an invisible presence lingered beside him, the weapon spirit, Tai Yuan. As Qin Feng commenced the challenge, Tai Yuan approached him. Seeing him clear the second layer so swiftly, Tai Yuan felt a sense of satisfaction. This lad is quite impressive. It seems he won't take long to progress further. I really wish he would reach the 7th layer quickly so I could have someone to chat with. Tai Yuan pouted like a little girl. Unfortunately, she currently lacks the ability to manipulate the inheritance module of the Chaos Tower. Otherwise, she would have certainly lowered the difficulty of the first 7 layers to the minimum, allowing Qin Feng to pass through sooner. With a sigh, Tai Yuan flickered and followed Qin Feng into the third layer. In this layer, how far can you go? Endless Sand Sea. The scenery shifted, and Qin Feng found himself in a vast desert. The boundless yellow sands, coupled with the scorching winds, made it somewhat difficult for him to breathe. Welcome, host, to the Chaos Tower's third layer, the Endless Sand Sea. In this layer, countless magical creatures will emerge. You must survive as long as possible amidst their onslaught. The Chaos Tower will award you with varying levels of rewards based on your overall performance, including but not limited to the number and quality of magical creatures slain, total survival time, and the number of hits taken. Below are previews of the rewards for each tier and their required conditions. Friendly reminder, killing magical creatures in this layer will not yield any benefits. However, the rewards for clearing the level are quite generous. Upon reading the prompts, Qin Feng furrowed his brow slightly. Soon, he comprehended the challenge's content for this layer. In simple terms, this level will repeatedly spawn waves of magical creatures. The objective is to survive as long as possible amidst these waves and slay as many magical creatures as one can. It bears some resemblance to the defensive games he had played in the past. Somewhat frustratingly, the magical creatures in this level do not provide vitality or mental power upon being slain. Otherwise, with so many magical creatures, wouldn't that be an incredible boon? Nevertheless, although killing magical creatures yields no rewards, the rewards for clearing this level are indeed substantial. Qin Feng glanced over the preview of the rewards. D tier, survive for 5 minutes and kill magical beasts to earn 100 points. Reward, 1 martial skill experience card, can elevate a second-tier martial skill to great success, and a third-tier martial skill to proficiency. C tier, survive for 10 minutes and kill magical beasts to earn 300 points. Reward, 1 martial skill experience card, and 1 agility experience card. A tier. Survive for 45 minutes, kill magical beasts to earn 2,000 points, and sustain fewer than 15 hits. Reward. 2 martial skill experience cards and 2 agility experience cards. SSS grade bone refinement technique. Bone refinement 100 solutions. It must be said, the rewards are indeed quite abundant. Even completing the most basic D tier earns 1 martial skill experience card. The proficiency levels of martial skills range from beginner, minor success, proficiency, great success, perfection, to true essence. The higher the proficiency level, the greater the martial skill's power. Moreover, it may even lead to optimization of the martial skill, or even some special enhancements. Derivative effects may arise. However, even the lowest tier martial skills require considerable time and effort to elevate to great success or perfection, without 3 to 5 years of diligent practice. Achieving great success is exceedingly difficult, let alone perfection. As for true essence, it is even more elusive and extraordinary. Those who can cultivate martial skills to such a level are hardly ordinary individuals. At the very least, Qin Feng does not know a single one of these great figures. This highlights the rarity and immense difficulty involved. To his surprise, the Chaos Tower actually possesses such a treasure as martial skill experience cards. Just 1 card is sufficient to elevate the second-tier martial skill to its pinnacle. It directly saves 3 to 5 years of effort. If several cards are acquired, would it not lead directly to perfection, or even the comprehension of true meaning? Qin Feng was filled with anticipation. As for the agility experience cards and the C-tier rewards, the principle is similar. Almost everyone possesses a modicum of agility. The distinction lies solely in the difference between the mediocre and the extraordinary. Agility, too, has varying realms of mastery. Those with exceptional agility can navigate through throngs of foes as if gliding on air, their white attire surpassing the purity of snow. Conversely, those lacking in agility might find themselves receiving divine artifacts with their heads and divine techniques with their faces, leaving the battlefield riddled with arrows. Regarding the highest tier A rewards, they present the appearance of an SSS level technique, bone tempering 100 breaks, much akin to the previous SSS level meridian opening technique. For a martial artist, this represents an unparalleled treasure. If cast into the outside world, it would incite a frenzied scramble. However, acquiring this A-tier reward is somewhat arduous. One must survive for an hour amidst countless demonic creatures and slay ferocious beasts to achieve a score of 2,000 points. The most stringent requirement is to sustain fewer than 15 hits. With so many demonic entities, a moment's inattention could lead to numerous assaults, particularly with certain creatures. Although their damage may be low, their attack range is extensive, making them challenging to evade. Nevertheless, regardless of the challenges, I must secure this top-tier A reward. Qin Feng's gaze was resolute. This SSS-level technique, bone tempering 100 breaks, significantly influences the speed and quality of bone tempering. It not only affects his rate of breakthrough to the 3rd tier, but also profoundly impacts his martial foundation. The foundational training of bone tempering and meridians is of utmost importance on the path of martial arts. The extent of future accomplishments will largely hinge upon this. Notably, this level allows for repeated challenges. Since there are no sweeping rewards, an increase in failure count does not affect cooldown times. Although Qin Feng had slain many ferocious beasts, facing multiple foes simultaneously had been a rare experience for him. This aspect of experience was quite lacking. This challenge serves as an excellent opportunity for practice. In the future, when he ventures into the wilderness or encounters rifts to other realms or beast tides, this experience will prove invaluable. Additionally, a remarkably considerate feature allows Qin Feng, even if he only achieves D-tier or C-tier rewards, such as surviving for 5 minutes and obtaining 100 points to meet the D-tier conditions, to choose to receive a martial skill experience card. Upon successfully passing this level, he can advance to challenge the next tier. Furthermore, he can continue to challenge this level afterward. If he meets the criteria for a higher tier, like C-tier, the Chaos Tower will grant him an additional agility experience card. This opens up a realm of operational possibilities. A smile crept across Qin Feng's lips. He could first obtain the D-tier reward, acquire the martial skill experience card, enhance his wave-splitting 4 strikes, and then push for the C-tier reward. Thus, the process becomes significantly simpler. Chapter 37. Successful Clearance. Mastery of Martial Skills. The B-tier rewards differ from the A-tier only by an SSS-level bone tempering 100 breaks. This implies that by securing the B-tier rewards, he would receive 2 martial skill experience cards and an agility experience card. Qin Feng's practical combat ability would witness a tremendous enhancement. Subsequently, the conditions to challenge the A-tier would become considerably easier. Regarding this setup, Qin Feng felt immense gratitude toward the Chaos Tower. It brought warmth to the 4 seasons. How benevolent. Commencing the challenge, Qin Feng issued the command. Tai Yuan flew to a sandy slope, settled down, and crossed her legs. Her feet, as smooth as jade, swayed in the air. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Qin Feng ahead. In the next moment, the challenge began. Surrounding them, demonic creatures and ferocious beasts started to materialize. The first wave consisted of 5 first-tier, single-weight ferocious beasts. Upon commencing the challenge, Qin Feng discerned a peculiar issue. The map was a sandy sea. A small portion of the area featured a relatively hard surface, while the majority was engulfed in sand. Attempting any action within this terrain proved quite strenuous. Being confronted with such an environment for the first time, Qin Feng found himself slightly unaccustomed. However, he did not panic. Instead, he began to familiarize himself, adjust, and adapt. Fortunately, the first wave of ferocious beasts was merely first-tier and single-weight, presenting him with minimal trouble. Soon, they were all vanquished by Qin Feng. Each first-tier, single-weight ferocious beast provided 4 points. The lowest D tier merely required surviving for 5 minutes while obtaining 100 points. It appeared quite manageable. A minute and a half later, the second wave refreshed, 8 second-tier, double-weight ferocious beasts. Among them, 2 possessed ranged attack capabilities and took advantage of the chaos to strike at Qin Feng. Although the quicksand greatly hindered his speed, Qin Feng, due to his overwhelming strength, still managed to evade their attacks. He resolved them one by one, accumulating a score of 60 points. Just as he finished, the third wave of demonic creatures emerged. 10 third-tier, triple-weight demonic entities. He only needed to endure for another 2 minutes and slay 4 or 5 more ferocious beasts to fulfill the D-tier clearance requirements. Truly, this was an endless sandy sea. In just 3 minutes, the third wave escalated to 10 third-tier, triple-weight ferocious beasts. This wave warranted serious attention from Xiaoyan. Nevertheless, for Qin Feng, it posed little challenge. He had begun to acclimate to the sandy sea's peculiarities, enhancing his speed from merely half of his usual capacity to about 60%. He keenly observed that the ferocious beasts seemed unaffected by the sandy terrain, as if they possessed invisible walls of air beneath their feet, traversing the sand with ease. Yet, even the third-tier, triple-weight ferocious beasts could not catch up to him. Skillfully, Qin Feng dispatched them one by one. Time slowly elapsed. The fourth wave also consisted of third-tier, triple-weight beasts, but their number had risen to 15. With each successive wave, the rank and number of the emerging demonic creatures increased. The fifth wave brought forth 10 fourth-tier, quadruple-weight beasts. The sixth wave followed with 15 fourth-tier, quadruple-weight beasts. Qin Feng's movements grew increasingly adept. His vital energy diminished, and his body began to tire. Tai Yuan observed the unfolding situation and nodded slightly. Although the Chaos Tower's ferocious beast trials granted him health rewards, Qin Feng had indeed put considerable effort into honing his combat abilities. Particularly, his adaptability to the sandy sea environment exceeded Tai Yuan's expectations. His capacity to adapt was remarkably strong. Originally, Tai Yuan anticipated that Qin Feng would be severely hindered by the sandy sea, unable to exert even 1/5 of his strength, and would likely succumb to the ferocious beast's onslaught or exhaust himself into failure after just 3 waves. However, to her surprise, during his first challenge, Qin Feng persevered for 14 minutes, refreshing 9 waves of monsters. Of course, as the challenge progressed, Qin Feng's speed in eliminating ferocious beasts could not keep pace with the rate at which they respawned. The number of ferocious beasts on the field swelled to a staggering 70. A dark mass filled the area. This map, labeled as a desert, was, in truth, also equipped with invisible air walls, confining the activity range to a diameter of 100 meters. This also resulted in Qin Feng being unable to run straight ahead, forced instead to run in circles with limited mobility. Ultimately, he was seized by the ferocious beast, marking the end of the challenge. He achieved a commendable result, a total time of 14 minutes and 10 seconds, with 208 points earned from slaying the beast, thereby meeting the requirements for the D rank. As for the C rank, while his survival time was sufficient, he fell short by approximately 30 points in terms of kills, needing a total of 300. This young man, indeed, is a chosen one of the Chaos Tower. His diligence, practical skills, and combat awareness are all remarkably outstanding, complemented by an earnest desire for strength. Tai Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile. The stronger Qin Feng became, the better it was for her. This implied a higher probability of him successfully aiding in the restoration of her physical form and the Chaos Tower. However, the difficulty was exceedingly high. It was still far too early for him. Qin Feng materialized in the preparation hall of the Chaos Tower, his chest rising and falling with considerable intensity. The recent 14 minutes of intense combat had left him exceedingly fatigued. The intensity of this challenge was several times greater than that of the simulated confrontations in the training camp. Just within 14 minutes, he had encountered so many first-tier beasts of the 6th level. What could possibly happen in 30 or 45 minutes? Qin Feng couldn't help but grumble. Yet soon, his mood brightened. Congratulations, host, on completing the D rank requirements for the endless sands of the 3rd layer of the Chaos Tower, earning D rank rewards. Congratulations, host, on receiving a martial skill experience card. Before Qin Feng appeared a blue card, approximately the size of a playing card. On the card was depicted a pair of sharp swords, accompanied by an upward arrow. This was indeed the martial skill experience card that, with just one, could elevate a 2nd-tier martial skill to mastery, saving 4 to 5 years of arduous training. Qin Feng reached out to touch the blue card. And as his focus settled upon it, his mind received a prompt. Simply tearing the card would allow him to utilize it. Without hesitation, he ripped it apart. A wave of mysterious, unfathomable energy surged from the card into Qin Feng's mind. Instantly, a torrent of profound information flooded his consciousness, as if he had genuinely cultivated and comprehended the wave-breaking 4/, for 4 to 5 years. Wave-breaking 4/, mastery, a second-tier exquisite blade technique, capable of unleashing 4 consecutive bursts of powerful blade energy, consuming up to 6,510, 514, 5220 points of true energy, with the blade energy's power amplified by 100. With the mastery level reaching perfection, the wave-breaking 4/ had undergone a tremendous enhancement. The total maximum energy consumption had risen from the original 470 points to 535 points. The amplification factor had also increased from 18 to 2 times. The total burst now equated to a staggering strength of 1,070 points of energy. Such a level of eruption was akin to the power of a high-grade 3rd-tier martial skill, or even a low-grade 4th-tier martial skill. Moreover, the speed and range of the blade energy had experienced an approximate 30 increase. As for why it stated a maximum consumption of 535 energy points, it was because Qin Feng could freely control how much true energy to summon. After reaching mastery, his proficiency was remarkably high. Each time he unleashed the wave-breaking 4/, he could autonomously regulate the flow of true energy. By channeling more energy, he could release the perfected version of the technique, naturally enhancing its power while increasing energy expenditure. Conversely, if he delivered less energy, he could execute a lesser version, retaining the ability to deliver 4 complete slashes. The specifics of execution were entirely up to Qin Feng's discretion, making it exceedingly convenient. Chapter 38. Perhaps I could spar with Brother Qin. Qin Feng recalled the challenge he had faced earlier, just before nearing failure. He had unleashed the wave-breaking 4/. All 4/ had erupted simultaneously, exhibiting astounding power. Even before his elimination, it had garnered him an additional 50 to 60 points. Qin Feng felt that now, if he could execute the complete perfected version of the wave-breaking 4/ once more, he could potentially slay at least double the number of ferocious beasts. Of course, he currently possessed only 470 points of energy. His energy levels were insufficient to support a full release of the wave-breaking 4/, unless he resorted to a medicinal pill to quickly restore his energy. However, these were trivial concerns. Qin Feng could increase his energy by 47 points each day, effortlessly elevating his total. With another 2 or 3 sessions, he should be able to secure the C rank reward and obtain that movement experience card. As he recuperated his true energy, Qin Feng contemplated. The night was still young, and he intended to obtain at least the C rank reward before retiring for the night. Reviewing his attributes: realm, 2nd tier, 2nd level, bone quenching stage. Energy points, 47,021. Mental power, 7,828. Meridians opened, 51. Bone quenching progress, 18. Martial skills. Mastery of blade techniques, 7. Mastery of movement techniques, 8. Martial skill. Wave-breaking 4/, 2nd tier exquisite. Mastery. Martial talent, none. Martial physique, Dan immortal body, divine ability, covering sky and hiding sun, chaos tower progress. 3rd layer. Upon reviewing the attribute panel, Qin Feng felt invigorated, as if the fatigue had lessened significantly. He remembered a phrase he had once encountered: one does not fear hard work, but rather the lack of feedback from that effort. Now, the daily increase in his energy was substantial, remarkably clear and direct. This instilled in him an overwhelming sense of ease and a heightened desire to strive for improvement. The positive reinforcement was fulfilling, creating a virtuous cycle of joy for both body and mind. Tomorrow marked the day of the first major competition. Setting a modest goal to secure first place seemed reasonable, with enticing rewards at stake. Thus, that night, Qin Feng repeatedly challenged the 3rd layer, the Endless Sands. During this time, he accumulated a wealth of martial resources, some of which could aid in restoring his true energy. Although these could not be utilized during the challenges in the Chaos Tower, they were perfectly suitable for expediting recovery in the preparation hall. With each successive challenge, Qin Feng grew increasingly acclimated to the environment of the sands. The impact of the surroundings on him diminished progressively. He could now exert approximately 80% of his strength as if on level ground. His situational analysis, understanding of the ferocious beasts, and proficiency in slaying them were all steadily advancing. Such an advantageous training scenario was unparalleled by any other martial artist. Before long, dawn broke. Despite having only slept for 4 hours, Qin Feng felt no discomfort. After having breakfast, he prepared to participate in the assessment. Freshening up, Qin Feng stretched lazily and stepped outside. At the training camp, the athletics testing area was bustling with activity, a sea of people. Staff members were conducting final adjustments to the energy and combat power testing instruments. Some students, anxious and eager, had arrived early, chatting in small groups outside. I'm so excited. The first major competition is about to start. I wonder if I can make it into the top 100? Impressive, bro. You're looking forward to it? I'm a nervous wreck. Top 100? I just hope I don't end up in the bottom 20 and get eliminated. Last assessment. About 10 people consecutively ranked in the bottom 20 and were eliminated. It was painful to watch. I feel like I've made significant progress during this time. I shouldn't end up in the bottom. By the way, it seems like I haven't seen Wang Shi and his gang from Sea Dragon City for a while. They used to hang around the female student dormitory every day, but I haven't spotted them in recent days. Upon your utterance, it seems plausible that they may have succumbed to the ferocity of the Beast Brigade. Surely, that cannot be the case. Their small assembly consists of elite members, boasting an overall prowess that ranks among the finest in the training camp. How could they possibly be annihilated without a single soul escaping? In a corner of the training camp, several confident and composed students stand tall, exuding an extraordinary aura. Among them are Shi Hao, Yi Bufan, and Xiao Yan, the prominent geniuses who rank high in their cohort. As all are part of the training camp, it is inevitable that their paths will intersect after graduation and the ensuing examinations at the Martial University. Thus, they frequently exchange pleasantries and engage in casual conversation. Over time, their familiarity with one another has grown. Shi Hao, clad in gleaming silver armor, stands with an air of pride. After 20 days of diligent practice, he has significantly enhanced his abilities, now attaining the 6th level of the first tier. Should the opportunity arise today, he is determined to spar with Qin Feng. Recalling Qin Feng's remarkable performance during the gravity chamber assessment ignites a fierce desire for challenge within him. To confront a formidable opponent is to become stronger. This pursuit of combat is intrinsic to his martial path. Yi Bufan smiles slightly at this, expressing his anticipation for the duel between Shi Hao and Qin Feng. Though he remains at the 5th level of the first tier, he is but a step away from the 6th. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan has also broken through to the 5th level of the first tier, paralleling Yi Bufan's progress. These three are undoubtedly the creme de la creme of Jiang Province's prodigies, each with unique opportunities and rapidly evolving strengths. Xiao Yan, silently amused by the conversation, eagerly awaits the duel not for the spectacle of their clash, but for the expressions of astonishment that will adorn Shi Hao and the others after witnessing Qin Feng's prowess. He is already aware that Qin Feng single-handedly vanquished Wang Shi and his entire group, a display of terrifying strength that must equate to at least the 8th or 9th level of the first tier. Against Shi Hao, who is at the 6th level, victory would come effortlessly. Though cognizant of Qin Feng's might, Xiao Yan remains undaunted. He too possesses formidable abilities. His martial constitution is known as the Flame Controller, and his talent lies in the summoning of spirits. The former grants him a considerable boost in strength and cultivation after taming various exotic flames, while the latter allows him to summon powerful spirits to gain combat experience and intelligence. Xiao Yan believes his future is exceedingly bright, and his growth rate among peers is indeed commendable. Next month, he shall attempt to tame another exotic flame. If successful, he could ascend to the peak of the first tier, or even the 2nd. At that point, he might engage in a friendly spar with Qin Feng. At that moment, a stir arises from the crowd. Xiao Yan turns to see Ji Weiwei approaching. This woman certainly commands considerable attention. He shakes his head with a smile. Despite Ji Weiwei's ethereal beauty, Xiao Yan harbors no interest. She possesses an overly frigid demeanor. He prefers women who are more obedient or those who exude maturity and intelligence. It is rumored that Ji Weiwei has already advanced to the 2nd level of the 2nd tier. It seems the top position in this competition is destined for her. It is a pity for Qin Feng. How long can he withstand her prowess? A peculiar thought crosses Xiao Yan's mind. Unbeknownst to Qin Feng, many are eager for a spar with him. What an odd inclination. At this moment, having satiated his hunger, he arrives outside the athletic field. The inaugural martial arts competition of the training camp is about to commence. As Qin Feng steps onto the field, those who catch sight of him greet him with warm smiles and friendly waves. He reciprocates their greetings. Qin Feng, here, over here, calls out Han Xiaoya, her face radiant with joy as she waves her hand. A few boys nearby, who had been sneaking glances at her, exhibit expressions of confusion and surprise at her exuberance. Following her gaze, they soon comprehend the cause of her excitement. Qin Feng, you have finally arrived. I must share a secret. I have reached the 2nd level of the first tier. Hee, what do you think? Am I impressive? Han Xiaoya exclaims, her face alight with joy and pride. Qin Feng is taken aback. Has she truly advanced to the 2nd level of the first tier so swiftly? He chuckles softly. It seems you have been consuming quite a bit of meat during this time. Consuming meat? Han Xiaoya is momentarily dumbfounded. Is he implying that she has a hearty appetite? How absurd. Clearly, Sister Qingming has eaten far more than she has. She huffs, I am in a good mood today, so I want to hold it against you. This remark elicits laughter from the surrounding students of 3rd middle school. In truth, since their arrival at the training camp, with an ample supply of flesh from the beasts, combined with their rigorous training that expends considerable energy, everyone has transformed into voracious eaters, indulging in copious amounts of food, along with elixirs and spiritual teas. Their consumption and energy conversion have accelerated, leading to rapid advancements in their cultivation. After a bout of playful banter, the assessments finally commence. At the podium, Wang Tianhao rises and, utilizing his robust true energy, calls out, his voice resonating throughout the training camp, effectively silencing all chatter. He begins to outline the procedures and precautions for today's evaluation. Truly, a formidable presence, this martial king is adept at commanding attention with his voice. Qin Feng chuckles to himself while Han Xiaoya rolls her eyes, feeling a tinge of exasperation. In her mind, she muses. He is the deputy director of the Jiang Province Martial Arts Division, a dignified fifth-tier martial king, a figure of immense aspiration for countless martial artists. To you, he is merely someone who can call out conveniently? One wonders how infuriated Director Wang might be upon hearing Qin Feng's remarks. As these thoughts swirl in her mind, Han Xiaoya stifles a chuckle. Qin Feng and the others attentively listen to the details of the assessment process. Today's grand competition differs significantly from previous minor tests, primarily comprising two segments, a vitality and combat power assessment, followed by practical combat trials. The top 20 performers based on their vitality and combat scores will advance to the second round of practical matches. Now, we shall begin the vitality and combat power assessments. As names are called, students enter the arena sequentially to undergo testing. Shen Gui, Li Feng, and Mo Wu. 5 students step forward, each standing before a vitality testing device. They will first assess vitality, followed by combat power. Li Feng, vitality 1121, first tier, first level, combat power 1322. Shen Gui, vitality 1105, first tier, first level, combat power 1283. The students maintain a relatively positive disposition. To have achieved the status of martial artist at this juncture places them ahead of many peers still in school, unable to participate in the training camp. Over the past month and a half, their vitality has multiplied several times. The first batch of 5 students to be tested has only recently embarked on their journey as martial artists, reflecting the current median level among the trainees at the camp. With 50 days remaining until graduation, those who remain may very well ascend to the second or even third level of the first tier. They stand poised to excel in the upcoming examinations, gaining admission to distinguished martial arts universities and continuing their training. The next batch included by Qingning, Xiaoyan, and Wanlei. The staff shouted, "Sister Qingning, go for it." Han Xiaoya clenched her small fists in encouragement. Bai Qingning nodded and stepped into the arena, her presence drawing considerable attention, primarily due to her exquisite beauty, which was among the most striking in this training camp. Additionally, her connection to Qin Feng, as a fellow student from the same school, elevated her prominence even further. Placing her fair, pristine hand on the vitality testing device, she registered a vitality score of 1918. Attaining the first stage, triple level. A wave of astonishment rippled through the athletic field. Wow, first stage, triple level. That must place her among the top 30, right? If I recall correctly, Bai Qingning hadn't even become a martial artist before joining the camp. How did she improve so swiftly? I know. Bai Qingning has awakened both her innate talent and a special martial physique. Perhaps these two factors are the cause of her rapid advancement, someone speculated. Goodness. Is she really that fortunate? Not only is she stunningly beautiful, but she also possesses innate talent and a special martial physique. What doors has destiny opened for her? As the crowd continued to express their astonishment, Bai Qingning proceeded with her combat power test. A faint aura of pure Yin energy enveloped her, cold and chilling, coalescing around her fist before she unleashed a powerful strike. The combat power registered at an astonishing 3,939. This remarkable figure once again elicited gasps from the audience. A first stage, triple-level martial artist capable of outputting 3,939 combat power? Such a value was on par with a 6th-level martial artist. This served as indisputable evidence of Bai Qingning's formidable offensive capabilities. This girl is impressive, Jiang Feng remarked with a smile, turning to Captain D. Surely she qualifies to join your Thorn Legion now? Di Ruolin nodded, visibly surprised. In truth, she had been observing Bai Qingning for some time, as the latter seemed to radiate an extraordinary presence even in a crowd. However, Di Ruolin recalled that this girl had previously displayed only average strength, consistently ranking in the mid-tier of the training camp. To witness her extraordinary performance today was indeed surprising. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she pulled out Bai Qingning's file. Bai Qingning, S-rank innate talent, gourmet, has awakened a special martial physique. The specifics of her physique remain unknown, as do its effects. It appeared that her physique was indeed exceptional. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been classified with S-rank talent while concealing her physique's details. Di Ruolin understood that most individuals were reluctant to disclose their secrets. In fact, during the period following Bai Qingning's breakthrough to martial artist, Qin Feng had been relentlessly hunting fierce beasts. The students from 3rd Middle School had benefited greatly from his efforts, enjoying a steady supply of beast meat. Thanks to her innate talent as a gourmet, Bai Qingning reaped far greater benefits from the consumption of beast flesh than her peers. Coupled with her pure Yin physique, her meridians developed at a pace superior to others. Thus, her rapid advancement during this time was undoubtedly among the top 10 in the training camp. Unlike the astonished crowd, Qin Feng seemed to possess prior knowledge of her capabilities. With his ability to see through the veils of reality, he could easily discern the strength of each individual. During breakfast in the cafeteria that morning, he had already noticed her progress. However, he felt a pang of envy. Bai Qingning had improved by 100 vitality points in just 20 days, a full 3 levels. Is this the true value of S-rank innate talent? He mused. He couldn't help but wonder when he might awaken his own innate talent, as he currently possessed only a special martial physique. Turning his gaze to another participant, he observed Xiao Yan confidently placing his hand on the testing device. His vitality score was 2335, achieving the first stage, quintuple level. Chapter 40. Each displays their talents. Next, Xiao Yan approached the combat power testing device. His right hand ignited with a pale green flame, enveloping it. The surrounding space shimmered slightly, and a white specter emerged, akin to a suit of armor, hovering behind Xiao Yan. A ghost. Someone gasped, feeling a chill run down their spine. What is that? It must be the soul of a high-level martial artist whose physical form has been destroyed. The crowd debated. Qin Feng, however, discerned the truth through his perception. This soul-like energy emanated a presence comparable to a late-stage second-level martial artist. The ability to summon a soul was indeed remarkable. As Xiao Yan's realm advanced and he honed his innate talent, he could potentially summon even more powerful souls. Despite merely being a first-stage, quintuple-level martial artist, he had managed to summon a spirit of late-stage, second-level prowess. This was truly astonishing. However, it remained uncertain how effectively he could wield this spirit and how long it would last. Amidst Qin Feng's curiosity, Xiao Yan delivered a powerful punch to the combat power testing device. Boom. The device registered a combat power of 4,673. Once again, the crowd was left in shock. Is he really that formidable? 4,673? That's a combat power equivalent to 20 times his vitality. I thought Bai Qingming's 18-fold combat power was already impressive for a first-stage martial artist. Who knew there were others of such caliber? The average combat power standard for first-stage martial artists was 15 times their vitality, so by that measure, Xiao Yan's output was equivalent to an 8th-level martial artist. Truly, this training camp was a place of hidden talents. Xiao Yan took a deep breath, and the spirit gradually faded, leaving him with a satisfied smile as he exited the testing area. The staff then announced the next group of students, Shi Hao, Chen Duoduo, and Zhang Chulan. Shi Hao strode confidently into the assessment zone. 10 seconds later, the vitality test concluded. Vitality, 2695, first stage, 6th level. My heavens. First stage, 6th level. Shi Hao is incredibly powerful. Aside from the goddess Ji Weiwei, he must be the strongest here. The crowd marveled. They had only just entered the realm of martial artists. Yet Shi Hao had already reached 6th level, just 11 points shy of 7th level. As the crowd shared their astonishment, Shi Hao stood before the combat power testing device, his posture straight and his silver armor gleaming under the sunlight. As he activated his vitality, a radiant golden light emanated from his chest, vaguely resembling a bone shape. The brilliance was blinding, as scorching as the sun and as pure as holy light. Is this the supreme bone physique? What an impressive display. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. With a mighty punch, Shi Hao struck the combat power testing device, which buzzed with energy. The result, 5,210. Just shy of 20 times, a little over 19. Quite impressive indeed. Jiang Feng nodded with satisfaction. He had originally come to address the tragic deaths of Wang Shi and others, but stayed an extra 2 days upon hearing of the imminent grand competition. Those 2 days had not been in vain. Shi Hao was remarkable. The higher-ups were keenly interested in him. His unique physique would greatly accelerate his cultivation once he entered the second stage of bone tempering. They believed he could potentially become a new martial emperor. Jiang Feng looked at Shi Hao with delight, while Di Roland listened with surprise to this confidential information. Thus, it appears that Shi Hao may indeed have the opportunity to be rated as an A-level genius, equivalent to a national-level prodigy, capable of ranking among the top 30 in the country. With Ji Weiwei, Qin Feng, and now Shi Hao, we have 3 A-level geniuses. This special training camp journey seems remarkably promising. Even the typically stern Di Roland's lips have curved into a smile at this moment. After the testing concluded, Shi Hao turned proudly to leave, casting a glance toward Qin Feng. His eyes sparkled with an undeniable combat spirit, as if issuing a challenge. Qin Feng scratched his head, feeling somewhat perplexed. What is up with this guy? Did I offend him in some way? Why does he seem so eager to fight me? Qin Feng pondered. It must be said that Shi Hao's talents are indeed exceptional. However, Qin Feng believed that should they face each other, Shi Hao would likely suffer a crushing defeat. I wonder if he'll still feel the same way after I complete my vitality test? Qin Feng thought, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Next up was Ji Weiwei. Upon hearing her name, silence fell over the audience as all heads turned in her direction. Adorned in a flowing white dress with cascading silver hair, Ji Weiwei appeared like a celestial being freshly descended to the mortal realm. With a demeanor as cold as ice, she approached the testing device. Then, she executed a move that left everyone astounded. She produced a delicate handkerchief and, with an impassive expression, inquired of the nearby staff, "May I wipe this?" The staff, momentarily taken aback, nodded in response. Consequently, Ji Weiwei proceeded to meticulously wipe the vitality testing device with her handkerchief for a full minute amidst the staff's furrowed brows. She finally finished, stepping back. All done. Now, let us begin the test, she declared, the staff exhibiting a sense of resignation. The previous test takers had been left speechless, particularly the one before her, whose face had twitched in discomfort at her actions. Some in the crowd quietly scoffed, while others believed this to be the quintessential behavior of a fairy in their hearts. Yet, Ji Weiwei remained unfazed. With a calm expression, she placed her hand on the vitality testing device, initiating the test. 10 seconds later, the results were in. Vitality 4735, second stage level 2. As of now, nearly 2/3 of the students had been tested, and Ji Weiwei was in a league of her own. Jiang Feng nodded approvingly. No wonder she is the saintess of the Bai West sect. Her cultivation at such a young age is truly impressive. Di Ruolin remarked coolly, these sects monopolize too many resources. Some sects contribute positively to the nation, stepping up during interdimensional turmoil or beast tides, while others grow increasingly self-serving, hoarding resources without offering support. The country ought to take measures against them. Jiang Feng and Wang Tianhao exchanged awkward smiles, hesitant to respond to her words. Bang! Ji Weiwei concluded her combat power test with a score of 9,191, once again eliciting gasps of awe from the crowd. Incredible! Just a little over 800 more to reach 10,000. The students were filled with envy. However, Di Ruolin soon identified a flaw in Ji Weiwei's performance. The combat power standard for a second-stage martial artist is 20 times their vitality. While Ji Weiwei's vitality cultivation was commendable, her combat power of 19 times seemed rather ordinary. Unlike Bai Qingning, Xiaoyan, and Shihao, who all surpassed their realms in strength, often referred to as invincible geniuses at the same level. Indeed, this girl's shortcoming lies in her lack of practical combat ability. A true stronghold possesses no weaknesses. This girl requires further honing. Wang Tianhao chuckled. Having Ji Weiwei in this training camp is truly wonderful. With a leader of her caliber, it serves as an inspiration for all the students to strive for excellence. The other two nodded in agreement. Just then, a staff member called out, Qin Feng, please enter for testing. Clearly, the notorious Qin Feng, known for his relentless slaughter of beasts, had made quite a name for himself at the training camp. The staff recognized him as well. Finally, it's my turn. With the eyes of the crowd upon him, Qin Feng wore a faint smile as he stepped into the arena. Chapter 41, the first in vitality, a seed of the martial emperor. It's Qin Feng. He is testing now. Brother Feng has been madly slaying beasts lately. His advancement must be significant. What level do you think Brother Feng is at now? I believe his vitality cultivation cannot be lower than first stage level 5. Does that mean Brother Feng is now on par with Yi Bufan and Xiaoyan? I'm curious who among the three will ultimately claim the third spot. You might not believe it, but I saw Brother Feng enter the 18-fold gravity chamber the other night. Is that true? No way. An 18-fold gravity chamber? Shihao is probably at that level too, right? The crowd buzzed with speculation, oblivious to the true extent of Qin Feng's abilities. Xiaoyan had only made educated guesses, estimating Qin Feng's cultivation at around first stage level 7 or 8. Not just them, even the students from 3rd middle school were uncertain of Qin Feng's precise strength. Thus, at this moment, all eyes were upon him, eager for clarity. On the podium, Di Ruolin, Jiang Feng, and Wang Tianhao were all alert. After the incident with Wang Shi a few days prior, they knew that Qin Feng had reached the pinnacle of the first stage. In fact, they had attempted to use their mental energy to probe Qin Feng's cultivation that day, but found nothing. It was as if their mental force had vanished into thin air. They were quite puzzled by this, and could only attribute it to Qin Feng's unique martial constitution. As Qin Feng approached the testing device, the staff's eyes lit up. As martial artists, they admired youths brave enough to battle ferociously against beasts. Moreover, they were soldiers of the Demon Suppression Army, embodying the ethos of safeguarding their homeland. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qin Feng silently placed his hand on the testing device. The apparatus whirred to life, radiating a brilliant red light. What else with all this commotion? It feels reminiscent of Ji Weiwei's testing. Could it be that he has broken through to the second stage? Wang Tianhao was taken aback, his pupils dilating as he involuntarily stood up, fixated on the scene before him. Di Ruolin and Jiang Feng, though remaining seated, wore expressions of grave seriousness. With a beep, the test results emerged. Vitality 44919, second stage level 2. The staff, unable to believe their eyes, widened them in astonishment, stammering the announcement. Though their voice was not loud, it resonated throughout the athletic field, amplified by their vital energy. What? Second stage level 2? No way. Did I hear that right? Brother Feng is at second stage level 2? That is astonishing. The crowd erupted in disbelief. Doesn't he that make him on par with my goddess Ji? On par. Your goddess is at 473, while Brother Feng is at 491. How can that be considered equal? Brother Feng is just a half step away from second stage level 3, while your goddess is a full 3/4 behind. Unbelievable. I can't counter that. Thus, it became evident that Qin Feng was indeed our leader in vitality. How extraordinarily abnormal. What kind of martial constitution and innate talent does he possess to advance so swiftly? It's as if he is on a high-speed train. Why is it that I cannot awaken my physique and talents? I am utterly envious of Qin Feng, who has attained such a vibrant purple glow. Even if I become black, it is of no use. He remains purple. What difference does it make if I awaken my physique? It pales in comparison to a single hair of Feng Go. Sigh. The terrifying speed of Qin Feng's ascension left everyone utterly astounded. Clearly, when he first joined the camp, he was still at the early stage of the first level. Yet, in the blink of an eye, less than a third of the special training camp has passed, and he has already reached the second level, second stage? What kind of devilish speed is this? Initially, we thought that being in the same special training camp meant we were all starting from a similar point. Unexpectedly, he has accelerated as if powered by nitrous. Reflecting on my own progress over this duration, I have barely advanced a minor realm, while Qin Feng is on the verge of a major breakthrough. The comparison is disheartening. Does it leave room for anyone to breathe? The expressions of the other 7 classmates from 3rd middle school were equally exaggerated. Han Xiaoya gaped, her voice filled with disbelief. Am I dreaming? Qing Ning, quickly pinch me. Ouch, pain. As Han Xiaoya rubbed her reddened arm, she continued, this is no dream. Goodness, Qin Feng has actually reached the second level, second stage? It's simply outrageous. Wan Lei wore a face of admiration, pride radiating from him, as if the center of attention belonged to his own brother. He Qian, behind her large glasses, had eyes that sparkled with astonishment. Bai Qingning, on the other hand, was transfixed, gazing intently at Qin Feng's tall and upright silhouette, her eyes filled with awe. Yet, moments later, she bit her lip lightly, feeling somewhat dejected. The second level, second stage. I had hoped that by striving to break through to the third stage of the first level, I could draw closer to him, only to find the gap has widened even further. A wave of gloom washed over Bai Qingning. But then, a thought brought her joy. The stronger Qin Feng becomes, the more capable he will be in resolving the implications of the Wang Shi incident. After graduation, he will possess greater strength to survive in the rifts of the otherworld. Oh, I see now. Han Xiaoya suddenly exclaimed, excitement bubbling within her as she whispered. No wonder he was able to take on Wang Shi and his gang alone that day. It turns out he is this strong. I thought he merely had exceptional combat skills, with his cultivation only around the first level, 4th or 5th stage. It's no wonder the chief instructor and directors Jiang and Wang let him off, permitting him to prove himself and atone for his past after graduation. Had he not been so outstanding, he would surely have been handed over to the martial arts department for scrutiny and locked away. The others nodded in agreement, deep in thought. Indeed, in retrospect, this must be the case. It is evident that those high-ranking officials recognized Feng Gu's exceptional talent and could not bear to lose such a promising individual, hence treating him so leniently. Truly, Feng Gu can make the system bend in his favor. Impressive. On the podium, the 3 dignitaries had all risen to their feet. Just a few days ago, he was at the pinnacle of the first level. How has he suddenly ascended to the second level, second stage? Jiang Feng wore a bewildered expression. Wang Tianhao was even more shocked. I initially thought it was astonishing for him to reach the pinnacle of the first level so quickly. Who could have anticipated he would now be at the second level, second stage? His rate of growth is simply extraordinary. What kind of martial physique or talent allows for such rapid cultivation? Di Wulin pondered briefly before shaking her head. I do not know. In my understanding, such phenomena do not exist. Jiang Feng replied earnestly. I specifically inquired about his situation from Jiang City. This lad, throughout his first and second years, and even in the first semester of his third year, was merely ordinary, unremarkable. It was only just before the special training camp selection that he began to reveal his abilities. At that time, his test showed merely 101 vitality, barely entering the realm of first-level warriors. It has been only a little over 20 days since then. Di Wulin was filled with astonishment. If this is true, then his cultivation speed is utterly terrifying. The few personal guards she brought along felt equally incredulous. They themselves were only at the 4th level of martial arts and distinctly remembered that it took them over half a year to progress from the first to the second level. Yet now, Qin Feng has achieved this in just 3 weeks. Such a cultivation speed is simply monstrous. Wang Tianhao timidly suggested. Is it possible that he was concealing his strength before? Jiang Feng nodded. That possibility cannot be ruled out. We shall observe further. If he can maintain this pace, combined with his combat prowess, I believe he could very well be rated as an S-class genius. Upon hearing this, the other 2 felt a surge of excitement. An S-class genius. This denotes a comprehensive evaluation placing one among the top 10 in the nation. Many regard such individuals as seeds of martial emperors. If all goes well, there is a 70% chance they will become martial emperors. Chapter 42. Some rejoice while others lament. The Shihao mentioned by Jiang Feng has indeed caught the attention of the bigwigs in Jiang province. He possesses a supreme bone physique. This extraordinary martial physique has previously produced a martial emperor at its peak. Unfortunately, he perished in a great battle. Otherwise, he might have ascended to the 9th tier and achieved the status of a martial god. Thus, this is a closely guarded secret, revealed to Qin Feng by the higher-ups. Otherwise, he would have been unaware of the supreme bone physique strength. Shurahao has already been tacitly recognized as a seed of a martial emperor among the bigwigs. With one Shurahao already in existence, another Qin Feng arrives. How delightful. This year, Jiang Province boasts two S-class geniuses, Ji Weiwei, Xiaoyan, Yi Bufan, and Bai Qingming are all remarkable children as well. Jiang Feng felt elated. The talents in Jiang Province are emerging frequently, and he finds great pleasure in witnessing this. Alas, he remains unaware that even though Shurahao is acknowledged as a seed of a martial emperor, he cannot be compared to Qin Feng. With the possession of the supreme treasure, the Chaos Tower, Qin Feng's future achievements far surpass anything they can imagine. Unbeknownst to them, the extent of Qin Feng's combat prowess is about to be revealed. Quick look, he is about to commence the combat power test. The three dignitaries immediately cease their idle chatter and turn their attention. Though it sounds slow, in reality, only half a minute has passed. In the arena, Qin Feng approached the combat power testing device. They all possess special martial physiques and inherent talents, displaying remarkable combat abilities. As for my Dancian body, it does not enhance combat power at all. Everything relies on my own efforts. Qin Feng silently grumbled. Suddenly, a chilling blade aura surged from him. This was a technique he comprehended after mastering the Breaking Waves 4 cuts. Although the combat power test does not permit the release of martial techniques, this specific method of exertion is allowed. Is this blade aura? Jiang Feng's eyes brightened. This lad truly conceals his talents. It seems that his aptitude in blade techniques is also quite high. Bam! Using his hand as a blade, Qin Feng employed the unique exertion technique from Breaking Waves 4 cuts, channeling his internal vitality and true energy, delivering a swift, powerful strike. The air reverberated with explosive sounds. The target of the combat power testing device wobbled violently, akin to a weeble. Such a commotion caused all present to involuntarily slow their breathing. A singular thought crossed their minds. Qin Feng is about to astonish them once more. Qin Feng, combat power 12,121. The staff member, flushed with excitement, shouted at the top of their lungs. For him, witnessing Qin Feng's assessment in this area felt like an honor. Several years later, when Qin Feng ascended to the title of martial emperor, he would be able to boast for a lifetime. He was still somewhat inexperienced, achieving just over 24 times his original power. Qin Feng smirked and descended from the stage. He believed that if he mastered this unique method of exerting force, he could potentially increase his strength by another 20%. However, he didn't dwell on it too much. The battle power test was merely a source of amusement. To truly gauge one's strength, one must slay fierce beasts or engage in sparring with fellow martial artists. In stark contrast to his calm demeanor, the audience was astounded. Exclamations of astonishment filled the air. The prowess of this warrior was indeed terrifying. Initially, I thought that Brother Feng's previous combat strength, which surpassed the usual standards for his level, stemmed from concealing his true cultivation. Now I realize how mistaken I was. Brother Feng is truly exceptional. Despite being only at the second level, he had already demonstrated the combat capability of someone at the second rank, 4th level. In comparison, Goddess Ji indeed appeared somewhat weaker, boasting a combat power of 196 times, while Brother Feng achieved an impressive 246 times. Ji Weiwei stood at one corner of the athletic field, her formidable aura creating a distance of 6 or 7 meters between her and those nearby. Listening to the murmurs among the students, it became evident that many were comparing her to Qin Feng. Ji Weiwei paid little heed to their opinions. Yet, there was one matter she could not overlook. Her path to victory was now obstructed. Her previously tranquil heart stirred with a hint of unease. Originally, Ji Weiwei had reluctantly attended the special training camp as per her sex arrangements, finding the participants to be rather weak and not on her level. Since beginning her training, she had exhibited remarkable talent. Coupled with her status as a holy maiden, she had few peers her age. The individuals she typically measured herself against were her seniors or the true prodigies from the capital, the Magic City, and the Martial God City. To her surprise, she encountered a peer today in this modest Jiang Province training camp who surpassed her in excellence. Ji Weiwei remained composed, backed by the Moon Worship sect. Her foundation was far beyond that of an ordinary individual, granting her the pride and confidence she possessed. Meanwhile, other talented students, such as Xiao Yin and Shurahao, were equally astounded by Qin Feng's strength. Xiao Yin was particularly taken aback. Although he had known of Qin Feng's prowess from recent events, he never imagined it was to such an extent. He was even stronger than Ji Weiwei. He had thought Qin Feng was merely at the first rank, 7th or 8th level. Given this revelation, it seemed unlikely that he would witness a duel between Shurahao and Brother Qin. With such strength, Shurahao likely felt daunted and lacked any desire to engage in battle. Xiao Yin pondered this and turned to the still shocked Shurahao, jokingly asking, "Shurahao, I wonder if you still wish to spar with Brother Qin?" Shurahao replied solemnly, "It is undeniable that Qin Feng is incredibly strong, far exceeding my expectations. However, I will still challenge him. Is it not a great joy for a martial artist to spar with a strong opponent?" Hearing this, Yi Bufan silently scoffed. Sparring is indeed a great pleasure, but simply getting beaten up is not. Xiahao was still too straightforward. While thinking this, Yi Bufan outwardly praised. As expected of Brother Shi, this courage and ambition are commendable traits for us to learn from. Soon, all the students completed their tests, and the results were announced. First place, Qin Feng, Vitality 4919, Combat Power 12121. Second place, Ji Weiwei, Vitality 4735, Combat Power 9527. Only these two had achieved the second rank. Martial Master Realm. Third place, Xiahao, Vitality 2695, Combat Power 5210. Fourth place, Xiaoyan, Vitality 2335, Combat Power 4673. Fifth place, Yi Bufan, Vitality 2370, Combat Power 4444. 13th place, by Qingning, Vitality 1918, Combat Power 3939. The top 20 would advance to the next phase of practical sparring, while the bottom 20 faced immediate elimination. Not far from Qin Feng stood a student who ranked 19th and was facing elimination, frantically packing to leave the training camp. At that moment, the student appeared flustered, his face pale, muttering something under his breath. His classmates attempted to console him, but their efforts seemed futile. The path of martial arts was fraught with challenges. Medicines, teas, wines, techniques, and equipment, all were fiercely contested. It appeared that this was a universal truth across all realms. Resources were always limited, and to obtain more, one must rely on oneself. Qin Feng maintained a tranquil expression. Without the Chaos Tower, he might have become a martial artist, but the journey would have been arduous, perhaps ending in elimination like this unfortunate student. However, now, with the Chaos Tower acknowledging him as its master, he could easily acquire rare treasures that others, even from Blue Star, could only dream of, simply by completing minor challenges. Reflecting on this, he felt immense gratitude, realizing there was little to complain about. Chapter 43, Han Xiaoya. Why does everyone pick on me? Han Xiaoya followed Qin Feng's gaze, feeling a sense of sympathetic sorrow. How pitiful. Thankfully, I have broken through to become a martial artist. Otherwise, I would be in danger. She resolved to redouble her efforts, fearing that failure to graduate smoothly would result in her father punishing her. The thought sent a shiver down her spine. Her words resonated with her fellow students, as they too were in precarious positions. Then, with excitement, Han Xiaoya patted Qin Feng's arm. Qin Feng, you secured first place. I wonder how excited old Zhang will be upon hearing this news. Will he pull out his beard in joy? Qin Feng, how can you be so ungrateful? You've broken through to the second rank and haven't even informed us. You must treat me to a feast next time. Qin Feng chuckled slightly. Still hungry? Aren't you worried about gaining weight? Let me tell you, at your age, no matter how much you eat, you won't grow taller, you'll only grow wider. At this, several classmates stifled their laughter, their faces flushed, struggling to contain their amusement. Qin Feng, what are you saying? Han Xiaoya exclaimed, indignant. I'm not fat. Bah. I don't even want to grow taller. You don't understand. This is called a legal lowly, a perfect figure with curves. I'm quite popular, you know. Han Xiaoya revealed her small tiger teeth, fuming. If anyone is chubby, it's Sister Qingning. Just look at her, round and plump. A mischievous grin appeared on her adorable face. Yet, the next moment, her smile faded as by Qingning, with a flushed face, coldly stated, Han Xiaoya, accompany me for practical sparring tonight. Han Xiaoya was left dumbfounded. She glanced between Qin Feng and Bai Qingning, on the verge of tears, lamenting, Heaven help me. Why does everyone pick on me? Can we not enjoy our friendships anymore? The group then made their way to the training camp's arena, opting not to use the simulated combat room due to its inferior quality. It is impossible to fully simulate the true capabilities and strengths of each individual. It is only through practical combat and sparring that a more authentic and clearer understanding can be achieved. Of course, the downside is the heightened risk of injury. However, the training camp has made adequate preparations and has already arranged for corresponding medical personnel. The venue is bustling with people. Aside from those who have been eliminated from the training camp, nearly everyone else is present, although they have no direct involvement. Each individual is eager to witness the sparring of these prodigies. Firstly, it allows them to recognize the gap between themselves and these talents. Secondly, it offers an opportunity to learn some practical combat techniques. Wang Tianhao cleared his throat and proclaimed loudly. The tests of vitality and combat strength only reflect superficial prowess and do not represent true strength. There are numerous instances of lower realms triumphing over higher realms. Only through practical sparring can the true champions be determined. His words elicited nods of agreement from many participants. In genuine combat, the variables multiply. Just the disparity in agility and martial skills can upend the differences in realms. Not to mention the influence of equipment, magical artifacts, treasures, medicinal elixirs, and one's own mindset. Naturally, this sparring does not permit the use of external forces. Next, the drawing of lots commenced to determine the order and opponents for the first round of 1v1 sparring. 20 plastic balls were present, each inscribed with pairs of numbers, with matching numbers indicating opponents, while the numbers also represented the order of combat. Wang Tianhao explained, gesturing towards the glass box before him. Each match will determine a victor, with the winner advancing to the next round. You may fight freely, as we are here. Your lives are assured. The earlier your ranking, the more substantial the rewards. The specific rewards corresponding to each rank have already been communicated to you. Now, let the drawing begin. Qin Feng and the others drew lots in turn. He was the first, stepping up to draw. He picked the number 8. Brother Feng has drawn an 8. Those who also drew 8, consider yourselves unfortunate. Another competitor exclaimed. Goddess G drew a 3, equally formidable. Oh no, I drew an 8. I'll serenade myself with a melancholic tune, he lamented. I drew a 3. I guess I'm doomed first, another chimed in. While other participants contemplated the nature of their opponents and how to advance further, Qin Feng remained indifferent. After all, his goal was to secure first place. Regardless of who stood against him, the consumption of the Dancian physique was indeed considerable. Now that his realm had ascended to the second tier, Qin Feng could absorb and transform more medicinal elixirs daily. Furthermore, the first-grade vitality elixirs were becoming insufficient. He required the more potent second-grade vitality elixirs. Additionally, to refine his bones and marrow, he needed bone-forging elixirs to safeguard his body. In short, Qin Feng was in dire need of more elixirs. The resources he had previously scavenged from Wang Shi and others had already been significantly depleted. If he could secure first place in this grand competition, he could select martial resources valued at up to 8 million. While not an exorbitant amount, it would greatly alleviate his expenses for elixirs. Please, the first group of participants. Take the stage, the staff announced. Bai Qingming approached with her slip of paper. Han Xiaoya, He Qian, and others cheered her on. Go Qingming. Just don't come looking for me to spar tonight. Make the most of it now. Han Xiaoya chuckled. However, upon seeing her opponent, her smile froze. What the heck? It's actually Luo Taiju? That guy was at the same tier as Qingming, yet he had broken through to a martial artist earlier than her. I heard he awakened a special martial physique called the Angry Eye Diamond, akin to a berserker state, which could temporarily enhance his strength. I hope Qingming won't be in danger. Qin Feng turned his gaze towards Luo Taiju, who appeared somewhat rugged, resembling a simpleton from the mountains. Activating the divine shielding technique, Luo's secrets were instantly laid bare before Qin Feng. Indeed, the Angry Eye Diamond physique was quite remarkable. As Han Xiaoya had noted, Luo Taiju could actively unleash his transformation into the diamond state, augmenting his combat prowess. Moreover, his emotional state would influence the magnitude of this enhancement. If he were angry, the boost would be substantial. The angrier he became, the stronger his combat power. Conversely, if Luo Taiju were in a good mood, the enhancement would be rather mediocre. Unfortunately, at this moment, Luo Taiju was in exceedingly high spirits. His goddess, Yanzi, had just privately gifted him a box of facial masks. The goddess had sent him the same mask she used? What could this possibly mean? It was clearly an indication of her concern for his skin drying out from daily training. How considerate of her. My sincere feelings have finally moved the heavens and the goddess. This is her response. Luo Taiju mused, feeling as though he were basking in honey. After observing, Qin Feng smiled slightly. Rest assured, Bai Qingming should manage well. During this time, her vitality has not only increased, but her practical combat skills have also been remarkably prominent. Both combatants ascended the martial platform, a circular arena with a diameter of 100 meters, constructed entirely of resilient black crystal. Warriors below the third tier could hardly inflict any damage upon it. This was a standard facility for every training camp and martial arts university. Meanwhile, the several personal guards brought by D. Roland were stationed around the arena to ensure the safety of both contestants in case of any lethal moves during the sparring. Miss, you are truly beautiful. However, in my heart, my goddess Yanzi remains the fairest. Luo Taiju chuckled foolishly. His words immediately drew frowns from the two girls. Such a statement implied that he considered his goddess inferior to Bai Qingming. Below the stage, Zhang Xiaoyan shook her head, muttering a curse at his foolishness. Above, Bai Qingming's expression darkened as she furrowed her brow. She remained silent, gripping her standard long sword, and charged at Luo Taiju. Miss, you are quite fierce. Although you resemble a celestial being, I will not hold back, he declared, activating his ultimate move and transforming into the diamond state. Instantly, his complexion darkened, resembling a weathered farmer who had toiled under the sun for years. His physique appeared significantly more robust, and golden lines emerged on his arms and face, sacred and mysterious. It was evident that his aura had surged considerably. Today's state feels a bit off, Luo Taiju remarked, somewhat bewildered, but it should suffice. Facing Bai Qingming's swift strike, he met it head-on with his fist. The vitality enveloping his fist collided with the long sword, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. Bai Qingming glanced at Luo Taiju and shifted her strategy to defense, clearly aware of his martial physique. She aimed to buy time until his diamond state dissipated before determining the victor. As expected of Sister Qingming, truly astute, Han Xiaoya exclaimed, raising her tiny fist in delight. After an arduous 8 minutes of back and forth, Bai Qingming finally managed to exhaust Luo Taiju's diamond state. Utilizing her exceptional combat techniques, she secured the victory. Marking her first win, Luo Taiju exclaimed, the urban tactics are indeed profound. I wish to return to the countryside. As my father said, the more beautiful the girl, the more cunning she is. Luo Taiju shook his head, not overly concerned about his ranking. He turned with a cheerful demeanor to seek out his goddess. Sister Qingning has triumphed. She's made it into the top 10. Wow! Han Xiaoya exclaimed, jumping with excitement. Qin Feng smiled and said, your sister Qingning is quite formidable. You'd better step up your game, or you'll find yourself at her mercy every day, with no means to retaliate. Han Xiaoya sighed, forget it. She spends all her time either training or cultivating, and with her innate talent and physique, no amount of effort on my part will catch up to her. I've made up my mind. Since I cannot resist, I might as well enjoy it. Her self-sacrificing expression elicited laughter from her classmates. The next match was announced. Yi Bufan versus Xiao Yan. The staff shouted, what a pity that these two have to face each other. Indeed. Both were prodigious talents in the top 5 in terms of vitality and combat prowess, yet they encountered one another in the first round. One of them would inevitably miss out on the top 10. Who cares? As long as we enjoy the show. The students debated. For the remaining competitors, however, this was fortuitous. After all, both were formidable rivals, and with one less contender, the chances of advancing in the rankings increased. On the competition stage, Yi Bufan addressed Xiao Yan. Brother Xiao, I have long heard of your remarkable control over exotic flames. Today, I finally have the opportunity to experience it firsthand. Having advanced to the 5th level of the first stage before Xiao Yan, he felt a flicker of pride and confidence as a senior. While Xiao Yan was indeed strong, Yi Bufan was not weak either. Possessing the ancient martial body, he boasted a commendable physique. Over the past 3 millennia, during the battles across the interdimensional rifts, humanity had recovered numerous ancient texts, stone tablets, and bamboo slips. From these, valuable information was gleaned. It was said that the ancient martial body was once regarded as a superlative physique in ancient times. Upon reaching maturity, it became impervious to all forms of attack, with a physical strength rivaling that of top-tier divine beasts, rendering it invincible among its peers. This physique had birthed many formidable sages, renowned across hundreds of epochs. Regrettably, for reasons unknown, it gradually fell into decline, and no powerful individuals emerged thereafter. The ancient martial body became increasingly undervalued, relegating it from a top-tier martial physique to an ordinary one. However, even a withered camel is larger than a horse. Yi Bufan's ancient martial body still possessed considerable enhancements. His physical form was robust, instilling him with immense confidence in close combat. In response to Yi Bufan's praise, Xiao Yan smiled dismissively. Brother Yi, you flatter me. Such trivial tricks are hardly worthy of commendation. It is you, Brother Yi, who possesses a formidable physique and will surely become the martial champion of Blue Star, renowned throughout the world. Let us engage in this duel now and discuss further later. With that, Xiao Yan activated his innate ability, summoning a spirit. A wisp of mist flowed from the rifts in space, coalescing into a grayish-white soul that attached itself to Xiao Yan's back. Sensing that this summoned spirit was a combat-type warrior spirit, a slight smirk crossed Xiao Yan's lips. His physical prowess surged, and he felt capable of battling even a peak first-stage opponent. Yet, he was aware that geniuses like Yi Bufan were capable of fighting above their level. Thus he remained cautious. Without wasting the spirit's duration, Xiao Yan whispered a plea for his soul's aid in securing victory, then charged at Yi Bufan wielding a large square blade. The blade was enveloped in a layer of pale green flames, exuding an impressive might. Yi Bufan, unfazed, unleashed the ancient martial body, and mysterious ancient runes appeared on his skin. One day, I shall prove to everyone that the ancient martial body is the pinnacle of physiques in this universe. Yi Bufan thought resolutely, charging forward. Clang! Yi Bufan's fist collided with Xiao Yan's blade, effortlessly deflecting it while remaining largely unaffected by the flames. This invulnerability was the strength of the ancient martial body, allowing it to resist many martial physiques constraints. Xiao Yan was taken aback. His exotic flames, which were invincible, had proven ineffective against Yi Bufan. If only I could tame another type of exotic flame, my fire's potency would increase, and I could surely injure him. Nonetheless, Xiao Yan was not daunted. He still had the spirit's support and was not afraid of close combat. Brother Ye's physique is indeed remarkable, as it disregards my exotic flames. With that, the two resumed their fierce battle. The two were evenly matched, and after 10 full minutes of combat, a victor finally emerged. Drawing upon the last reserves of his spirit's power, Xiao Yan executed the advanced first-stage martial technique, 8 extremes collapse, to narrowly secure victory. Qin Feng observed the matches, analyzing the combat styles and weaknesses of others, absorbing their strengths. Though he was exceptionally strong in terms of vitality, each competitor present possessed either a martial physique or innate talent, excelling in the application of these abilities. Each was a genius capable of fighting above their level. Chapter 45. Are you really considering exchanging a few blows with him? Each one was not to be underestimated. Currently, Qin Feng lacked innate talent and his physique. The Dan immortal body did not grant him significant combat enhancements, placing him at a slight disadvantage. However, it was merely a slight edge. Confidently, he believed no one could defeat him. Soon, it was his turn to compete. His opponent was a relatively low-key contestant at the third level of the first stage, who simply surrendered upon entering the arena. Although there was minimal danger, an injury could still prove troublesome. This individual, being rather pragmatic and cautious, opted for the safest route by conceding, much to the dismay of several students who felt disappointed at not witnessing Qin Feng's prowess. After 10 matches, everyone took a 2-hour break to restore their true energy and adjust their conditions. Wang Tianhao spoke again. All right, we shall now proceed to the second round of matches. The top 10 contestants, please take the stage for a free-for-all battle. Your final rankings will be determined based on the order in which you leave the arena. The straightforward nature of the rules excited the students. A free-for-all? How thrilling. This will not only test the contestants' individual strengths, but also their strategy, luck, and alliances. I predict they'll target Brother Feng and Ji Weiwei first. Those two are simply too intimidating. One student speculated, if I were Qin Feng, I'd team up with Goddess Ji to eliminate the others. Wouldn't that be so easy? The students eagerly brainstormed strategies, all animated with excitement as if they themselves were about to compete. Bai Qingning and Han Xiaoya exchanged worried glances at Qin Feng. He smiled calmly, unperturbed. I want to see who dares to make a move against me. Come at me, and I'll unleash my ultimate technique. As the crowd ascended the stage, Qin Feng stood alongside Bai Qingning, while Xiao Yan paired with Shi Hao, and Ji Weiwei stood alone, with the remaining 5 contestants split into groups of 3 and 2. The participants dispersed across the Pentagon, creating a delicate and tense atmosphere, akin to the calm before a storm. No one dared to strike first, all eyes watching warily for any movements from the others. Even Ji Weiwei hesitated, her desire to spar with Qin Feng swirling in her heart. However, with so many people around, if someone were to take advantage of their duel and play dirty, it would certainly create quite a predicament. The prohibition of using equipment and magical artifacts was indeed bothersome. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to exert themselves so much. Ji Weiwei felt somewhat disheartened. Although Qin Feng also contemplated dragging this out, he realized that if he refrained from making a move, the others would inevitably unite against him. While he had no fear of them, Bai Qingning standing beside him would undoubtedly become their primary target. In light of this, it was imperative to strike first. Qin Feng leaned closer to Bai Qingning and whispered softly into her ear. The pure, masculine energy and his deep, alluring voice sent waves of warmth that made Bai Qingning slightly uncomfortable. She wished to shift her position but feared being misunderstood by Qin Feng, so she could only endure in silence. Fortunately, Qin Feng quickly finished his words. He planned to eliminate the trio and the duo before turning his attention to Ji Weiwei and Shi Hao. He instructed Bai Qingning to stay close and not wander too far away. Their hushed exchange heightened the vigilance of the other contestants. There was no escaping it. As the foremost contender in vitality and combat power, every move Qin Feng made was under intense scrutiny. No one dared to disregard him, as his actions significantly influenced the course and outcome of this chaotic battle. Swift action was paramount. Once he had conveyed his intentions, Qin Feng abruptly accelerated, charging toward the trio. Bai Qingning promptly followed, albeit at a much slower pace, yet she managed to keep her distance minimal. The trio reacted swiftly, but the disparity in strength was evident. In a flash, Qin Feng dispatched 2 of them with a single punch and kick, sending them hurtling off the competition stage. The remaining member, upon receiving a fierce glare from Qin Feng, was so terrified that his legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground. Brother Feng, wait. I can handle this myself, he exclaimed before scrambling to leap off the stage. All of this transpired in the span of just 2 or 3 seconds. With Qin Feng's current prowess, he could cover 100 meters in merely 2 seconds. As soon as he eliminated the trio, a wave of sword energy shot toward Bai Qingning from behind. It was the other duo making their move. As they attacked, they maneuvered closer to Shi Hao and Xiao Yan, loudly proclaiming, Shi brother, Xiao brother, Qin Feng is incredibly powerful. If we don't unite, we will surely be taken down one by one. Bai Qingning remained ever vigilant. When the sword energy approached, she swiftly dodged and took her place beside Qin Feng. Feeling an overwhelming sense of security, Qin Feng cast a cold glance at the duo, and with a swift motion, he vanished from the sight of the crowd once more. This time, his speed seemed even faster than before. Was this a mastery-level movement technique? To possess such skill at such a young age? What other secrets did this boy hold? Jiang Feng felt invigorated. Movement techniques were notoriously challenging to enhance. One could only improve through countless battles and life-and-death situations. At 30 years old, he had fought in the rifts of the otherworld for 8 years before advancing to the 3rd level of mastery in movement techniques. Yet here was Qin Feng, a high school student, already exhibiting such remarkable prowess. It was simply astonishing. Xiao Yan and Shi Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. Such speed. They quickly distanced themselves from the duo to avoid being implicated in their folly. How reckless could they be to provoke Qin Feng's woman? Had they lost their minds? Lacking even the slightest sense of judgment, how could such individuals aspire to great ambitions? Thus, isolated and defenseless, the duo was sent flying over 10 meters by a single punch from Qin Feng. Even with their protective aura, their ribs were likely shattered. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, they lay on the ground, wailing in agony. Medical staff rushed in to attend to them. furrowing their brows at the severity of their injuries. Below the stage, Han Xiaoyao raised her small fist in triumph. Well done. How dare they ambush Sister Qingning? These two are truly detestable. Hee hee, do you think Qin Feng has feelings for Sister Qingning? His actions clearly show he's angry. Isn't this a classic case of fighting for a beloved? The other female contestants couldn't help but be captivated by such a strong, handsome man, brimming with charisma. Bai Qingning, witnessing this scene, felt a flicker of joy and a subtle smile graced her lips. After Qin Feng's 2 strikes, only 5 contestants remained in the arena. Himself, Bai Qingning, Ji Weiwei, Shi Hao, and Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan quietly asked, "Sure brother, what should we do now?" Shi Hao gazed at Qin Feng, his fighting spirit ignited. Xiao Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. No way, you can't be serious about facing him in combat, right? Why not? Shi Hao grasped his long spear, preparing to challenge Qin Feng alone. However, someone was faster. Ji Weiwei stepped forward, wielding a slender silver sword. She directed a frosty gaze at Shi Hao and Xiao Yan, her voice leaving no room for dissent. Hold on, let me settle the score with him first. Then, turning her attention to Qin Feng, she continued, "You've fought twice already. I want to take advantage of you. Wait for 10 minutes while you recuperate, then we shall battle." Chapter 46, Breaking Waves with 4 Strikes. Qin Feng smiled faintly. This woman intrigued him. Very well. After exerting himself in 2 waves of combat, Qin Feng had only consumed a mere 10% of his true energy, so it hardly affected him. However, since she had made her request, it would be disrespectful not to recover first. He had already opened 60 meridians, significantly enhancing his capacity to absorb spiritual energy and replenish his true energy. In just 3 short minutes, he was fully restored. During this time, Bai Qingning stood protectively in front of him, keeping a watchful eye on Ji Weiwei. It seemed there existed an inherent rivalry among beautiful women. Xiao Yan and Shi Hao, amused by the unfolding scene, remained where they were, awaiting the outcome. To Shi Hao, regardless of who triumphed, it would be a suitable opportunity to challenge the victor. Once Qin Feng was fully restored, their duel officially commenced. "Given your integrity, I shall not harm you," Qin Feng remarked with a slight smile. Ji Weiwei frowned, her voice cold. "Harm me? You are incapable of doing so." As she spoke, a faint glimmer of cold silver starlight emanated from her, making even her silver hair shine brighter. Qin Feng recognized this as her martial arts physique, Moonlight's sacred body. Once activated, it allowed her to rapidly absorb the lunar energy from the heavens, enhancing her attack and defense while accelerating the recovery of her true energy. Simultaneously, all her attacks would carry the chilling essence of lunar energy, inflicting greater damage and debilitating effects on her adversaries. Finally, an opportunity to witness Qin Feng's martial physique and innate talents. With such a formidable opponent as Ji Weiwei, surely he would have to reveal his trump cards, right? Wang Tianhao chuckled, having long found Qin Feng to be an enigma. It was impossible to discern the specifics of his physique and innate talents, except for his extensive acquisition of medicinal pills, which hinted at a physique akin to the Pill King or Pill Emperor. However, uncertainty lingered. They surmised that in this battle, Qin Feng would indeed have to exert himself fully, inevitably exposing various hidden abilities. Instead of closing the distance for close combat, Ji Weiwei opted for a long-range attack, unleashing her martial technique, Bright Moon Slash. With a graceful arc of her silver sword, she conjured a crescent moon in midair, radiant and serene. As the crowd focused their gaze, they discerned that it was a gleaming sword aura, the Moonlit Slash, a second-tier mid-grade martial technique. Ji Weiwei executed this strike remarkably well. Her Moonlit Slash exhibited a certain flair, demonstrating at least a mastery level of proficiency. Having only recently entered the second tier, she had already grasped the intricacies of a mid-grade martial technique to such a degree. Her innate talent was truly impressive. Jiang Feng could not help but voice his admiration. Wang Tianhao nodded in agreement, harboring some concern for Qin Feng. I recall that Qin Feng had just broken through to become a martial artist when he arrived at the training camp. Given his background, he likely has not prepared any martial techniques. How will he respond to this move? Relying solely on his mastery-level agility, it may prove exceedingly difficult to evade this sword aura. Until now, they had never witnessed Qin Feng unleash any martial technique. He had primarily relied on his physical prowess and sound combat skills to engage ferociously with fierce beasts at close quarters. Once this grand competition concludes, I will discreetly provide him with a copy of the Thunderfire Slash, D. Wolin remarked nonchalantly. The Thunderfire Slash? That ranks among the foremost of second-tier mid-grade blade techniques. Truly impressive, Captain D. Jiang Feng chuckled. Meanwhile, on the stage, Ji Weiwei had completed her Moonlit Slash. Go! A crescent-shaped silver blade of light, shimmering with twinkling starlight, surged towards Qin Feng with astonishing speed. Once a second-tier martial technique reaches mastery, its velocity becomes extraordinarily swift. Opponents of the same tier would find it nearly impossible to evade. They could either withstand it, engaging in a clash of martial techniques or true energy, or simply endure the impact. However, this rule did not apply to Qin Feng. Ordinary second-tier martial artists typically lacked even basic agility, often operating at an entry level. Yet, Qin Feng had already attained mastery-level agility. Moreover, his combat awareness was unparalleled for an average 18-year-old. After enduring countless days and nights battling the shadow guards, his combat awareness and skills far surpassed those of his peers. With mastery-level agility, there was still a possibility to evade Ji Weiwei's moonlit slash. He would need to determine the direction of the sword aura within the fleeting 3 seconds following its release, promptly sidestepping at a 90-degree angle. The difficulty was exceedingly high. Yet, for Qin Feng, it was achievable. As Ji Weiwei's sword aura began to coalesce, he was already in motion. The instant it was unleashed, he swiftly assessed the direction and evaded. The immense sword aura nearly grazed his back, narrowly missing him. This spectacle left all onlookers utterly astonished. No way. Is this really happening? Brother Feng's luck is astonishing. He actually evaded it. This is not luck. He clearly calculated it perfectly. They marveled, realizing they had witnessed something extraordinary. How can one dodge like that? What divine footwork is this? If I tried, I would likely be severely injured by now, the students gasped. Qin Feng's deft maneuvering to evade the sword aura seemed almost otherworldly to them. Not only the students, but even the dignitaries at the podium were equally taken aback. This young man possesses utterly exceptional combat skills. His application of agility and situational assessment is exemplary, bold yet meticulous. I wouldn't dare play so recklessly even with my mastery-level agility. Wang Tianhao exclaimed in astonishment. On stage, Ji Weiwei furrowed her brow, utterly taken aback that her moonlit slash had missed its target. This was the first time she had ever experienced such an outcome with this technique, leaving her momentarily dazed. Meanwhile, onlookers Shi Hao and Xiao Yan had completely forgotten they were in a match, standing aside as spectators, fervently admiring and learning from the unfolding scene. In the spirit of reciprocity, it is only fair that you receive a strike from me as well. A subtle smirk graced Qin Feng's lips. He positioned his long knife horizontally before him, while his left hand appeared to move slowly, yet swiftly glided over the blade's surface. True energy surged forth from within him, causing his aura to rise dramatically, as if he were brewing a cataclysmic move. This sudden shift caused several individuals in the audience to tense up. Could Qin Feng also wield martial techniques? I have never seen him use one before. What technique could this be? It appears incredibly formidable. Once Qin Feng concluded his preparations, the long knife cleaved the air, executing the first strike, the 4-wave slash. The initial slash unleashed a ferocious blade aura that swept through a 150-degree arc before him like ripples, enveloping Ji Weiwei, Shi Hao, and Xiao Yan within its reach. Whoa! Brother Qin, watch out for friendly fire. Xiao Yan shouted, immediately conjuring flames to defend himself. Shi Hao swiftly swung his spear, unleashing 3 spear auras to counter the onslaught. Ji Weiwei reacted promptly as well, deploying martial techniques to defend herself. The first strike concluded without inflicting significant damage upon the trio, as it contained only 65 points of true energy, which, when amplified, amounted to just 130 points, not overly potent. In quick succession, the second and third strikes followed. This time, Qin Feng executed a vertical cleave. 2 vertical blade auras formed a diagonal cross, charging toward Ji Weiwei. Her expression turned serious. Sensing the formidable waves of true energy emanating from these 2 strikes, Qin Feng temporarily retracted his energy, holding within his mouth a first-grade true energy pill that could rapidly replenish his health and true energy. The 2 strikes contained 105 and 145 points of true energy. When amplified, they equated to an impressive 210 and 290 points. Even a single strike could severely injure a peak first-tier opponent, let alone when both were unleashed simultaneously. Ji Weiwei could no longer maintain her usual composure. She immediately unleashed her full true energy, deploying 4 or 5 martial techniques in a desperate attempt to counter the oncoming blade auras. However, the terrifying blade light surged forward like a tsunami, consuming her martial techniques one by one. The blade light continued its relentless advance. Ji Weiwei found herself devoid of options, her true energy nearly exhausted. She could only stand her ground, awaiting the inevitable engulfment by the blade light. This entire exchange transpired in a heartbeat, leaving even the instructors below unable to intervene in time. The blade light struck Ji Weiwei. Fortunately, she had previously unleashed 4 or 5 martial techniques that mitigated much of the blade light's energy. The blow did not inflict severe harm, merely causing her to spit out a couple of mouthfuls of blood before collapsing to the ground, her former lofty demeanor replaced by a somewhat disheveled appearance. What a terrifying blade aura. He referred to it as the 4-wave slash. And this is only the second and third strikes. What kind of catastrophic power does the final strike possess? Wang Tianhao was astonished. Jiang Feng furrowed his brow, a hint of shock in his voice. Could this martial technique possibly be a second-tier rare-grade technique? Chapter 47, Ji Weiwei, I actually lost? The sheer potency displayed by just 3 strikes could already classify this technique among the more formidable second-tier mid-grade martial techniques. With the addition of a 4th strike, it undoubtedly qualified as a second-tier rare-grade technique. D. Roland assessed with ease, recognizing that Qin Feng's 3 strikes were incomplete. He likely still had a fourth strike yet to be unleashed. If executed, it could very well result in Ji Weiwei's demise or grave injury. Wang Tianhao frowned. The four-wave slash. Why have I never heard of this technique? Have either of you? The other two shook their heads in unison. Given its origin from the Chaos Tower, it was hardly surprising that they had never encountered it. Just moments ago, it was mentioned that Qin Feng had not yet mastered even a first-tier martial technique. Yet here he was, exhibiting proficiency in a second-tier skill. Wang Tianhao chuckled, remarking on the continuous surprises that Qin Feng seemed to deliver. Indeed, Jiang Feng joined in the laughter, feeling increasingly delighted at Qin Feng's burgeoning strength. The annual college entrance examination results from Jiang Province had always been lackluster, and as the director of the Jiang Province Martial Arts Office, the approach of the examination season often brought him a sense of mild anxiety. Di Ruolin furrowed her brow, appearing contemplative. Jiang Feng glanced at her, curiosity piqued. Commander D, is there something amiss? Di Ruolin's eyes glimmered with reminiscence as she replied, his strikes are formidable, and his true energy flows like a river. I believe his comprehension and mastery of this martial technique are remarkably advanced. It is likely that he has reached the great accomplishment stage. Gasp. Great accomplishment in martial techniques? Particularly in a second-tier rarity. No wonder it was so astonishing. Both Jiang Feng and Wang Tianhao were taken aback. In terms of martial prowess, Di Ruolin undoubtedly surpassed the two of them by leaps and bounds. Given her assessment, it was highly probable that it was indeed true. How long had it been since Qin Feng stepped into the realm of second-tier techniques? And he had already grasped it to the fourth level, achieving great accomplishment? Wang Tianhao felt as if his worldview were about to shatter. The proficiency in martial techniques is categorized into 6 tiers, also referred to as 6 realms. Typically, a second-tier martial technique requires at least 3 to 4 months to progress from entry-level to minor accomplishment. From minor accomplishment to mastery, it generally takes nearly a year. Furthermore, advancing from mastery to great accomplishment necessitates at least 2.5 years. This is based on mid-grade martial techniques. The comprehension difficulty for high-grade and rare techniques is somewhat higher. Yet, Qin Feng, who was not even a martial artist a month ago, had astonishingly reached great accomplishment in second-tier techniques. Would anyone believe such a claim? Yet, this was the undeniable truth. Initially, it was thought that having Ji Weiwei, a once-in-30 years prodigy, was the good fortune of Jiang Province this year. Little did they expect that there was also Qin Feng, a super talent beyond the bounds of comprehension. Jiang Feng was thoroughly astonished, bursting into hearty laughter. Ji Weiwei had actually lost. What martial technique had Qin Feng employed? It appeared incredibly formidable. The blade energy from Brother Feng seemed to surpass Ji Weiwei's second-tier mid-grade technique, Moonlit Slash, by a wide margin, indicating that Brother Feng's martial technique was at least a second-tier high-grade. Remarkable. I have come to realize that mastering multiple martial techniques pales in comparison to achieving mastery in just one. Did you all see that? Brother Feng executed merely 2 strikes, while Goddess Ji unleashed 5 techniques, yet could not withstand them. Indeed, I shall henceforth focus on only one martial technique. The students engaged in animated discussions, their lower realms preventing them from discerning much. They mistakenly believed that specializing in a single martial technique was the optimal strategy, unaware that Qin Feng had elevated this technique to the great accomplishment stage. To reach such a level, they would require at least 4 years to begin with. It was not as simple as they imagined. On the stage, Ji Weiwei could hardly believe that she had lost, to appear, no less. This was the first time in her martial career. Of course, Ji Weiwei was also aware that among her contemporaries, many were more monstrous than she. She recognized that one day she would inevitably lose to her peers. However, she had not anticipated it would happen so swiftly. Originally, Ji Weiwei had thought that she would encounter such prodigies only in the college entrance examination arena, those heirs of martial emperors, the holy sons and daughters of grand sects from major cities. Who would have imagined that today, in this modest Jiang province, she would suffer defeat? She had surrendered her precious first loss to an ordinary commoner, sitting sideways on the ground, her silver hair slightly disheveled, her pristine white dress stained with splashes of crimson. She resembled a blood-red rose, both desolate and strikingly beautiful. She lifted her gaze towards the tall figure in the arena, the first time she had truly scrutinized Qin Feng. She discovered that this young man possessed an unexpectedly handsome visage. Shaking off her daze, Ji Weiwei regained her composure and calmly uttered, I concede. Qin Feng scratched the back of his head, offering an awkward smile. I apologize, I broke my promise. I had just said I wouldn't hurt you, yet here we are? Ji Weiwei's eyes flickered as she recalled his words before their bout, where Qin Feng had assured her he would not harm her. She had found him arrogant then, believing he could not fulfill such a claim. Little did she expect the slap of reality to come so swiftly. It's all right, blades and swords are blind. Injuries in sparring are entirely normal. Ji Weiwei descended from the stage, her cool voice carrying a faint, refreshing fragrance that wafted through the air. Xiao Yin and Shihao remained deeply shocked. Brother Qin, you truly concealed your strength well. A second-tier second level, yet with such formidable martial prowess. It's utterly terrifying. I have never encountered such an impressive peer. Xiaoyan exclaimed. Brother Shi, what do you propose we do next? That martial technique was so fierce. Brother Qin must have expended a considerable amount of true energy. Now would be an excellent opportunity. Shall we join forces and spar with him? Shi Hao quietly observed Qin Feng, and after a moment, he sighed, let it be. Xiaoyan, puzzled, inquired, then what do you suggest, Brother Shi? Before he could finish, he witnessed Shi Hao raise his right hand, conceding defeat. Brother Qin, I had intended to spar with you, but after witnessing your bout with Ji Weiwei, I feel it is unnecessary. The gap in our strengths is far too great at present. However, I shall return to challenge you when the opportunity arises. Shi Hao smiled. Possessing the supreme bone physique, which would significantly enhance his cultivation speed once he entered the second tier. Moreover, his innate talent had yet to awaken. He was confident that he would eventually catch up to Qin Feng. Qin Feng smiled lightly. Very well, I shall await your return. He then turned to Xiaoyan. And you, Brother Xiao? Xiaoyan chuckled me. If Brother Shi has conceded, what more can I say? Ha! Brother Qin's strength is commendable. I too concede. Congratulations, Brother Qin, on your well-deserved victory. Bai Qingning stood beside Qin Feng, feeling as though she were in a dream, utterly surreal. Yet she quickly added, I too concede. Thus, the first grand competition concluded splendidly. The spectators felt somewhat bewildered. They had not anticipated that all three contenders would ultimately concede. However, it was understandable. Qin Feng possessed overwhelming strength that left no room for dispute regarding his first-place finish. In the eyes of the crowd, Bai Qingning was viewed as Qin Feng's partner, and her second-place finish elicited no further comment. Chapter 48, A Bounty of Gains. Sponsorship from the bigwigs. Third place went to Xiaoyan, fourth to Shi Hao, and fifth to Ji Weiwei. Many admirers expressed regret over Ji Weiwei's ranking, but she remained indifferent. This paltry martial resource held no value for her. She had arrived with ample resources, more than sufficient for her cultivation over the next 2 months. Jiang Feng rose, ready to announce the results of the competition. Qin Feng and the others approached the podium, shaking hands with Jiang Feng, Di Wolin, and Wang Tianhao in turn, capturing the moment in photographs. Jiang Feng regarded Qin Feng with a look of satisfaction, his admiration growing with each passing moment. Within a month, he had advanced from a novice martial artist to the second-tier second level. His combat awareness and technique mastery were proficient, his agility at the proficient level. He had mastered a second-tier high-grade martial technique, achieving great accomplishment. He appeared to possess the physique of a Dan emperor. His innate talent remained unknown, diligent and resolute. Qin Feng's merits were truly manifold. It is truly difficult to fathom that Qin Feng, a youth whose talents rival those of the most extraordinary prodigies in the capital, hails from such humble origins. An orphan, no less. Due to Qin Feng's remarkable performance in the training camp, Jiang Feng conducted a further investigation into his background. Hence, it is evident that everything Qin Feng has achieved thus far is solely the result of his own relentless efforts, complemented by his martial aptitude and innate gifts. It is almost unbelievable. In contrast, those exceptional talents from the capital are all backed by prestigious families, beneficiaries of ancestral blessings, steeped in profound heritage. This only serves to underscore the ferocity and strength of Qin Feng's innate capabilities. Jiang Feng nodded at Qin Feng, giving his shoulder a pat. Well done. I truly wonder how you have managed to cultivate so rapidly. Just a few days ago, you were at the pinnacle of the first stage. And now you have seamlessly broken through to the second stage, no less. Jiang Feng expressed his admiration. Qin Feng offered a faint smile, refraining from directly answering his question, silently assuring himself that he would achieve the third level of the second stage by tomorrow. After concluding the recording, Jiang Feng, Di Wolin, and Wang Tianhao escorted the top 10 to the training camp's warehouse. Everyone gazed at the large screen displaying the inventory list, detailing the available resources and their respective prices. They were encouraged to select items according to their ranking rewards and to specify the names and quantities of what they desired. These computers are at your disposal. You can search for more specific information about the items, Wang Tianhao remarked with a smile. For the top 10, each ranking corresponded to a different monetary reward. For instance, Qin Feng, as the first-place winner, had a reward of 8 million. He could choose any martial resources as long as he did not exceed that amount. The 10th place, however, was limited to just 300,000. The crowd immediately turned their attention to the large screen, deep in contemplation. Qin Feng approached one of the computers to browse the offerings. The warehouse boasted a vast array of items, including various elixirs, teas, wines, equipment, martial arts manuals, and techniques. However, the majority were below the third stage, with only a handful of third-stage items available. Qin Feng speculated that perhaps the Jiang province training camp had never anticipated that any students would reach the third stage. He examined the blade techniques. Thunderfire Slash, a mid-tier second-stage blade technique, capable of consuming 220 points of vital energy to unleash a massive blade aura infused with lightning and fire attributes. The power of the blade aura is enhanced by 35. There is a low probability of causing paralysis to the target. Price, 8 million. Qin Feng shook his head. A mere 220 points of vital energy expended for a single strike, with only a 35-point increase, seemed rather inferior. Currently, his fully realized wave-breaking force slashes, with even the weaker initial strikes, boasted an explosive force of 170 points, augmented by 100, equating to an astounding 340 points. Clearly, the disparity was significant, and they expected 8 million for this. One could easily sell the wave-breaking force slashes for 10 million. Qin Feng scoffed internally. He decided to opt for elixirs instead, contemplating acquiring some second-tier vitality pills. After breaking through to the second stage, he could begin absorbing and converting these pills efficiently. Qin Feng glanced at the second-tier vitality pills, priced at 270,000 each, a bit on the expensive side. An ordinary martial artist could likely consume around 56 second-tier vitality pills within a month, fully absorbing their potency, which could enhance their vitality by nearly 30 points. I estimate I could absorb and convert about 566 pills in a month, averaging 2 a day. That would yield a daily gain of 30 vitality points, doubling the effect of the first-tier vitality pills. However, the expenses would also increase. 2 second-tier vitality pills daily would cost 600,000. Not to mention the need for bone refinement pills to assist in refining bones and marrow, as well as meridian guarding pills. Qin Feng felt exasperated. He initially thought 8 million was a substantial sum, but upon calculating, he realized his daily expenses would approach 1 million. Was his rapid improvement merely a matter of financial investment? Qin Feng chose to exchange for 28 second-tier vitality pills and 5 first-tier true chi pills, totaling exactly 8 million. However, in the end, he received 50 second-tier vitality pills and 5 second-tier bone refinement pills. Part of this bounty was a gift from Jiang Feng and Wang Tianhao, representing the Jiang Province Martial Arts Department, amounting to an estimated value of 5 million. Additionally, due to Bai Qingning's second-place finish, she possessed a 5 million quota and had spent 7 million to acquire 10 second-tier vitality pills for Qin Feng. If it weren't for you, I likely wouldn't have even made it into the top 5. After your graduation, you will venture into the interdimensional rifts, facing numerous dangers. And you require these resources more than I do, Bai Qingning explained to Qin Feng. She then used the remaining 3 million to procure some beast meat and plant-based dishes, as her gourmet affinity required her to sample a variety of culinary delights. The training camp had specialized high-level chefs, and such opportunities were rare. Qin Feng, last month, you happened to trade with someone and gifted me the Thunderfire Slash. Your swordsmanship is commendable. You should keep this technique. Di Ruolin approached, handing Qin Feng a martial arts manual. The cover depicted a blade intertwined in blue and red, with the words Thunderfire Slash inscribed in an elegant script. Qin Feng was somewhat taken aback. What was happening? Wasn't Di Ruolin supposed to be unapproachable and difficult to deal with? Why was she proactively gifting him a technique? Moreover, she claimed it was a surplus from someone else. This felt a bit too conspicuous. Something was amiss. It felt decidedly off. Suddenly, Qin Feng recalled hearing from fellow students upon entering the camp that Di Ruolin was unmarried. Could it be that she harbored an interest in him, a mere young man? Qin Feng was astonished. Though Di Ruolin was strikingly handsome and possessed a remarkable figure beneath her uniform, he found her not to his taste. Feeling that she lacked a certain feminine allure. What am I even thinking? Qin Feng shook his head. Di Ruolin must have recognized his humble origins as an orphan with limited financial means, and, having discovered his exceptional talent, sought to invest in him. Seeing Qin Feng hesitate, Jiang Feng chuckled. Accept it. It is merely a small token of appreciation from Di Ruolin for an outstanding junior. As a 6th-stage martial master, this amount is negligible to her. A talented youth like you will surely be prominent in various interdimensional rifts in the future. Should you encounter members of Di Ruolin's Thorns Legion, it would be beneficial to offer them some assistance. Qin Feng, not wishing to appear ungrateful, accepted the gift. At this moment, he truly needed such resources. He clasped his hands in gratitude towards the three, saying, I, Qin Feng, sincerely thank you, Commander D, Director Jiang, and Director Wang. I shall remember your kindness today and will repay it in the future. Jiang Feng laughed heartily, nodding, haha, no need to be overly concerned. This is just the beginning. Once you excel in your upcoming examinations and achieve an S-rank genius status, the rewards will far exceed this. Di Ruolin also allowed a rare smile to grace her features. It's nothing. Just ensure you eliminate more interdimensional creatures in the future. She quietly transmitted a message to Wang Tianhao, Director Wang. Please provide Qin Feng with an additional 30 grade 2 blood vitality pills and 5 grade 2 bone refinement pills later. Let the account be charged to me. It is a rare opportunity to encounter such a prodigious talent. Di Ruolin felt a flicker of admiration for talent. As she contemplated Qin Feng's impending journey to the interdimensional rift after graduation, a sense of concern washed over her. She thought that any assistance, however slight, would be worthwhile. Upon returning to his dormitory, Qin Feng gazed at the gift box on the table. Neatly arranged within were 80 grade 2 blood vitality pills and 10 grade 2 bone refinement pills. He felt deeply moved. The initial allocation of 8 million had astonishingly transformed into 23,600,000. Furthermore, there was an additional tome titled Thunderfire Slash, which was equivalent to 26,400,000. It was truly a testament to strength. Had he only been a mere first-tier second stage, he would have received nothing, not even a place in the top 100. The generosity he received stemmed from the aptitude he had displayed. Qin Feng understood this clearly. Of course, had his strength not been formidable enough, he might have perished in the mutated red birch forest days ago, and none of this would have transpired. Now with the elixirs at hand, he was determined to cultivate diligently and navigate the chaotic tower, striving to break through to the third tier as soon as possible. Chapter 49. Sister Qingning, surely you cannot have feelings for Qin Feng? With these 80 grade 2 blood vitality pills, alongside the remaining ones from before, he should have sufficient resources to sustain his cultivation for the next month and a half. Qin Feng emerged victorious in the recent grand competition, securing first place. Wang Tianhao and the others had also arranged for him to enjoy 40 pounds of grade 2 beast meat daily from the cafeteria, ensuring his nutritional needs were met. For the time being, he had no cause for concern regarding elixirs or sustenance, and his spirits soared with joy. Upon learning that Commander D had discreetly instructed Wang Tianhao to provide him with an extra 30 grade 2 blood vitality pills, Qin Feng felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude and appreciation. It was akin to receiving coal in the depths of winter. Were it anyone else, he might have harbored doubts about their intentions. Perhaps they were enamored by his charm and good looks. Yet, Commander D was different, though unmarried at the age of 30. Her sole focus lay on enhancing her strength, guarding the interdimensional rift, and vanquishing otherworldly creatures. Romantic entanglements were utterly foreign to her. In the future, when he ventured into the interdimensional rift, he would lend a hand to her Thorn Legion. While most would fret over accruing debts of gratitude, Qin Feng remained untroubled. He was confident that he would grow to become a figure of immense influence in the entire Blue Star. At that time, repaying such a small favor would be a mere trifle. Relying on others for support was not a sign of foolishness. Presently, leveraging the elixirs they had provided to expedite his growth and resolve the troubles concerning the Wang family was of utmost importance. Qin Feng calculated his potential daily gains in vitality. To his astonishment, the results were staggering. 1. In the first tier of the Beast Valley, he could gain approximately 49 vitality every 21 hours. 2. In the second tier of the Beast Prison, he could obtain around 272 vitality and 32 mental power from 4 sessions daily, each 6 hours apart. 3. With the Dan Immortal Body and grade 2 blood vitality pills, he could achieve about 30 points of vitality daily. 4. Through regular training, such as body refinement techniques, the gravity chamber, and cafeteria beast meat, he could accumulate an additional 7 to 8 points of vitality daily. With this in mind, if everything went smoothly, he could potentially increase his vitality by 70 points each day. Such efficiency represented an improvement of nearly 70 to 80% compared to before. Even Qin Feng felt as if he were dreaming. The notion of a second-tier martial artist achieving a daily enhancement of 70 points in vitality was simply unfathomable. Were he to share this information, others might think him deranged. In the annals of Blue Star history, such a phenomenon had never been recorded. Previously, progressing through 2 realms in 3 days was already extraordinary. Now, he was on the cusp of advancing a realm each day, excluding some losses during Meridian opening. In just 10 days, Qin Feng would undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of the second tier. He wondered what expressions would grace their faces upon witnessing his realm in the next grand competition. A smile played on Qin Feng's lips. Now, the enhancement of vitality posed no issue. The challenge lay in his bone refinement progress. Much like in the first-tier martial artist phase, the martial master stage primarily involved the refinement of bones and marrow. Without achieving a certain level of progress, one could not break through to the third-tier martial general realm. However, Qin Feng was entirely unversed in bone refinement and lacked any related techniques. High school education scarcely covered such topics, focusing instead on foundational knowledge necessary to break through to the first-tier martial artist level. How could they teach the complexities of second-tier martial master knowledge? That was the domain of martial arts universities. It was akin to Qin Feng, a senior in high school, attempting to learn university-level specialized knowledge in advance. He would have to rely on the third tier, the Endless Sand Sea. If he could secure the highest reward of grade A, he would gain access to the SSS grade bone refinement 100 solutions. At that point, the issue of bone refinement would be effortlessly resolved. However, Qin Feng had also assessed that meeting the criteria for grade A was exceedingly challenging, certainly unattainable before reaching the pinnacle of the second tier. In fact, even at that stage, success was far from guaranteed. Presently, he was still quite distant from fulfilling the conditions for grade B. Therefore, it would be prudent to consult Commander D and Director Jiang to inquire about acquiring an A-grade technique for preliminary use. He could make do with it, refining a little each day without hindering his progress. In the special training camp, the female dormitory, I really envy you, Sister Qingning, for securing second place and earning a substantial reward from the training camp. A full 5 million. Just imagine how many resources that could buy. It's a pity I'm so inadequate. If only I could have made it into the top 20. I could have benefited from Qin Feng's prowess and possibly even contended for a top 3 finish. Han Xiaoya lay on her bed, her delicate white feet raised and swaying casually. Bai Qingning smiled slightly, casting a sidelong glance at her. It's good that you recognize your shortcomings. Shouldn't you practice more? She noted. You come back every day only to play games. What is so entertaining about games? You would be better off spending that time honing your body refinement techniques or meditating to absorb spiritual energy. You could have reached the second stage by now. Han Xiaoya chuckled, fully aware of her shortcomings. Yet she still attempted to defend herself. Sister Qingning, you are like a fairy untouched by the mortal world. You simply don't understand. Games are far too enjoyable. Do you know why I practice martial arts? Bai Qingning inquired. Why? Came Han Xiaoya's curious reply. Because practicing martial arts helps maintain youthfulness and keeps the body firm and vibrant. Ordinary people, after the age of 25, can no longer compete in games. But martial artists can. Even at 50 or 60, they can match ordinary people in their 20s or even surpass them. Their reflexes are incredibly quick, and their minds are exceptionally agile. Game playing becomes a sheer slaughter. Han Xiaoya exclaimed animatedly, her hands mimicking a slashing motion. Bai Qingning rolled her eyes, somewhat speechless. She had not anticipated that Han Xiaoya's motivation for embarking on the martial path would stem from such frivolous reasoning. By the way, Sister Qingning, what did you choose with your 5 million reward? Han Xiaoya asked curiously. Bai Qingning shared her selection plan with her. The two had been good friends, and their bond had only deepened since arriving at the training camp. Upon hearing Bai Qingning's choices, Han Xiaoya was taken aback to learn that she had spent 270,000 to help Qin Feng exchange for elixirs. Truly, you are impressive, Sister Qingning. Han Xiaoya's eyes sparkled with realization. Sister Qingning, could it be that you harbor feelings for that guy Qin Feng? She recalled how, back in school, Bai Qingning had secretly asked her to deliver pills to Qin Feng. Now, the situation seemed eerily reminiscent. The pills had transitioned from a few ordinary Qi blood pills to the more precious grade 2 Qi blood pills. Bai Qingning had previously mentioned that Qin Feng had helped her. Reflecting on it now, it felt surreal. Thus, the truth was clear. Bai Qingning had an interest in Qin Feng. Han Xiaoya felt her conjecture was remarkably accurate. She fixed her gaze on Bai Qingning, intent on deciphering any subtle hints from her expression. Bai Qingning paused, her demeanor relatively unchanged, yet it was evident that she felt a twinge of anxiety. Stealing a glance at Han Xiaoya, she feigned nonchalance and said, Han Xiaoya, are you feeling mischievous again? By the way, I nearly forgot that we agreed to spar tonight. Let us go to the arena. Han Xiaoya immediately wilted, hastily pleading, No, I was just joking. Hee. How could a celestial being like Sister Qingning possibly be interested in a smelly man? Although she spoke lightheartedly, Han Xiaoya had already found her answer. From Bai Qingning's unnatural responses, she discerned that Bai Qingning definitely had feelings for Qin Feng. Upon realizing this, Han Xiaoya felt a twinge of unexpected disappointment. Chapter 50, Ji Weiwei. Next time, I will definitely win. At 6 o'clock in the morning, within the training camp, over 400 students, facing the rising sun, prepared to run laps around the camp with weights. Where's that guy Qin Feng? Han Xiaoya looked around curiously and asked, Wait, even Sister Qingning, who is usually punctual, hasn't he arrived? Wan Lei chuckled and explained, they probably won't be coming. I heard that Feng Gu and Bai Jie ranked in the top 20 in the competition, so they don't need to join the morning run. What? Such good fortune? Han Xiaoya exclaimed in astonishment. Oh heavens, if I had known earlier, I would have put in more effort to make it into the top 20. Why is my fate so harsh? Having to crawl out of a cozy bed at 5 o'clock is just too miserable. He Qian looked at Han Xiaoya's dark circles and asked curiously, Xiaoya? Those dark circles are quite alarming. What time did you sleep last night? Around 2, I think, Han Xiaoya recalled. You stayed up that late? That's not good. Although our results were a bit lacking, we still need to keep a positive outlook and work hard. We will eventually catch up to Qingning and the others. He Qian kindly reassured her. She assumed that Han Xiaoya, like herself, was unable to sleep due to their poor performance in the competition. Little did she know, Han Xiaoya had actually been gaming until 2 in the morning. When lunchtime arrived at the cafeteria, Han Xiaoya exclaimed, Wow, the lady serving food is too shaky. She spilled 2 or 3 portions of my meat. Enraged, she took her seat and noticed Bai Qingning's table, which had 5 or 6 bowls, and was taken aback. The types and quantities of meat were 2 to 3 times more than hers. Turning to look at Qin Feng's table, she was even more astonished. Good gracious. At a 4-person table, he was the only one seated. The table was neatly arranged with an array of beast meats prepared in various styles, fried, steamed, roasted, and more. The aroma, the presentation, and the overwhelming vitality emanating from the dishes utterly surpassed hers. After glancing at the meager portions in her 2 small bowls, Han Xiaoya felt her appetite vanish. This life is unbearable, she lamented. After a satisfying meal, Qin Feng, as usual, planned to descend the mountain to hunt some beasts for their carcasses to exchange for resources. Upon reaching the entrance, the soldiers stationed there greeted him with smiles. Qin Feng, off to slay some beasts again. Indeed, Yanggu, staying in this training camp is quite dull. Going down the mountain to gather some beast meat will also earn me some resources, Qin Feng replied with a smile. Be careful. And remember to activate the alarm if you encounter any danger. The gatekeeper Zhang Yang reminded him kindly. Due to his first-place victory in the competition, the training camp had specially provided Qin Feng with an alarm device. Pressing it would immediately send a message to the training camp's command center and provide continuous tracking. Di Ruolin and Zhang Feng seemed quite concerned about Qin Feng's safety. All right, thank you for the reminder, Yanggu. Qin Feng smiled and waved as he descended the mountain. This kid Qin Feng will surely become a martial emperor in the future, Zhang Yang asserted confidently. The other gatekeepers nodded in agreement. I've heard he possesses a physique even more formidable than the pill emperors. Such a physique has only appeared once or twice in history, right? With such an incredible constitution, he could become stronger just by consuming pills. Moreover, he confronts beasts daily. With this level of diligence, even without a martial physique, he could still become a formidable force. Indeed, in contrast to other students who lack both physique and talent, yet still find ways to slack off from basic training, it's truly baffling. The gatekeepers observed Qin Feng's daily hunts with admiration for his diligence and self-discipline, feeling immensely gratified that the nation possessed such a promising youth. In the girls' dormitory of the training camp, room 1 was a 70-square-meter one-bedroom suite. After taking a shower, Ji Weiwei, dressed in a lightweight silk-white dress, nestled into the sofa. At this moment, she had shed her icy and aloof demeanor from earlier in the day, resembling a lazy kitten. A phone was placed on the coffee table before her, engaged in a video call. On the other end of the video was another beautiful woman. Though her aura was entirely different from Ji Weiwei's, bright and lively, dressed in a purple martial arts robe with a high ponytail. Weiwei, I heard you've encountered some trouble in the training camp? Yes, senior sister, I lost to a boy in my first major competition, Ji Weiwei said, resting her head on her arm and tilting it. The woman on the other end did not seem surprised, chuckling, haha. I've always said this world is full of geniuses. Although you are a rare talent, you are not invincible, so losing is only natural. Who is your opponent? Which sect do they belong to? Or are they a disciple from a powerful family? Ji Weiwei shook her head. Neither. I heard he is just a child from an ordinary family, but his strength is indeed formidable. In just 20 days since entering the camp, he has progressed from the first level to the second level, and he has mastered a rare second-grade martial technique, likely with a high proficiency level. Upon hearing this, the woman on the other end fell silent for a full minute, as if Ji Weiwei's words contained profound truths that were hard for her senior sister to comprehend. Are you sure you're not pulling my leg? 20 days, from first to second level? What kind of monster is this? And a child from an ordinary family, mastering a rare second-grade martial technique? Weiwei, is your information incorrect? Is it possible he is the long-lost son of some martial deity? Mo Xiaoli said, stunned. I don't know. Ji Weiwei remained unfazed. After a brief silence, she casually remarked, Senior sister, I wish to utilize the moonlight crystals. Ma Xiaoli was taken aback, her expression shifting dramatically. Have you lost your mind? Do not act impulsively. Such precious moonlight crystals were specifically bestowed upon you by Master for your ascension to the 3rd tier. You are merely at the 2nd tier, 2nd level now. If you use them now, you can only absorb and transform 4 to 50% of the energy, wasting the rest. Ma Xiaoli hastily implored her. Yet, Ji Weiwei appeared unmoved. Senior sister, I refuse to accept defeat any longer. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaoli fell silent for a moment. I understand your desire to dominate and bring honor to Master and the Baiwa sect. However, utilizing the moonlight crystals now would only elevate you to the 2nd tier, 5th level at most, which is a tremendous waste. It would be far wiser to wait until you reach the pinnacle of the 2nd tier, allowing for a direct breakthrough to the 3rd tier, reaching levels 3 or 4. This would expedite your progress by at least 6 months. Ma Xiaoli continued to urge her, not wishing for Ji Weiwei to act rashly and make foolish decisions. Ji Weiwei replied calmly, Thank you, senior sister. I shall retire for the night. After terminating the communication, Ji Weiwei's gaze hardened with resolve. She retrieved a blue-white crystal from her spatial ring, its surface shimmering and translucent, enveloped in a faint mist. I refuse to accept defeat any longer. In the next grand competition, I shall emerge victorious. Chapter 51. I want that lowly wretch to accompany my son in death. In the special training camp's office, Di Ruolin and 5 personal guards were engaged in light conversation. I am truly curious about what martial body and innate talent that Qin Feng possesses to cultivate at such an astonishing pace. Although it is not uncommon for individuals our age to experience a rapid growth phase after awakening their abilities, Qin Feng's speed is undeniably alarming. The guards, usually composed, were now animated, as they, being young women in their 20s or 30s, found much to discuss. Indeed, coming to the special training camp this year proved fortuitous. With the rewards for the National College Entrance Examination and the exceptional training team, we have encountered a super genius in Qin Feng. It is extraordinarily fortunate if he can secure a place among the top 3 in the national examination. The resources for Lord Commander to break through to the 7th tier would be guaranteed by the state. The thought of achieving a top 3 rank seemed almost fantastical. Despite Qin Feng's strength, it would be a formidable challenge to rise among millions of candidates nationwide. Wulin listened to her guard's chatter, her spirits lifted. She glanced at the data on her computer, smiling as she spoke. Indeed, it is no small feat according to the data from the past decade. Attaining a top 3 position requires at least reaching the pinnacle of the second tier. Moreover, every year, 1 or 2 extraordinary prodigies emerge, making the competition even more unpredictable. Regrettably, Qin Feng awakened too late, coupled with a modest background and a poor foundation. With only 2 months remaining until the examination. If we could afford him just 1 more month, he might truly reach the pinnacle of the second tier before the exam. Wulin expressed her regret. However, while Qin Feng's chances of securing a top 3 position appeared slim, entering the top 10 should be well within reach. With 2 months remaining, he still had a chance to attain the 7th level of the second tier. That would still be quite commendable, she thought. As the chief instructor, she would receive substantial rewards for such achievements. Thus, her care for Qin Feng was evident. She even contemplated granting him 32nd grade blood essence pills next month. Compared to the modest investment in his pills, the rewards she stood to gain would multiply by several dozen times. It was a win-win situation. In Jiang Province, Hailong City, in the eastern region, there lay an area rich in spiritual energy, adorned with grand and imposing eastern architectural complexes. This was the residence of the local foremost family, the Wang family. Have you conducted a thorough investigation? What is the background of that individual named Qin Feng? The family head inquired. Head of the family. We have gathered all the information. Here are the comprehensive details regarding Qin Feng. The steward presented a thick dossier, compiled from the servants, to Wang Longping, the head of the Wang family. The document was substantial, comprising dozens of A4 pages filled with detailed accounts of Qin Feng's life and achievements. Wang Longping's countenance darkened as he quietly perused the pages. In the spacious hall, only the sound of paper rustling could be heard, while the remaining 7 or 8 individuals dared not utter a word. They were all aware that the family head's pride, his genius son, had been slain in the training camp. With each passing moment, Wang Longping's expression grew more grim, furrowing his brows intermittently. 3 minutes later, he slammed his hand down on the armrest of his chair, shattering the dragon blood crystal armrest with a deafening crack. An orphan from a common family dares to kill my beloved son? How audacious! His fury was palpable. This wretched pauper has relied on a stroke of luck, boasting an awakened martial body and innate talent, yet he dares to act ruthlessly and take my son's life. If I do not eradicate this scoundrel, I, Wang Longping, shall not remain a man. Wang Longping's brother, Wang Longding, hesitated momentarily before quietly advising, elder brother. It is said that this Qin Feng has already been reported by Wulin and Jiang Feng, and he will not be sent to prison for the time being. After he completes his training camp, he will be dispatched to the dimensional rift to atone for his actions. It may not be prudent for us to confront him at the training camp now. Perhaps we should wait for 50 days after the training camp concludes. He will have no ties to Wulin. At that point, as he is sent to the dimensional rift for punishment, amidst the chaos there, we can act without anyone knowing, lest this lowly wretch's blood tarnishes our family's reputation. Wang Longping seethed with fury, nearly rushing to the training camp to slay Qin Feng on the spot. However, his brother's words provided a moment of clarity. Though he held no fear of the fierce Wulin, who was of the same tier as he did respect her master, the formidable Qingzhou Empress, a genuine 8th-tier martial emperor. Even the Wang family, the foremost family in Hailong City, would face annihilation should they provoke such a powerful figure. Thus, he had to give some consideration to Wulin. Furthermore, Jiang Feng had also interceded, and some regard must be paid to the Martial Arts Bureau. Very well. I shall wait 50 days. After 50 days, I demand to see the head of this lowly wretch. I shall present his severed head as an offering for my son, and I will ensure his corpse kneels before my son's grave in repentance. At that time, all of that lowly wretch's friends and relatives shall accompany my son in death. Wang Longping had labored for decades, elevating the Wang family from obscurity to the foremost family in Hailong City, renowned throughout Jiang Province. At the age of 45, he finally found some respite, cherishing his son, Wang Shi, born in his later years. The birth of this child filled him with gratitude and hope, especially since Wang Shi had awakened the formidable Dan Huang body. This ignited in the 60-year-old Wang Longping a vision of further family development and ascension. He was confident that Wang Shi would grow into a formidable 7th-tier martial emperor, leading the family to greater heights. Yet, unexpectedly, the dreadful news arrived that Wang Shi had been murdered. This struck Wang Longping like a thunderbolt. The loss of a child to a parent is a devastating blow. He felt as if 10 years had been stripped from his life in an instant. Consumed with rage, he felt his vitality waning, his realm even faltering a level. If he did not eliminate Qin Feng, his thoughts would never find peace. The steward timidly reminded him, Master, the wretched Qin Feng, in a mere month, has ascended from the 1st to the 2nd tier, showcasing an undeniable martial talent of remarkable caliber. Should he be left unchecked for 2 months, I, as an old servant, cannot help but worry about potential unforeseen consequences. Wang Long, the uncle of Wang Shi, scoffed dismissively. Old Wu, your courage seems to be waning. What unforeseen events could arise from dealing with a mere second-tier pauper? His rapid advancement is merely a result of his superior physique and innate talent. Any member of our Wang family's enforcers could easily subdue him with one hand. A genius? I have slain geniuses. 2 months, 2 years, what could he possibly achieve? Whether he is a second tier, third tier, or fourth tier, he remains but an insignificant insect before the Wang family. After being reprimanded by Wang Long, the steward, old Wu had little to say. Wang Long's reasoning did hold some merit. A budding genius, yet to fully mature, was indeed not a cause for concern. Perhaps I am merely overthinking. However, the family head, Wang Longping, pondered thoughtfully. Old Wu's words are not without merit. Delays may bring about changes. The longer the night, the more dreams may arise. Thus, we must prepare for contingencies. Old Wu, arrange for 5 or 6 adept third-tier individuals skilled in disguise to proceed to the Starfall mountain range, posing as a hunting party for ferocious beasts. They should remain concealed and vigilant. Should they encounter that wretch, they are to incapacitate him and bring him back. If that proves inconvenient, they may eliminate him and return with the body instead. If the enforcers cannot find an opportunity, then we shall wait until the special training camp concludes. Wang Long felt somewhat exasperated. His elder brother was being overly cautious. Yet, he understood the sentiments behind it. Losing a son must weigh heavily on his heart. And now was not the time to oppose him. It would be wise to send a few martial generals to resolve this matter expediently. The Starfall mountain range is relatively low tier, primarily inhabited by ferocious beasts of the first and second tiers, with only about 5% at the third tier. Therefore, dispatching a squad of martial generals from the Wang family would be justifiable, even if they encountered individuals from the training camp. Sending a fourth-tier martial lord, however, would certainly raise suspicions and complicate their movements. Meanwhile, in Jiang City, the Jiang family faced a similar situation. However, the Jiang family had more than one young heir. So the head of the Jiang family did not exhibit the same intensity of anger, but rather astonishment. They understood Qin Feng better and found it difficult to fathom how their young master could be slain by such a destitute commoner. Ultimately, the Jiang family resolved to take action against Qin Feng once he completed his training and ventured into the interdimensional rift to atone for his sins. Meanwhile, the oblivious Qin Feng, residing in the newly assigned luxurious single dormitory of the special training camp, was diligently refining his bones. Over the past 2 days, he had acquired an A-grade bone refining technique from Di Wolin, the very one she had utilized in her earlier years, named comprehensive bone refining. The name sounded impressive, and indeed, it was a genuine A-grade technique. Thus, in his spare time, Qin Feng began to actively refine his bones according to the method outlined in this technique. He had already commenced the refinement on several of his finger bones, achieving a commendable 2 increase in his overall bone refining progress after 2 hours. As he reviewed his status panel, the data was clear before him. For an ordinary martial artist, obtaining such direct data would be arduous, requiring either a hospital examination or a hefty sum to enlist the help of someone above the 4th tier. Yet, Qin Feng could effortlessly access the accompanying system panel at any time. Time was not an issue. Bone refining was not particularly troublesome. However, he wondered if the consumption of vitality was excessive. Just now, refining his finger bones had cost him a staggering 15 points of vitality. It is worth noting that this consumption was not comparable to the vitality expended during the release of martial techniques. It was a direct depletion of vitality points. His vitality had diminished from a total of 535 to 520 points. Nevertheless, Qin Feng understood this was a normal occurrence. Every martial artist experiences a loss of vitality during bone refining. This is why, despite the accelerated cultivation speed of second-tier martial masters, the time required for the entire stage remains significantly longer than that of the first tier due to the considerable vitality depletion from bone refining. While it appeared that each tier required only 60 points of vitality for cultivation, the entire second tier would amount to 600 vitality points. However, combined with the requirement for bone refining progress to reach 50 for breaking into the third tier, one could expect to consume an additional 300 to 700 vitality points, depending on the quality of the bone refining technique. The difficulty of this endeavor is evident. Yet, Qin Feng remained unconcerned. While other martial masters might only manage to cultivate 3 or 4 vitality points in a day, he was achieving an impressive 70 points. He need not worry about such losses. While it might take others a year to cultivate to that 1,000-point mark, for Qin Feng, it would only take a mere fortnight. Time flew by. Qin Feng had been in the camp for 1 month and 3 days. On this day, he continued to refine his bones in his dormitory. Eyes closed in concentration. His aura had increased by 1 or 2-fold compared to 10 days prior. Upon checking his attributes, realm, second tier, 10th level, bone refining phase. Vitality points, 98,852. Mental strength, 11,560. Open meridians, 60. Bone refining progress, 155. Martial skills, mastery of swordplay, 37. Mastery of body techniques, 96. Martial techniques, breaking waves 4 cuts, second tier rare, mastery. Thunderfire slash, second tier medium, mastery. Martial talent, none. Martial physique, Dancian body. Divine ability, covering heaven and shading sun. Chaos tower progress, 3rd layer. Over the past 10 days, Qin Feng had made steady progress, leaving no moment of cultivation unutilized. Without any unforeseen circumstances, his vitality realm had successfully reached the pinnacle of the 2nd tier. During this time, he also continuously challenged the endless sandy sea of the 3rd layer, finally securing the highest tier rewards. With the assistance of the newly acquired martial technique experience cards and body technique experience cards, he had elevated the realm of Thunderfire Slash to the mastery level, capable of unleashing a force equivalent to 350 vitality points, with a 60 increase, totaling an impressive 560 vitality points. Overall, this was nearly half of what the Breaking Waves 4 cuts could achieve. This exemplifies the distinction between medium and rare martial techniques. Even so, his mastery of the Thunderfire Slash was sufficient to instill pride among peers of the same tier. However, his body techniques had yet to break through, remaining at the mastery level. Most importantly, Qin Feng had obtained the SSS grade technique 100 solutions of bone refining. Like the previous SSS grade meridian technique, this was another powerful method unheard of in Blue Star. Currently, the highest grade of techniques existing in Blue Star is S grade. Not even SS grade techniques have been witnessed, let alone SSS grade ones. It is no exaggeration to assert that if Qin Feng were to reveal these 2 SSS grade martial arts techniques at this moment, he would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of fame across Blue Star. Any nation would likely offer unimaginable wealth, power, status, and respect in exchange for such knowledge. The reason why merely 5 of martial artists can attain the 4th tier martial general realm in their lifetime, a mere 0. 2 reach the 5th tier martial king realm, and a staggering 0.0001 achieve the 6th tier is not due to a lack of effort, but rather the poor foundation laid during the initial 3 tiers. Many martial artists suffer irreversible damage to their bodies while opening their meridians, tempering their bones, and undergoing the blood transformation of the 3rd tier due to the absence of superior techniques. This severely impacts their foundation and poses a substantial hindrance to their future martial pursuits. However, with the SSS grade techniques in his possession, Qin Feng can open his meridians with almost no risk of injury. The techniques encompass nearly all the requisite knowledge for meridian development, including potential conditions and solutions. Similarly, the Bone Tempering Encyclopedia is akin to an exhaustive compendium on bone and marrow refinement. In truth, Qin Feng has contemplated whether to make these techniques public. Such an act would yield an incalculable benefit to the entire Xia nation and all of Blue Star. Perhaps, as a result, the number of mid-tier martial artists at the 4th to 6th tiers could multiply exponentially. Yet, after thorough contemplation, Qin Feng has resolved not to disclose them at this juncture due to the inherent dangers. Human history is rife with deceit, war, and plunder. The adage "a common man is innocent but bears the guilt of possessing a jewel" resonates deeply with Qin Feng as a transmigrator. Given his current lack of strength, he knows he cannot afford to unveil such techniques. How would he explain the origin of these SSS grade techniques? While revealing them might grant access to abundant resources, the likelihood of attracting endless trouble and even death looms larger. The prospect of making these techniques public remains a consideration, but the timing is not yet ripe. Once he ascends to the status of a martial god, he will have no reservations about sharing the techniques to benefit all martial artists in the Xia nation. Qin Feng is confident that day is not far off, perhaps just 2.5 years away. Chapter 53. Xiaoyan, can I truly surpass him? It must be said that the difficulty of the 3rd level of the Endless Sand Sea is quite formidable. Qin Feng has repeatedly challenged it over the past few days, finally achieving success. By the time he completed the level, there were already 2 or 3 dozen mid-tier 3rd level monsters present, creating an impressive spectacle. Even lower-tier monsters numbered in the hundreds. The atmosphere felt saturated with these creatures. Employing a pre-planned strategy, Qin Feng lured a wave of monsters, unleashed a burst of martial skills, and cleared a significant portion, earning a substantial amount of points. He then engaged in a frenzied parkour run to allow his true chi to recover, repeating this process several times. Ultimately, he met the conditions for an A-rank achievement last night, acquiring the SSS grade Bone Tempering Encyclopedia. Consequently, Qin Feng's bone refining speed has dramatically accelerated. Initially, using the A-grade bone tempering technique bestowed by D. Woolen, he required 78 points of vitality to advance his bone tempering progress by 1 point. Now, he only needs 3 points of vitality for the same advancement. Considering the 50 points of bone tempering progress needed to break through to the 3rd tier, he can save over 200 points of vitality. For other martial artists, that amount of vitality would take at least 2 to 3 months of cultivation to accumulate. This showcases the formidable prowess of the SSS grade Bone Tempering Encyclopedia. Moreover, the strength of the refined bones surpasses that of ordinary martial artists. In 2 more days, he should reach a bone tempering progress of 50, enabling him to break through to the 3rd tier. Qin Feng's spirits are high. In just 1 month, he has progressed from being a novice martial artist to nearing the 3rd tier martial general realm. A third-tier martial general is sufficiently qualified to teach in some high schools. Qin Feng's previous homeroom teacher was a third-tier, fifth-level martial general. It can be said that Qin Feng has traversed in 1 month the path that others take 4 to 5 years to complete. Half of the martial arts university students cannot graduate as third-tier martial generals. Yet, Qin Feng has only 2 months left until the college entrance examination. By the time he takes the exam, he might even achieve the 4th-tier martial general status. Before graduating from martial arts university, he is likely to become a martial god. Having experienced such rapid advancement recently, he needs to spend more time in the gravity chamber to strengthen his physique and seek out fierce beasts for practical combat. With nothing pressing on his agenda, he decides to head to the gravity chamber. In the special training camp's gravity chamber, having just broken through to the 1st-tier 6th level, Xiaoyan enters the 16th gravity chamber. With a gravity multiplier of 16, he reflects, as a 1st-tier 6th level, I can only remain here for half an hour. That fellow Qin Feng, at the 1st-tier 4th level, dared to come here and stayed for over 40 minutes. His physical condition is astonishing. But how does he ascend in realms so rapidly without any signs of strain? Truly monstrous. Xiaoyan, known as one of the top talents in Wutan City, finds himself questioning his own status as a genius upon encountering Qin Feng. Alas, there is indeed a disparity among geniuses, he muses with a wry smile. Shaking his head as he exits the gravity chamber. Xiaoyan, do not belittle yourself. Each individual's physique and talent differ, and comparisons are futile. Once you gather enough rare fire types and tame them for fusion, your strength will undergo a significant enhancement. Perhaps, at that time, even that young man will look up to you. A kindly spirit of an elderly man with white hair remarks, stroking his beard. Indeed, you speak wisely, Elder Yao. With your assistance, I am certain I will surpass him in the future. Xiaoyan regains his confidence and smiles. At that moment, a handsome young man emerges from around the corner. Ah, Xiaoyan, what a coincidence. Qin Feng greets him with a radiant smile. Casting a glance at the gravity chamber marked with the number 16. 16 times gravity. It seems Brother Xiao has made further progress. Although Qin Feng, through his divine ability to obscure the heavens and cover the sun, has already discerned Xiaoyan's cultivation level as the 1st-tier 6th level, he greets him warmly. Xiaoyan reciprocates enthusiastically but then chuckles. Brother Qin, you jest. Compared to you, my meager accomplishments pale in comparison. Are you also here to train in the gravity chamber? Which room do you intend to enter this time? Xiaoyan, intrigued, wishes to ascertain the extent of Qin Feng's current strength and how it compares to his own physical prowess. Thus, he remains in place, observing Qin Feng. At present, Qin Feng should be at the 2nd-tier 2nd or 3rd level. Since Ji Weiwei can enter room 22, Qin Feng should be able to enter rooms 24 or 25, right? Xiaoyan speculates internally. However, as Qin Feng continues deeper into the corridor, he passes by the door of room 25. Xiaoyan's eyes grow wider with astonishment. Not even entering room 25? Ultimately, he watches in disbelief as Qin Feng steps into the innermost room, the 30th gravity chamber, which boasts the highest gravity multiplier in the special training camp. It takes 7 to 8 seconds for Xiaoyan to regain his senses after Qin Feng's figure vanishes. 30 times gravity. What level of cultivation has Brother Qin attained now? Xiaoyan is left astounded, feeling parched and bewildered. Master Yao, is it truly possible for me to surpass him? I can't shake the feeling that his cultivation is advancing at a pace several times faster than my own. Faced with Xiaoyan's query, Master Yao fell into contemplative silence. Moments ago, he had employed his mental prowess to probe Qin Feng, yet found nothing discernible. His formidable spiritual energy seemed to encounter an impenetrable fortress, rendering his efforts futile. Even I cannot discern his secrets. This young man possesses some hidden depth. Xiaoyan, it is likely that this individual has encountered significant opportunities. If possible, strive to befriend him, never provoke him. Observing Master Yao's cautious demeanor, Xiaoyan felt a surge of alarm. The breadth of Master Yao's experience was vast, and if he expressed such concerns, it implied that Qin Feng was indeed more formidable than Xiaoyan had anticipated. The greatest boon of this journey was undoubtedly the acquaintance with Qin Feng. In the gravity chamber on the 30th, Qin Feng ingested a 2nd-grade blood qi pill and commenced his training in the A-grade body refinement technique of the Demon Suppression Army. The gravity chamber, which others dared not enter, posed no challenge for him. He moved with remarkable agility, each punch and kick executed with an infusion of ferocious power. It seems it is time to seek a new venue. The facilities of this training camp can no longer keep pace with my progress. Qin Feng perceived that he was now capable of enduring 35 times the normal gravity. Once his bone tempering was complete and he achieved a breakthrough, even 40 times should be within reach. Commander D had previously mentioned that one need not remain in the training camp for the full 70 days to graduate. As long as one demonstrated sufficient strength, early graduation was possible. However, 2 conditions must be met. First, attaining the 3rd stage of cultivation. Second, challenging the 4th stage personal guards brought by her and enduring 5 minutes under their suppressed strength. Given this, it seemed that he could graduate early after the upcoming grand competition. Yet, Qin Feng was uncertain about his next steps post-graduation. With less than 2 months until the college entrance examination, he could not afford to squander time. He would contemplate his options after the competition. Qin Feng intended to consult Di Wolin and Zhang Feng regarding the matter of his prior expedition to the interdimensional rift, where he had sought to atone for past transgressions. Absent that circumstance, he would likely have sought out a lower-tier interdimensional rift to hunt ferocious beasts for 2 months, exchanging their remains for martial resources. However, bearing the weight of 9 lives made undertaking such actions cumbersome. He needed to resolve this issue first. Moreover, Di Wolin had cautioned him to remain vigilant, as it appeared that 6 unfamiliar figures at the third-stage martial general realm had recently emerged around the periphery of the Starfall mountain range. They seemed to resemble a wilderness hunting squad, yet they could also be seeking vengeance against him. Chapter 54, Third-Stage Martial General. Challenge Shadow Guard Number 2. Qin Feng considered the likelihood that these 6 individuals were indeed coming to exact retribution. If they were a hunting team, why would they venture into such a desolate location? There were far superior hunting grounds nearby. 6 third-stage martial generals were quite formidable, despite his prior reveal of only being at the 2nd stage. They dispatched such a powerful contingent. Qin Feng speculated that had the Starfall mountain range not only been home to 3rd-stage ferocious beasts, they might have sent 4th-stage martial generals instead. Were they from the Jiang family or the Wang family? Or perhaps both? Yet, Qin Feng did not feel overly anxious. He had now reached the pinnacle of the 2nd stage. Should a confrontation arise, he still possessed the strength to contend with these early and mid-stage martial generals. 2 days later, Qin Feng's bone-tempering progress finally reached 50. His blood chi had also peaked at 999, the limit of the 2nd stage, enabling him to break through to the 3rd stage at any moment. However, he discovered something intriguing. His bone-tempering progress seemed capable of further enhancement. Much like the meridian opening, bone tempering was foundational work, although one could gradually temper bones after breaking through to the 3rd stage. Qin Feng learned from Bone Tempering Unraveled that achieving a higher bone tempering progress before the breakthrough could yield numerous hidden advantages. Future cultivation would proceed more smoothly. Breakthroughs would be easier, and physical fitness would be enhanced, allowing dominance at the same level. The technique described that a breakthrough at a 70 bone tempering progress would be deemed excellent. Achieving 75 would place one among the elite of a planet. In that case, I shall give it a try. Let me test the limits of my capabilities. A faint, confident smile graced Qin Feng's face as he delved deeper into the tempering of his bones. He soon found that surpassing a bone tempering progress of 50 required a substantially increased expenditure of blood chi. 3 days sped by in the blink of an eye. Qin Feng expended nearly 200 points of blood chi and finally elevated his bone tempering progress to 81. Further advancement would prove exceedingly challenging. However, he was in no rush to break through. The timing of his breakthrough mattered little. He wished to ascertain just how far he could push himself. Next, he needed to focus on the tempering of his cranial bones. The bones and marrow of the brain were of paramount importance, yet they were relatively more fragile. Tempering the cranial bones was a perilous endeavor and required utmost caution. Typically, martial artists only considered cranial bone tempering upon reaching the 4th stage and beginning to cultivate spiritual energy. Yet, Qin Feng possessed the SSS-level bone tempering Unraveled, and he was confident in his ability to succeed. Another 4 days passed. Qin Feng completed the preliminary tempering of 29 cranial bones. Although his blood chi remained at its maximum limit without any increase, he reaped astonishing benefits. Through the tempering of his cranial bones, his mental energy surged dramatically, increasing by a remarkable 20 points. Under ordinary circumstances, achieving such a leap would require 6 months of training. Even defeating the ferocious beast in the prison, the pink octopus, would take 6 days to attain such an increase. As a result, his mental energy soared to an astonishing 165 points. The higher one's mental energy, the easier it became to awaken as a spiritual master. Historically, those who awakened as spiritual masters typically had mental energy ranging from 300 to 400 points. The lowest recorded awakening occurred at 288 points, while the highest was 444 points. This suggests I have reached the halfway mark. The pink octopus provides 32 points daily. In 2 months, my mental energy could reach approximately 360 points. I should be able to awaken as a spiritual master before the college entrance examination. Qin Feng was filled with anticipation for the powers of a spiritual master, including object manipulation and sword flight. Simultaneously, through his diligent efforts over the past few days, his bone tempering progress steadily climbed to 90. Perhaps it is time to cease my efforts. Qin Feng noticed that as his bone tempering progress increased, the blood chi required for further advancement grew exponentially. The transition from 89 to 90 was exceedingly slow. He sensed that his body was approaching its limits. Any further increase might overwhelm him, risking the rupture of his meridians and blood vessels. Moreover, the records of bone tempering Unraveled contain no examples of breakthroughs occurring at such elevated bone tempering progress. It seemed that 90 was an extraordinarily high figure. If that is the case, then I shall break through. Thus, Qin Feng dedicated half an hour to restoring his energy and spirit before proceeding. After swallowing 2 elixirs, He settled into a cross-legged position and began his breakthrough. He deftly manipulated the surging vital energy within his body, guiding it along a predetermined path through his meridians. If Qin Feng were capable of inner vision, he would observe the radiance emanating from 63 meridians, resplendent with vitality, vibrant and full. Simultaneously, the 206 bones within him shone with a similar brilliance, having been repeatedly washed by the vital energy, achieving a hardness comparable to that of alloys. Engaging in combat with ferocious beasts no longer posed a threat of easy injury. Approximately half an hour later, Qin Feng, who had kept his eyes closed, finally opened them. A faint glimmer of cold light shot from his gaze, reminiscent of a weak laser. This was a result of his recent breakthrough, as he was yet unable to perfectly control the tumultuous energy within him. Success. I am now a third-tier martial artist. Realm, third tier, first stage, blood exchange period. The first tier primarily involves unblocking meridians. The second tier focuses on bone tempering, while the third tier's primary endeavor is blood exchange. As the name suggests, this involves replacing the ordinary blood within one's body with more potent essence blood. This can be achieved by merging with the essence blood of ferocious spirits and divine beasts. However, on Blue Star, it seems that only the essence blood of ferocious beasts is available. The gods, demons, immortals, and spirit beasts have nearly vanished over the long passage of time. Throughout 3 millennia of history, there have been fortunate individuals who discovered the essence blood of spirit beasts and divine beasts within certain ruins, rapidly advancing to become formidable powers and gaining fame. Nevertheless, such instances are exceedingly rare. Almost all martial artists rely on the essence blood of ferocious beasts to complete their blood exchange. This phase serves as a critical turning point for countless martial artists. The quality of the essence blood post-exchange significantly influences a martial artist's combat prowess and future potential. Although one can continue to exchange blood in the subsequent 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th tiers, the third-tier martial artist stage is the optimal period for blood exchange, as the blood is exceptionally active during this phase. Clearly, I must devise a way to procure some high-quality essence blood from ferocious beasts. However, there is no rush. For now, let us challenge the 4th level of the Chaos Tower. The 4th level still features the Shadow Guard. This Shadow Guard number 2 is at the 3rd tier. First stage. This time, Qin Feng intends to engage in combat at the same level, aiming to achieve a previously unfulfilled accomplishment, to defeat the Shadow Guard with equivalent vitality and cultivation level. In a flash, Qin Feng's figure appeared in the Grand Hall of the Chaos Tower. Ah, 3rd tier already? Why has it taken so long to reach this stage? No, wait. Why are his bones so luminous? How much progress in bone tempering has he achieved to break through? Upon Qin Feng's entrance, Tai Yuan immediately noticed him. She swiftly flew to his side, her large eyes fixated on his body, astonished. Chapter 55. SSS Level Tri-Element Breathing Technique. No wonder this fellow has only just reached the 3rd tier. It turns out he was stuck at the bone tempering stage. Tai Yuan finally understood. She was genuinely surprised. In her extensive travels across numerous realms, she had never encountered someone with such a seemingly weak cultivation level yet possessing such a high degree of bone tempering. It must be over 85, right? How ruthless. Isn't he afraid of exploding his body? However, Qin Feng was oblivious to these thoughts. At that moment, he was entirely focused, preparing to challenge Shadow Guard number 2. After this period of growth and accumulation, Qin Feng felt that he had a fair chance against this Shadow Guard. The challenge commenced. The Shadow Guard lunged forward with astonishing speed, estimated at 60 meters per second. This far exceeded the typical 3rd tier, first stage martial artist speed of 50 meters per second. Such incredible velocity would be difficult for an ordinary martial artist to withstand. Yet, in Qin Feng's eyes, the Shadow Guard's movements were crystal clear. In fact, Qin Feng's speed had reached 65 meters per second. With the use of his body technique, his explosive speed soared to 90 meters per second, far surpassing that of Shadow Guard number 2. He effortlessly dodged the incoming strike, retaining enough space to counterattack. Although Shadow Guard number 2 reacted swiftly and managed to block, he was still forced back several meters by the overwhelming force. After this exchange, Qin Feng gauged the level of Shadow Guard number 2 and concluded that he could easily defeat him. After all, the strength template of Shadow Guard No. 2 was akin to the strongest among 10,000 3rd-tier, first-stage martial artists. A rare gem, indeed, but not insurmountable. Given Qin Feng's current prowess, he far exceeded the capabilities of the Shadow Guard. Among the millions of high school martial science students in Jiang Province, Qin Feng's strength would undoubtedly rank within the top 3. Clearly, defeating Shadow Guard number 2 would be a walk in the park. Very well. Tai Yuan nodded in satisfaction upon witnessing Qin Feng's performance. It seemed this lad had not been idle. His combat proficiency was increasingly formidable, allowing him to easily triumph over opponents of equal standing. One must admit that his talent and self-discipline are undeniably among the elite on Blue Star. 5 minutes later, Qin Feng effortlessly dispatched Shadow Guard number 2, who dissipated into a cloud of black mist. Congratulations to the host for successfully passing the 4th level challenge. Reward for completion, Tri-Element Breathing Technique, SSS level. The 5th level of the Chaos Tower has been successfully unlocked. Qin Feng felt as though he had not even exerted himself fully to achieve this victory. Reflecting on his initial challenge against the Shadow Guard in the 2nd level, he had been utterly overwhelmed as a novice in martial arts. Yet now, he had turned the tables and was capable of dominating the Shadow Guard. It seems I have become a top-tier powerhouse among my peers, he mused with a slight smile, turning his attention to the rewards of this level. Another SSS level item. Truly, the Chaos Tower is remarkable. Each reward is so rare. The tri-element breathing technique. Qin Feng already possessed a breathing technique. During his time at the special training camp, Deruelin's personal guard, who was their female instructor, had imparted it to him alongside the body tempering techniques of the Demon Suppression Army. The two techniques, when used in tandem, could significantly enhance daily vitality cultivation gains from 2 points to 25 points. For others, this increase would be considered quite powerful. Furthermore, it could accelerate true energy recovery by approximately 20. Now, upon examining the SSS level tri-element breathing technique he had just acquired, its effects were astonishingly superior to the techniques taught by the Demon Suppression Army. Tri-element breathing technique. SSS level allows perfect mastery of 3 distinct breathing rhythms, enabling seamless transitions between them. Mode 1. Fire breathing. Increases any attack's power by 50. Mode 2. Wind breathing. Enhances attack speed, movement speed, and the speed of martial techniques by 100. Mode 3. Water breathing. Increases the rate of spiritual energy absorption by 100. The enhancements in attack, speed, recovery, and cultivation are remarkably comprehensive. Just the water breathing mode alone far surpasses the breathing techniques imparted by the Demon Suppression Army. Absorbing spiritual energy not only facilitates true energy recovery, but also accelerates cultivation speed. For ordinary martial artists, daily body tempering exercises, standing meditation, various physical training, and even combat against ferocious beasts fundamentally serve to invigorate the body from within. Thus, to better absorb the ethereal energies present in the air and enhance his vitality, Qin Feng discovered that by employing the water-breathing technique in conjunction with his body refinement practices, he could transform his daily base vitality gain of 2 points into an impressive 4 points. Merely this revelation would incite envy among other martial artists. For them, an additional 2 points of vitality each day equates to a remarkable 60 points over the course of a month. In just 50 days, one could ascend an entire realm. After all, a typical third-tier warrior would require at least 2 months to cultivate 100 points of vitality. Moreover, this is just a minor function of the tri-element breathing technique. Its primary enhancement lies in combat capabilities, augmenting power by 50 and increasing attack speed, movement speed, and casting speed by 100. Qin Feng's mobility was already superior to his peers, but with the tri-element breathing technique, his speed effortlessly surpassed 100 meters per second. His explosive speed could even reach an astonishing 160 meters per second, nearing the velocity of a late-stage 4th-tier warrior. With this enhancement, the wave-splitting 4-slashes technique wielded power comparable to a mid-tier 4th-grade martial skill. It can be said that having mastered this SSS-grade tri-element breathing technique has doubled Qin Feng's overall prowess. Observing Qin Feng's astonishment and joy, the spirit tool Tai Yuan couldn't help but chuckle with pride. Just an SSS-grade breathing technique has brought this kid such delight. I wonder how he will react to the upcoming X-grade rewards. However, Tai Yuan found pleasure in Qin Feng's excitement. Upon reaching the 5th level, Qin Feng encountered the illusory cube. The 5th level? I can't wait to see this boy face his trials, Tai Yuan chuckled. Qin Feng examined the challenges presented in this level. Illusory cube, 5th level. Challenge content. In this level, the host will confront 7 illusions. The more illusions he overcomes, the richer the rewards. Countdown for this level's challenge. 29 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 50 seconds, blue star time. Illusions? Qin Feng frowned. This level, akin to the endless sand sea of the 3rd level, offered varying tiers of rewards. The more illusions he conquered, the better the rewards. The difference lies in the fact that the endless sand sea essentially offered rewards without constraints of time or realm. As long as one persisted, the highest rewards were guaranteed. However, the 5th level, the illusory cube, was different. With a countdown of 30 days, once this period elapsed, the challenge would become unavailable. In essence, to attain the highest rewards from this level, Qin Feng had only 1 month. After that, the opportunity would vanish without a trace. Qin Feng turned his attention to the preview of the completion rewards. D rank. Overcome 2 illusions. Reward. Brain Domain Expansion 7. C rank. Overcome 3 illusions. Reward. Brain Domain Expansion 9. B rank. Overcome 4 illusions. Reward. 12. A rank. Overcome 5 illusions. Reward. 16. S rank. Overcome 6 illusions. Reward. 22. Divided into 5 tiers, the highest S rank required conquering 6 illusions within the next month for a reward of 22 to Brain Domain Expansion. Chapter 56. The Illusory Cube. Challenge of Illusions. As Qin Feng contemplated the notion of Brain Domain Expansion, He squinted, memories flickering in his mind. He recognized the term. Associated with mental cultivators. These individuals were formidable, regarded as the pinnacle within the combat branches of the Special Physique Registry on Blue Star. They were almost invincible among their peers. However, the probability of awakening such a trait was exceedingly low, nearly 1 in 10 million. In the martial arts realm, it is commonly believed that to awaken as a mental cultivator, one must achieve a mental strength of 300 points before the age of 21 to significantly increase their chances. Rumors suggest that awakening is not solely dependent on mental strength. A crucial factor is the brain domain expansion. Ordinary martial artists possess a brain domain expansion of merely 10 to 15, which can see slight improvements after thorough cranial refinement, but the enhancement is minimal, typically around 5 to 10. It is said that to awaken as a mental cultivator, a brain domain expansion of at least 20 is necessary, underscoring its immense value. Instinctively, Qin Feng glanced at his attributes panel, where a new entry appeared. Brain domain expansion, 152. Qin Feng was somewhat astonished. Such a high value? Could it be due to my bone refinement progress? Generally, martial artists at this stage would not actively refine their cranial bones. Even if I were to receive the lowest reward of 7, my brain domain expansion would amount to 222. If the rumors hold true, that would suffice to meet the requirements for awakening as a mental cultivator. Qin Feng sighed with relief. He greatly desired to awaken as a mental cultivator. Although the D-rank reward of 7 would be adequate, Qin Feng's ambitions extended far beyond that. He aspired to attain the highest reward of 22. A higher brain domain expansion could only be advantageous. Surprised and elated, Qin Feng hadn't anticipated that the Chaos Tower would offer such rewards. However, considering that even the transcendent Dan immortal body could manifest, he felt reassured. Thus, he commenced his challenge. As he issued the command, a notification echoed in the air. The first illusion challenge has commenced. Completion requirement. Regain consciousness within 5 years. Break through the illusion and avoid losing oneself. Reminder, time flow within this illusion is equivalent to 1,000 times that of Blue Star. With the notification fading, Qin Feng found himself engulfed in darkness as the scene shifted. 1,000-fold time flow. If he failed to regain consciousness within 5 years, he would be deemed unsuccessful. This meant that this first illusion could last a maximum of 18 days in Blue Star time. Qin Feng was yet unaware of the trials he was to face. It sounded relatively simple. In the end, Qin Feng held only one thought in his mind, to remain conscious. In the next moment, light flooded back, and the scene transformed. He found himself in a bustling metropolis, reminiscent of the world he inhabited before his transmigration. Dressed in a somewhat worn but clean business suit, he stood amidst the cacophony of honking vehicles, advertisements, and idle chatter on the bustling street, carrying a briefcase. Qin Feng felt a wave of confusion wash over him, as if he had just awakened from slumber. Glancing around, he noticed the time displayed on a nearby screen, 7:56. Suddenly, realization struck him, jolting him awake. He was running late. Qin Feng recalled that he had an interview at a company today, one that offered exceptional conditions, and one he greatly desired. He had diligently prepared for this interview for half a month. If successful, he would be able to afford his mother's medical expenses. Oh no, if I arrive late, my first impression will be severely tarnished. Arriving late to an interview is a significant disadvantage. He couldn't fathom why he was still so late for the interview. With no time to spare, he donned his suit and dress shoes, dashing down the street. Just 2 kilometers to go. 5 minutes might suffice. With that, Qin Feng sprinted forward, even snatching a shared electric bike along the way. 5 minutes later, he finally succeeded in arriving at the interview hall, just in time. The crowd gazed at him with a hint of curiosity, their eyes unconsciously drawn to the torn fabric of his pants and the blood seeping from his ankle. Under the scrutiny of those around him, Qin Feng felt somewhat awkward, dabbing at his ankle with a piece of tissue. At last, the moment arrived for him to face the interview panel. As he stepped inside, the 3 interviewers instinctively glanced at his trousers and his slightly pale complexion, frowning in concern. Despite their unspoken judgments, Qin Feng confidently answered each question posed by the interviewers, having prepared meticulously. Once he exited the interview room, he hurried towards the restroom to clean his wound. What bad luck, he thought, wincing as the cold water made contact with his injury, instinctively bracing himself for the familiar pain. Strangely, however, it didn't hurt as much as he had anticipated. He dismissed the oddity, reflecting that had he left home earlier, he wouldn't have been rushed and wouldn't have collided with anyone. Just moments ago, in his haste, he had accidentally bumped into a woman riding an electric scooter at an unregulated intersection. After exchanging phone numbers, he had hurried to the interview. As he pulled out his phone, he noticed several missed calls, 8 or 9 to be precise. Just as he was about to return the calls, he heard commotion outside the restroom. How tedious. Listening to these incompetent fools waste my time all morning. My reports are still unfinished. A voice lamented. Indeed. The leadership has already made their selections, yet here we are, engaging in this farce. How utterly uninteresting. Why couldn't I have been born into a better family? I have to struggle on my own. Such a hassle. Those executives' children merely waltz in, gilding their resumes, and lounge in cushy departments while reveling in their privileges. Standing in the restroom stall, Qin Feng silently absorbed their words, his expression darkening, enveloped in a haze of disillusionment. He felt like a mere cog in the machine, a common laborer. After years of diligent study, the prospect of securing a job was marred by such blatant injustice. He had dedicated over 10 days to prepare for this opportunity, and now, after colliding with another vehicle to avoid being late, he reflected that if he had hit a car or a truck instead of an electric scooter, he might very well be in intensive care. Yet, even in his misfortune, fate showed him no mercy. The injustices he faced were inevitable. If the positions had already been predetermined, why bother with the charade of recruitment? Was this not mere mockery? Qin Feng gazed into the mirror, a bitter smile forming on his lips. He felt like a jester. After composing himself, he quietly exited the global top-tier company. As he glanced back at the towering corporate edifice, he felt diminutive. Before he could dial the number of the woman he had collided with that morning, several men clad in dark blue uniforms approached him. "Hello, we are from the Jiangxing Public Security Bureau. Are you Qin Feng?" He nodded in response. "About an hour ago. Did you not collide with a woman riding a shared electric scooter?" Another nod followed. "Come with us to the station." After providing his account, Qin Feng accompanied the officers to the hospital, Jiangxing's Second People's Hospital. That despicable brat. He hit me and fled, leaving me helpless. If it weren't for the kindness of a passerby who called for an ambulance, I might have died there. A sharp, irate voice pierced through the air before he even entered the ward. Upon entering, Qin Feng spotted the woman from the morning incident, an imposing figure, around 40 years old. Weighing perhaps 180 pounds, her face marred by a large mole, dressed in garish colors. She vociferously accused Qin Feng, her arm adorned with clanging golden bangles. "You finally decided to show up, hitting someone and running away. Do you have no upbringing, no conscience?" Qin Feng maintained his composure and attempted to explain. But she dismissed him with a scoff. "What? You don't intend to offer compensation? I don't care what you have to say. If you hit someone, you must pay." The staff member glanced at Qin Feng, assessing his tattered trousers with a sigh. "Young man, the fault lies with you. You must compensate this lady. It's best to resolve this amicably." The woman continued to berate him. "Listen up, if you refuse to pay, I'll take you to court. Prepare for a legal battle." She was relentless, treating Qin Feng as if he were a vulnerable lamb. "If you don't have the money, bring your parents here to discuss it." Clenching his fists, Qin Feng replied softly, "My father is no longer with us, and my mother is currently in the intensive care unit." He added, "I will compensate for your medical expenses, but I must find work first. How much will it be?" The woman sneered, clearly skeptical of his statement, suspecting him of feigning sympathy to lower the cost. "You hit my waist. I'm only in my 30s. I have decades ahead of me. If my back is damaged, I might be bedridden for life. A thorough examination and treatment are essential, and injuries take time to heal. I'll need at least 6 months of hospitalization, during which I won't be able to work. You must cover this loss as well." She continued her tirade, her thick lips flapping incessantly, detailing a barrage of expenses that totaled 88,000 yuan. Qin Feng, with less than 5,000 yuan to his name, felt overwhelmed. Even the nearby nurse could no longer contain herself, interjecting, "Ma'am, your injuries don't seem severe. A week in the hospital should suffice." The woman shot her a glare, retorting, "What do you know? You're just a nurse, not a doctor. And what is it to you? Are you his girlfriend? Just because he is good-looking doesn't mean you can defend him." With a spiteful tone, she threatened, "What is your name? I'll report you to your superiors. I'll post about you online, and everyone will see how you're defending this scoundrel." Her verbal onslaught left the nurse exasperated, who completed her tasks and departed in frustration. Ultimately, after much contention, Qin Feng was left with a bill of 28,000 yuan. He understood that it should have been no more than 10,000. However, he had no choice. He was at fault. Should things escalate to court, additional costs would arise, making it even more troublesome. Resigned to his misfortune, Qin Feng left the ward, changed his clothes, and purchased a bottle of antiseptic to treat his wound. However, the strong smell worried him about his mother's reaction, so he rinsed it off. He bought some apples and headed to the ICU to visit his mother. Pushing the door open, he was greeted by the sight of a calm and graceful middle-aged woman. "Mom," Qin Feng called softly. "Xiaofeng, what brings you here?" Zhang Xiaotao smiled, placing her book aside. "Mother, the doctor has advised you to rest more and read less, as reading can be quite taxing," Qin Feng said, peeling an apple while gently reminding her. Zhang Xiaotao smiled warmly. All right, I will heed my little Feng's advice and read less from now on. By the way, Feng, you have your interview today, right?" She turned her head to glance at the calendar beside her. The date was circled in red, marked with Xiao Feng interview. Qin Feng paused in his peeling, but quickly resumed, flashing a sunlit smile. "I was just about to share this wonderful news with you. I've secured a position, and I'll be earning 8,000 yuan in the coming month, with commissions if I perform well. Rest assured, now that I've graduated, I'll be earning even faster, and I promise to cure your illness. We'll buy a spacious house, and we can return home together. Each year, I'll take a week off to show you the beautiful landscapes of our country. Haven't you always wanted to visit the capital? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaotao's face radiated with joy and gratitude as she affectionately ruffled Qin Feng's hair. I knew it. My little Feng is the best. To get into such a prestigious company is simply amazing. But Feng, you seem to have lost quite a bit of weight, and a few gray hairs have appeared. You mustn't wear yourself out. My illness isn't something to rush about. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Having a son like you is a blessing from above. The mother and son shared a heartwarming conversation for an hour before Qin Feng took his leave, as it was time for him to head to his part-time job at the barbecue restaurant. After he exited the hospital room, Zhang Xiaotao's smile gradually faded, replaced by 2 streams of tears. Covering her mouth, she began to cry. She had noticed the subtle nuances in Qin Feng's demeanor and understood that his interview had likely ended in failure. Her son was merely putting on a brave face. Ever since her illness, Qin Feng had been pretending to be strong, shouldering responsibilities and pressures that were far beyond his years. If it weren't for me, Feng wouldn't have to endure such hardship. I, as his mother, have become a burden. The medical expenses of over 4,000 yuan each month weighed heavily on a college student, making it utterly suffocating. For 3 long years, Qin Feng bore this life, excelling in his studies while juggling 2 part-time jobs, earning 6,000 yuan a month, and keeping only 800 for himself. In the hospital corridor, a doctor called Qin Feng over and handed him a bill. This month, your mother underwent several tests. It will cost an additional 2,000 yuan. Thank you, doctor. I appreciate your hard work, Qin Feng replied, taking the bill with a slight bow. I will come to settle this in a couple of days. The doctor gazed at Qin Feng's youthful yet resolute face, feeling a pang of emotion. With a sigh, he shook his head, deciding to discuss this with him later. Within the Chaos Tower, Tai Yuan was savoring simulated blue star delicacies while observing Qin Feng's illusory challenges. However, the simulated food had no taste. She could only rely on descriptive texts to imagine the flavors. This illusion is rather grim for Qin Feng. What kind of world has he been thrust into? Chapter 58. What on earth is happening today? Such misfortune. Unable to resort to force, one can only reason and invoke the law. The issue remains unclear, and the execution of the system is sluggish. Tai Yuan felt somewhat exasperated. This world is incredibly backward. As she recalled Qin Feng's recent experiences in the illusion, she thought of that unreasonable, rotund woman with the black mole, acting like a demon, demanding exorbitant compensation. It nearly drove her mad. If she were there, she would have knocked that woman out with a single punch. Tai Yuan couldn't comprehend how Qin Feng could endure it all. With only 5,000 yuan in his pocket, he was being asked for 28,000 yuan in damages. After some exploration, Tai Yuan gained a clearer understanding of the operational system in the world within Qin Feng's illusion. She felt a wave of sympathy for him. What bad luck to be simulated into such a backward and troublesome world. If it had been a high martial arts, cultivation, or fantasy world, Qin Feng could have simply punched that unreasonable middle-aged woman to oblivion. Why all this hassle, working tirelessly to earn compensation for that nasty woman? It's utterly stifling. Qin Feng, wake up. That world is not where you belong. It's merely an illusion. Awaken and reclaim your rightful place as the extraordinary genius you are. Tai Yuan watched Qin Feng challenge the illusion as if viewing a film, all the while voicing her frustrations. Yet, she was keenly aware of how formidable the illusionary cube on the 5th level was. Currently, Qin Feng was deeply ensnared in the illusion, with his memories synchronized to the identity within that world, making it exceedingly difficult for him to awaken. He was entirely unaware of his predicament or his true abilities. Consciousness dictates form. Qin Feng's awareness was as if shackled, deeply sealed away, resulting in his inability to perceive the immense power he possessed. He acted and thought like an ordinary person. The more he succumbed to this, the harder it became for him to regain consciousness, until he was utterly lost in the illusion. Fortunately, this was a challenge within the Chaos Tower, where failure would not lead to dire consequences. Unlike some naturally occurring illusions or high-level illusions cast by powerful beings, which could blur the line between reality and fantasy, ordinary martial artists caught in such illusions might find themselves trapped for decades, even centuries. Terrifying indeed. In the illusion, Qin Feng arrived at the barbecue restaurant for his part-time job. This establishment was renowned in Jiangcheng, a national chain known for its exquisite flavors, bustling with business during the evenings, necessitating a large number of part-time staff. Xiao Feng, you're finally here. Quickly, get ready. We have a distinguished gold card customer arriving tonight. You must ensure the place is spotless to the highest standards. The assistant manager, overwhelmed with work, immediately instructed Qin Feng upon seeing him. A bit bewildered, Qin Feng followed his colleagues to help with the cleaning. About half an hour later, a luxurious sports car pulled up, followed by several equally expensive vehicles. A group of young men and women, chatting and laughing, entered the restaurant, greeted respectfully by the manager as they proceeded to the finest private room. Is that the young master from Hengyu Group? It's my first time seeing him. He is not bad looking at all. Oh please, aren't you just enamored by his wealth? At barely 1.7 meters tall and with a round face, he is hardly handsome. Exactly. Compared to our university's Xiao Feng, he's in a completely different league. Can good looks be eaten? Even if the young master from Hengyu Group looked like a pig, I'd still be interested. Just think. Being with him means I'd never have to struggle again and could live the life of a wealthy lady. A few waitresses whispered among themselves, initially uninterested. Qin Feng's attention was piqued upon hearing that it was the young master from Hengyu Group. His expression hardened. Indeed. This is the very group where I had my interview this morning, and the position I applied for was replaced by a friend of this young master. What a twist of fate. Qin Feng's mood soured considerably. Just then, the manager hurried over. Qin Feng, shortly. You and Xiao Qian and the others will be responsible for serving this private room. In an instant, Qin Feng comprehended the implications. In this establishment, he and the mentioned young ladies were all of exceptional appearance and grace. Accompanying his colleagues, he entered the room, bearing fresh, air-freighted meat. The female staff quickly touched up their makeup and adjusted their collars, beaming as they introduced the dishes to the guests. However, Qin Feng's gaze fell coldly upon a portly young man clad in designer attire, exuding disdain. This disdainful look did not go unnoticed by young Master Feng Long. Once the meal concluded, Feng Long placed his backpack in the room before departing, surrounded by the female servers. Only Qin Feng remained to tidy up the space. Oblivious to the fact that he had caught someone's attention, Feng Long soon returned with his entourage. What are you doing? How audacious to steal young Master Feng's backpack. Manager Chen, it seems your staff here has sticky fingers. Qin Feng stood frozen. Realizing that the backpack he intended to return to the manager was now the center of a chaotic scene, where accusations flew thick and fast. It dawned on him that he had fallen into a trap. Yet, he could not fathom why such privileged individuals would take an interest in a mere ordinary server like himself. Damn it, what kind of rotten luck is this? Why does everything have to go awry today? Young Master Feng, that is not the case. Xiao Feng likely noticed your backpack was left behind and meant to return it. Manager Chen attempted to clarify. Yet, Qin Feng harbored no illusions. Given the malice behind this situation, no explanation would suffice. Indeed, in the next moment, a sycophant rebuked sharply. What, Manager Chen, are you planning to shield your subordinate? It appears your establishment is rather unclean. Upon hearing this, Manager Chen understood, standing frozen, forced to offer insincere smiles. As an ordinary server, he certainly could not afford to offend Feng Long for Qin Feng's sake. The private room typically catered to esteemed clients and lacked surveillance. At this juncture, the truth had become irrelevant. While Manager Chen grappled with how to address the situation, the sycophant continued with condescension. Our young Master Feng is quite magnanimous. For him, this trifling loss is akin to worthless paper. However, your actions have displeased him. If you are willing to kneel and bow 3 times, he may consider this incident forgotten. The young men and women accompanying Feng Long erupted into laughter, jeering. A brief kneel won't cost you anything. Perhaps if young Master Feng is pleased, he might even reward you with a position as a cleaning supervisor, earning several times more than your current salary. Otherwise, you may find it difficult to continue as a server here. Manager Chen, feeling helpless, patted Qin Feng on the shoulder, saying, Xiao Feng, a true gentleman knows when to yield. Don't let pride interfere with money. Nevertheless, despite the suppression of his memories, Qin Feng could not choose to compromise his principles. With a scoff, he retorted, fool. He then removed his uniform from the barbecue restaurant and strode out decisively. Watching him depart, Feng Long, who had maintained an air of superiority, could no longer contain himself. His voice lowered. Good. You have spirit. In 10 minutes. I want all the information on this person. In Jiangcheng, how dare anyone offend me, Feng Long. I shall see what this fellow is truly capable of. Chapter 59. Jumping from the 20th floor, nothing happened? Soon, Feng Long obtained most of Qin Feng's information as he desired. So that's it. I knew this wretched loser harbored such animosity towards me. Feng Long chuckled derisively. It turns out this fool interviewed at our company and, likely after being rejected, has nursed a grudge. Furthermore, this impoverished wretch must be envious upon encountering me. Upon learning this, the petty Feng Long took immediate action. He instructed his uncle to inform companies within their circle to keep an eye on Qin Feng, alleging that Qin Feng was of questionable character and lacked industry ethics. This effectively ensured that major firms would not consider hiring Qin Feng, given that there were already few financial companies in Jiangcheng. This maneuver decisively obstructed Qin Feng's chances of securing a position in his field. Moreover, since he had also left the barbecue restaurant, his prospects dwindled further. Over the following months, Qin Feng faced repeated interview failures, leading to considerable confusion. One day, he accidentally discovered that this entire predicament was orchestrated by Feng Long. As his savings dwindled and the pressure of his mother's medical bills mounted, Qin Feng felt a mix of anger and frustration. One day, while visiting his mother in the hospital, he encountered the rotund woman from the car accident, who had the audacity to confront his mother in her hospital room, berating her and demanding compensation. The woman's harsh words echoed insensitively, disregarding his mother's frail condition. Witnessing this scene ignited a furious blaze within Qin Feng. He could not comprehend why, having promised compensation within 2 months, this woman would still insist on harassing them. At that moment, A terrifying thought took root in Qin Feng's mind. He truly wished to eliminate this woman. If only the world could be free of such torment. The realization of this thought shocked him. How could he entertain such violent ideas in a society governed by law? No matter the circumstance, violence was not the answer. Yet, despite these reflections, a tempest of violent thoughts continued to swell within him. Wouldn't life be simpler if violence could resolve problems? Why was he not living in such a world? Shaking his head to dispel these dark notions, he forcibly restrained his anger, summoning hospital security to remove the woman. His mother, devoid of anger or blame, gazed at him with sorrowful eyes, filled with empathy yet unable to find the words. From her expression, Qin Feng perceived despair and sorrow, along with guilt and concern for her son. He swiftly reassured her, promising that he was working on the financial situation and would soon advance his salary at work. His supervisor valued him and would surely agree. Upon returning home, Qin Feng sought 2 additional part-time jobs, fully occupying his time, sacrificing sleep to just 5 hours a day, and working frantically to earn money to cover his mother's medical expenses. In the chaos of the tower, witnessing these events, Tai Yuan was nearly beside herself with rage. She could not grasp why people could be so cruel to Qin Feng. How could he endure such treatment? Most would have reacted with violence or simply given up. Yet, Qin Feng did not lament his fate nor surrender. Instead, he faced each challenge with resolve, diligently seeking solutions to even the most arduous situations. Moreover, he bore his burdens alone, masquerading before his mother as if all was well. He contained all negative energy within himself, displaying an astonishing resilience. Tai Yuan felt a deep admiration for him. In a dreamlike realm, one night, having completed his part-time job, Qin Feng was enveloped by an inexplicable sense of unease, as though an ominous event was imminent. He sensed that something was amiss and promptly made his way to the hospital, only to discover that his mother was absent from her ward, leaving behind a letter. Upon reading the note, Qin Feng's countenance shifted dramatically. He quickly reviewed the hospital surveillance footage and realized that his mother had ascended to the rooftop. Without hesitation, he dashed upstairs. On the rooftop, Qin's mother stood gazing over the city, its vibrant neon lights illuminating the bustling life below. Tears streamed down her cheeks silently. Xiaofeng, I am so sorry, she whispered. Without me, with your intelligence and diligence, you could have undoubtedly been leading a far better and easier life. Perhaps, I should not have been such a burden to you. Xiaofeng, I beg for your forgiveness for leaving without a word. You must live well, for yourself. You will always be my most exceptional son, and I love you dearly. As she sobbed quietly, she lamented her desire to continue supporting her son, yet feared being a hindrance. Since her illness began 3 years ago, she had contemplated ending her own life multiple times, but ultimately refrained, knowing how devoted Qin Feng was. If she were to depart, he, still pursuing his university education, would undoubtedly suffer immensely. Thus, she had held on until this moment. Now, however, Qin Feng had graduated from university, earning an outstanding diploma, and was capable of living independently. She did not wish for him to continue enduring such hardships. With this thought, Qin's mother approached the edge of the rooftop and leapt off, whispering, "Goodbye, Xiaofeng. In the next life, if fate allows, I wish to be your mother once more." Just as Qin Feng reached the rooftop, he witnessed his mother, clad in a hospital gown, plummeting from the heights. His pupils dilated, bloodshot eyes wide with horror as he screamed, racing forward. No, 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 no. A wave of terror and sorrow engulfed him. Suddenly, he felt a thunderous crack within his mind, as though shackles had been shattered. A torrent of memories surged forth. Yet, he had no time to ponder these revelations. He accelerated, unleashing a speed tenfold greater than before, sprinting toward the rooftop. In a single bound, as he leapt from the rooftop, Qin's mother heard her son's voice. In her freefall, she instinctively turned to look upwards, her heart lurching at the sight of her beloved son also leaping from the precipice. Fear, guilt, and regret flooded her mind. However, before she could dwell on these emotions, Qin Feng had already grasped her midair. With a forceful reach, he aimed for a billboard, the window, and the edge of the building. After navigating through several windows, his velocity diminished, allowing for a nimble landing, unscathed. Once on the ground, Qin's mother stood in bewilderment, glancing around, then gazing up at the hospital building. What is happening? I jumped from the 20th floor, and yet I am unharmed? In that fleeting moment, while suspended in the air, Qin's mother had instinctively closed her eyes due to the wind's ferocity, missing the subsequent events. Am I dreaming? Or have I died and reached heaven? This afterlife seems no different. As she surveyed her surroundings and caught sight of Qin Feng, she was momentarily stunned. Xiaofeng, why did you jump too? You just graduated from university. You are in the prime of your life. How could you do something so foolish? Concern and admonishment etched on her face. She began to cry again. It is all my fault for being a burden all these years and now dragging you down. Qin Feng gazed at his mother with a gentle smile, listening as she spoke. After a moment, he stepped forward and embraced her. Mom, we are alive. If you don't believe me, pinch yourself, he said softly with a smile. Stunned, Qin's mother pinched herself. Ouch, I'm really not dead. What on earth is happening? Qin Feng smiled reassuringly. Because your son is a superhero. Then, Adopting a serious tone, he implored, "Mom, trust me. I can handle the financial matters. Please, do not do anything reckless again." Having regained his memories and clarity, Qin Feng was now in full command of his body, endowed with the abilities of a third-tier martial artist. In this urban realm of illusions, he was akin to an invincible being. As long as he was not struck by a nuclear bomb, he was virtually indestructible. At half the speed of sound, it would be exceedingly difficult for ordinary firearms to hit him, and even if they did, they would only inflict minor injuries. Earning quick money would be a trivial endeavor. Observing her son's earnest demeanor, Qin's mother felt an unexplainable surge of confidence. Coupled with the miraculous event of surviving a 10-story fall, she began to believe that her son truly could achieve anything. After escorting his mother back to her hospital room and seeing her settled, Qin Feng smiled and said, "I love you, Mom. See you tomorrow." He exited the room with a gentle smile, carefully closing the door behind him. However, as he turned away, his expression darkened. In a hushed tone, akin to the lament of death itself, he muttered, "If you compel me to commit murder, then so be it, as you wish." On the street, the recently discharged plump woman, Wang Meichun, gleefully rode her electric scooter, reveling in unexpected fortune. Who would have thought this would happen? That foolish boy has crossed paths with young Master Feng. It's truly amusing. He'll likely be oblivious to how he meets his end. After conducting some investigations, Feng Long discovered the incident involving Wang Meichun and Qin Feng. Consequently, he contacted her at the hospital, providing her with a sum of money to harass Qin Feng's mother. This prompted Qin's mother to contemplate suicide moments ago. For Wang Meichun, harboring disdain for Qin Feng, this task was one she eagerly accepted, especially with a financial incentive. Young Master Feng is truly generous. Just for this simple task, he has given me 100,000. That's 2 years' worth of salary. Feeling fortunate, she pondered treating herself to a gold necklace. As she beamed with delight, her plump, greasy face seemed to contort with joy. Suddenly, she noticed a shadowy figure emerging from the alley ahead. Startled, Wang Meichun slammed the brakes, losing control of her scooter, which collided with the wall. Bang! She fell to the ground, resembling a heap of discarded flesh. Immediately, she erupted in anger. "Who the hell are you, you foolish idiot? Don't you value your life? I'm afraid I've fallen, oh my. Let me tell you, you cannot escape. You must compensate me handsomely." "Humph, compensation? What kind of recompense do you desire?" From the shadows, a chilling, mocking laughter echoed. Then, a tall and slender figure slowly emerged. Wang Meichun felt the voice was somewhat familiar. Upon looking up and recognizing Qin Feng, her fury intensified. "Why is it you again, you impoverished fool? You haven't compensated me from last time. And now you've caused me to fall again. How unfortunate." Wang Meichun was utterly speechless, her emotions a tangled web. On one hand, she was pleased that this naive college student could be easily intimidated and tricked into providing compensation. On the other hand, she was discontented with the fact that Qin Feng was indeed a pauper, lacking the means to pay her promptly. Wang Meichun glared at Qin Feng, furrowing her brow. She had a peculiar sensation that the boy before her seemed transformed. Before she could contemplate further, an unforgettable scene unfolded before her eyes. The dimly lit alley was suddenly illuminated as if it were noon. The source of the light emanated from Qin Feng's palm. A blade-like aura, reminiscent of a fantastical film, coalesced in his grasp. Wang Meichun slumped to the ground, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. In the next moment, the blade aura sliced forth in rapid succession. Slash, 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 slash. Wang Meichun was cleaved into 5 segments. "How do you find this compensation?" Qin Feng smiled indifferently, stepping out from the shadows like a reaper emerging from the depths of hell. Cold and unfeeling, Wang Meichun stared at her dismembered body. An indescribable dread surged within her mind. The sudden turn of events caused her already dim intellect to completely malfunction, rendering her unable to comprehend the unfolding chaos. Heaven's sins may be forgiven. Self-inflicted ones are inexcusable. The flickering streetlight in the dim alley blinked out, and Qin Feng vanished, leaving only a faint whisper in the wind. Meanwhile, Wang Meichun, the plump woman marked by a dark mole, could only await her demise in the foul, shadowy alley, trembling in terror. How exhilarating! In the Chaos Tower, Tai Yuan reclined on the couch, exhaling a breath of relief. That young lad, Qin Feng, has finally regained his clarity. Quite commendable. The illusion was meant to last 5 years, yet he shattered it in just 23 days. Observing Qin Feng's return to lucidity, Tai Yuan felt a swell of satisfaction. Witnessing his vengeful actions, Tai Yuan could hardly contain her praise. This is how it should be. For cultivators, clarity of thought is paramount. To cower and hesitate is to forfeit the path to invincibility. Now that Qin Feng has awakened, the illusion can be dispelled at any moment. At the Royal Dynasty Club, the finest establishment in Jiang City, Feng Long and his entourage reveled in a luxurious private room. Indulging in excess, the air was thick with the acrid scent of debauchery. "Young Master Feng, you haven't seen the expression on that fool Qin Feng's face after each interview. I'll have them record it for you. It will surely refresh your spirits." One sycophant chuckled. Oh, is that so? If that is the case, it would be rather mundane. I desire to see even more exhilarating expressions. Fang Long grinned wickedly. Under the influence of drugs, his gaze was foggy, and he emphasized the word stimulating. I heard that fool is quite filial. His mother is hospitalized at the Second People's Hospital. You know? The sycophant paused, his eyes darting as realization dawned on him. Young master, fear not. I will handle this. I guarantee she won't live for many days. Hee hee. Crack. The sound of shattering glass startled everyone in the room. Qin Feng burst through the window, surveying the scene within the private room, his brow furrowing. City dwellers certainly know how to indulge. The occupants of the room looked at Qin Feng with expressions of sheer terror and disbelief. What the hell? This is the 9th floor. How did this fool get in? Chapter 61. What kind of existence have I offended? Who is this guy? You scared me half to death. If I can't get up again, it's all your fault, you idiot. I'll make you pay. P.S. Qin Feng. Qin Feng. That foolish, impoverished dog who offended young Master Feng? What does he want? Fang Long slapped his somewhat dazed head, momentarily regaining a shred of clarity amidst the chaos. Qin Feng. Why is that fool here? No matter, let us take him down. 1,000,000 to whoever brings him down. Fang Long shouted gleefully. Upon hearing this, the men and women in the private room, too lazy to put on their clothes, charged at Qin Feng. 1,000,000. For these sycophants and those in the service industry. That was an immense fortune. All they needed to do was subdue one young man. Despite his tall stature, surely a dozen against one would be an easy feat? Little brother, cooperate a bit. It will save you some pain. Yes, if you comply, the ladies might reward you later, a few service workers chimed in sweetly, attempting to leverage their charm to avoid a confrontation. Moreover, Qin Feng, being handsome and strong, was far more striking than many celebrities. His extraordinary appearance, coupled with rigorous martial training, made him exceptionally appealing. These women were eager to see what he was made of. Had it been an ordinary college student, he would likely have been quaking in fear. But Qin Feng was no ordinary student. Having encountered the likes of Han Xiaoya, Bai Qingming, Di Wolin, and Ji Weiwei, each a paragon of beauty, how could he be swayed by such mundane charms? At that moment, Fang Long's minions had already closed in on Qin Feng, attempting to tackle and restrain him. Fang Long could hardly contain his excitement, imagining how he would torment Qin Feng. However, in the blink of an eye, Qin Feng's figure vanished from sight. Fang Long jolted, suddenly much more alert. Where did he go? Bang, bang, bang. His motley crew of henchmen flew through the air, each one propelled by an immense force, crashing into various corners of the private room, sprawled out like fried shrimp, curled up in agony. All of this transpired in an instant. Fang Long was left bewildered. Qin Feng's handsome silhouette reappeared, seated elegantly on the couch, legs crossed, exuding confidence and grace. Heaven offers a path which you refuse to tread. Hell has no gates, yet you willingly plunge in. Qin Feng smiled serenely, gazing at the terrified Fang Long, who had fallen to the ground in panic. Fang Long extended a trembling hand, pointing at Qin Feng. Who are you? You were supposed to be a mere college student from a destitute background, utterly pitiable. This certainly doesn't resemble an ordinary student. I do believe you were a professional assassin. Qin Feng found no amusement in answering his adversary's queries. He merely observed, with an expression of indifference. He channeled his vital energy, and a brilliant white light emanated from his palm. Waves of cutting energy surged forth, slicing through the air toward Fang Long, whose eyes widened in terror. Is this the legendary blade aura? Fang Long felt a shiver run down his spine. What kind of formidable being had he offended? However, before he could ponder further, a wave of excruciating pain coursed through his body. The dazzling light of the blade energy erupted around him like fireworks, crackling and popping. It hurt. It hurt terribly. Fang Long experienced a level of agony that was beyond comprehension. Time slowed to a crawl, each second stretching out with agonizing clarity. Regret filled him. Why did he provoke Qin Feng? The man had lost his job and had done nothing to him. Amidst the turmoil of regret and suffering, Fang Long felt himself fragment into many pieces. Inside the private room, the others began to recover slightly from their pain. Witnessing the earlier scene left them in shock. Little brother, I have nothing to do with them. I'm merely a service provider in a special industry, earning money for my family. My mother is ill and requires substantial funds. I was forced to work in this establishment and have never harmed anyone. A woman immediately scrambled to her feet, kneeling with profound reverence, her voice trembling as she pleaded, please don't kill me. I saw nothing. I will do anything you ask. My mother and younger brother are waiting for me. Please. Zhang Xiaoyan began to bow repeatedly, the sound echoing on the floor. The other women quickly followed suit, mimicking her actions in a desperate bid for mercy. Qin Feng frowned, his expression laced with disdain. It must be said that the woman was quite the actress. Had it been anyone else, they might have been deceived. But Qin Feng, a third-tier martial general, possessed an exceptional sense of hearing. He had overheard snippets of their conversations before entering the room, precisely for this moment. The woman had not appeared in such a pitiful state before Fang Long and the others. Guilty ones shall perish. The innocent may be spared. Though Qin Feng was aware that he was in an illusory realm, He could not help but ponder the theory of parallel worlds. After all, this felt astonishingly real. Moreover, given his own experience of crossing over, the existence of parallel worlds was not beyond the realm of possibility. At that moment, he recognized the woman before him as a fraud, especially with her cunning use of her mother's grave illness as a pretext. How deep her scheming ran. Ignoring her pleas, Qin Feng unleashed a blade of energy that swiftly ended her life. Subsequently, a series of blade energies erupted within the room, leaving fewer and fewer survivors. Ultimately, from the original group of 18, only one girl remained, cowering in the corner, trembling. Yet, the anticipated death blow did not arrive. When she opened her eyes, the handsome figure resembling the Grim Reaper had vanished. He spared me? Why? Could it be that he knows about me? Shangwan Xiao let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly donned her clothing. After all, he must be the legendary reclusive immortal, capable of various divine arts. Surely, it was not unusual for him to be aware of her circumstances. Casting a glance at the decapitated Zhang Xiaoyan, she wore a look of disdain. How shameless Zhang Xiaoyan was, using her family's plight as her own to elicit sympathy. Thankfully, she had encountered an immortal who could see through all. Evil begets evil. Should she call the police? Shangwan Xiao hesitated. The deaths of over a dozen individuals constituted a serious crime. As a party involved, she could hardly escape culpability. However, if she reported it, would it trouble the immortal? No, that wouldn't do. After contemplating for a minute, Shangwan Xiao approached the floor-to-ceiling window, checked that no one was below, and tossed several bottles out. Then, she pressed the call button for the front desk and, with determination, slammed her forehead against the wall, collapsing to the ground in a feigned state of unconsciousness. Unbeknownst to Qin Feng, the unfortunate soul he had inadvertently spared had considered so much on his behalf. Chapter 62. So my son is the reincarnation of an immortal? In the ensuing 5 years, Qin Feng, armed with powers far surpassing those of this world, effortlessly earned money to treat his mother's illness. Simultaneously, he accompanied her, teaching her body refinement techniques, meridian opening methods, bone tempering practices, and the three-phase breathing technique. However, since this was an illusory realm, he was unable to bring any elixirs with him. His mother had to rely on absorbing the scant spiritual energy present in the air for her cultivation. Progress was slow, yet gradual improvement was evident. After 5 years, she finally reached a vital energy level of 100, and under Qin Feng's guidance, she broke through to become a true first-tier martial artist. Qin Feng continuously gathered spiritual materials and plants from this world for his mother, coupled with the cultivation of martial arts to enhance her vitality and spirit. Miraculously, his mother's severe illness began to heal itself, leading to a complete recovery. This astonishing turn of events left the doctors in the hospital awestruck, declaring it a miracle. In this world, Qin Feng also left a bank card for those ordinary individuals who had once aided him, each receiving a sum of 10 to 20 million. One day, Qin Feng and his mother traveled the globe, arriving at a breathtaking mountain. As they watched the sunrise, their spirits soared. His mother exuded a vibrant glow, her once gloomy demeanor replaced by radiance, clad in a brilliant red gown. After her breakthrough, she was rejuvenated, appearing as though she were in her 20s despite being 40. To this day, Qin mother found it hard to believe that she had healed from her grave illness and embarked on the path of cultivation. Her son was indeed a formidable practitioner. Though questions swirled in her mind, she remained silent, respecting the unspoken understanding between them. Mom, I fear I must leave, Qin Feng murmured. His mother's smile faltered momentarily, yet she quickly regained her composure, as if she had anticipated this. With a gentle smile, she asked, will you return? Qin Feng pondered for a moment, then replied, I'm not sure. Ah, I see. His mother smiled as she affectionately ruffled his hair. Child, go forth. To where you need to be. You have done enough for me over the years. It is time for you to live your own life. If it is possible, if you have the chance, come back to see your mother occasionally. I will always be living in Jiangqing. Qin Feng's eyes glistened with emotion as he nodded. Okay. I love you, Mom. Now I must go. Yes, go on. His mother said with a smile and a nod. After sharing a final embrace with her, Qin Feng turned resolutely away. Suddenly, his true energy surged forth, and he wielded his hand like a blade, unleashing a powerful slash. 4 long, 100-meter blades of energy struck a particular point in space, causing the air to shatter like a mirror, creating a web of cracks. Subsequently, a rift in space appeared, and vibrant light cascaded down as Qin Feng ascended. Soaring into the fissure, his mother stood in shock. My little Feng, is he truly the reincarnation of an immortal? As Qin Feng's vision darkened, the scene shifted, returning him to the grand hall of the Chaos Tower, prepared for his next challenge. Congratulations to the host for successfully overcoming the first illusion challenge of the 5th level of the Chaos Tower's illusory cube. The subsequent 6 illusions are now available for the host to challenge at any time. The prompt sound echoed in the air. Qin Feng felt a sense of nostalgia. 5 years had passed within the illusion, yet only a little more than a day had elapsed in reality. The time dilation was astonishing, a 1,000-fold acceleration. Regrettably, I exist merely as consciousness, my spirit having entered the Chaos Tower, rather than my physical form. Otherwise, after 5 years of cultivation in the illusion, even without medicinal pills and with scarce spiritual energy, I could have significantly enhanced my vitality through body refinement techniques. Shaking his head, Qin Feng chose not to dwell on it. This journey through the illusion, spent in the warm company of his mother for 5 years, was indeed a rare blessing. What delighted Qin Feng even more was that, although his vitality had not improved, his mental strength had seen a remarkable increase. This experience had granted him a substantial boost of 7 points in mental fortitude. It is worth noting that enhancing mental strength is a challenging endeavor. Typically, a third-tier martial general might only achieve an increase of 2 points in a month. Yet, Qin Feng had reaped 7 points in less than 2 days within the illusion. What a tremendous gain. If the following illusions also offer mental strength rewards, it would be utterly delightful, with 7 points from each illusion. That could amount to a total of 49 points. For now, Qin Feng decided against embarking on the second illusion challenge and instead exited the Chaos Tower. Today marked the day of the grand competition, and it was prudent to resolve his early graduation matters first. During the time Qin Feng was engaged in the challenge of the 5th level's illusory cube, the special training camp was hosting its second grand competition. Hey, where's Qin Feng? I haven't seen him around, Han Xiaoyao remarked, sucking on a lime-flavored lollipop and peering around curiously. Wan Lei shook his head. I don't know. Before I came here, I knocked on Brother Feng's door, but there was no response. I even called him, but he didn't pick up. Bai Qingning said quietly, he might be in training. Given the importance of the grand competition, he surely wouldn't miss it. Perhaps he'll arrive shortly. However, Qin Feng's figure was still conspicuously absent. The tests commenced, focusing on vitality and combat strength, along with sparring matches. This time, an additional woman appeared on the podium, Lu Yanmei, clad in a purple ceremonial gown. A piece of S-grade defensive equipment, Lu Yanmei was a formidable presence, a late-stage 6th-tier martial venerable. She was a senior sister to Di Wolin, both disciples of the Green Bamboo Empress. Lu Yanmei served as a deputy commander in the Dragon Guard Army, an elite force surpassing the ordinary Demon Suppression Army in rank. The status of a deputy commander held far more prestige than that of an ordinary commander in the Demon Suppression Army. What brings you here, sister? Di Wolin inquired with a smile. Aren't you busy preparing for the Dragon Guard Army's assessment? Lu Yanmei replied cheerfully. I was assigned to the neighboring Haitan province to escort a few disciples from a sect for the Dragon Guard Army's assessment. Since you, dear Linlin, are the chief instructor here at the Jiang Province Special Training Camp, I thought I would come by to see you and perhaps scout for some promising talents. Unlike Di Wolin's serious demeanor, her senior sister was quite lively and extroverted. Upon hearing the nickname Linlin, Di Wolin's expression shifted. She leaned closer to her sister and whispered, Sister, there are so many outsiders here. Could you please give me a bit of face? By the way, what status and strength do those disciples from the sect possess that would require you, a deputy commander of the Dragon Guard Army, to personally escort them? Lu Yanmei chuckled lightly. It's nothing of great importance, just that the higher-ups have a good relationship with the sect's leader, so they asked me to assist in showing respect. As for their strength, I've heard one of them is quite talented, just turned 20 and already at the late stage of the 3rd-tier martial general. Di Wolin nodded. At 20 years old, being at the late stage of the 3rd tier was indeed impressive. Such talent could easily rank among the top 10 nationwide. However, Di Wolin was not overly surprised. After all, there were also such geniuses within their special training camp. With a smile, Di Wolin said to Lu Yanmei, Sister, you should keep your eyes peeled. Our special training camp has produced a super genius this time. Oh, Lu Yanmei's curiosity was piqued. The fact that Di Wolin felt the need to emphasize this after mentioning the 20-year-old 3rd-tier genius suggested that the super genius she was referring to might indeed be extraordinary. Chapter 63. Is this the supreme bone body? What kind of super genius is it? Lu Yanmei inquired with intrigue. Just wait and see. Di Wolin teased, withholding further details. In her view, Qin Feng had just turned 18 and was already at the 2nd tier, 2nd level. Furthermore, his rate of advancement was astonishing. He would surely be able to compete with the genius from the sect in Haidan province. By the time Qin Feng turned 20, he would likely reach the 4th tier. Di Wolin stood up and proclaimed loudly, Today, we have a distinguished guest at our special training camp. She gestured toward her sister beside her. Lu Yanmei, deputy commander of the Dragon Guard Army, and a late-stage 6th tier martial venerable. At this announcement, the crowd erupted in astonishment. A mix of surprise due to her rank and her esteemed position. It is a privilege for you all that Commander Lu has graced our special training camp with her presence today. I believe many of you have heard of the Dragon Guard Army. It is the most elite force in the Xia Kingdom. Joining the Dragon Guard Army is an honor and aspiration for every martial artist. Being part of the Dragon Guard Army comes with status, considerable power, and minimal obligations, as they do not demand too much from you. However, they can offer you abundant assistance. If you can demonstrate sufficient talent, Commander Lu might just provide you with an opportunity. With this motivating speech, the hearts of the several hundred spirited young men and women surged with excitement. Among the crowd from Jiangxing 3rd High School, Qian was curious about what the Dragon Guard army was. Han Xiaoya immediately provided information. The Dragon Guard army is the most elite and powerful force in the Xia Kingdom. It was founded over 2,800 years ago by the Dragon Blood Martial God, originally intended to penetrate critical front lines and eliminate enemy leaders. Like a dagger thrust into the heart of the enemy. At the same time, it protects our homeland. It is said that since its inception, the Dragon Guard army has only admitted geniuses and advocates for survival of the fittest. Initially, there were only a little over 3,000 members, but after more than 2 millennia, it has grown to 50,000, all of whom are absolute geniuses selected from among millions. Qian and Wan Lei listened intently, their faces reflecting awe and aspiration. Han Xiaoya, with a proud smile, continued, the Dragon Guard army possesses an abundance of resources, with each member being a genius in their own right. With ample support and frequent excursions into interdimensional rifts and wilderness areas for training, their strength continues to grow. Furthermore, these members hold high status, enjoying significant recognition within the martial artist community. The Dragon Guard army is divided into 7 ranks: ordinary members, captains, battle generals, deputy commanders, commanders, deputy legion commanders, and legion commanders. Even the most ordinary member of the Dragon Guard army is highly regarded in smaller cities. While a third-tier battle general can wield influence comparable to that of a director of a municipal martial arts office. Today, the vice commander Lu Yanmei has arrived, and she is now able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the esteemed Lord Murong of Jiang City. Remarkable, isn't it? Wan Lei, Qian, and the others were astonished. Han Xiaoya nodded. Indeed. However, joining the Dragon Guard Corps is exceedingly challenging. It is said that one must attain the 3rd tier before turning 21, and that is merely the threshold for selection. To actually enter the Dragon Guard Corps, one must undergo even more rigorous assessments, competing for a limited number of spots against the nation's prodigies. Well then, I suppose I have little hope left. Qian's gaze dimmed. Wan Lei also smiled wryly. I estimate it will be quite difficult for me as well. Achieving the late stage of the 2nd tier by the age of 21 would be commendable. Feng Gu, by Qingning, they should have no issues. Suddenly, Han Xiaoya looked up. Scanning the area, where on earth is Qin Feng? Surely he hasn't read too many novels and intends to make a dramatic entrance like a protagonist at the last possible moment? The more she thought about it, the more convinced she became. Han Xiaoya sighed, shaking her head. This narcissistic and melodramatic fellow is beyond redemption. A similar scene unfolded in various corners of the venue. Many individuals harbored aspirations toward the Dragon Guard Corps and were well informed about it. At this moment, they eagerly assumed the role of commentators, sharing insights with classmates and friends. Meanwhile, the testing for the day had commenced. With the encouragement of D. Wolin, everyone appeared to be filled with immense excitement. However, the vitality test measures the relentless efforts of the past. A momentary realization and lofty ambitions cannot conjure miracles. Half an hour later, Shi Hao was called to the testing stage. Among the crowd, Shi Hao emerged, clad in sleek silver armor, walking with a straight posture. A faint confidence adorned his face. Shi Hao seems to have grown significantly stronger. D. Wolin was taken aback as she sensed a shift in the aura surrounding him. Her intuition proved correct. Shi Hao had indeed become much stronger. Just days prior, Shi Hao's unique martial physique had awakened. The supreme bone body, once awakened, passively absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, storing it within the golden supreme bone. This energy is continuously transformed into gentle vitality that the host can absorb. Shi Hao's supreme bone body had awakened, and as of today, it had just completed its first wave of energy accumulation. An invisible valve opened, allowing the gentle vitality to surge forth from his supreme bone, nourishing his limbs and bones. Years of accumulation had finally culminated in Shi Hao's first rapid growth spurt. His cultivation level surged directly into the 1st tier, 10th level. He was now at the pinnacle of the 1st tier, with only a small step remaining until the 2nd tier. While Shi Hao recognized that he still lagged behind Qin Feng's 2nd tier, 2nd level, who was likely already at the 3rd level, he felt reassured that the gap had significantly narrowed. He was no longer utterly powerless against him. Moreover, once he stepped into the 2nd tier and underwent bone refinement, the absorption rate of spiritual energy by his supreme bone would accelerate dramatically. Consequently, the intervals for replenishing vitality would shorten considerably. In other words, his advancement in vitality would occur at a much faster pace. Shi Hao brimmed with confidence. In this competition, he was determined to engage in a friendly duel with Qin Feng. Approaching the vitality testing device, Shi Hao confidently placed his hand upon it. Vitality reading, 3,995. 1st tier, 10th level. The staff announced loudly. Instantly, the entire assembly of students was left in stunned silence. What on earth? How did Shi Hao reach the 1st tier, 10th level? Wasn't he merely at the 6th level during the last competition? In just 20 days, how could he have advanced by 4 levels? Moreover, with a vitality reading of 399, he could break into the 2nd tier at any moment, given sufficient meridian openings. Incredible. He would certainly challenge Qin Feng now. Wouldn't he? Without a doubt, Even Qin Feng could not underestimate this pinnacle of the first tier, Shihao. All the students were utterly astonished. Shihao's ascent was nothing short of terrifying. Some students, unfamiliar with Qin Feng, even speculated that, at his peak, Qin Feng's rate of advancement was likely on par with this. Even Di Ruolin and Wang Tianhao were quite taken aback. Is this what Director Jiang referred to as the power of the Supreme Bone Body? Truly astonishing. Di Ruolin felt elated. The emergence of more geniuses from the special training camp implied that future rewards would be even more substantial, lifting her spirits. Chapter 64. Goddess Ji must be in first place. Wang Tianhao chuckled. Unfortunately, Director Jiang had to leave the training camp early due to other matters. Otherwise, he would surely be delighted. Nearby, Lu Yanmei expressed interest. The Supreme Bone Body? Such an extraordinary rarity. It is said to be a powerful physique that originated thousands of years ago. This is indeed a promising candidate. Perhaps we should consider enrolling him in the Dragon Guard Corps Martial Emperor Seed class. After another 10 minutes or so, Ji Weiwei stepped up for her test. Ever since her defeat to Qin Feng in the last competition, she had chosen to absorb the sacred artifact bestowed by her sect master, the Moonlight Crystal, ahead of time. After a period of absorption and cultivation, her realm surged significantly. Ji Weiwei took out a handkerchief and meticulously wiped the testing device several times before commencing the test. The device emitted a brilliant red light, capturing everyone's attention. After a brief 10 seconds, the results were in. Vitality reading, 7,113. Second tier, 6th level. The crowd was in shock. Second tier, 6th level? Good heavens. What has happened to Goddess Ji? How could she have ascended 4 minor realms in such a short time? At second tier, 6th level, her cultivation was surely higher than Qin Feng's. Astounding. Indeed, my Goddess Ji is unparalleled in talent. At only 18 years old, she is already nearing the late stage of the second tier. How terrifying. Without a doubt, this competition will crown her as the champion. This special training camp is truly a hidden gem, teeming with talent. First there was Qin Feng, and now Shihao and Ji Weiwei, each more extraordinary than the last. The students were abuzz with discussion, their emotions quite complex. Witnessing the astonishing advancements of Shihao and Ji Weiwei, they compared it to their own recent breakthroughs into the ranks of martial artists. Could the disparity between individuals be this vast? Is this what it means to be a genius? Shaolin, you have truly surprised your senior sister. Another super genius? The Jiang Province Special Training Camp boasts such an abundance of promising talents. Jiang Province's college entrance examination will certainly make waves this year. Lu Yanmei was elated. Junior sister, is this the super genius you mentioned earlier? At just 18 years old, second tier, 6th level. This was about the level she had reached in her youth. Although whether she can fully realize her potential depends on many factors, her innate talent is indeed remarkable. Beside her, Di Ruolin was similarly astonished. She had clearly been speaking of Qin Feng moments ago. Yet now, she couldn't fathom that Ji Weiwei had already reached second tier, 6th level. This terrifying rate of advancement was even more astounding than Qin Feng's transition from the first to the second tier. She couldn't help but harbor slight doubts. Does Qin Feng currently stand at such a high level as Ji Weiwei? Perhaps only at the 4th or 5th level. Di Ruolin offered an awkward smile and candidly said, Senior sister, actually, I wasn't referring to her. Huh. Lu Yanmei turned to look at her. Is there yet another expert? The students remained astounded by the performances of Shihao and Ji Weiwei, engaging in fervent discussions. As they observed the two individuals displaying their remarkable skills, drawing the attention of the crowd, envy coursed through the hearts of the onlookers. They too yearned for a moment of explosive growth, to swiftly elevate themselves and emerge as shining stars in this grand competition, gaining fame across vast distances. Alas, reality proved to be harsh. Aside from these two, no other participants exhibited such astonishing advancements. This led at least half of the competitors to believe that the title of first place would undoubtedly belong to Ji Weiwei. A small faction, however, held out hope that Qin Feng would once again deliver an unexpected surprise. Only Xiao Yan comprehended the extent of Qin Feng's abilities, having witnessed him enter the gravity chamber rated at 30 times the Earth's gravity. If Qin Feng could endure such intensity, he could hardly be weaker than Ji Weiwei. Just wait, Brother Qin will demonstrate who the true champion of this training camp is. Xiao Yan harbored deep admiration for Qin Feng. Minutes later, the staff called out, Qin Feng, it's your turn for testing. It was finally Qin Feng's moment. Come on, win brother, unleash your formidable vitality and decisively overpower that Ji woman. Without a doubt, both Shihao and Ji Weiwei had made significant progress, so it was only logical that Win brother had also experienced considerable growth, right? Do you think Qin Feng can surpass Ji Weiwei? It's hard to say. Ji Weiwei's leap to the second rank, 6th layer, is quite astonishing. Upon hearing Qin Feng's name, the students buzzed with excitement, craning their necks like giraffes in search of Qin Feng's figure, as if merely glimpsing him for a second would bring them joy. However, a minute passed, and still no sign of Qin Feng. What is going on? Where's Win brother? Could it be that he was intimidated by Ji Weiwei's elevation to the second rank, 6th layer? Or perhaps he is sulking after losing the chance for first place. Nonsense. My wind brother has faced 20 ferocious beasts in a day without flinching. How could he be afraid of a mere woman? Then how do you explain his absence? What could possibly be more important than this competition? The fans of Ji Weiwei and Qin Feng began to bicker fiercely. Han Xiaoya scanned the area anxiously. Where's that guy? How could he vanish at such a crucial moment? He Qian voiced her worry. What if he doesn't show up? Would that count as a forfeit? Making Ji Weiwei the guaranteed winner? Wan Lei furrowed his brow. Should I go check his dormitory and knock on Wind Brother's door? Hurry up, Han Xiaoya urged. On the podium, Wang Tianhao and Di Ruolin exchanged puzzled glances. Let us wait a bit longer, Di Ruolin suggested, using her formidable mental energy to scan the athletic field for Qin Feng's presence. Yet, she found nothing. Not only that, but even in the student dormitory, there was no sign of Qin Feng. What could be happening? Had he descended the mountain? Was it possible that Qin Feng was unaware that today was the competition day? Di Ruolin was at a loss. Little did she know, Qin Feng was currently in his single dormitory. Due to his celestial veil technique, he could only be seen by the naked eye. Mental energy could not uncover his whereabouts. As a result, Di Ruolin had no choice but to allow the other students to continue testing, temporarily skipping over Qin Feng. Lu Yanmei, intrigued, asked, Junior sister, is this Qin Feng the super genius you mentioned earlier? As a 6th-tier martial sovereign, her vision and hearing were exceptionally acute. She gleaned much information from the reactions and discussions of the students. Di Ruolin nodded. Yes, but I wonder where he has gone. Among the crowd, Hao frowned. He had prepared himself to challenge Qin Feng, yet now, Qin Feng had seemingly vanished. Was this not absurd? He was not the only one confused. Ji Weiwei, with her silver hair, was also visibly perturbed. Gone was her usual nonchalance, though she rested with her eyes closed in a corner. She kept a portion of her focus on the testing area. Upon hearing the staff call for Qin Feng, she immediately opened her eyes, eager to see what stage Qin Feng had reached. Was he only at the 2nd rank, 3rd or 4th layer? But now, she was informed that Qin Feng had not arrived. This left Ji Weiwei feeling somewhat disheartened, as if she had exerted all her strength in a punch, only to find it landing on cotton. As the testing continued, one participant after another concluded their assessments, yet Qin Feng remained absent. Just when everyone presumed something had befallen him, a striking figure appeared outside the athletic field. Wang Tianhao rose and proclaimed, since Qin Feng has not arrived. Wait! Han Xiaoya shouted, raising her hand. She feared that if Qin Feng missed the competition, he would be judged as the last and eliminated, just like those students before him. After all, Commander Di Ruolin was quite strict and adhered to the rules. It can only be said that Han Xiaoya's concern led to her agitation. With such exceptional talent, how could the training camp possibly afford to eliminate Qin Feng? Wang Tianhao was momentarily taken aback by Han Xiaoya's words, glancing at Di Ruolin for guidance. Just then, Han Xiaoya shouted again, Qin Feng. Qin Feng has arrived. She leaped with excitement, pointing toward the entrance of the athletic field. The crowd turned in unison, and indeed, it was Qin Feng. A wave of cheers erupted within the field. Everyone was eager to witness a clash of titans. Without Qin Feng's participation, the competition seemed to lose its essence. Lu Yanmei too became curious, eager to see what made Qin Feng worthy of being called a super genius by her junior sister. She attempted to probe Qin Feng with her mental energy to assess his cultivation level. However, her efforts proved futile. Unable to probe? How intriguing. Was it an issue of physique or a result of some innate talent? Or perhaps he possessed a treasure or technique? After a brief moment of surprise, Lu Yanmei smiled, not dwelling on it. In her view, the ability to resist probing was not particularly remarkable. The capability to fight was the essence of a martial artist. Once Qin Feng joined the Dragon Guard, there would be plenty of powerful figures able to uncover his secrets. Even many formidable mentalists could easily discern Qin Feng's true nature. Shifting her focus back to Qin Feng's upcoming test, she exchanged a brief explanation with Wang Tianhao regarding his tardiness. Wang Tianhao nodded with a smile, unfazed. Such was the attitude reserved for a genius. Thus, Qin Feng stepped onto the field, ready for his assessment. Every student present turned their eyes toward him. Hao crossed his arms, watching Qin Feng in the center. Speaking in a tone only he could hear, 20 days have passed. You should have reached the 2nd rank, 3rd or 4th layer by now, right? Ji Weiwei also opened her eyes once more, her attention fully captured by Qin Feng. You finally made it. Wang Tianhao smiled as he spoke to Di Ruolin. Captain D, what do you think is Qin Feng's current realm? After a brief moment of contemplation, Di Ruolin replied, based on his rapid ascension previously, I estimate he is likely not much inferior to Ji Weiwei. He might have reached the 6th level of the 2nd tier. Wang Tianhao nodded in agreement. I share the same belief. Come, let us witness a moment of miracle. In the testing area, amidst the gaze of the multitude, Qin Feng placed his hand upon the vitality testing device. The apparatus emitted a dazzling crimson light, reminiscent of a fiery sunset. The entire testing zone enveloped in a resplendent red hue, an unprecedented spectacle in the hundreds of tests conducted over the past 2 hours. Even the peak of the 1st tier, Hao, and the 6th level of the 2nd tier, Ji Weiwei, could not compare to this commotion. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of astonishment and speculation. For from the sheer magnitude of this disturbance, it was clear that Qin Feng's vitality could not possibly be feeble. The test results swiftly emerged. Vitality 11115, third tier. Second level. The voice of the staff member trembled, as if struggling to comprehend the revelation. Upon hearing the results, Wang Tianhao sprang to his feet, his eyes wide with disbelief. 1111? Third tier, second level. Good heavens, is he even human? In just 20 days, he ascended from the second tier, second level to the third tier, second level? His vitality has more than doubled. How on earth has he trained to achieve this? Wang Tianhao could no longer maintain his composure, his astonishment rendering him incapable of restraint. He had never witnessed such a terrifying pace of cultivation in his 30-plus years of life. He had only read about similar prodigious talents in books, described by the greats. Extraordinary geniuses that appeared once in several centuries. And now, such a marvel stood before him, vibrant and alive. An 18-year-old at the third tier, second level. Reaching the pinnacle of the fourth tier by the age of 20 poses no problem. Furthermore, there exists a significant probability that he could break through to the fifth tier. A fifth-tier individual by the age of 20. Such a figure seems unprecedented in the 3,000 years of martial history on Blue Star, does it not? Even if he cannot break through, attaining the pinnacle of the fourth tier by 20 is sufficient to dominate the ranks. At this moment, Di Wolin was equally taken aback, her expression grave as she observed the scene. He has broken through to the third tier? And not just that, he is already at the second level. This fellow is simply too monstrous. The surge in vitality is somewhat understandable, given his physique akin to that of a Dan Emperor, which accelerates cultivation. However, how can his bone-tempering progress so rapidly as well? Di Wolin smiled, having initially thought Qin Feng would only reach the fifth or sixth levels of the second tier, never anticipating he would surpass her expectations so dramatically by directly breaking into the third tier. Qin Feng's potential is undeniably extraordinary. It can be asserted that as long as he does not falter and grows normally, he is destined to become a martial emperor. Indeed, there is a substantial hope that he might ascend to the status of a martial god. The martial god, an apex existence on Blue Star. Each martial god possesses the power to instigate tremors across Blue Star with but a single utterance. Di Wolin recalled that throughout the 3,000 years of Blue Star, no more than 200 martial gods have ever emerged, and a significant portion of them have perished in the great battles of history. This special training camp has proven invaluable. Am I to witness the rise of a martial god with my own eyes? In Di Wolin's perspective, if all goes smoothly, Qin Feng could achieve the martial god status within 2 to 3 decades. This time frame is not excessively long. Once a martial artist enhances their vitality, their lifespan is greatly extended. Even a third-tier martial general can live past 130 years, while a fourth-tier martial marquis can enjoy a lifespan of 2 centuries. The sheer terror of Qin Feng's vitality sent the other trainees into a frenzy. Is it truly necessary for such absurdity? To elevate over 600 points of vitality in just 20 days? What manner of monster is this? I can barely manage a mere 50-point increase in 20 days, compared to him. I feel as though I am not even human. The prowess of Brother Feng makes me feel as if we belong to entirely different realms of existence. Do not doubt yourself. A person like Brother Feng is destined to be the focal point of an era, perhaps even unique on a global scale. Chapter 66. Sure Hao and Ji Weiwei are in despair. Today has truly opened my eyes. To witness a genius like Brother Feng and train alongside him in this special training camp, what great fortune have I stumbled upon. I dare assert that Brother Feng is bound to become a martial emperor. Upon returning, I must boast to my family and friends. No, I need to ensure I get several signed mementos and photos with Brother Feng. He is destined for greatness. Instantly, Qin Feng transformed into a top-tier celebrity, with nearly 90% of the audience becoming his admirers. The remaining 10% consisted of those with prideful dispositions. Who was it that just claimed Ji Weiwei would take first place? Did she seek to claim first without Brother Feng's consent? Did she even have his permission? Initially, it was believed that the 6th level of the second tier represented the pinnacle of genius in Jiang province. Yet Qin Feng has shattered that ceiling and soared into the skies. An 18-year-old third-tier martial general. Knowing such a prodigy has made this training camp experience immensely worthwhile. Who just suggested that Brother Feng was intimidated by Ji Weiwei? Would Brother Feng fear her? Perhaps he was simply concerned about delivering a blow too forceful, resulting in her demise? Answer me. Qin Feng's overwhelming dominance over the other geniuses made those who idolized him feel a surge of pride. Han Xiaoya and Bai Qingning were among them. Moments ago, they had been discontent upon hearing doubts cast upon Qin Feng. Now, with his accomplishments, he had effectively silenced their detractors, bringing them immense satisfaction. Alas, it seems this fellow has outshone us again. He must have arrived late on purpose, drawing attention to himself only to astonish everyone with his remarkable test results. Han Xiaoya scoffed, her lips curling in mock disdain, yet her heart was elated. The stronger Qin Feng becomes, the easier it would be to resolve the issues concerning those worthless individuals he had previously dealt with. with a powerful figure supporting him. What could the Wang and Jiang families possibly amount to? Bai Qingming gazed at his towering silhouette, her emotions entwined. She felt joy at witnessing Qin Feng's formidable prowess, validating her keen judgment. Yet, she also felt a pang of sorrow. The widening chasm between their abilities seemed insurmountable, as though she were left far behind, unable to catch up. Regardless, happiness prevailed in her heart. However, among the crowd, not everyone shared in this elation. The other prodigies stood dumbfounded, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Sure Hao remained rooted in place, utterly bewildered. What exactly is Qin Feng's background? Is he capable of growing stronger merely by breathing? Or does sunlight alone suffice for his enhancement? Is it truly possible for a person to elevate over 600 points of vitality in 20 days? Answer me. Sure Hao's mind raced with incredulity. Previously, he had relied on his supreme physique and years of accumulation to ascend from the 6th level of the first tier to the peak of the first tier in a short span, achieving an increase of approximately 130 points of vitality, a feat already remarkable in its own right. Yet, unexpectedly, Ji Weiwei had achieved an elevation of 240 points. Shi Hao could still comprehend and console himself to some extent. After all, the other party was the saintess of the Bai West sect, endowed with abundant resources and formidable heritage. Perhaps she had utilized some sacred artifact or secret technique to unleash her potential and achieve a significant enhancement. Yet now, another individual, Qin Feng, had appeared. His vitality had surged by an astounding 600 points. What was even more terrifying was that the transition from the 2nd to the 3rd tier necessitated bone tempering. With insufficient progress in bone tempering, a breakthrough was unattainable. This implied that, during the span of 20 days, while Qin Feng had elevated his vitality to such an extent, he had also dedicated a substantial amount of time to completing 50 of his bone tempering progress. What kind of prodigy was this? Did he encounter no bottlenecks in his cultivation? Shi Hao was acutely aware that an ordinary martial artist would require at least a month to achieve 50 bone tempering progress. Even he, possessing a supreme bone physique and benefiting from his family's importation of an A-grade bone tempering technique, would likely need a minimum of a week to accomplish such a feat in that moment. The once confident, Shi Hao felt a tinge of defeat swell within him. Why was he so extraordinarily powerful? Despite enhancing significantly with his supreme bone physique, the gap between him and Qin Feng had not diminished. It had, in fact, widened. Did he truly have any hope of surpassing him in the future? Shi Hao felt somewhat disoriented, and a crack appeared in his heart's resolve. It was not just him. In the distance, Ji Weiwei was on the verge of collapse, having prematurely utilized the sacred artifact, the Moonlight Crystal. Bestowed by her master for breaking through to the 3rd tier, she still found herself unable to surpass Qin Feng. The usually composed Ji Weiwei began to question her own existence, lost in her thoughts. How could such an outrageous genius exist? Despite consuming numerous sect resources, she was still left far behind. Ji Weiwei couldn't help but recall a statement made by her master. Weiwei, your talent is exceptional, considered a once-in-a-decade prodigy. Yet, you must understand, there are always those beyond you, and realms beyond realms. Talents are rare, yet can also be abundant. Sometimes, years may pass with few promising seedlings, while other times, a multitude of geniuses may emerge in a single year. Especially in the legendary era of great contention, a plethora of extraordinary talents will arise. Talents seldom seen otherwise. Never let pride consume you. The sequence of one's accomplishments does not determine everything. A person's achievements depend not only on talent, but also on their level of effort. Ji Weiwei felt that Qin Feng epitomized the pinnacle of the super geniuses emerging from the legendary era of great contention. Qin Feng had relied solely on the elixirs provided by the training camp and his own relentless efforts in slaying ferocious beasts to reach this stage. Ji Weiwei felt a deep sense of inferiority. She dined daily on exquisite beast meat, high-grade elixirs, and spirit tea provided by her sect, employing the high-quality body refining techniques and breathing methods imparted by her sect. Yet, the gap between her and Qin Feng continued to widen. There was indeed a disparity among geniuses. Ji Weiwei sensed that the difference in talent between her and Qin Feng, as well as Shi Hao, was likely greater than that between them and ordinary individuals. Though difficult to accept, this was the stark reality. Even more disheartening was the realization that she was destined to lose once again, to the same man. Fortunately, they remained unaware that Qin Feng did not actually require 20 days to break through to the 3rd tier. In truth, he had lingered at the peak of the 2nd tier for 7 or 8 days, aiming to maximize his bone tempering progress. Otherwise, 12 days would have sufficed. If Shi Hao and Ji Weiwei were to discover this, they would likely face an even greater collapse. Amidst the crowd, Xiaoyan crossed his arms in front of his chest, a smirk gracing his lips. Ah, Qin brother, you truly live up to your name. The 2nd level of the 3rd tier. Remarkable. I must ensure I maintain a good rapport with him. I cannot afford to offend him. With such talent, Qin brother is bound to shine in the future. There remains a month in the training camp. It seems Qin brother will graduate with the honor of being a late-stage, 3rd tier martial general. I must not lag too far behind, at the very least. I should strive to break through to the second tier before graduation, aiming for the second level. Time, though it seemed to drag, passed in the blink of an eye. After completing his vitality assessment, Qin Feng approached the combat power testing device. Adjusting his breathing rhythm, he activated the three-phase breathing method and the fire breathing technique. Let the attack power surge by 50. Wave-cleaving force slashes, unleash. His body, show me where your limits lie. A slight smile graced Qin Feng's lips as his vitality surged. Unleashing an earth-shattering punch. Chapter 67, 30,000 Combat. What manner of flesh and blood Tyrannosaurus beast is this? On the podium, witnessing the results of Qin Feng's vitality test, Lu Yanmei felt an immense shock within her heart. A child yet to take the college entrance examination had actually reached the second level of the third tier. This level of achievement could be considered among the most elite geniuses nationwide. She couldn't help but recall the sect genius she was to pick up in Heishanxing province, who was merely 20 years old and at the 8th level of the third tier. In comparison to Qin Feng, he was simply lacking. Junior sister. No wonder you mentioned a super genius. Lu Yanmei's eyes sparkled with admiration as she regarded Qin Feng. Hearing her senior sister's astonishment, Di Wolin smiled slightly, filled with pride. She then dropped another bombshell. Senior sister, what if I told you that just a month and a half ago, this Qin Feng was still a non-martial artist? What? Are you implying that in just a month and a half, Qin Feng elevated himself from a non-martial artist to the second level of the third tier? Lu Yanmei's voice rose an octave. In a mere month and a half, he had increased his vitality by 1,000? What sort of monster is this? Even Lu Yanmei, who served as a vice commander in the Dragon Guard army and had witnessed much, found it hard to maintain her composure at that moment. Junior sister. What martial physique and innate talent does Qin Feng possess? Di Wolin shook her head. I am unsure. He has not actively reported his physique and talent. However, based on his performance, it is highly likely that his physique is related to elixirs, somewhat akin to the Dan Emperor physique. Lu Yanmei's eyes lit up. Could it be that he possesses the Dan Emperor physique? The Dan Emperor physique is exceedingly rare. Throughout 3,000 years of history, perhaps only 2 or 3 have emerged. This information was gleaned from the records of the Dragon Guard army. Ordinary individuals might not even be aware of this physique. They only know of the Dan King and Dan Emperor physiques. Yet, Lu Yanmei soon shook her head again, dismissing her own conjecture. That is impossible. Ancient texts state that the Dan Emperor physique requires at least 5 to 6 months to break through to the third tier, right? Although there are few cases, they cannot serve as the standard. However, it is sufficient to illustrate the situation. The Dan Emperor physique does not possess a cultivation speed anywhere near Qin Feng's absurd rate. Unfortunately, she had no inkling that Qin Feng possessed the Dan Immortal physique, which is among the most elite physiques in the entire universe of living beings, surpassing the legendary Dan Emperor physique by several tiers. Not to mention the substantial gains acquired from the Chaos Tower and the clearing of ferocious beast challenges. Nearby, Wang Tianhao and Di Wolin listened to Lu Yanmei's musings, utterly astonished. So there truly exists a Dan Emperor physique? What was even more terrifying was that Qin Feng's physique seemed even more extraordinary than that of the Dan Emperor. Wang Tianhao swallowed hard. Contemplating, I must report this to Director Jiang Feng promptly, to ensure he communicates with the higher-ups. We must secure Qin Feng. As Qin Feng prepared to test his combat prowess, Wang Tianhao curiously remarked, I wonder how formidable Qin Feng's strength can truly be? His practical combat abilities have always been quite exceptional. One would assume they wouldn't be lacking. Di Wolin nodded in agreement, stating, the combat power standard for a third-tier martial general is 25 to 30 times their vitality. Given that Qin Feng has just stepped into the third tier, achieving a multiplier of 28 or 29 would be quite impressive. Lu Yanmei expressed her astonishment. Isn't Qin Feng supposed to be a Dan Emperor body or a Wine Emperor body? Typically, such physiques are characterized by high vitality but weaker combat capabilities. Yet, it appears that Qin Feng is quite adept in actual combat. Before she could ponder further, Qin Feng had already commenced his strength test. With a resounding bang, he struck the combat power testing device with his fist. Combat power, 35,562. A sharp intake of breath ensued, leaving the arena in stunned silence. 35,562 combat power. Good heavens, what kind of beastly strength is this? Is this truly a feat achievable by an 18-year-old carbon-based life form? Ji Weiwei, boasting a mere 15,000 combat power, found herself dwarfed by Qin Feng's impressive figure. The comparison left her utterly eclipsed by Qin Feng's overwhelming prowess. Incredible, brothers. A multiplier of 33. This combat power rivals that of a fourth-tier martial general. It was hard to believe, but even I, at the third level of the fourth tier, do not possess combat power as high as Qin Feng's. Qin Feng's terrifying strength once again captivated all present. In their eyes, he had transcended the status of a mere peer and had become a figure to be revered. In Blue Star, strength reigns supreme. As long as one possesses sufficient power, even an 8-year-old child would command respect, much less someone like Qin Feng, who is not only powerful but also disciplined, hardworking, and hailing from a humble background. The students were not only in awe of his strength, but also admired his dedication. While vitality may stem from a powerful physique and innate talent, and combat power can be augmented by certain gifts and techniques, Qin Feng's flawless performance in the simulated beast battles left an indelible impression on the students. Practical combat skills are devoid of embellishment, honed through countless hours of practice. Sure Hao gazed at Qin Feng in a daze, feeling as though his figure had grown larger, transforming into an insurmountable mountain. Lu Yinmei's mouth fell agape in shock. A second-tier, third-tier martial artist could unleash combat power reaching 35,000, comparable to some elite third-tier late-stage members of the Dragon Guard. Such formidable vitality and combat prowess. This Qin Feng is indeed a remarkable talent. Lu Yinmei had keenly observed that Qin Feng seemed to have mastered a unique technique for channeling his energy, allowing him to summon an impressive amount of true energy for explosive strikes. This was the very reason behind Qin Feng's extraordinary combat power. It was a technique he had gleaned from the Breaking Waves Force Slash, characterized by its dominance and ferocity. During this period of practical training, Qin Feng's mastery of the Breaking River technique had only grown more refined, enabling him to achieve such explosive power. It is important to note that he has yet to awaken a combat physique or innate talent, unlike Xiao Yin and others who possess both exotic flames and spirit manifestations. Relying solely on his physical capabilities, combat skills, and energy techniques, he had already exceeded the combat power standards of a third-tier martial general. Truly monstrous. When will I awaken my innate talent? Or perhaps acquire a combat-oriented martial physique? Qin Feng pondered as he exited the testing area with a smile. With his test concluded, the students' assessments of their vitality and combat power came to an end, yet their discussions did not cease. They gazed at Qin Feng, whispering amongst themselves, their eyes brimming with admiration, reverence, and envy. They fully understood that Qin Feng's future was limitless, and he had clearly ascended to a realm far beyond their own. This special training camp might be their last opportunity to share space with him. A few bold female students even approached Qin Feng, shedding their usual boisterous demeanor for a shy, youthful charm, presenting him with pink envelopes. Qin Feng smiled and waved his hand, declining the offerings. Witnessing this scene made Han Xiaoya's teeth grind in frustration. Damn it, these girls are so shameless. In broad daylight, they dare to send Qin Feng love letters and flirt so openly. Did you see that girl from Hongfeng City wearing a low-cut dress, deliberately bending over? How infuriating. Han Xiaoya declared with righteous indignation. Bai Qingning chuckled lightly and teased, "What's wrong? Are you feeling a bit jealous? Why not give it a shot yourself?" Look, Qin Feng rejected them all. Perhaps he prefers a cute little girl like you. Bai Qingning was unfazed. She understood that exceptional young men like Qin Feng naturally attracted attention. The number of competitors did not significantly affect her resolve. If she improved herself, she could naturally stand by his side. Upon hearing her words, Han Xiaoya's cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly waved her hands in protest. I am not jealous. I am merely criticizing their shamelessness. How can girls be so forward? They should maintain some decorum. Otherwise, those big oafs will never learn to cherish them. Seeing her flustered state, everyone understood. After all, Qin Feng was simply too remarkable. With outstanding talent, discipline, hard work, perseverance, respect for teachers, and camaraderie with peers, he was nothing short of perfection. Even Wan Lei, another male student, felt nothing but admiration and respect for Qin Feng. Devoid of jealousy. In the arena, the next round of sparring commenced, similar to the last time. Previously, only the top 20 students in terms of vitality and combat power participated in the sparring matches. This time, however, the opportunity was expanded to the top 40, who would compete to determine the final rankings. As everyone was aware, better rankings would yield superior rewards. Wang Tianhao grinned, declaring, without further ado, let us begin the draw. The first 40 will enter the arena, in order. The observing students began to discuss amongst themselves. Needless to say, Brother Feng will undoubtedly secure the first position. It's beyond doubt. Of course, it's obvious to anyone. Even if Ji Weiwei and Sure Hao attempted to gang up on him, they wouldn't stand a chance. The last opportunity was the perfect moment, yet unfortunately, Ji Weiwei and Sure Hao missed it. I'm telling you, Brother Feng could defeat them with one hand tied behind his back. It would be akin to battling elementary school students. The students became increasingly animated, as if Qin Feng's prowess were somehow tied to their own. Meanwhile, as the students and figures like Wang Tianhao and Di Ruolin contemplated their thoughts, Qin Feng once again made a startling announcement. "D Commander, I recall you mentioning that early graduation is an option, correct?" Gasps of astonishment echoed through the crowd. Is Brother Feng truly considering early graduation? I remember the criteria for it being quite stringent. Can he genuinely meet those requirements? The students were left in disbelief. Dairen was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and nodded. Yes, there is indeed such a matter. Well, I would like to graduate early. Qin Feng wore a serious expression, declaring, I wish to challenge Instructor Qi Shanshan. A resonant buzz filled the minds of the onlooking students, akin to being struck by a heavy blow. Qin Feng actually intended to challenge an instructor and graduate early? Was he out of his mind? These 5 instructors were all elite guards brought over by Dairen, each one a formidable 4th-tier martial general. Although, during early graduation challenges, they would suppress their vitality and energy levels to third tier, and one only needed to withstand 5 minutes under any one of the instructors. Yet, this condition was still exceedingly daunting. Those selected as elite guards were all seasoned veterans, having fought countless battles in the rifts of other worlds, surviving numerous life and death crises. Each possessed combat skills that were among the finest in the Thorn Legion. To endure 5 minutes beneath their onslaught was no trivial feat. Wait, I've just broken through to become a martial artist, and Feng Gu is already planning to graduate early? Is this the speed of a genius? I'm in tears. Memories of a novel resurfaced in my mind, one in which a parallel world revered wealth above all. Some individuals earned billions in a year, while others barely scraped together 2 million over a lifetime, a stark contrast. I used to wonder how such disparities could exist. After encountering Feng Gu today, I understood. Perhaps on the day Feng Gu ascends to become a martial deity, I would still be a mere second or third tier nobody. The students were in tears. How could the gap between them be so vast, despite being of the same species? Dairon confirmed once more, "Are you certain you wish to graduate early and challenge Instructor Qi?" "I am certain," Qin Feng replied with a smile and a nod. He had already reached the second level of the third tier. Remaining in the training camp held little significance for him now. The facilities and the level of beasts in the vicinity were no longer adequate to satisfy his ambitions. Although the training camp offered elixirs and resource rewards, graduating early would allow him to acquire a considerable amount of rewards all at once. He had already inquired about this. Even if he graduated today, all the rewards he was entitled to as the first-place student would still be calculated for him within the month. After all, from a certain perspective, his ability to graduate early justified his position as the true first-place student, rendering the subsequent grand competition unnecessary. Thus, it made perfect sense. Moreover, by graduating early, he would save a month's time to pursue further cultivation in better environments, such as the rifts of other worlds. Although perilous, the rifts also offered abundant opportunities. Additionally, numerous merchant associations and organizations operated nearby, hunting ferocious beasts, selling their materials, and accepting bounty missions, all avenues for rapidly amassing wealth. Now that Qin Feng had reached the third tier, he was in dire need of martial resources, third-tier elixirs, spiritual enhancement brews, and high-quality beast blood, all of which required substantial financial investment. With the troubles posed by the Jiang and Wang families, Qin Feng could not afford to be complacent. He was aware that at any moment, the Wang family might send someone to exact revenge. He had to seize the time to cultivate, aiming to at least reach the 5th-tier martial king realm, acquiring the strength to contend with 6th-tier martial venerables, thereby rendering himself unafraid of the Wang family. At this moment, observing Qin Feng's earnest demeanor, Dairon nodded with a look of admiration. "Very well, Qi Shanshan, you shall conduct Qin Feng's early graduation challenge. According to the regulations, you may only employ martial energy and techniques not exceeding the 3rd-tier martial general level in your spar with Qin Feng. Should Qin Feng withstand for 5 minutes, the challenge will be deemed successful, and he can proceed with early graduation." "Understood, Commander," replied a short-haired woman in a straight posture, clad in the Zhenlong army uniform. Stepping forward, her eyes sparkled brightly, reminiscent of stars twinkling in the night sky. Qi Shanshan, a 3rd-level 4th-tier martial artist, had previously taught Qin Feng and his peers the Zhenlong army's breathing techniques and body refinement arts. She exuded both elegance and a lively spirit, forming Qin Feng's first impression of her. He held considerable respect for this instructor. As they ascended the arena, Qin Feng slightly bowed. "Instructor Qi, your previous teachings on breathing techniques and body refinement have greatly benefited me. I shall forever be grateful for your guidance. Today, my challenge is also to allow you to witness the fruits of my practice. I hope you will not take offense. Please instruct me." Chapter 69. How will Qin Feng respond to this move? With her short hair and spirited demeanor, Qi Shanshan laughed heartily. "Oh, not at all. Am I such a petty person? I am quite pleased to have encountered you here in this training camp. Come now, Qin Feng, let me see your strength." Qi Shanshan retrieved a long spear from the weapon rack beside her, twirling it skillfully, radiating vigor. Standing at 1.7 meters tall while wielding a 2-meter spear, she appeared even more gallant. The students in the audience remained in shock. Qin Feng truly dared to challenge an instructor. How audacious! Was this the extent of Feng Ji's capabilities? Today promised to be a spectacle. Though I ranked 15th from the bottom and was on the verge of being eliminated from the training camp, witnessing this match felt worth it. On the martial arts platform, Qin Feng selected a sturdy long knife, designed specifically for sparring, though it was not sharpened. He opted against a reckless charge. This match only required him to endure for 5 minutes to secure victory. There was no need to rush, at least not in the initial 5 minutes. Qi Shanshan smiled slightly, gripping her spear with one hand as she charged forward. Her speed was not particularly swift, almost as if testing the waters. Utilizing her forward momentum, Qi Shanshan swept her spear in a wide arc, targeting a broad area. Qin Feng showed no fear. His speed surpassed that of an ordinary early 3rd-tier martial general. His high bone tempering progress granted him superior physical qualities, resulting in a naturally quicker burst of speed. Not to mention, he also possessed mastery-level body techniques and an SSS-level trifold breathing method. Once the breath of wind was activated, it directly boosted his mobility by 100. This meant that Qin Feng's peak explosive speed was nearing that of a 5th-tier martial king, although he could not maintain it for long. Enduring 5 minutes in this spar was entirely feasible. As Qi Shanshan's sweeping attack tested him, Qin Feng effortlessly retreated to evade. Qi Shanshan had anticipated this and continued her advance. Qin Feng consistently chose to evade, dodging, and buying time. Even so, to the eyes of the students, he appeared remarkably impressive. To perfectly evade so many of the instructor's attacks was already a feat worthy of bragging rights for an entire year. If any of them were to step onto the platform, they would understand how challenging it was. The instructor's relentless onslaught came like an unending tide, each thrust of her spear following another. Meanwhile, Qin Feng danced like a butterfly, flitting through the shadows of the spear, evading every strike. It seemed that Qin Feng's agility had improved significantly since their last encounter, surprising Wang Tianhao. Dairen's gaze remained fixated on the arena, her mind awash with confusion. Despite his cultivation being some way from the pinnacle of mastery, how could his explosive speed be so astonishing? Even a 5th-tier martial king would likely struggle to match such rapidity. Wang Tianhao was utterly impressed, expressing his admiration. This fellow is truly a prodigy. His vitality, combat experience, agility, and overall combat prowess are all advancing at an astonishing rate. Dairen nodded in agreement. It seems that Jiang province is about to produce a superlative powerhouse. Once Qin Feng attains the title of martial emperor and ascends to the position of martial god, the rankings of Jiang province and Jiang city will undoubtedly soar. Wang Tianhao grinned. This is largely thanks to your leadership, Dairen, and the diligent instruction from your elite guards. Dairen smiled and shook her head. This has little to do with us. Qin Feng's innate talent and self-discipline are remarkable, even without attending the training camp. His progress would hardly be sluggish. Lu Yanmei, intently observing the competition, refrained from interjecting, her satisfaction growing with each passing moment, nodding frequently in approval. Qin Feng was indeed exceptional. Among the thousands of 3rd-tier martial generals in the Dragon Guard army, few could rival his combat effectiveness. Little junior sister, you must make a strong recommendation for Qin Feng to your senior sister later. I wish for him to join the Dragon Guard army, Lu Yanmei stated earnestly. Dairen was not surprised. It would be odd if Lu Yanmei were not captivated by such an outstanding youth. No problem. However, there is something I must discuss with you. Dairen recounted Qin Feng's earlier defeat of Wang Shi, Jiang Lan, and the others. Lu Yanmei laughed heartily. Is that all? Rest assured, it's not an issue at all. With Qin Feng's qualifications, he will undoubtedly pass the Dragon Guard army's assessment at once and join directly. I am certain there are many old-timers within the Dragon Guard who will be keenly interested in taking him on as a disciple. If the Wang family dares to make a move against him, they will find themselves uprooted the very next day. Moreover, given his talents, he will surely ascend to a 3rd-tier military rank within 3 years. You are aware that even a city lord must show him some respect regarding the position of a battle general in the Dragon Guard. How could the Wang family dare to touch him? Once Qin Feng is in the Dragon Guard, he can remain in the military for training. And if he wishes to venture out, I can arrange for a martial sovereign to accompany him for protection. Upon hearing Lu Yanmei's sincere proposition, Dairen felt reassured. The Dragon Guard army holds a prestigious status within the entire Xia nation, recognized as a foremost power institution. Its profound heritage and formidable strength have deterred any attempts against its elite members for an entire millennium. Ever since 1,000 years ago when families and sects attempted to harm the Dragon Guard's talented elites, only to be swiftly eradicated. In the arena, Qi Shanshan was slightly out of breath. For a full 4 minutes, she had relentlessly launched attacks, seeking to overwhelm Qin Feng. Yet, he slipped through her fingers like a mudfish, utterly elusive. Her initial ease transformed into a serious demeanor, and now she was under considerable pressure. For minutes had passed, and she had yet to land a single blow on Qin Feng. Among so many spectators, including Commander Dairen and others, how could a 4th-tier martial marquis, a seasoned veteran of the Thorn Legion, be utterly stymied by an 18-year-old 3rd-tier martial general? This boy's agility is truly remarkable. His speed is nothing short of uncanny. After 4 minutes of engagement, Qi Shanshan conceded that Qin Feng's mastery of movement surpassed her own. Perhaps this is the essence of a supreme genius. Taking a deep breath, she cleared her mind of distractions and focused intently, synchronizing her breathing into a unique rhythm, her breathing technique, allowing her to concentrate without distractions. Qin Feng, I shall employ my martial techniques now. Do be careful, Qi Shanshan said with a slight smile, her spear swirling like a dragon in her hands. The surrounding air whirled rapidly around the spearhead, forming a small tornado with a diameter of 20 meters, placing her at its center. Her short hair danced in the fierce wind, her aura intensifying. 3rd-tier intermediate martial technique, Dragon Dance Spear. With a thrust of her spear, the tornado surged violently toward Qin Feng. Goodness, is this what a 3rd-tier martial technique looks like? It's utterly terrifying, even from the sidelines. The spectators could feel the powerful suction of the tornado. How much energy would Qin Feng have to withstand atop the stage? Gasps echoed among the students. Sure how furrowed his brow, sensing the martial technique unleashed by Instructor Qi. He feared that had he been in her place, he would have been gravely injured by that tornado. How would Qin Feng defend against it? However, Qin Feng remained remarkably composed, gripping his long knife with both hands. He executed 3 swift slashes in succession, breaking waves 4 slashes. Upon reaching mastery, the combined force of the first 3 strikes equated to a formidable 315 points of vitality energy. With a 100 amplification, that translated to 630 points. The explosive force of these 3 strikes was comparable to a third-tier intermediate martial technique. Furthermore, Qin Feng had activated the fire-breathing technique, augmenting his attack power by an additional 50, further enhancing the potency of these initial strikes. The silvery blade energy collided with the tornado, producing a deafening explosion. As the dust settled, the tornado's energy dissipated, yet Qin Feng's blade energy still surged forth, continuing its assault toward Qi Shanshan. At that moment, he unleashed his 4th strike. Chapter 70. Qi Shanshan. Am I about to lose? This strike bore a force of 220 points of vitality energy. After amplification, that became 440 points. With the enhancement from fire breathing, it escalated to 660 points. It was akin to a third-tier intermediate martial technique. Qi Shanshan momentarily paused, quickly raising her spear to defend. Wang Tianhao remarked with a grin, "At last. I have witnessed the complete form of the 4 slashes. This is the full effect of his breaking waves technique, isn't it?" 3 strikes managed to break through Instructor Qi's dragon dance, with the 4th strike exhibiting such might. His breaking waves technique is undoubtedly a rare second-tier martial skill, even surpassing many precious martial techniques. It was curious that it hadn't seemed so astonishing last time. During Qin Feng's previous spar with Ji Weiwei, Wang Tianhao had seen him use this technique, but he had only executed 3 strikes then. Although it had been powerful, it paled in comparison to now. Afterward, he had taken the time to research it in the library, but found no records of any technique called breaking waves 4 slashes. Now, witnessing Qin Feng executing the complete form of the technique, it was evident that its effects and power were formidable. The quality was exceptionally high. Most importantly, it was a super rare martial skill, not documented in any records. Wang Tianhao couldn't help but wonder where Qin Feng had sourced such knowledge. Among the documented second-tier precious martial techniques, it seemed there were only 13. As for blade techniques, only one, the blade light wheel slash, was noted. Comparatively, that was vastly inferior to Qin Feng's technique. Little did Wang Tianhao know that Qin Feng's breaking waves had already reached mastery, with significant amplification. Combined with the fire-breathing technique's 50 enhancement to the final power, its might was approaching that of a 4th-tier superior martial technique. Such remarkable prowess could only be attributed to exceptional talent. Wang Tianhao mused that if Qin Feng were willing to transcribe the wave-splitting 4 strikes martial technique and submit it, the contribution would be immense. Even the prospect of being directly appointed as the head of the Martial Arts Research Office at the Jiangxing Martial Arts Department would be entirely feasible. Wang Tianhao planned to engage Qin Feng in conversation regarding this matter after the competition. Upon witnessing Qin Feng's wave-splitting 4 strikes, Lu Yanmei's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Her focus diverged from Wang Tianhao's. The second-tier rare martial technique held little relevance for her. Instead, she was captivated by the level of mastery Qin Feng exhibited. The 4 strikes flowed with seamless finesse, suffused with vibrant vital energy. Clearly, Qin Feng had achieved the 4th layer of mastery, and he was not far from the 5th layer of perfection. Moreover, it seemed he had also grasped a breathing technique of considerable caliber. Lu Yanmei's keen observational skills revealed that Qin Feng had employed several distinct breathing rhythms during the competition, granting him remarkable speed and explosive power. What an extraordinary prodigy! What could his background possibly be? Lu Yanmei was taken aback. Qin Feng's exceptional qualities ignited her curiosity regarding the circumstances of his upbringing. Wang Tianhao handed her Qin Feng's profile. Lu Yanmei immediately began to peruse it, but as she delved deeper, her brow furrowed in concern. At the tender age of 3, his parents had perished in a battle in another realm. He had been adopted by his uncle and aunt, both employed in a pharmaceutical factory. Their own cultivation barely reaching the 1st tier. Their financial standing was quite modest, as they were also responsible for raising 2 children of their own. In the context of this Blue Star world, Qin Feng's family background could be deemed quite impoverished. Yet, from such humble beginnings, a superlative talent like Qin Feng emerged. Lu Yanmei was astonished. A flicker of compassion stirred within her. This child must have faced immense challenges on his journey. Regrettably, her master was not adept with the blade and did not accept male disciples. Otherwise, she would have considered introducing him as a young apprentice. As she sank into contemplation, Di Wolin gently interjected, 5 minutes have elapsed. Qin Feng had completed his task. In the arena, he recognized that he had met the criteria for early graduation. With a smile, he declared, all right, the 5 minutes are up. Instructor Qi, we can engage in earnest sparring now. There is no need for you to hold back. Having been relentlessly pursued by Qi Shanshan, He had only been able to evade her attacks, and he felt a twinge of irritation. Now, with the challenge for early graduation concluded, he could unleash his full potential. With that, Qin Feng's demeanor shifted dramatically, exuding an aggressive aura. Brandishing his blade with one hand, he charged towards Qi Shanshan for the first time. Thanks to his superior agility, he moved slightly faster than the third-tier Qi Shanshan. Thunderfire Slash. A blade of blue and red energy, spanning 20 to 30 meters, coalesced at the edge of Qin Feng's long sword. The arc crackled with thunderous electricity as it was unleashed. Boom. The sound of thunder erupted. Upon witnessing Qin Feng's charged Thunderfire Slash, Qi Shanshan instinctively raised her gun, releasing several streams of energy to counter it. She recalled that Qin Feng had acquired this technique during the last competition. At most, his proficiency could only be at the first layer of entry-level mastery, nothing to be concerned about. However, just as this thought crossed her mind, the blade's radiance flickered in her vision. A jolt of apprehension coursed through Qi Shanshan as she realized something was amiss. How could an entry-level Thunderfire Slash be so fearsome? The blade was entwined with electric arcs, accompanied by a resounding roar. This was not entry-level. It was mastery-level. Qi Shanshan's heart raced with alarm. Yet her combat instincts were sharp, and she promptly unleashed her martial technique to defend herself. However, it was too late. Her momentary lapse in judgment prevented her from executing a flawless counter. She only managed to deflect a significant portion of the energy. The residual force of the Thunderfire Slash still struck Qi Shanshan. Zzz. The effects of the technique took hold, momentarily paralyzing her. In high-stakes combat, even a fraction of a second could determine victory or defeat. In the instant that the Thunderfire Slash was unleashed, Qin Feng surged forward, his blade raised. With Qi Shanshan incapacitated, she found herself unable to move, watching in horror as Qin Feng charged towards her. Am I truly about to be defeated? Defeated by a youth from the training camp? Just then, as he rushed forward, Qin Feng appeared to falter, his steps faltering as he collapsed to the ground. Struggling, he raised his right hand with trembling effort. I've exhausted my vital energy. I can't continue. Indeed, the instructors were formidable, and he had overextended himself. The sudden turn of events left the 400 students present in a state of bewilderment. For a moment, I genuinely believed Qin Feng was about to overcome the instructor. Yes, I thought he would press the attack and win the match. Did you see that Thunderfire Slash? It was terrifying. I have never witnessed such a fearsome technique. What a pity that he ran out of vital energy. It's a shame. If he had just a bit more energy, he could have won. Managing vital energy and its reserves is also a critical aspect of combat prowess, and one can only conclude that the instructors, being fourth-tier martial generals, possess an exceptionally strong foundation. Have you forgotten something? This sparring session was Qin Feng's challenge for early graduation. He did not need to defeat the instructor. He merely had to endure for 5 minutes. And he has succeeded. This realization ignited a surge of excitement among the crowd. Indeed, the previous competition was so thrilling that many had overlooked this fact. Qin Feng was challenging for early graduation, and he had achieved it. After a brief silence, the entire athletic field erupted into cheers and applause. Brother Feng is incredible. Congratulations, Brother Feng, on your early graduation. As I depart from the training camp today, Brother Feng graduates early. Rounding it off, I am Qin Feng. No doubt about it. In the crowd, Ji Weiwei furrowed her brow, observing Qin Feng. Does he truly have no vital energy left? Meanwhile, not far away, Xiaoyan stroked his chin, a slight smile playing on his lips. Brother Feng's strength is unquestionable. However, his acting skills could use considerable improvement. On the arena, Qi Shanshan's emotions were complex. As his opponent, she understood better than anyone that Qin Feng's combat capabilities had surpassed her own. Qin Feng had not truly exhausted himself. Rather, he was graciously leaving her some face. Qi Shanshan smiled in acceptance. This young man is quite perceptive.